The Dark Demon King. Volume 14. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 499, The Man-Eating Mountain? Huh, really, Nino. You didn't know about the legend of the man-eating mountain. The expression on the Lamia girl's irritated face was a perfect mixture of surprise and mockery, as if she was thinking, wow, this kitty cat sure is a slow one. Her loosely wavy lilac hair and her snake-like eyes, which shone with the light of an unyielding spirit, were no different from that of the many girls like her that could be found in the villages of Daedalus, where many different races coexisted. However, a bronze shining plate was hanging from her slender neck, showing her identity as her adventurer. I don't. Is that legend really that well known? The young catman called Nino replied with an unpleasant look on his face. A bronze plate shines on his chest as well, just like the Lamia girl. They were members of the Rank 2 adventurer party Illsbladers, based in the neighboring Ills village. The young catman sword figure Nino was the leader, and the Lamia ice mage Aten was the sole woman of this party. Though they were not present at the moment, the party had two other members, the lizardman warrior Cradle and the harpy archer Harry. Adventurer parties that were based in their home village would normally not only operate just there, but also in some of the nearby villages. If a group of goblins is found near a neighboring village, they would provide support in hunting them down, and if an outbreak of medicinal herbs is found, they would help collect them as well. As usual, the request they had received this time was to join a neighboring village's vigilante team to form a response group to the recent sightings of a considerable number of wolf-shaped monsters named Windles in the vicinity. Although it is a relatively serious matter for the village, since there was a concern that their livestock could be in danger, it could be said that it was a relatively recurrent event, commonly happening several times a year. Those weren't the kind of quests an adventurer's party that has just become Rank 2 should worry too much about. They already were strong enough to simply take the time to enjoy a cup of tea and a friendly chat between members in the Adventurers Guild. Everyone in this village knows about it. Oh well, I guess I'll have to tell you. I heard this from a friend of mine. Whoa, it already sounds pretty unreliable. Aten began to narrate the rumor while glaring at Nino, who was pouring in a moderate amount of tea in his cup. If you get out of the east gate here, you'll see a small round mountain, right? The one on the other side of Galahad. Oh yeah, that's it. That's the rumored man-eating mountain. Both Nino and Aten were thinking of exactly the same mountain landscape. Its size made it more appropriate to call it a hill, and the reason it stands out is because it's quite isolated in the plains, but it has no other characteristics aside from that. So naturally, there should be nothing wrong with it, like the myriad other mountains out there. Did you know that a lot of villagers went missing on that mountain? Huh, so they must have been attacked by some kind of monster, right? But that's where you're wrong. What's with that accent? That mountain has fewer monsters than the others. It's even safer than entering the fairy garden, so even average villagers usually go there to pick edible wild plants and mushrooms. Ahem. Nino's reply was cut short there, but he still kept thinking about it. He remembered one of his friends in this village once shared a good amount of mushrooms from a request while boasting about having found a secret gathering spot. This friend was neither an adventurer nor a strong vigilante, much less a hunter with a lot of knowledge about mountain wildlife. He was just a boy, but his mushrooms proved that he had still obtained that much harvest outside the village. Well, that mountain certainly isn't steep enough for a lot of accidents to happen there. It was at most 100 meters tall, with a relatively gentle slope, and it didn't have steep cliffs or anything dangerous like that. More than climbing it, one would hike their way to the top of this quiet mountain. And yet, there's an amazing missing people rate of 5 per year. That's not a very average number, is it? That's right. It's a little strange because for 5 people to go missing in that poor excuse for a mountain per year. No one has even found their corpses yet, and that's pretty strange, don't you think? Well, though there may be only a few, there has to be some monsters up there. All it takes is a few dagger raptors to leave no trace of any missing person behind. Besides, if everyone realized how much of an unusual situation that was, as Aten described it, that mountain would have been already made off limits, or an investigation quest would have been issued in the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild back in the capital of Daedalus. The fact that it was all hearsay, and no one had done anything about it, yet was good reason to think that the mountain in question was actually safe, and the missing people were victims of bad luck. But there's that too. The old legend passed down in this village. Oh boy, this just gets harder and harder to believe. Nino's cat ears flopped down to evidence that he had no intention to hear any more of this, but Otten went on regardless. It's said that when that mountain disappears with the fog, you have to run away, for everything will be eaten. What? Don't tell me it's gonna be something like a massive swarm of locusts coming down from that mountain. Whoa, come on, Nino. Did you fall on your head or something? I'm a bit too surprised to see that you can jump to that conclusion with a straight face, though I can't say I'm too impressed. Do you think I'm stupid or something? Nino's protest came along with a threatening hiss, a sound commonly made by cats and cat people when angered. However, Otten was already quite used to such a reaction. Rather, she was actually expecting it and simply laughed mischievously. Well, you're a swordsman. Swordsmen don't tend to have much to worry about, am I wrong? I do have a few things to worry about. Well, right now, I actually have a single huge worry. You mean that Kurono guy who has recently showed up in our village, right? Nyarko seems to be very interested in him. What did you say, just meow? Did any member of the party not know this already? Otten had said that just to tease Nino. Well, certainly our beloved Nyarko seems to have fallen head over heels for that man, but it was my first time actually seeing her so absorbed. Nyarko was a cat girl about the same age as Nino, and he came to develop Nino had secretly fallen for Nyarko, a cat girl about the same age as him whom he had grown up with in Il's village. In such a small village, everyone of the same age knows each other and are friends with one another. Therefore, everyone knew about Nyarko's love interest. At least, as far as Otten could see, Nyarko seemed to like this Kurono guy a lot. She knew her tastes, and being a woman like he as well, she felt her intuition to be 100% on the right track. Damn it, that guy, I can't stand this anymore. Burning with jealousy, Nino slammed his padded fist against the table as his words fiercely came out of his mouth. Once this quest is over, I'm gonna give that Kurono guy a piece of my mind. Are you sure? I'm kinda interested in that guy as well. I was thinking of asking him to carry my luggage when I see him. On that day, at that time, they forgot about the legend of the man-eating mountain like that. Would they really remember this legend if they were to visit the village now, 1 year later, on the 20th of the ice crystal month? For on that day, just as the legend says, the so-called man-eating mountain had suddenly disappeared along with a white fog. Section, you have to run away quickly. A crusader cavalryman that appeared with wounds all over his body. A green octopus-like monster that popped out of his mouth like a parasite. And above all, the red light in my left eye announcing that the time of the 5th test had come. In other words, a powerful rank 5 monster was soon to appear. It would be completely impossible for me to protect this village while avoiding any casualties all by myself. No matter how much I tried to think of a way to do so, there was no choice but to run away. Right, I understand. Let's start preparing for evacuation right away. Randolph's decision was quick. Neither of the villagers knew about the secret of my eye, but it was natural for Randolph and the other villagers to feel a strong sense of crisis after having seen what had happened right before their eyes. Randolph's high determination was made evident after immediately declaring that they would be evacuating the village without even stuttering. Should we escape to the nearest supply base for now? Ryan didn't seem to have any particular objections to evacuating the village. I had been wondering if he would insist on us staying here and fight to the end. But after being appointed chief of the vigilante forces, he has become somewhat more composed. I don't think we're facing an enemy that can be stopped with nothing but a stone wall. But we should escape to the Alsace fortress. I knew how strong trial monsters were. The best way to face a rank 5 monster is to wait behind strong walls for it to come to us. It's a bit far from here, but looks like we don't have any other choice, eh? Well, that fortress can accommodate all the nearby villagers, us included. I had caught only a glimpse of the Alsace fortress in a fragment of Sariel's memories, but it was enough to understand how large and sturdy it was. If the villagers could shut themselves in it, they would be definitely safe from harm. The question was whether I could defeat the approaching gluttony octo. Hey priest, do you know anything about this octopus-looking thing? I've never seen such an unpleasant monster in my life. I've never actually seen one before, but I've read about it in the guild. I couldn't say where the Adventurers Guild is. I would tell them all the information about monsters that I had right away. Since I always fought trial monsters, I remembered their details quite well, so I could share this information without a problem even if I don't have the actual documents at hand. The name of the monster is Gluttony Octo. It looks like a green octopus, so there's no mistaking it. It also seems that these monsters act in groups. The one that had come out of the cavalryman's body seemed to be quite small. I didn't know exactly how their ecology was, but it could be that either they lay eggs inside the host's body, or the younglings simply invade the body as part of their predatory behavior. Either way, it's a horrifying experience for the human host, but since it was relatively easy to defeat, the young ones don't seem to be very threatening. When they become adults, they grow 2 extra tentacles for a total of 6, and each of their tentacles reach a length of 10 meters. Whoa, that's pretty big. Yeah, and according to the record, it wasn't just a single adult that spawned all the younglings either. There are a few fully grown adults of the 10-meter class and hundreds of smaller 3-meter ones. If we include the younglings like the one we just dealt with, there might even be thousands of them out there. Wait, what? So more than a swarm of them, it looks like an entire army. The subjugation record says so. But now, these guys have no choice but to hope to thrive in a smaller scale. In the material I read, there was a good deal of detail about previous fights against the Gluttony Octos, unlike the missing details for the defeat of Lust Rose after the one who did it chose to remain silent. The Gluttony Octos had been defeated before, about 100 years ago. Back then, they had appeared in large numbers, mercilessly eating livestock, fields, people, and even eating everything else, such as houses and trees in the forest, quickly leveling them to the ground and turning them into wasteland. They were named Gluttony Octos due to their insatiable hunger for absolutely everything that stood in their path. After naming these monsters, the Spada army, seeing them as an urgent threat that had to be taken care of immediately, was finally dispatched. With their numbers and a solid strategy, the subjugation of the Gluttony Octos had gone smoothly, albeit with some costs. After driving them to some small, foggy mountain, which forced them to struggle harder, they somehow managed to annihilate them back then. They wrote that these monsters had a high resistance to physical damage due to their soft, slippery bodies, and that they could keep on moving despite cutting off their tentacles, but were susceptible to fire. Therefore, it seems that the basic strategy of the Spada army at that time was to have their sorcerers set them on fire to weaken them, and then the infantry would deal the finishing blow on each of them. Of course, it was also written that the elite Braveheart Knights, who could also wield flames thanks to their fire attribute martial arts, succeeded in killing them one after another without needing the support of a sorcerer. Perhaps one of these monsters managed to survive and reproduce in this area all this time. Tisk, and they have the nerve to show up after we've come to settle in this village. Indeed. If these monsters had shown up in the first fire month last year, they could have stopped the Crusaders' advance altogether. However, at that time, I wouldn't have known that there was margin for the final MPK tactics. I see, after all, they don't seem like the kind of monsters we can somehow manage to beat on our own. Okay, send word to everyone in the village that we'll be evacuating as soon as possible. This settlement didn't have a bell to announce emergencies like the one like Ill's village used to have. The only bell here was the one at the top of the church, and it was only used to tell the time. Yes, of course, but Priest Kuro. I have no other choice in this situation. I will fight. Be sure to evacuate everyone to Alsace Fortress. We'll engage the Gluttony Octos there. Are you sure about this? Don't worry about me. I was going to head that way either way. The cavalrymen that escaped the attack of the Gluttony Octos had arrived on the east side, in the opposite direction of Spada. In other words, it's like we're being driven towards Spada by the swarming enemy. If the Gluttony Octos instead decide to heading east towards the capital Daedalus, the villagers may be safe from danger, but it would be too stupid to stay in the village hoping for the best possible scenario to happen out of sheer luck. There was no other way but to evacuate until the enemy was completely defeated, just to be on the safe side. Thank you, but please be careful, Priest Kuro. We will have no choice but to use the help of the Crusaders once we're there. You should hide your face completely to avoid the risk of being recognized by the knights stationed in Alsace Fortress. I had nearly forgot about that very important point. Of course, if we evacuate to the garrison in Alsace Fortress, Baron Hermann would certainly be the one to take the lead at the interception battle. There would be Crusader eyes all over the place, and in the worst case, some of them could have seen me on the battlefield during the Galahad War. The coloring eyes alone won't deceive them. That's right, I'll get that ready. If there's anything at all I can do to help, just say the word. I thanked Randolph for always being so attentive, and then we started to set things in motion. Randolph immediately began to outline the evacuation plan to the villagers who had gathered here, and Ryan rushed to gather the rest of the vigilante forces to get them ready to evacuate and prepare for the upcoming battle. I would go back to the church and get myself ready, but before that, I had something to say. Ricky, Ursula. I turned to those two, who were once again by my side listening to my every word. I kneeled down to their height so I could look them straight in the eye and noticed a slight hint of concern in both of their young faces. Do you understand the situation? Yup, we know. A huge number of monsters are coming, so we'll be running away to Alsace. That's right. I will be escorting the evacuation, and if monsters come in, I will participate in the interception battle. So I will postpone our farewell for a little while. I realized that a grin had formed spontaneously on my face. For a rather strange reason, we were allowed to delay our painful and sad farewell for a short time. And both Ricky and Ursula seemed to feel the same way. A smile blossomed like a flower on each of their faces. All right, that's good. I hugged them as they jumped at me, burying their faces into my chest, which had a mixture of honest delight and an indescribable feeling of guilt swirling deep inside. I love both of you. Somehow, I had forgotten that they had asked me which of them I liked the most just a few moments ago. But since I would be granted a few more moments with them, I wanted to take the opportunity to settle this once and for all, and hope it will solve their differences. I cannot like either of you more than the other. I feel like you're my little sisters, and both of you are equally important to me. But in the end, I felt a bit frustrated that I could only say that. I had shared my feelings with honesty. However, was it correct to leave the rest up to them? Wasn't there something else I could do, something else I could say? So that's how it is in the end, isn't it? Yes, I think I already knew this, somewhere deep down. Their faces were still buried into my chest, so I couldn't see their faces. But I had this mysterious feeling that told me that they were probably crying. Ricky also loves Priest Kuro. I love you too. Saying only, thank you, I released them from my embrace. Sadly, we didn't have too much time to spend being emotional. Both of you, hurry up and get ready to leave the village. Okay, what about getting ready to fight? Yeah, that too. This too couldn't be helped this late in the game. After all, they're no longer just kids. Please lend me your strength. Yeah, Ricky will do her best. Let's go fight. You can count on my origin magic. After all, it seemed that the feeling that both of them were crying was just my imagination. They were smiling brightly and nodded cheerfully. Then they rushed to the church to pack up. After seeing them off, I said to myself, actually no, to Sariel, who was always on my back, motionless like a real doll. It's all kind of ironic, don't you think? Sariel responded to my sighing words without faltering. You fought so hard to escape the Crusaders, and now you're going to walk straight back to them. However, I was protecting the Sinclairians, and the enemy we're facing is a swarm of monsters. The situation is too different from that time. It's okay, this time I will. Still, my determination remains the same as at that time, stronger and tighter. I will protect everyone. Thus, I set out to Alsace to defend its fortress for the second time. Chapter 500. Kuro, the Black Knight. I haven't been putting on armor much until now, but now that I'm wearing this, I find that I can move rather well with it. As we headed for the 203rd colony, I found myself telling this to Sariel, who I was carrying on my back as usual, without actually knowing why. This is the regular piece of equipment for armor knights, so I believe its durability, maneuverability, wearability, and magical enchantment effects have been designed to exceed certain levels. So it's elite-level equipment after all, huh? The armor I was wearing was a complete set of the standard armor knight's full-plate armor, which was probably quite expensive. I was walking down the road where the snow has begun to melt in some places. We had already walked more than halfway there, and in fact, we would be arriving at our destination shortly. The full plate armor didn't feel as clunky as I had expected it to be, sure enough. It didn't feel as light as wearing just clothes, but it was lighter than its rugged appearance made it look like. With my strength, it really didn't matter if the armor's weight actually matched that of the steel it was made of. But still, it felt hard to believe it was so easy to move about and breathe with this thing on. It allowed for smooth movement of my limbs, and the steel covering my toes felt like a perfect fit even after walking for a while. Moreover, despite wearing a helmet that completely covers my head, it doesn't feel like it's suffocating me at all. It does restrict my field of vision a bit, but it's still not that bad. Well, it was made for combat after all, so it was designed to ensure as much visibility as possible. In addition to the long halberd on my right hand and a heavy tower shield on my left hand, which were the standard issue for armor knights, I had a longsword on each side of my waist, and 2 more crossed behind my back for a total of 4. And a spare halberd was also resting upright on my back, as if one could raise a flag on it. However, the most distinctive feature of my gear was not the fact that I seemed to be overloaded with numerous weapons, but that my entire gear, weapons and all, were completely dyed in black. Of course, this is the result of my blackening. For the Crusaders, the divine silver metallic look was probably the best, but now it's more about performance than looks. I had a rosary hanging from my neck as well, but since it had also been dyed black, it now looked like a poor excuse of a crucifix, hardly befitting a believer of the cross church. At any rate, the reason for me to be wearing such heavy equipment was to hide my face, rather than defending my body. Of course, I thought it to be a pretty unreasonable way to hide it, but there was really no other way to cover my face, so it would have to do. If I were to be asked to show my face, all I had to do was to open the helmet's face guard, revealing nothing but my face and my eyes, whose real color was already concealed by the coloring eyes I was wearing. The idea was to avoid revealing my black hair as much as possible. In addition, Sariel was also covering her face. Originally, religious habits used to have these white veil-like hoods called wimples, which would cover a nun's hair and neck. Having Sariel wear one that was slightly larger than her size would make it cover most of her face. Incidentally, this time I had given Sariel a weapon, just for caution's sake. She now had a rapier hanging from the right side of her waist. It was an elegant-looking weapon, made with pure mithril silver and adorned with a large emerald. It wasn't visible now that it was resting in its scabbard, but the blade had been enchanted with wind magic, making it a first-class weapon in appearance and performance alike. This rapier was actually the one Mashram was using when he attacked Ricky. It was definitely the best loot I got from that battle. However, a rapier is not a very compatible weapon for me, since I'm more used to dealing with swords that can deal massive amounts of damage, and not so much with finesse-oriented weapons. Besides, it would be a bit conspicuous for someone who looked like a mere crusader soldier to be wielding such a refined weapon. For that reason, I had it stashed in the church all this time, but it was finally time to make that rapier useful by giving it to Sariel so that she could have at least the bare minimum equipment. Even after having lost most of her limbs, Sariel still retained most of her tremendous fighting ability, as evidenced by the fact that she killed a huge armored bear with nothing but her unarmed single hand. Since she had lost both of her legs, she couldn't move freely, but if the gluttony Octos were to come at her, the rapier alone would allow her to be the last bastion to protect the villagers if things were to go south. However, if it comes to a point where we are swarmed by the enemy and Sariel were to be the only one remaining to defend the villagers, then our defeat would be almost certain, so it made no sense to rely on it from the beginning. Oh, there it is. After passing through a corner, a gray stone wall appeared in my line of sight. It may have been a supply base now, but it was no different from the Qual village I remembered. The Crusaders must have invested most of their resources in the construction of the Alsace fortress and did not put much effort into the defense in this place. Well, it was just a place that was on the way to Alsace fortress, after all. The villagers who were walking at the front were relieved to have finally reached our destination. Randolph, the head village head, was in charge of explaining the circumstances to the Crusaders. I was at the end of our caravan, like some kind of rear guard. For the time being, It was up to Randolph's bargaining and acting skills to decide whether or not we would be granted refuge there, so all I had to do was to get ready for the enemy's invasion. Looking back, all I could see was the quiet scenery of the road stretching under the blue sky. There was no white fog and no disturbing shadows lurking around, and my left eye wasn't giving off any reaction yet. I wish this was all we had to do to avoid this crisis. Shortly thereafter, and thanks to Randolph's ability to negotiate, all of the villagers, even me, despite my suspicious-looking black set of armor, were allowed to stay in the 203rd colony. Although it was supposed to be a supply base, the truth was that it was still a village with a large warehouse on one of its corners. In the first place, the only thing that would ever attack this place would be wild monsters. The Spada army had no way to bypass the Alsace fortress in order to launch an attack here, and the most worrisome remnants of the Daedalus army were said to have been nearly completely wiped out before the Galahad War. Though it was publicly regarded as one of Sariel's achievements, the former seventh apostle told me that all she did was to annihilate any rebels that would sporadically get in their way, and that she wasn't trying to engage her enemy's main unit or anything of the sort. Apparently, the true goal of the rebels was to rescue the royal family who had been held prisoners in the White Sacraments Fourth Research Institute, built at the ruins of Media. But unfortunately, it seemed that their plan hadn't gone so well. Though the place wasn't particularly well guarded, the fact that the eighth Apostle I was among the adventurers hired for the location's defense proved to be the rebels' downfall, despite their attack having been on the scale of 1,000 men strong. Even a couple thousand rebels wouldn't have been much of a problem for someone like her. Not only was she outrageously good, but she was an apostle to boot. Anyway, since this supply base had no fear of anyone trying to attack it, its only means of defense were the same old stone walls it had back when it used to be Qual Village, and it was said to have been enough for this place to remain safe to this day. This place also doubled as a colony, taking advantage of its fertile soil to produce food. It seemed that half of the people that had left their homeland of Sinclair were now occupying colonies, much like Randolph and the others, while the other half, most of them family members of the Crusader soldiers, was working at Crusader supply bases just like this one, as well as Alsace Fortress. Due to the fact that it had a stone wall to defend itself, as well as the secondary role of a supply base, it seemed to be much more important than the 202nd colony I've been living in thus far. Taking a good look at its buildings, I noticed some of them near its central square were 4 stories high. There also were some decent-looking inns that had nothing to envy the Adventurers Guild, and a good number of shops on its main street. I had visited the place once known as Qual Village only a handful of times, but it now seemed more developed than the village I remembered. The Crusaders' ability to rebuild this place, even after most of its buildings had been reduced to ashes in that scorched earth operation, was astonishing. Its church was much bigger than the one we had in the 202nd colony, about twice as large. Had we had a church this big back there, Riki and Ursula could have each had a room of their own instead of having to share the same room, and Sariel and I wouldn't have had to sleep together all this time. It almost made me want to complain to the Crusaders' general commander to have him improve the conditions for the place we had called home these past few months. As I had those trivially envious thoughts, I realized that I had become completely used to living in the church. At any rate, the colony's buildings themselves weren't the things I had to concern myself about at the time. How many soldiers are here? There's a company of about 100 regular soldiers, then a platoon of about a dozen armor knights, a handful of Pegasus knights for emergencies. They're all supposed to be rear units, so none of them could be considered elite. We have just the minimum defense here. When I quietly asked someone that, I got a very detailed reply. If they were my opponents, I believed I was strong enough to win a battle against them all by myself. Since some of them could potentially escape, it would still be very unlikely that I would be able to bring them all to the ground, though. But it wasn't a big force. At first, I thought I would be able to find some relief in the fact that there would be forces here I could rely on in case of an emergency, but now I was just disappointed that these would be the allies I'll get when the time to meet the approaching Gluttony Octos finally came. I had never imagined that I would find myself fighting alongside the Crusaders, but there was no other way. I had to use whatever resources I had at my disposal, and they had a military obligation to protect their own people. I could only hope that their best efforts would be good enough. At the very least, I hoped that they would be able to protect our villagers, as we were part of this 203rd colony for the time being. The evacuation itself had been very taxing for all the villagers, especially the small children. Their legs would go on for only so long, and trying to overdo it could have jeopardized our evacuation. Considering how far we've walked, we should reach the next village on our path in a single day. By simple calculation, it would take us a total of 4 days to reach the Alsace fortress. After being occupied by the Crusaders, each of these villages had been turned into colonies and assigned a number. Here in Daedalus, the former villages of Ils, Qual, Hezit, Watt, and Alsace were lined up along the same road in that order towards the east. We have spent the whole day traveling between Ils and Qual, so we would be arriving in Alsace on the night of the 23rd of Ice Crystal Month. The reason why I could think about such things, even though I had basically entered a Crusaders' supply base, which was the same as having infiltrated an enemy base, no one really paid much attention to me. For the time being, they were content with believing that I was a priest who also acted as a knight, to help evacuate the villagers on behalf of the deceased former priest. Though right after entering the base, I could feel the eyes staring at me, probably because I was wandering amidst the local villagers, trying to position myself so that I wouldn't come into contact with the Crusade soldiers on guard duty. But even then, no one said anything like, "Hey, you, the suspicious Black Knight there, stop for a moment." Perhaps Randolph was able to provide a good explanation. Either that, or perhaps the Crusaders had no time to spare interrogating a slightly conspicuous Black Knight. After all, they had been completely defeated by the Spada army, and now they were up against a large army of monsters. I guess the Crusaders would feel like this would be like adding insult to injury. And even though I wanted to find pleasure in the Crusaders' misfortune, I couldn't. We were all stuck together in the upcoming battle. Section. Hey, priest, you up already? Wait, have you stayed up all night? Before I realized, it was already dawn. The deep darkness of the night had already begun to fade and brighten, and we would soon be able to greet the refreshing sunrise. Good morning, Ryan. I did take a nap. People in these lands would normally get up very early in the morning, but Ryan was even earlier than usual. He was already clad in a standard set of heavy armor and seemed ready for battle. Oops, Yuri is still sleeping, isn't she? I'm already awake. Good morning. It might have looked like I have flumped into a bench in the middle of the square to nap while still wearing my black armor, but Sariel was still clinging to my back as usual. She was a remodeled, enhanced being just like me, so even though she had lost her powers as an apostle, she still possessed a great deal of physical strength and stamina. We had enough power in my body to run non-stop all the way to Alsace without needing to sleep on the way, so even if all we did was take a short nap, neither of us would be tired. Hey, it's still a long way to go. Are you sure you shouldn't be having a good night's sleep? However, Ryan, who wasn't aware of Sariel's superhuman capabilities, had an understandable concern. As they say, ignorance is bliss. So, what are you doing with all those weapons on you, priest? Are you going to open a weapons store for soldiers? I had a large number of weapons spread out in front of me. They were separate from the ones I would be using, and included a sword, a spear, and a bunch of arrows. Now that Ryan mentioned it, it did look like I was setting up a shop. It's a little experiment. Experiment? Yeah, I was wondering if I could enchant these weapons with the fire attribute. We already knew that the Gluttony Octos were vulnerable to fire, so trying to add fire properties to our weapons was only natural. Weren't you able to make swords explode, priest? Well, I was thinking about making something you guys could use instead. As Ryan said, I could give a red-hot blackening to my original blade, turning it into essentially as good as a powerful rocket launcher. And even without it, I could always use my grenade burst. And in the worst-case scenario, I could always rely on unleashing black flames of the pseudo-fire attribute. But Ryan and the other vigilantes still needed to have a means to wield fire. Unfortunately, there were no sorcerers among the 202nd Colony's vigilantes. Those with knowledge of magic would be given a warm welcome, and we would attempt to recruit them. I've just finished these prototypes. Please give them a try later. Whoa, thanks. So, how do I make this black sword burst into flames? With a big smile, He was already picking up the prototype sword in front of me and swinging it lightly. It looked just like any other sword I had blackened in the past, but I had been doing a bit of fiddling with its internal structure. The blade will ignite after receiving a certain amount of impact. But don't do it yet. Whoops, sorry. Ryan, who was already just about to hit the cobblestone floor with the sword, successfully managed to bring himself to a full stop right before the blade made contact. Once it catches fire, it'll stay lit until it burns out. I had applied the same red-hot blackening as with the usual blast blade. However, I had made adjustments in both its maximum power and the amount of said power that was to be unleashed at a time. The standard enchantment used for a blast blade creates a very powerful black flame that is contained within the blade, which is to be unleashed all at once, causing an explosion which allows for the enchantment's maximum destructive power. Of course, this also causes the blade itself to shatter into pieces at the same time. But these weapons I just enchanted would continuously and steadily emit the black flames instead of letting them all out at once by reducing the output of combustion. Once the blade was ignited, it would continue to burn until its fuel, that is, the pseudo-fire attribute that I had applied to the blade, was completely consumed. A real magic sword would probably be able to make fire just by swinging it, or could even be activated simply by its wielder's will. But I didn't know how such swords worked, and even if I could, I wasn't sure I would be able to give them such level of control. My magical ability wasn't enough to make them like that. The best I could do was to make these weapons catch fire when they detected an impact on the blade. To put it simply, this sword was basically a match. That's how simple its structure was, but it was way too cool to be just called a match sword, so I thought of a better name for it. I call it the ignited sword. So it's basically a single-use weapon, huh? I'm sorry, this was the best I could do with the little time we had. Besides, I have zero skills as a blacksmith. If I could easily forge magical swords that could unleash flames, I would have established the Kurono Magic Weapons Company a long time ago. Though I have studied the Eternity spell, I even managed to use it once. This was back when I was trying to enhance my blackening ability in the Adventurers Guild in Alsace Village. Back then, I didn't fully master Eternity, so I had Mo write it down for me. And now I had the knowledge to be able to use Eternity thanks to Nell's magic lessons. For both that and the Force Boost, I really don't know how I could ever thank Nell. Really? I see. Ah, now that you mention it, I have this friend. He's a dropout from the Magic Academy, but I remembered that he used to be into some shady business using that Eternity spell, which was about the only thing he could do. It seemed that he would use that spell to make a living for himself. However, not everyone is a first-class magic user, or perhaps should I say that there's only a handful of them in the entire world. But those who can only master one or two spells, regardless of how weak they are, will find it useful in both their daily lives and work. And since there were so many of these kinds of magic users, magic is pervading in this world even at the level of daily routines. Well then, thanks for this sword. I'll put it to good use. If something goes wrong, tell me immediately. I'll try to adjust it, but if it doesn't work, I'll just throw them all away. Hee, I'm sure it'll be fine. Besides, it's much cooler than fighting with a torch in one hand. Then, the sudden rattling noise of armored infantry running interrupted our conversation. It was a metallic sound that repeated itself over and over again. This meant that the heavy knights had started marching in groups. Good morning, people of the 202nd colony. A group of heavy knights crossed the central square and walked straight to us. Seeing that there were about 10 of them, this seemed to be the platoon for base defense that Sariel was talking about earlier. The knight at the very lead of the group greeted us. I wondered if he was the captain of this platoon. However, rather than looking like that of a rugged gorilla, his face was rather fair, and he had the looks of an aristocratic young man. He wasn't wearing his helmet yet, so I could clearly see his face, which was adorned by a beautifully arranged side-parted golden hair and a pair of glasses that gave him an intellectual look. He somehow reminded me of Will. Sorry for the sudden request, but you over there, could I take a look at your face? My heart started racing all of a sudden. It seemed that the cat was out of the bag already. Well, after all, they were going to get suspicious of me sooner or later. The knight captain with the side-parted golden hair and smart glasses had already seen my true identity. Or at least that's what I gathered by his confident looks and fearless smile. Well, there was nothing I could do about it at this point. I reached for my face guard, but before I had actually opened it. "Why you your Cliffs?" "I knew it, it's really you, Ryan." Ryan had turned around to meet this aristocratic knight with a rather unpleasant expression on his face, which soon turned into an ironic smile after having recognized him. So he wasn't trying to take a look at my face after all. "Whoa, it's been quite a long time, hasn't it, Ryan? I never thought I would meet you again in a place like this." "HMPH, what are you doing in a place like this?" "Well, I'm officially a knight. So it's only natural that I'd take part in this expedition, this holy war all over Pandora." More than a crusader fanatic, he sounded like he was bragging about his own accomplishments. While the average crusader would believe that the invasion of Pandora was a holy duty they had to fulfill for their god, many like Cliff here would see it as an opportunity to attain glory and profit. "What about you, Ryan? You came from the 202nd colony, right? Don't tell me you've become a simple farmer, because that means you've really fallen from grace." "Shut up, stop blabbering about things you know nothing about." "No way, for real." "Haha, that's a shame, a real shame. I pity you from the bottom of my heart. Are you wearing that armor to reminisce on the good old days?" "Ha ha ha." Cliff pointed at the Crusader's heavy knight armor that Ryan was wearing while forcing a laugh. "Oh yeah, what about you then? You probably bought that armor dirt cheap from some cowardly deserter. I'm sure that's the only way you could have turned into a knight. Looks like the Crusaders will take any armored fool to fill their ranks." "Why you? How dare you insult an honorable knight?" "Haha, but your very existence is an insult to honorable knights. I have never seen a scene that called for the expression, like cats and dogs, more accurately than this one." The air between them had become extremely tense. "Pull out your sword, I challenge you to a duel." "You fool, you know that using our weapons for private stuff is off limits." "Ah, so you do feel intimidated when you have to face a real knight in battle, huh? Come on, can't you see I'm being considerate here? I'm just trying to help an old friend like you to save some face. Besides, I'd feel awfully bad if I ended up beating you with a single strike again." That was ages ago. Why, you keep running your mouth as usual, I see. "I can't take this anymore. I'll punish you for your impudence right here and right now." I thought about asking Ryan to consider not taunting him any further, as Cliff was already so heated up that he looked like he was about to pop. But I changed my mind. "Stop it, Ryan." "Oh, come on, priest. This is between this poor fool and me." The sentiment of wanting him to stop hadn't changed, but the words I used were different. Rather than asking him to stop, it came out more like a warning of sorts. After all, we had no time for silly disputes. "Look over there, the fog is coming out." A thin, white mist started to drift in, as if crawling on the ground. It was so thin, so close to the ground, that no one would have taken notice of it. But this was probably just a portent of what was to come. This now insidious fog would surely gain momentum and grow big enough to swallow all of this 203rd colony under our very noses. It seemed that those things were already reaching out towards this place. "Hurry up, the enemy is coming." Chapter 501, Battle at the Supply Base. "Hurry, the fog is getting thicker every passing second." "Okay, everyone ready. The first unit is setting off." This was a busy morning in the 203rd colony, with people going back and forth. The entire village was covered by a faint white fog. The church bell, which marked the beginning of the day, had not yet rang. Still, the villagers had gotten up very early, and only the children should still be in the land of dreams. However, in the face of the fog that signals the invasion of a terrifying monster army, all of the villagers' drowsiness had completely vanished, and everyone was on the move as quickly as they could, even if it was simply to run away and live another day. "Listen, we have a duty to protect this stinking base. Those things will start appearing in this village any time now, so don't dilly-dally and come with us quickly." With a loud voice, Ryan started talking to the fully armed members of the Vigilante Corps that were standing before him. Whether the enemy attacking the village was human or monster, it was up to its knights to protect the village from harm. And almost automatically, the Crusaders stationed at the supply base would act as rear guard to help stop the incoming enemy. However, it wasn't clear if the inhabitants of this 203rd colony were planning to evacuate to the Alsace fortress with us. We had yet to determine if the magnitude of the enemy's invasion would really warrant evacuating such a large number of people. At first glance, since we had a good number of soldiers on our side, we seemed to be more inclined to believe that we could actually stand our ground and repel the enemy. At any rate, we should be fine as long as we don't get in the way of anyone's plans to run away. If they wanted to run, they could come with us, and if they wanted to stay, they could suit themselves all the same. I didn't feel so close to the Sinclairians to personally urge them all to escape this place. Yuri, if the time comes, I'm counting on you. Yes, brother. I told that to Sariel as I sat her on the tray of the carriage that would be departing last, making sure that she still had the wind rapier I gave her. The tray was loaded with the very little luggage the villagers from the 202nd colony had brought along, and the remaining space was left for the mothers with small children and babies. Ted's beloved daughter Eva, for whom Sariel and I had performed the birth ceremony, was among them. I had originally planned to be carrying Sariel on my back as usual, but the situation this time around was very different. Ricky, you go with the vigilantes. I'll stay here. Hua, if Priest Kuro is staying, Ricky wants to stay as well. I want to make sure what we're dealing with here. Getting ourselves surrounded is a possibility, so I need you and the vigilantes to not be around me. But that's too dangerous, Priest Kuro. I'm just going to check the situation for a bit. I'll be fine. I'll retreat immediately and join you guys. And even if I end up being surrounded, I'm sure I can break through them by myself. Though I had already gotten some info from our last encounter with that single gluttony octo, it would be best to stay and fight them for a bit. There was a chance we could discover another weakness aside from fire, which could lead to finding more effective ways to deal with them. We could also learn something new about our enemy's abilities. We would be making our real stand against the gluttony octos once we arrived at Alsace Fortress. In the meantime, I wanted to collect as much information as possible. I no longer have Sue here with me, so I had to do the intel gathering myself. Besides, there was probably no one who could do it safely by themselves other than me. And, sorry, Ursula, but could you stay with me? No way. Why can Ursula stay and I can't? I felt bad asking this of Ursula, but Ricky quickly jumped in, seeming terribly dissatisfied with my request. Stay quiet, Ricky. Priest Kuro chose me. Why? Why won't Priest Kuro choose Ricky? Ursula had a triumphant smile on her face for some reason, while Ricky was clinging to my leg, seemingly about to cry. But this wasn't a matter of personal preference. I would have to explain myself. Calm down, everyone. And Ursula, there's no need for you to fan the flames. Listen, she's the only one who can provide magical support. I want to try and see if the origin magic spell, Drain, works on them. Besides, Ursula has no prior combat experience. Though she'd be put in a very dangerous situation here, she could use the experience. Weighing the risks, I had decided that it would still be better for her to fight the enemy here first, instead of straight up throwing her into the big battle that we would have at the Alsace fortress with no battle experience. I wished they didn't have to fight in the first place, but the enemy was a horde of rank 5 monsters. This was going to be a full-blown war. Though they weren't adults yet, I still had no choice but to consider them part of our forces. You're already experienced on the battlefield, Ricky. I saw how well you managed yourself when you fought those goblins, so I know I can rest assured, leaving the defense to you. Is that so? I almost unconsciously started to stroke Ricky's head, with her having become as cheerful as a puppy that had come asking to be petted, but I stayed my hand. Neither of us would feel comfortable with that, considering that I was wearing a clunky metallic gauntlet. Of course, even if you run away, the enemy may catch up to you, so stay on your toes at all times. Yes, leave it to Ricky. For the time being, I made sure to give Ricky one of the prototype ignited weapons I had made. Ricky's main weapon was a heavy knight's halberd. Since it was a single-use weapon, I also gave her an extra long sword and some daggers. As soon as you find yourself needing to draw this weapon, be sure to be on the lookout for replacements shortly after having started using it. The fire these weapons create should give you enough time as it will keep the enemy away. Also, when you use those daggers, they're going to get really hot very quickly, since their blades are short. So you should use them as throwing knives instead. Thank you. Ricky received the weapons with a smile. Though she wasn't very good at studying, I was well aware of her proficiency in combat. I was sure she'd put these weapons to good use. What about you, Ursula? Are you okay? There's no need for you to force yourself to stay here if you're scared. I understand. No, I'm okay. I'll definitely live up to your expectations, Priest Kuro. Ursula finished her enthusiastic response with a HMPH. I figured she was entitled to be scared. After all, she was still a kid, so I wouldn't force her to stay here and fight if she wasn't really up for it. But I was also glad to hear she was staying after all. I knew firsthand how amazingly strong her magic was. This isn't about making me feel proud, Ursula. If things go south, I'll carry you out of here if I need to, so all you need to do is stay calm and use your magic. Staying focused is important when fighting with magic. Leave it to me. Ursula was smart. Our usual conversations during training breaks made it abundantly clear that she remembered every word I would say during any training session, all of my instructions and warnings, and even the trivial stuff. I was sure that this last bit of advice I just gave her was already embedded into her brain, so I had nothing more to say. Finally, I handed a single ignited dagger to Ursula as a charm. Magic users didn't need to have a weapon on them, but holding this knife could help her tighten her focus. Okay then, let's go. Thus I parted ways with Sariel and Ricky and headed for the stone wall joined only by Ursula. Whoa, it's getting harder and harder to see anything here. Our field of view was completely white. The fog was getting considerably thick at this point. Ursula and I, along with the Crusader archers and sorcerers, were waiting for the enemy to arrive at the stone wall. I wasn't sure how many of us knew that the enemy was an army of green octopi, or that they were weak to fire. But for the time being, I saw torches shining brightly all over the place, and the archers were getting flaming arrows ready, so we seemed to be properly prepared to meet the enemy. The walls here were almost 5 meters tall, which made for a reasonable defense for a village like this, but was tremendously poor compared to the fortress. Moreover, having recently defended the great walls of the Galahad fortress, which boasted a height of 50 meters, made me feel like these walls were a joke in comparison. I was also worried about me fighting in disguise among Crusader lines, but the soldiers' curiosity didn't seem to go very much over the occasional glimpse directed my way, and none of them said anything to me in particular. Cliff, the captain of the heavy knight squad, who had been quarreling with Ryan a few moments ago, was currently positioned right below us, guarding the village's main gate. He had said to me, "I heard you're an adventurer hired by the village. Well, feel free to do as you please as long as you don't get in our way." So I figured that he didn't feel particularly inclined to pay too much attention to me at all. And he would probably raise as much as an eyebrow regarding Ursula's curse, that is, her use of origin magic, during this battle. No one would complain about the nature of their magical support when their own lives are at stake. Priest Kuro, are they really coming here? Ursula revealed her doubts as she stood beside me. Some time had passed since we arrived here. And yet, the surroundings were extremely quiet, and I didn't feel like a large army of monsters was approaching. At the very least, when Greed Gore's monster army began to move in the Ischia Hills, they had a very strong presence. Don't let your guard down. The enemy will definitely come here. My left eye's reaction was proof that a trial was drawing near. It had been a long while since the last time it shone like this, but its reactions were never mistaken. That's why I was absolutely sure that the rank 5 gluttony octos were coming here. But then, a thought crossed my mind. What if the gluttony octos ignored this village and targeted the villagers that had evacuated a few moments ago? The usual behavior of a man-eating monster made it hard to think that they would skip past this village, since villages like this tend to have lots of humans and other things they could consume. To them, this village was like an all-you-can-eat buffet. However, what if the boss of these gluttony octos was smarter, or had more insight than the rest of them, like Slothgill was? Then it could consider going for the villagers that were evacuating, which were easier targets, and leave this village, which was protected by a wall, for later. And no way. Then, as the dreadful image of the 11th Apostle's cruel smile appeared in my mind, a terrible roar shook the village. Kioea. It was a strangely high-pitched, metallic, eerie roar, which was completely different from that of beasts or dragons. It was more like a collective roar from hundreds or thousands of the same monsters, and the dissonance they created was deafening. Unintentionally, Ursula closed her eyes and covered her ears. And that wasn't just her reacting like a normal child would, because looking around me, I noticed that many of the Crusader soldiers were having similar reactions. Such a large chorus of unpleasant roars, which made goosebumps run all over my body, finally announced the arrival of the Gluttony Octos. But where were they? After focusing all of my senses to explore the area beyond the veil of white fog, the answer came in an instant. There above us. Shadows were wriggling at the other side of the fog. The next moment, they started coming down like rain. A rain of monsters came down from the sky and landed in the village. And they were falling onto the top of the stone wall where I was standing as well. Naturally, since they came from the sky, a stone wall wouldn't have been of much help. Tisk! A nearly 3-meter-long green octopus was coming down on me with its huge mouth open. So I had to prioritize dodging over dealing a preemptive strike. I immediately held Ursula close to me and tried to jump backwards, but the narrow top of the stone wall wouldn't let me. Since there wasn't much space to dash around, the only thing I could do to try to get out of harm's way was jumping off the wall. Grenade burst. After throwing myself from the top of the stone wall towards the village side, I unleashed an attack on the octopus that had tried to eat me as soon as I began to fall. This octopus looked exactly like the youngling I had seen the day before, as it had 4 tentacles. But this one seemed to be about 3 meters long. Also, to note another difference, its tentacles seemed to be covered by a thin membrane that fluttered like a frill. Then, despite the octopus having come really close with a remarkable aerial descent, it failed to properly react to my grenade burst unleashed at point-blank range, which resulted in a direct hit. Just before I touched the ground, the octopus' creepy and slippery emerald green body was completely engulfed in red and black flames. Ursula, are you okay? Why, yes, I'm fine. Not only had she been taken by surprise by me grabbing hold of her, but she also experienced a free fall of 5 meters. Ursula seemed to be a bit dizzy, but fortunately she hadn't been injured, though it had been a bit of a close call. Damn it, I wasn't expecting them to be able to fly. Perhaps more than flying, the membranes between their tentacles allowed them to glide by taking in the wind, like a ship's sail. Even so, it was hard to believe to see these octopuses as creatures that could soar the skies. If anything, those membranes should only help them swim faster. However, a quick look at our surroundings right after landing revealed that those octopuses were landing one after another. Our field of view was still greatly obstructed by that white fog, but I could still feel the countless signs of monsters and their ferocious killing intent. The swarm of Gluttony Octos didn't even bother trying to hide their presence as they descended upon us. The wet and heavy slamming sound that echoed all over the place had to be the sound they made as they landed. Yua! Damn, they're coming from above Guaya. The soldiers' screams could be heard from the top of the stone wall. We had assumed that they would come swarming by land, so they coming from above instead had taken us completely by surprise. Those who were our first line of defense were already in a panic, since the enemy had completely bypassed the stone wall the moment they showed up. Ursula, stay close to me, black calm. With the speed and flexibility of a whip, a tentacle came rushing towards me from the other side of the fog. The tip of its tentacle was actually covered with a sharp, iron-like shell, and its vicious shape made me think that it could easily skewer a human body. More than a tentacle, it looked like some weird spear. But it was more troublesome than a regular spear, since the octopus could swing it around more freely thanks to the tentacle's motion. By the time I had finished making these observations, my own halberd had torn through its approaching spear tentacle and beyond, even slicing the octopus head in half. Fortunately, the rest of these guys' bodies were rather soft. The only part of their bodies covered by a shell was the tip of their tentacles. After spitting the octopus head in half, it couldn't do much more than wriggle about in panic until it stopped moving completely. Ugh, we're already surrounded. Quickly, form a circle. And what are the sorcerers doing? Quickly, do something to clear this fog. We can't see a damned thing here. Was that voice echoing all around us that of Cliff, the captain of the heavy knight infantry? Though he sounded a bit impatient, he also seemed to be better than expected at giving precise instructions for the situation at hand. Ooh, the fog has cleared up a bit. In what seemed to be the prized sorcerer unit, having finally begun to show their prowess in accordance with Cliff's instructions, a swirling surge of wind magic blew some of the fog away. It was impossible for them to dispel all of the fog covering the entire village, but they were powerful enough to clear away the fog surrounding the soldiers' immediate vicinity. I wondered if it was some kind of wind barrier that generates an airflow in all directions. But regardless of how it worked, it was the best support we had at the moment. And at the same time, the desperate truth about our current battle situation became clear as we managed to secure some visibility. As if the silence just before had been nothing but a lie, our once white field of view was now filled with unpleasant green octopuses. The stone walls and buildings were being swarmed by juvenile octopuses, the 50-centimeter variant that could enter an adult human's body. They were sticking to these structures as if the houses and walls had always been filled with green spots. Apart from those, the ones we see the most of were the medium-sized octopuses, measuring anywhere between 1 and 3 meters. A quick glance revealed that they were much superior in number to the smaller ones. They were crawling on the village roads, heading for the soldiers that had been deployed on ground level like any octopus would normally walk on the seabed. Looking up, I could see a lot of spear tentacles flying across the stone wall, indicating that a fierce battle had begun at its top. There were some screams, some blood splashing from above, and some soldiers falling headfirst from a distance of 5 meters into the ground below. Since the soldiers deployed at the top of the walls were mainly shooters, if an enemy wielding 4 spear-like tentacles were to suddenly appear in front of them, they wouldn't have been able to do much to defend themselves. Fortunately, however, the octopuses didn't seem to be very well coordinated. Their attack on the soldiers was scattered all over, and they would merely get anyone standing in their way so they could try to invade homes and warehouses in search of food, ignoring some of the soldiers in the process. Apparently, their huge numbers were all they had, and their cooperation as a group was rather lackluster. P. Priest Kuro, there are so many of them. However, it seemed that Ursula was still frightened to see that her surroundings were overflowing with monsters, not only left and right, but above her as well. Though it was understandable for her to be scared, since this was her first real battle ever. As she desperately clung to my leg, I instinctively covered her head with the tower shield I had in my left hand. Ursula, believe in your power. Don't worry, you can definitely defeat them with your power. These octopuses didn't seem to have any special ability or property that would completely nullify the effects of the drain spell. If Ursula could manage to use that spell like she had normally had during our training sessions, these guys should not be a match for her. Keep calm and start aiming for them starting from the closest one and keep going from there. I won't let any of them get close to you, so you can simply focus on your attacks without having to worry about your defense. Okay. The air around Ursula started to feel a bit different, perhaps because she was finally ready. After having been by her side for about an entire week training with her, this feeling was already familiar to me. It was the slight spine chill that I would feel right before Ursula unleashed her origin magic. Here I go, Priest Kuro, White Yaksha Princess Anastasia. Then, the shape of a large woman appears instantly, and without making a single sound. Her body was white, and her long hair seemed to fade into the mist that filled the area. Although she looked like an immaculate white statue, beautiful enough to be displayed in a museum or a royal palace, the 2 horns that sprouted from her head gave her a terrifying look. That's why I named her White Yaksha Princess. The name Anastasia was something that came to mind the moment I saw her for the first time as well, and Ursula seemed to like it. In fact, this had been the first time that I had actually seen the entire body of White Yaksha Princess Anastasia up close like this. The only training I did with her was to practice defending against those dreadful drain attacks she would unleash, so I never had a chance to fight her in close quarters. Now that I could see her up close like this, it made me feel anxious, as I unconsciously feared that I would be deprived of my magical power just by standing near her. But, as expected, Ursula had reached a level of control so high that Anastasia wouldn't affect her allies. So I wouldn't have any problem fighting by her side. Yeah. Hiding in the shadow of my tower shield, Ursula made her first blow with a less enthusiastic shout. There was no special power or skill. She simply commanded Anastasia's right arm to move, not to punch or hit the octopus in front of her in any way, but simply touching it gently instead. And by that gentle touch, the octopus vanished in an instant. Having come into contact with Anastasia's white fingers, its head started to make a boiling noise before melting away completely. Then, after its head was gone, its 4 disconnected tentacles fell limp onto the ground. Even for an insta-kill, the octopus end felt a bit too abrupt. This doesn't look as bad as I thought. It seemed that our little princess was satisfied with the feeling of having defeated that gluttony octo. Good job, now keep it up. Leave it to me. Ursula was finally starting to give her usual feeling of grandeur, probably due to her single-handed victory boosting her confidence. White Yaksha Princess Anastasia had 4 arms capable of unleashing Ursula's dreadful drain spell at the same time. Such power was enough to completely neutralize my grenade burst. She had no other special ability, but even so, not even the medium-sized octopuses were a match for her. As if making fun of these gluttonous monsters, the White Yaksha Princess was throwing her arms at every octopus that came near her, disintegrating them one after another as if she was consuming them. The gluttony octos didn't have hard scales nor high mobility. Anastasia, on the other hand, could swing her arms with such speed that not even I would be able to dodge them without putting all of my strength into it. A light tap was all she needed to make an octopus head to vanish, and her slapping motions brushed any tentacles away with ease. Her overwhelming offensive power was capable of making an enemy disappear with a mere touch, so I didn't even have to take care of Ursula's defense. The octopuses around us were falling like flies at a tremendous speed. However, their numbers seemed to be much higher than our annihilation power. The number of octopuses crawling down the street wasn't decreasing, and the walls and roofs of buildings were still being swarmed by them. And even more octopuses were still coming down from the sky. Og, stay strong, push them back. Cliff's orders echoed in the turmoil of the battlefield. Back when the gluttony octos began their attack, the battlefield was instantly thrown into a state of chaos, as we were shocked to see that the stone wall that was supposed to be the village's first line of defense had been completely bypassed by the enemy. So far, the only ones who have been able to defeat the octopuses rather comfortably were Ursula and I. And the rest of the soldiers here were struggling against tough, soft monsters that swords and spears do not work well. The infantry were being tragically skewered by the octopus's spear-like tentacles before being completely gobbled up by their horrifying maws, which were covered by sharp, round fangs. The heavy knight unit led by Cliff, on the other hand, couldn't be defeated that easily thanks to their superior defensive power, but they were still struggling to defeat them with raw physical power. Unfortunately, they seemed unlikely to have the might needed to break through the octopus's sheer numbers. Ursula, don't go too far ahead. I think I can kill a few more. Don't, we should hold our position for now. As it turned out, fighting with magic like this had left Ursula with a bit of extra time on her hands, so she was starting to get bored about not fighting at a faster pace. Though her bloodlust wasn't that strong yet, she was still able to follow my instructions obediently. She kept swinging with Anastasia's 4 arms with the same freedom and flexibility the octopus's tentacles had without moving from her position nor recklessly throwing herself at the enemy. This is bad, the wind barrier is starting to come apart. It appeared that not only the infantry, but the sorcerers were being gradually taken down as well. The frog was slowly but steadily closing in on us once more, and at this rate, we would soon be engulfed in that white darkness again. At first, we had secured visibility in an area of about 50 square meters around the main gate thanks to the sorcerer's wind barrier. But now, the area had decreased to about half. Perhaps several of our wind mages had already been killed, or had been driven to the point where they had to break off their focus on the barrier in order to defend themselves. If we were to lose our field of vision at this point, the soldiers here would be completely annihilated by the enemy. To be honest, Crusader soldiers dying wasn't something I would be particularly concerned with, but at this moment, I wanted to have as many allies as possible, so I would help them stay alive as much as I could. Ursula kept on making short work of the octopuses around us, and since I didn't have to worry about her defense, that gave me the chance to focus on providing cover fire for our allies. The area outside of Anastasia's range was well within reach for me thanks to my black magic. I didn't even have to worry about wielding a weapon, so I could devote myself completely to using my grenade burst over and over again, like a fixed grenade-launching turret. My grenades incinerated any octopuses that found themselves within their detonation radius. The fact that any houses caught in the blast would burn and collapse too was, well, slightly entertaining, to be honest. Wah! This isn't going anywhere. This is useless. Run away, run away. However, the support provided by Ursula and I proved to be in vain, since the Crusader soldiers saw any opening generated by it as a chance to turn tail and flee. Throwing their weapons, the infantry that was still on the stone wall rushed down to ground level and began to run away at full speed. Hey, what are you doing, deserting under enemy attack? You're Crusader soldiers. Get back to your posts and protect this base. If such a poor speech could have made them return to their posts, the soldiers wouldn't have fled in the first place. Even if they had somehow managed to muster their courage, it was clear as day that the top of the stone wall was already completely occupied by the swarm of octopuses, and that there was no realistic way to recapture it. Due to the infantry having escaped without permission, Cliff's heavy knight unit, which was still fighting hard, had no choice but to fall back to the rear. Though Cliff may have wanted to execute them for abandoning their posts in order to make an example out of them, there was no way he could spare any effort towards that. Even the heavy knights themselves were about to be completely overwhelmed by the swarm of octopus. Looks like this is as far as we'll go. No matter how hard I and Ursula fought, the two of us alone wouldn't be able to change the course of this battle. For the time being, since we still had the ability to stay relatively safe in our positions, we could afford to provide cover fire to allow for as many of our allies to fall back. Then we would be able to turn our offensive on any octopus that tried to chase over them. That was the plan, but then, as I thought about that, a light purple wind, which looked like a poison cloud, blew in from the sky, forming ribbons that circled in the air. I suppose I could describe it as a weak tornado. The purple airflow hit a group of soldiers that was running towards us and swallowed them all. Ah, it's hot, gwah. The field was suddenly filled with painful screams. But the true tragedy was being perceived by my eyes. It was the sight of humans being melted alive. The purple wind was actually a powerful acid, so it was like an acid breath. First, the white surcoats the Crusader infantry wore over their armor burned away and crumbled instantly. Then their iron helmets and chainmail melted away, as if they had been thrown into a blast furnace. At the same time as that happened, their limbs turned into a reddish-black goo and began to drip down like an egg yolk. The soldiers' agonizing expressions weren't visible for long. The moment the purple acid gas came in contact with them, it was as if someone had splashed water over a watercolor portrait. Being strong enough to melt iron in a matter of seconds, the acid breath hit their flesh directly, and since they had no magical defense, the infantry collapsed on the spot. They barely retained any semblance of having once been living human beings, and the ground beneath them wasn't covered in a pond of blood, but instead a gruesome pile of melted human flesh. I found myself turning away from that horrible sight. Though I had seen many men being cut down and burned to ashes, this was the first time I saw someone being melted away. But I had to see it. It was a horrifying way to die, but I had to find the source of this deadly acid breath more than anything. I see, that has to be one of the 10-meter variants. I ended up not having to resort to looking around me or sensing its presence. The shadow of a giant octopus was starting to become clear beyond the white fog. It was only natural to see such a big octopus right away. After all, it was standing upright, so it towered well over the village's stone wall. Well, it was still an octopus, so I wasn't sure if standing was the word, but it seemed to be fairly perpendicular to the ground. Its tentacles were as thick as those trees that not even a grown human would be able to completely wrap their arms around, no matter how much they tried to stretch out. The tentacles were arranged in a way that made the giant octopus look like a quadrupedal beast, but since they were devoid of joints, the octopus walked completely different from a beast. They wriggled about as the octopus advanced, though its head wouldn't sway. I kind of wanted to think about the mysterious ecology behind these octopuses and to try to figure out why they walked like that, but I had no time for that. I could only afford to think that it walked in an absurd manner as it easily crossed over the 5-meter-tall stone wall as if it was nothing but a low fence. Wait, there's 2, 3, 4. Damn it, this is hopeless. To make things worse, it wasn't only one. As they approached, I could see 4 of those giant octopuses looming toward us with an overwhelming presence. I saw the first 2 of them by simply looking straight ahead. Then, I noticed the third one by looking slightly away to the left. And the worst of them all was the fourth one, which was already behind me, right in the middle of the village. The fact that they had already invaded the village itself was proof that these giant octopuses could fly just like their smaller counterparts. Those are going to be a lot harder to deal with, even for Anastasia. That's right. What should we do, Priest Kuro? Well, we have no other choice, do we? I let out a sigh, and after coming to terms with my mind, I finished my sentence. We're running away. I carried Ursula in my arms and started to run away with all my strength. Chapter 502, like a gale. No, don't come near me, you're disgusting. While screaming, I cut off the tentacles approaching me with the halberd, and a second series of thrusts made mincemeat of the octopus head. Though it was softer than a goblin's, probably because it had no bones, it still seemed to have some power left even though I had no trouble tearing through its flesh. The green mucus that came out of it only made it look even more disgusting. These guys are bad news, they just keep coming. Standing right next to me was Ryan, the leader of the vigilante team, who was also wielding a halberd just like me. The villagers of the 203rd Supply Base Colony had been quick to escape, but the moment this fog that covered everything up to our knees came out, these octopus monsters called Gluttony Octos suddenly appeared and began to chase. Only the vigilante team, who was focused at the rear, was currently engaged in battle, so the monsters' tentacles had yet to reach the villagers at the front lines. We knew we could hold them off for the time being, but even though I wasn't very smart, I could tell that the situation would only get worse with each passing second. Hey, Ryan, what do we do? At this rate, we'll be completely surrounded. Shut up, I already know that. Keep up the pace, we'll hold them off one way or another. That's the only thing you should worry about right now. We continued to fight to the death before the swarm of octopuses that came rushing in, filling the road with their huge numbers. Despite their horrifying tentacles, none of us tried to escape. There was no other way. All of the families we had to protect were literally behind our backs. Right behind us was a carriage with children younger than me, and Sister Yuyuri was there with them as well. Priest Kuro had given Sister Yuyuri a very expensive-looking sword for self-defense, but I doubted she could use it properly with just her left hand. Even if she had all of her limbs, it was hard to picture an ephemeral little girl like Sister Yuyuri, who I as a woman wanted to protect with my life, being proficient with sword techniques. We are the only ones who can protect them. With that in mind, all of us wielded a sword, a spear, and a lit torch against the constantly increasing number of octopuses. At first, they only seemed to be coming at us from the road, but then I noticed that tentacles were starting to creep up on us from the forest on both sides of the road. I remember hearing the saying that war was in the numbers in class some time ago. I now understood what this meant. Oh, the fog. And the fog, which had only reached up to our knees so far, was now rising all the way up to waist level. When I left the village, I noticed that this fog came in from the ground, rising as if it were water from an overflowed river. At first, it barely reached our ankles, but when the villagers started leaving through the gate, it was up to our shoulders. And now, we could say with confidence that the 203rd Supply Base Colony, which should have been perfectly visible from our position, was surrounded by a huge mass of fog, as if a gigantic cloud had fallen from the sky on top of it. I was sure that even now, more of these horrifying monsters were still squirming around within the walls of the enshrouded village. In other words, this fog was the Gluttony Octo's habitat. Since the fog was still relatively low and close to the ground, we could attack them without much trouble. But the moment everything were to be covered in fog, the only way we could survive would be to shake the fog off and run for our lives. Hey, hurry up, get the hell out of here quickly. Following Ryan's barking, I noticed the caravan started to go faster, albeit slightly. However, I still didn't think we would be outpacing this fog anytime soon. So even now, we had no choice but to smash the enemy in front of us. Yeah. One of the octopuses crawling on the ground jumped up as dove down towards me like a cannonball. It had its tentacles projected forward, and its tips were sharp like spears that looked incredibly sharp. However, my halberd had a longer reach. I slashed horizontally with it as if to flick the octopus away. The halberd's axe blade easily removed one of its tentacles, and it went on cutting through its warped head, splitting it in half. As a result, the dying octopus fell behind and was swallowed by the incoming fog. It didn't seem like it would be coming back anymore. It wasn't that I was caught off guard, but repositioning my heavy halberd into a ready position was taking a lot of effort out of me. And yet, 2 new octopuses were now coming at me with their spear-like tentacles, looking to take advantage of my slight opening. I won't be ready to counter this. Ricky, are you okay? Don't be so reckless. What suddenly appeared in front of me from the side was a spear with red and black flames coming out of its tip. Having been pierced by the flames that burned more vigorously than that of a torch, the 2 octopuses let out a high-pitched scream. Thank you. While thanking Ted and Ryan's younger brother Todd for their support at the best possible time, I struck a blow to the octopuses, which were already in pain due to being on fire. Phew, I sure am glad Priest Kuro gave me the spear. Ted might have sounded a bit silly saying that as he wielded a spear on fire, but I still couldn't agree more with him. These octopuses wouldn't be stopped even if pierced by ordinary spears. However, if the spear is on fire, they would slow down a lot. They would wriggle and slam their tentacles on the ground as if they didn't have the power to fight back. Priest Kuro was truly a great person who could do anything, even create magical weapons. Even though he was not by my side, I still felt like he was protecting me, which made my chest feel incredibly warm. Damn it. I missed. My emotional moment was cut short by a sudden turn of events. More than Ryan's blunder, it seemed that the enemy's numbers had finally become greater than what we could handle. One of the octopuses had slipped through the vigilante's defenses and approached the carriage at the end of the line. It was about 2 meters tall. However, it was unexpectedly quick as it crawled on the ground as if it was swimming. All I managed to see was a faint silhouette dashing through the fog. Shit. I reached for the ignited dagger hanging from my waist and was about to pull it out, but then I changed my mind. The octopus was already right behind the carriage. Setting it on fire would probably cause it to thrash about, and that could end up making the carriage itself catch fire. However, I wasn't feeling shy about hitting it with an ordinary weapon. At this point, there was no safe nor reliable way to deal with that octopus except by attacking it directly with my halberd. Ricky's on it. Sorry, I'll leave it to you. I turned around and sped up. I was indeed closing the gap between myself and the carriage, but I felt like I wouldn't make it in time. Kaya. Along with the panicking screaming of a woman, the carriage itself started to sway around so much that it almost got toppled over. The octopus had stabbed the horse pulling the carriage with its sharp tentacles, causing a splash of red to spurt out violently from the other side of carriage, and the entire vehicle was thrown out of control. Due to the violent shaking, the carriage finally fell to its side on the ground, and the children on board were thrown out of it. Among them were Sister Yuyuri and Ted's wife, who had recently had a baby. Fortunately, the speed of the carriage hadn't been that high, and the height of the platform where they were all sitting was low above the ground, so the fall itself wouldn't have caused anyone any serious injuries. However, falling to the ground in this situation, when they had a man-eating monster heading straight towards them, was far too dangerous. After bringing the carriage to a stop, the octopus glided away from it and quickly threw its tentacles towards its prey. It would still take me a few seconds to drive my halberd into its brain. It was a brief moment, but it would be enough for that octopus to throw a small child into its maw. Nuo, Ivaa. Let go of my Ivaa. The prey chosen by the octopus was the smallest one it could find. Perhaps the fall had caused the little girl to be thrown off from her mother's embrace. The newly born Eva, Ted's daughter, who had been wrapped in a warm blanket after Priest Kuro and Sister Yuyuri performed a birth ritual for her in the middle of the night, had left her mother's arms and lay unprotected on the ground. The voice of Eva crying reached my ears. I wondered for a moment if the octopus could hear it in the same way I did. Either way, it stretched its tentacles straight to Eva and caught her without difficulty. Perhaps by chance, the tentacle's spear-like tip was caught in the blanket, so Eva wasn't stabbed. But the next moment, she would be thrown into a hideous cave-like round maw. No. Even if I run with all my strength, I won't make it in time. It will swallow her whole before I can get any closer. Phew. At that time, I felt that a white wind had blown through. As I felt the soft breeze stroking my cheeks, I saw her. I saw Sister Yuyuri pulling out her sword. After being thrown to the ground, she couldn't get back up since she had no legs. But instead, she had managed to sit up straight in a very imposing manner. Then, with her left hand, she pulled out the beautiful rapier adorned with a dazzling emerald from the right side of her waist. It was a simple motion, but it had been so beautifully executed that it made me shiver. Was she familiar with using a sword? Was she good? I couldn't put my impressions into words. The way she had moved the sword itself was much more sophisticated than anything I or the vigilantes had ever been able to produce. It had looked like a slow movement, but in reality, it was more like a flash. An ultra-fast sword movement that was done in less time than I took a step. Then, as the splendid silver blade, which was just as magnificent as its flashy decoration, was revealed, Sister Yuyuri jumped. It was impossible. Even though it had happened right before my eyes, I could not believe it. How was a human with no legs able to jump? The wind. Unusually for me, I immediately came up with an answer. If you don't have feet to propel you from the ground, you can use magical power instead. And the idea of wind magic could have come to my mind immediately because I experienced it firsthand when I fought against Dortos. A faint green breeze was blowing from the rapier in Sister Yuyuri's hand. The emerald green airflow generated by it carried her otherwise immobile body and gave it the freedom it otherwise lacked. As a result, Sister Yuyuri flew forward about 3 meters. I could see it happen and acknowledge it to be real, but it still felt like a dream. Due to her lack of lings, Sister Yuyuri's habit was too loose, and now her wimple was large enough to hide her face. I wondered if the violently fluttering white and navy blue fabrics wouldn't get entangled with each other. Then, she flew forward with the power of the wind towards the octopus that was on the verge of throwing Eva into its gaping maw. A flash of silver was drawn in the void. The way she had pulled the sword had been magnificent, and the motion of her wielding the blade had been very beautiful as well. In spite of myself, I found myself completely enthralled by it. Then a slash, which I hadn't noticed until I saw the tentacles that had captured little Eva all cut off, and the octopus screaming in pain while splattering green blood from its wounds. As I turned my gaze a little to the side, I saw Sister Yuyuri making a splendid landing. She was holding her rapier by the blade using her tiny mouth, as her left hand was busy holding Eva. She had freed her only hand right after cutting the octopus tentacles so that she could catch Eva before she could fall to the ground. That series of actions had been completely invisible. The only way to understand what had happened was to see its results and then guess the rest. It was as if I had witnessed the miracle of God happening right before my very eyes. But I knew that God had had no hand in this outcome. This had been possible purely thanks to Sister Yuyuri's own superhuman prowess. Air slash. After softly putting Eva down onto the ground, Sister Yuyuri took her rapier in hand again and unleashed her martial arts to deliver the final blow to the octopus. For some reason, the octopus's body was split into 4 pieces, despite the fact that the blade itself hadn't actually reached it. Then I realized. That was the famous Blade of Wind. Priest Kuro once told me of the lower-level spell, Air Sigita, which could create this blade of wind to tear through foes with. He also told me that reproducing similar effects with weapons would make it a martial art rather than a magic spell. I didn't know she could do something like that. I was at a loss for words. I was just standing there completely dumbfounded, as if there were no enemies left to defeat, looking like a total idiot. Eva. You're safe. Thank you so much, Sister Yuyuri. The first person to rush to Sister Yuyuri was Eva's mom. She lay softly on her ground, holding her daughter tightly in her chest, never letting go, and tears ran down her cheeks as she thanked her savior over and over again. It's dangerous here, let's make haste. Sister Yuyuri looked as cool as always as she gave her reply. She always had this expressionless look on her face, as if nothing ever impressed her. Even though we were under attack by a swarm of monsters, her face was mostly unchanged. It was as if she had no human emotions, and the series of movements she had just performed weren't something the average sister could do. I wondered if she was actually some sort of first-class sword fighter. Even though she had lost both of her legs and her dominant arm, she had managed to cut the monster down while keeping a cool face about it, and to rescue the baby without causing her so much as a scratch. I suddenly failed to understand her anymore. Who the hell was this person? However, the answer came in like a flash. That's right, of course she's going to be incredibly strong. After all, she's Priest Kuro's companion. I didn't have any actual proof of this, but I was convinced by this answer either way. So after all, Ricky won't do right. What am I even doing? Even this fight suddenly felt like it was for nothing. Ricky! I was in such a daze that it wasn't after a few eye blinks that I realized that Sister Yuyuri was calling my name. Her red eyes, which looked like those of Barbadian ascent but felt terribly different, were pointed straight at me. My yes came out low in spirits, and I involuntarily turned my eyes away from her gaze. I will help you as well. Why yes, thank you. My feelings of gloom were nowhere near to stopping. There was no reason for it to stop. Sister Yuyuri, who had no legs and no dominant hand, was arguably the strongest among all of the people here. It made my existence feel worthless. Air over blast. Another swing of her sword, and a strong green blade of wind blew through the road. As I turned around, I saw a number of octopuses that were approaching the vigilante forces being torn apart, their blood splashing everywhere. The blade of wind, which had shone in a pale emerald, was sharper than an iron sword. We could all easily see how easily it tore through their bodies, as if a block of butter had been sliced by a hot knife. Oh, the fog. Of course, we could all see it very clearly because the fog that filled the road was gone as well. The fog had been cleared away by the magical wind unleashed by Sister Yuyuri's blade, but it wasn't completely gone. Sister Yuyuri's air over blast had brushed away a large portion of the fog, but everywhere past a few dozens of meters away, which had been outside its area of effect, was still covered in that swirling white fog. Still, our visibility had improved considerably. Whoa, you're amazing. Way to go, Yuyuri. Ryan, who was honest to a fault, seemed to be a little envious rather than simply surprised. A sorcerer has come to help us. We can beat them now. Not only Ryan, but other vigilante members were on the same page. But in reality, I must have been the only one having mixed feelings about Sister Yuyuri's prowess. I was ashamed to admit that I couldn't bring myself to feel honestly happy that she had jumped in to help us. Air over blast. Without responding to the vigilante's joyful voice, Sister Yuyuri just continued swinging her sword. With a single swing, the fog in front of her was cleared and dozens of octopuses were cut down. The number of enemies that managed to sneak through her blade of wind to reach us was less than half of what it was before. The vigilante members split into groups of 3 to safely take down the remaining enemies. One would stab an enemy with their ignited lance, while another member would use a long-edged weapon, such as a sword or an axe, to cut deeply into its head. Their solidly coordinated work was the result of training with Priest Kuro and Chloe, and thanks to that, the octopuses were killed one after another smoothly. Thus, we continued to advance rapidly while dyeing the road with the octopus's fresh green blood. Miraculously, without any casualties on our side. Oh, the fog is receding. Soon, the fog would clear up. To our right was a quiet snowy forest, and to our left we could see a large mountain range, which seemed to be Galahad in the distance. But as we looked behind ourselves, the white fog continued to drift as if a cluster of clouds had fallen from the sky. Looks like they won't come after us if there is no fog around. I looked around the surroundings carefully, but I couldn't see any octopuses anymore. However, I had no doubt that they were still lurking in that fog behind us. For now, we would be safe as long as that fog wouldn't come this way. Phew, we managed to escape thanks to you, Yuyuri. With a refreshing look as if he had just finished a job, Ryan shared his joy about everyone being safe with the other vigilantes. We still had a long way to go to Alsace Fortress, but we had managed to survive those relentless octopuses' pursuit. We were entitled to some honest joy at this point. Hey, Riki, you worked really hard too. I'll tell the priest that you did a great job. Haha. Worked hard, a great job. Who, me? Can I really throw out my chest and accept Priest Kuro's compliments for what I've accomplished here? And no, absolutely no. I haven't accomplished anything. Hey, Ricky, what's wrong? What's with the grim face? Did you get hurt somewhere? Ah, that's right, I haven't suffered any injuries. What an easy battle it was. Even a sparring session with Priest Kuro would have made me break more of a sweat than this. I didn't even fight. All I did was keep myself alive. All while Sister Yuyuri saved us all. Priest Kuro's special someone. And without a shadow of a doubt, someone strong enough that he'd choose her as the one to remain by his side. I have no way to catch up at all at this rate. That day when I betrayed my own sister, I had made up my mind. I would chase after Priest Kuro. I would follow him to the ends of this world if I had to. Children can't be taken to the battlefield. I would follow him precisely because he said that. I would make sure I'd catch up to him and show him. I would show him that I wasn't a child and that I'm much stronger than ever. Strong enough to be by his side. I wanted to become strong. I had to be strong enough to be able to fight alongside him instead of just being a burden. I couldn't let myself be saved by Sister Yuyuri like that. But far from having become stronger, I was inferior to Beyond that fog, at the 203rd Supply Base Colony, she was still fighting side by side with Priest Kuro. And I couldn't help but wish we'd switch places. I felt so worthless I couldn't stand myself anymore. Go to hell. So I jumped out. I turned around and started rushing back to the village along the path we had conquered so far. Hey, Ricky, what are you doing? Come back. I could hear Ryan's screams calling me from behind. Perhaps he was not only trying to stop me and was actually chasing me. Naturally, I stopped. I was well aware of how stupid this was. But still, I couldn't stop these feelings of helplessness anymore. Ricky will do it for sure. Ricky will definitely follow Priest Kuro. I took up my halberd and jumped back into the monster-infested fog. Chapter 503. The wrong time to withdraw one. The Crusaders' defense finally collapsed in front of the swarming horde of gluttony octos. The 203rd Supply Base Colony had now turned into a pandemonium. Wow! Help! As I ran along with the fleeing soldiers, I heard someone calling for help nearby. When I turned towards its source, I found a fallen soldier who had been caught by a crawling octopus. His standard iron helmet, which was decorated with a cross, made a rattling sound as it rolled on the ground, as if it had come off when the soldier collapsed. His exposed face revealed that he was still very young. He looked like he was about 15 years old, and though that would make him a grown-up in this world, his face still had the innocence of a child and was full of fear. Bullet arts. He was definitely younger than me, at least. And I saw that I had a chance to shoot, so I took it in order to help him. I fired 2 rounds. The first one severed the tentacles that were latching onto the young soldier's legs, and the other one pierced the octopus head. Released from his terrifying restraints, the young soldier looked like he didn't know what had just happened, but he knew enough to realize that he had regained his freedom. Feeling relieved that he had narrowly escaped death, he quickly got back up on his feet. His fear had turned into tears, and his joy was made visible in his smile. Giga! But the next moment, a spear-headed tentacle pierced through his back, coming out from the middle of his chest. Using the barbed tip of its tentacle, which looked more like a harpoon, its owner sluggishly dragged its freshly caught prey, then quickly flung it towards the fog. Shit! I muttered this, hoping that my full-face helmet's thickness was enough so that Ursula, who I was carrying under my arm, wouldn't hear it. He had been a soldier of the Crusader army, my sworn enemies. I had no idea how many of these guys had perished in our many battles against one another, nor how many of them I myself had killed with my own hands. And yet, seeing this one-sided slaughter in front of my eyes like this sent a shiver down my spine. He was still a human being, after all. I couldn't help but wish I could have done more to help him. However, as if to ridicule my little good intentions, these octopuses showed me even more hell. Damn it. Before I knew it, we had reached the central square of the village. It was bigger than the one in our village and was surrounded by large buildings. And it was currently overflowing with villagers fleeing from the sudden invasion of monsters. And the octopuses, who can drop down anywhere in the village from the sky, had also gathered at this place. In other words, this square had turned into their feeding grounds. Kaida! I was hit by the deafening, heartbreaking screams of a woman. Looking around, I found what seemed to be a young mother and her baby being attacked. She was heading for a church, which looked more magnificent than the one we had in our village. Due to its sturdy build and its large chapel, the church seemed to be acting as an evacuation site for the fleeing villagers. Its main gate was still open, and several Crusader infantry and others, who seemed to be part of this village's vigilante forces, had gathered together to block the invasion of monsters while taking in refugees into the church. The young mother was only 10 meters away from running into the safety of the church, but at that moment, her ankles were entwined with green tentacles. Bullet arts. Thinking it wasn't too late yet, I reflexively set my aim. But right after that, a large shadow landed in front of my eyes. It was, of course, a green octopus. It was one of the medium ones, towering over about 3 meters above the ground, but this one was particularly plump. Its head was greatly bloated, and its 4 tentacles were thicker than the others of its kind. It bore its fangs from its round maw, letting out a menacing roar, and swinging its spear-headed tentacles in such a violent way that it reminded me of a kind of alien I had seen on a TV show back in my home world. Tusk. I didn't feel terribly threatened by this guy, but it had still taken me by surprise. Still, I brought down the halberd in my right hand into its humongous head before its tentacles could reach me. With that single blow, the octopus was split in 2 and slumped onto the cobbled ground. However, what I wanted to do was not to cut this guy down, but to save the mother and child who were about to be attacked a little farther ahead. I would ready my aim to fire my magic bullets once again, but it remained a thought. I didn't even get to move my arm. Ah! Ursula, who was still being carried under my left arm, let out a cute, but horrified quiet scream of surprise. "Don't look, Ursula." I turned around in order to block her view. What I saw beyond the bloodied remains of the bloated octopus was a desperate predation scene. The mother was already in the middle of being swallowed into the octopus, maw from her head down. Whether she was still alive or dead, I couldn't tell just by looking at her white legs bouncing limply as the monster continued to gobble her down. Right next to that scene, I saw several small octopuses of the 50-centimeter long kind flocking to the mother's baby who lay on the ground. I felt it was better for Ursula's mental health that she didn't see the baby's soft body being torn to shreds by the swarm of hungry small octopuses. Shit, damn it. I had been repeating those words for some time. It was too late to help anyone. Even if I could help them, it would be all for nothing. Even now, I couldn't make it in time to save that mother and her baby because my line of fire was blocked for an instant. It was inevitable, after all. Everywhere I looked, there were simply too many enemies. All I heard was the loud chorus of screams echoing from the surroundings, and there had been way too many victims. I had to make a decision. I had to stop being disturbed by trifles. In a situation like this, I just had to focus on running away and abandon everything and everyone else. I should have done that from the beginning. "Priest Kuro, please put me down." Ursula suddenly said such a thing while tapping on my waistplate, so I did as she said. "Can you run by yourself?" "No, I want to fight." "There is no need for that. If we just keep running ahead, we might." "I want to help them. Let's do what we can to help the people of this village, Priest Kuro." Her blue eyes, which looked straight up at me, were clear and beautiful enough to draw you in. However, her most beautiful trait was probably her heart, which was eager to help those in need. I found myself unconsciously looking away from the purity of her soul, which had been projected by her blue eyes. Standing our ground and fighting them off is going to get pretty dangerous. "Yoo-hoo-hoo, I knew it, Priest Kuro. You want to help them as well. Don't deny it." Ursula had a childishly triumphant smile on her face, as if she had pulled a prank on me and I had fallen for it. As if she could see through everything, including every silly conflict inside my mind. After all, I was the one being childish, wasn't I? "I'm sorry. Are you really sure about this?" "Yes. After all, we're both here. My own power, as well as Ursula's. If we tried our hardest, both of us should at the very least be able to help all of the villagers that had barricaded themselves inside the church escape to safety. On the other hand, Ursula and I would be putting our lives on the line. Had I been a proper adult, I would probably have had to scold Ursula for thinking about putting herself in danger like that and prioritize our own escape. It would have been my duty as her guardian. But instead, I easily agreed with her, probably because I was still a kid myself. After all, wasn't I a 17-year-old, second-year senior high school student? Priest Kuro, the warehouse on the west side, is a single white stone building. That's this base's armory. As expected of Ursula and her clear mind. Now I knew exactly what I needed. Are you sure about that? I overheard a conversation about it between two soldiers yesterday. It also seems to store many supplies that would be sent to the Alsace fortress, so you should be able to find some weapons there. I was grateful for the information, but there was one problem. That means you'll be on your own for a while. Looking at our situation, it was clear that we didn't have time to go looking for weapons while taking Ursula with me. We needed to start rescuing people as soon as possible, otherwise it would be too late when we returned. If we wanted to save the villagers, we would have no choice but to have me go get the weapons by myself while Ursula started fighting as soon as possible. I'll hold on one way or another. Believe in me, no, in the power of me and Anastasia. There was no time for me to worry about anything else anymore. I'll be back as soon as I can. With that, I left Ursula and ran towards the warehouse where the Crusaders' supplies were stored. Ursula, who was now alone in the middle of the square, which had turned into a hellish version of itself where countless tentacles capture, pierce through, and eat people alive, quietly unleashed her power. Now I'll deal with every single one of you, for Priest Kuro's sake, White Yaksha Princess Anastasia. No one would have expected to see a white demonic princess appear silently, flickering in like a haze. In this extreme situation, not only the villagers, but even the armed soldiers were running around with their vision heavily impaired by the fog. Therefore, Ursula wielded her power freely, without fear of being judged by others for it. Yeah, she started with the closest enemies she could find. Strangely enough, Anastasia's 4 arms matched the gluttony Octo's 4 tentacles. However, her movement was different from the undulating motion of the tentacles, and they managed to grab hold of the octopuses with the speed and accuracy of a swallow swooping down on its prey. An octopus that was stretching out its tentacles towards its own prey, the one who had already skewered someone's back, the one who had just bitten into someone's head. All of them were wiped away by the touch of Anastasia's white hand. Was it because these monsters were boneless? But even if they had had bones in their bodies, they would have still been turned into a pile of ash before Anastasia's power. There are too many of them after all. The disgusted Ursula muttered that, as Anastasia continued to swing her arms around in all directions, completely decimating any enemies within 5 meters of herself, including those that still continued descending from the sky right above her head. There had been neither fear nor anxiety in that expression, only a feeling of being purely annoyed. It was like a civilian facing a pile of troublesome documents. I'm sorry if this hits any of you. This was nothing but a sarcastic apology. Ursula kept using her power without restraint even more, as if he had made up her mind about it. Anastasia looked like she was wearing a pure white robe, but its hem was like a translucent veil that completely wrapped around Ursula. It was a thin section that looked like it could be easily blown away by the wind, but it had already become clear from training with Kuro that this was effectively like a barrier that blocked attacks from the outside. Even if Kuro's explosive magic were to detonate right next to her, she would be able to get through it completely unfazed, since the veil could absorb and nullify the heat and shockwave of an explosion. However, it had its limits, so it was like other defensive magic that would not be able to completely block an attack that went over that limit in power or number of hits. Even so, it was still a very reliable defensive ability that protected her from all directions. From under this thin silk barrier, a mist suddenly began to appear, just like the first time she used this ability. Though this mist looked similar to the fog that was covering the village, its essence was completely different, because it was a manifestation of Anastasia's draining ability. Disappear, full burst. In an instant, the mist exploded into a white blast that ran through the surroundings. There had been no heat nor shockwave, only a strong gust of wind that was unleashed in an instant. The blast that was unleashed with Ursula at its center stole the magical power and vitality from friends and foes alike within a radius of 20 meters. It seemed that the blast's draining ability was much lower than Anastasia's hands, as the octopuses fell limp on the ground and twitched their bodies and tentacles, but none of them died. However, thanks to that weakness, the fleeing villagers had only been slightly weakened by it. For the time being, Ursula had succeeded in neutralizing the monsters. Ah, the fog is gone, so it was caused by their magic after all. Both the monsters she had to defeat and the villagers she had to save lay all together in the ground, in what seemed to be heaps of corpses all around. But Ursula didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, she had let her vision wander into the beautifully clear sky. She would normally display such a rather cold-hearted attitude, but in this case, it was reasonable to take a moment to grasp the situation on the battlefield. Thanks to Kuro's guidance, Ursula now had a better understanding of the nature of her draining ability. It didn't weaken those affected like a poisonous gas, but rather, it merely robbed those in range of their magical power. The fact that the villagers had lost consciousness here, as well as Dorto's turning into bones, was nothing more than the result of all of them having lost the magical power within their bodies. If only a small amount was absorbed, those affected would simply feel fatigued, while a large amount of magical power being absorbed would usually result in loss of consciousness. And if they were deprived of their life force, which was the amount of magical power necessary to sustain life as a living creature, they would die. Furthermore, if the absorption of that life force were to be strong enough to take it away in an instant, it would cause a sudden change in which the body instantly collapsed, leaving only the bones behind. An even stronger absorption would probably leave nothing but a pile of ashes behind. With creatures whose physical body and magical power were closely related, Ursula's draining ability was a powerful and dangerous force that could dramatically affect them in an instant. Conversely, that also meant that it was completely useless against inorganic substances such as stone and iron, which had almost no magical power. For example, the stone wall that surrounded this village. No matter how much Anastasia would touch it with her hands, her ability alone wouldn't help her break through it at all. And it was the same with this fog. If this dreadful white fog that surrounded them had originated from purely natural causes, Ursula's draining ability would have done nothing to it. However, the fact that it disappeared was proof that this fog was magical in nature. There was a magic spell that could deprive an enemy of sight simply by clouding the surroundings with fog. Ursula had learned from Kuro that this was a type of support spell that assassins would normally learn. If so, this fog would be the same as that. A magic spell used by the gluttony octos themselves. Although it was already very easy to guess that this unnatural fog had been caused by these octopus monsters from the beginning. Maybe if I do it like a wind barrier. If this fog was just a mass of magic power, it would be easy for Ursula to get rid of it with her own magic. It would be Ursula's first time directing her draining ability towards something intangible like this fog. But since she had already managed to fully control Anastasia, it was nothing but a simple matter of application. As she witnessed a wind mage blowing some of the fog away, she realized she could use them as a reference example. Therefore, all she had to do was to put it into practice. Let's see, how about this? She made a mental image of the mist of her draining ability covering the area like a film spreading all around her. The wind barrier repelled the incoming fog, blowing it away, but Ursula's draining aura was able to absorb it automatically simply by existing. Ursula figured that rather than just letting this aura run freely, it would be safer to make it like a dome that could cover her from every direction. Though it was just an idea, Anastasia, being a loyal servant who followed her mistress, will without hesitation produce the exact same effect Ursula had envisioned. She released a thin mist in every direction with her in the center, just like the blast wave that had incapacitated villager and octopus alike. Then, she limited its expansion to a spherical radius of about 50 meters, holding it firmly so that there were no openings. Anastasia's drain ability is proportional to her composition density. Her humanoid form had the highest density, while a mere haze had the lowest density. However, even her lowest density would have enough draining power to keep the fog generated by the gluttony octos at bay. The fog within the range of her draining ability had been completely cleared, just like how that wind mage used a barrier to achieve a similar effect. It looks like this'll do. It seemed that using this draining barrier constantly was easy enough for her. Ursula had been worried that she could have had to spend too much concentration to keep it active, but it appeared that there was no need for her to worry about that. If they could secure their visibility, it would make fighting this battle easier for both herself and her allies. Ursula didn't think that she would be able to protect all of the villagers all by herself. Though the Crusaders had been quick to flee, she knew that this evacuation wouldn't succeed without their help. Now, I should provide some support for our allies. Far from getting confused or impatient, now that she boasted both an impregnable defense in the form of her draining barrier that could repel the fog, as well as the ability to drain the octopus of their energy with a single hit, Ursula carried out what should be done calmly and in an orderly manner. Now that she had secured her own safety, her next step was to assist the Crusader soldiers and rebuild the line of defense. Yuwuo, I will hold this line, no matter what. The heavy knight Captain Cliff was shouting so loudly that his voice echoed throughout the square. He must have been fighting bravely in front of the stone wall. But with his subordinates fleeing one after another, even the toughest of the heavy knights would have ended up being forced to retreat here. Ursula's honest impression was that he was lucky to have survived this much. He seemed to have escaped for dear life until he finally arrived at the square's entrance. The number of soldiers had greatly decreased since the beginning of this battle. However, it was fortunate that there were still allies who still maintained their will to fight against these desperate odds, especially when it was a group of powerful heavy knights. On top of that, the captain of the heavy knights would probably have a fairly high rank among the Crusaders, so his position could prove very useful when attempting to regroup. Ursula then set out to assist the weakened heavy knight unit and started walking lightly through the square, almost as if taking a leisurely stroll. The octopuses she eliminated along the way would be replaced by new ones, but Ursula still quickly brushed them off with Anastasia's draining hands and arrived at the heavy knight's position, where they were making their last stand. Excuse me. They're rushing in all at once. Everyone shields up. Naturally, these knights, who not only were wearing thick helmets, but were also completely focused in their fierce battle, would have a hard time hearing Ursula's quiet voice. And even if they had managed to hear it, they probably wouldn't have time to pay attention to anything a child would have to say to them. They were fully dedicated to intercepting the rushing horde of octopuses that approached them with the force of an avalanche. Since the fog had been cleared out here, they could easily see the enemy, which only made them pay even more attention to them. Being focused on the battlefield was one thing, but completely ignoring her like this was an entirely different matter. HMPH, can't you tell I'm trying to talk to you? You tunnel-visioned amateurs. With that mild curse directed at the heavy knights that dared to ignore her, Ursula decided to quickly clear up the enemies in front of them in order to draw their attention to herself. She unleashed her 4 draining arms towards the octopuses with a force fueled by her dissatisfaction. If the octopuses were to disappear abruptly, it would cause quite an impression on the heavy knights. And abruptly almost wasn't enough of a word to describe how the octopuses were literally snuffed out like a weak candle fire. It had been an overkill, like crushing an ant with a warhammer. What happened? I did this. When the confused Cliff turned around, Ursula was standing there with her chest puffed out. Nonsense, where the hell is the mage that did this? I'm telling you, I did this. Ursula had Anastasia lean forward and stare at the extremely rude amateur knight that had dared to ignore her. What is this? This is my origin magic. I've been using it since the beginning of the battle at the gate. You didn't see it. No, I did see a white gust of wind that wiped out some of those devilfish monsters. But I never thought that a young girl like you would be the one who had cast such a spell. Are you blind? Ursula sneered at Cliff's lack of situational awareness, but he actually had a point. It was basically impossible to picture a 15-year-old girl standing side by side with Crusader soldiers, who were renowned as being a powerful military force. However, there are exceptions to everything. A general could give special permission to talented children to join their ranks, and there were some special units formed exclusively by children. You must be one of the people who evacuated from the neighboring village. I'm Ursula, an apprentice sister from the 202nd colony. This is my spell, White Yaksha Princess Anastasia. Though Cliff wondered why there were children fighting in this battle, that question didn't dare come out of his mouth while he stood before Ursula, who was accompanied by Anastasia and the extraordinary magical power that emanated from her. He quickly realized that this was a child with special powers that can fight hordes of monsters all by herself. I want to help evacuate the villagers. I will provide as much support as I can, so let's work together. As a knight, even if you have a lot of power, I can't let a little girl like you fight, but it's not like I have much of a choice. I appreciate your assistance, Miss Ursula. Okay, that settles it. Though Ursula nodded in a very arrogant manner, Cliff started to move with little regard for her attitude. Reorganize the formation around the church. Recall the soldiers and rebuild our defensive line. As soon as we've all gathered, we'll secure an escape route. We'll then withdraw to Alsace Fortress while making sure every villager escapes safely. Cliff issued his instructions rapidly, one after the other. First, his subordinates, the heavy knights, began to move, raising their voices to recall the soldiers that had escaped. At the same time, they urged any panicking villagers they found on their way to retreat to the church. Hey, if you don't want to die, you better take up your spear. If you keep running away from this fight, we won't hesitate to stab you in the back. Hurry, get in the church, you'll be safe there. The plaza had turned into a crucible of chaos, but since a large portion of that thick fog had been cleared out, and the strong heavy knights were somehow managing to hold the terrifying monsters back, soldiers and villagers had started to gather once again into a semblance of order. Even the cowards that did nothing but run away to protect themselves, forgetting about their pride as a knight, and their duty as a soldier, knew that this was the safest place in the village at the moment. It was a matter of human psychology to feel a sense of security in gathering in this place, rather than trying to get as far from the fog as possible. Before long, dozens of soldiers had gathered in front of the church, lined up shoulder to shoulder with the heavy knights, and set up a desperate line of spears to wait for the enemy. However, compared to the battle in front of the main gate earlier, the number of enemies attacking them was much smaller. It was all because of Ursula's support. Hey, any word from headquarters? They've already been annihilated. The deputy base commander, the officers, they're all in those octopus's bellies. Captain Cliff, you're the highest-ranked officer right now. That was the answer he got after asking one of the soldiers, who seemed to be running away from the headquarters. Then there's no other choice. I'll take over the command. Cliff's words alone might have sounded as if he was frustrated by the idea, but his tone of voice evoked a hint of joy. Ursula understood that feeling. She remembered that the highest-ranked official here used to be that stupid, mushroom-headed mashram, and that his deputy after his disappearance was just as unwilling and incompetent as he was to run the circus. However, it would normally be hard for anyone to show even a shred of enthusiasm after being charged with the management of such a half-baked base of operations that wasn't important enough to allow for them to show their feats on the battlefield. It would be quite rare to find someone who would be actually happy to be in charge of such a place like Cliff was showing to be. But now Ursula guessed that the reason why Cliff was so joyful about it was that despite its disadvantage, he was still at the top of the hierarchy here in both name and essence. Men really are stupid. While muttering what sounded like a line taken from a second-rate romance novel, she continued to wield Anastasia's skills in order to safely gather as many soldiers as possible. Amazing, she's completely blocking them. Hey, don't let your guard down. We all have to make it out of here. Fire, light the fire. They are weak against fire. Those without weapons should carry torches. Don't let them get closer. The Crusaders were rebuilding their lines at an alarmingly quick pace. Thanks to Ursula's support, the octopus's advance had been put to a halt, and hope was rekindled inside the soldiers' hearts. There were now about 50 soldiers gathered here. Furthermore, the men amongst the villagers who had taken refuge in the church, as well as courageous women and boys who were barely reaching adulthood, began to support them with weapons and torches. Everyone else seemed to have been safely evacuated, so their total numbers were now around the same military strength of 100 soldiers. These were the last remaining forces still within the walls of the 203rd colony. No more people were rushing into the square, and the only things still moving around through the fog were those octopuses. Miss Ursula, we can't hope to save anyone else. We have to start retreating. Having been calmly observing the surroundings during the fight, Ursula actually agreed with Cliff's opinion. But she could not give an immediate answer. Priest Kuro hadn't returned yet. Priest Kuro is very strong, he should be fine. After thinking about it for a while, she came to that conclusion. Even though he didn't have the help of Anastasia's tremendous power, there was no need to worry about him. He was strong enough to hold his own, and once he retreated, he would be able to find her and rejoin with her. Ursula nodded to herself and was about to give Cliff her okay, but at that moment. Whoa, that one is huge. A giant tentacle tip stabbed into the stone pavement of the plaza as if to drown out the soldiers' cries. The tentacles themselves, which stretched out from beyond the fog, were as long and thick as the trunk of a large tree. Their harpooned claws at the tip seemed to be as large and sharp as a dragon's claw rather than a spear. And at the end of those enormous tentacles, there was a huge head that towered high into the sky. Its dark, wide-open round maw at its bottom turned towards the soldiers as if it was about to suck them all in. Oh no, that doesn't look good at all. Ursula and Kuro had seen one another 10-meter octopus, just like that, spewing out a powerful acid breath from its maw. Since they had all crowded together in order to brace themselves for the rushing smaller octopuses, a single acid breath attack would be enough to turn them all into mushy octopus food. Looking at the purple drool dripping from the maw of the giant octopus caused a chill to run down Ursula's spine. We'll have to do something about that big one. Step back, I'll take care of it. Ursula took a step forward, stopping Cliff, who was about to jump out at any moment. No matter how well-trained those heavy knights were, the giant octopus would be able to release his acid breath before they could even jump at it. Its circular maw had made a roaring intake sound, as if it was already halfway ready to fire. I'll show you what Anastasia and I can do. Chapter 504, Bad Time to Leave 2. Be it my resolve or Anastasia's, I'll show it to you. The moment Ursula raised her hands, Anastasia's 4 hands followed in unison. Then, the white mist that embodied the drain skill began to converge, as if being sucked in. She tried to use the same technique on Kuro before, but it was interrupted by the noon bell. Since then, she never got the chance to use it. In other words, that was the first time for her to unleash it. Despite being a sudden production, Ursula was unfazed. The principle of the technique itself was simple. Amass as much power as you could before unleashing it. As she drew over the edge, Ursula's eye changed. She was about to unleash the power drain. Thanks to being quite accustomed to the use of magic, her eyes didn't change that often. But usually, when you consume a lot of power, your eyes would change into demon-like, congested pupils, coupled with eerie purple eyes. Whether or not the giant octopus had noticed that Ursula's eyes were changing color, its head started wiggling. It was about to spit out a potent acid once again. However, Ursula was faster. Purge everything, white breath. Akin to petals, Anastasia's 4 palms gathered. At the center point, a pure white tornado was unleashed. White breath was its name. At the same time, it was also Ursula's greatest technique, specializing in annihilation and destruction. By striking a single point with its intense swirling and drain ability, the magic skill focused on obliterating everything. As a matter of course, the tornado had more absorption power than Anastasia's 4 arms bundled together. It hit the giant octopus, who was on the verge of firing acid breath, with supernal momentum. The white torrent streamed into its mouth, opening a hole in its huge head. Having drained herself of power, Ursula was on the verge of collapsing. At the same time, the white breath, which had been diverted from its line of fire, popped out to further scrape the head of the giant octopus from the inside. The giant octopus, whose half of its head was sliced vertically, shook its 4 tentacles, before slowly tumbling into the ground as if sinking beneath the water. Ha, I am beat. At the same time as the giant octopus sank into the earth, the white stream cannon that pierced the void also dispersed. The sweat on her forehead, along with her laborious breathing, told just how exhausted Ursula was. Hey, Ursula, are you all right? I'm all right, but right now, I can't afford to cast anything other than barriers. That was some fantastic magic. You can leave everything to us. For now, just rest. Somewhere in the distance, Ursula concentrated on maintaining the barrier to provide us vision. Having defeated the main target, a roar of cheers erupted in the distance. Despite still retaining her form, Anastasia began to flicker, before vanishing quietly like steam. As it was, it'd be impossible for her to attack with her arm. Ursula's support and offense would have to be temporarily suspended. However, the Crusader army would likely continue to fight bravely, since their morale was boosted. The enemy has ceased its offense. This is our opportunity. Commence with the retreat. Retreat, retreat. Hurry, get out of the church. Along with Cliff's declaration, the escape from the village was finally carried. More than 100 villagers began to form a line outside the church, while the soldiers secured the surrounding area. Many of them were equipped with torches that were stockpiled in the church. The flames shone brilliantly, as if to illuminate the pale darkness that blocked their way. Lady Ursula, let us take the lead. We'll secure the path ahead. Understood. Although Ursula was a little dizzy from fatigue, it didn't affect her judgment. Besides, she could still afford to move. Cliff had divided the army into 2 units, the front and the rear. The front unit would focus on securing a retreat route, while the latter would serve as a guard. Considering that time was of an essence, Cliff probably considered concentrating his forces in the front. However, as a knight, he had the obligation to protect the people. As such, he refrained from forming a formation that may lead to sacrifice. After contemplating that, Ursula joined the front along with Cliff, who made a loud clattering sound as he ran. Hey, there were enemies from both directions. Just a few dozen meters past the plaza, wriggling green masses could be seen hampering the road. Recognizing us as prey, one after another, they sprang out, be it from the back alleys, along the roofs of the houses, and even out of the windows. Apparently, they wouldn't let us escape that easily. The flock of octopuses, which was revolting to look at, was visible thanks to the barrier that Ursula maintained. Albeit fortunate to not be ambushed from beyond the dense fog, the situation was far from good. We'll have no choice but to break through. Everyone after me. Cliff raised his halberd, which was covered with green blood, and boldly launched an onslaught. Thinking that she had to support them, Ursula tried to command Anastasia, to no avail. We're so close. If Ursula were to remove the barrier, she should be able to at least move one of Anastasia's arms. However, it'd be dangerous to advance without any vision. Albeit the road leading to the gate was wide, without vision, they'd be slowed down. Ursula was fully aware that she had to maintain the status quo. Thus, she could only begrudgingly watch as the heavy-armored knights fought fiercely against the octopus. After some time, she should have replenished enough magic to switch to the offense. However, during that short period of time, one by one, her allies began to collapse. Impatience swelled in Ursula's delicate chest. Not good. Stay back. At the same time as Cliff shouted, the sound of a collapsing building suddenly resounded. Debris rained down, both villagers and soldiers screamed. They were just one step away from being thrown into chaos. Just now, what did? When Ursula, who was lying down, looked up in fear, she saw long tentacles wriggling in the sky. It looked similar to the tail of a dragon. She immediately guessed that the giant claws at the tip had desecrated the roofs and the walls of the houses. It looked exactly like the huge tentacle of the giant octopus she had defeated earlier. It was the second 10-meter octopus. Looming over a certain 2-story store, a huge head could be seen. The giant octopus spread its 4 limbs and stood as if to straddle the highway. Its moss-covered, boulder-like head leaned towards the villagers. Immediately, screams and prayers to God mixed in with the feeling of trepidation due to fear of being crushed. The giant octopus' terrifying mouth opened right above them, like the entrance to the abyss. Then, the sound of intake that she heard just a moment ago resounded. The giant octopus was ready to fire its breath. In the strong updraft that seemed to suck her entire body, Ursula's silver hair, along with her monk attire, fluttered violently. We won't make it. That was all she could think about. Reflexively, Ursula extended her hand, but only Anastasia's right arm moved. Instead of grabbing the enemy, it merely reached towards the sky in vain. Suddenly, her vision was dyed in ominous colors of black and red. It was so bright, she had to close her eyes. At the same time, she also covered her ears. As if heaven and earth had been turned upside down, there was a roaring sound. A hot wind that scorched her skin blew through. She didn't know what happened. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she understood. Kuro. On the other side of the giant octopus that slowly crashed to the ground, while being engulfed in black flames, right on top of the 3-story roof, stood a majestic black knight. Somehow, I managed to do it. Involuntarily, I muttered to myself beneath my helm. That gigantic octopus was about to unleash a breath attack. Had there been a delay, Ursula and the others would have been annihilated. Breathing in relief, I jumped down from the ledge to the street. With a thud, I felt a sinking impact as I landed. However, my sturdy body didn't even falter. You did your best, Ursula. You held them off so that the villagers could withdraw. To be honest, I thought that they'd be incapacitated in the plaza. As such, I found the fact that they regained their composure to retreat in an orderly manner unexpected. Although they could be considered as lucky, there was no doubt that Ursula played a major role. I stared at Ursula. She seemed slightly exhausted. She must have drawn out a lot of Anastasia's power. While the drain ability could certainly steal the opponent's magical power, that didn't necessarily mean that it'd also absorb their magical power. Instead, merely using the ability required a lot of concentration and mental prowess. As such, the more you fight, the more fatigue you'd accumulate. As a reward, I'd like to pat her head, but since both of her hands were occupied with a halberd and a tower shield, I had no choice but to table that. That's right, Priest Kuro, I did my best. Ursula, who was a little bashful, seemed adorable. However, it wasn't a situation in which I could just express my adoration towards her. Then, let us depart from the village at once. Just a little bit more, do your best. Yes. Now then, let's leave the logistical support to Ursula. I'll join the front line and secure a path. Hey, aren't you the Black Knight who was with Ryan? The one who called out to me as I approached was Cliff, the captain of the heavy-armored knight. Apparently, thanks to him, the remaining Crusader army was united, despite the barely standing chain of command. Cliff, with his 7 triple glasses, looked more like a nervous bureaucrat than a knight. But I wondered if he was quite capable despite his appearance. Nice to meet you, the name's Kuro. I wasn't suave enough to behave politely on the battlefield. He might think of me as rude, but whatever. Inherently, they were all Crusaders. As such, I had no obligation to show them courtesy. The explosion just now, it's your doing, isn't it? I could see it in the battle in front of the barrier. That's right, this will help us with the breakthrough. Let's quickly escape from this village. Thank you, you're a formidable ally. Be it you and Lady Ursula, the 202nd Colony sure has a lot of great talents. After we've wrapped this up, would you join the crusade? I'm sorry, but I despise gods, sword arts, blast blade. Kicking aside Cliff's outrageous invitation, I summoned a single sword. It wasn't the one I attached to my waist, much less the one I grasped with the tentacles. I had invoked my own shadow. Yes, it was the spatial dimension magic, Shadowgate, which had returned after a long absence. To disperse the horde of Gluttony Octo, a large number of swords were needed. For me, who didn't possess Dual Eagle or the Greed, the most reliable long-range attack would be the Blast Blade. For the time being, everything was fine. As long as I had a weapon, I should be able to unleash a powerful attack to an extent. Thus, Ursula informed me of the existence of the armory. At first, I'd like to take as many weapons as I could with my tentacles, just like when I annihilated the Crusaders that attacked the cultivation village. But when I tried it, it was to no avail. I couldn't get enough weapons to conjure the Shadow Gate. Sariel said that it'd take about 3 months for natural recovery. Certainly, 3 months had passed by now. However, it seemed that it'd take a long time before the gate could expand to its original size. But even if it wasn't the same size as it was in the early days, its ability to store swords should suffice. At the very least, I'd have enough ammunition to ensure our escape. Blast. Then, we blew away the octopuses that gushed out endlessly in the street, before advancing. The octopuses rushed in from all directions, but since the visibility was clear, I could shoot them with ease. I also didn't have to worry too much about the remaining bullets. It was certainly easier than when I was fighting on the stone wall. I knew that the only reason why there was no fog was thanks to Ursula's ability. When I returned, I confirmed that the faint mist of the drain had spread out like a dome. I was sure that Ursula saw the wind barrier and imitated it. At the same time, Ursula had mastered the power of the White Yaksha Princess, evidenced by how she could reproduce the barrier just by envisioning it. I'd have to praise her later. With that in mind, I crushed the octopus that leaped from the right, blew up the octopus that creeped up from the left, before crushing the swarm that tried to jump from the roof. On top of that, Ursula seemed to have recovered a bit and began to fight off the wriggling octopuses with her drain arm. There was no enemy who could escape both the barrage of explosive attacks that were unleashed one after another from the shadow, and Anastasia's one-shot deadly arm. Most of the octopuses hindering the highway were beaten by just the two of them. Slowly, but surely, the evacuation progressed. You truly are the owners of endless bravery. Cliff, who almost lost his role, said something. However, I mustn't let my guard down. We could handle any number of small or medium octopuses just fine, but if more of those huge octopuses appeared again, the situation could be reversed at once. For the first time, I saw several large creatures prowling in the village. They might have descended from places I couldn't see. As I learned from going to the armory, most of these octopuses seemed to be gathering in the food store. According to the document, Gluttony Octo was the ultimate omnivore that ate everything. However, in terms of taste, it had to be a legitimate food. I witnessed some of them clinging tightly to a warehouse full of wheat. Their priority was easily digested food, followed by mammals such as humans and livestock. Well, it should be obvious that the amount of food in the village was limited. As such, the readily available prey would be the humans. As such, the threat level was that of ordinary monster. However, there it is, the gate. Fortunately, we arrived at the gate without any casualties. At the gate was the figure of the previous guest. Not the church, but the villagers who ran straight here to get out of the village, along with the crusaders who were quick to escape. As of the present, nothing was left of them besides their remains, about to be octopus food. Let's take care of them, Ursula. Right away, Priest Kuro. Ursula and I, who were ahead of the others, quickly took care of the small fry. They seemed to be preoccupied with corpse scavenging. Therefore, our ambush was a success. I blew some of them away, while the rest was wiped out by Ursula. Meanwhile, Cliff and the others took care of the fleeing monsters. Thus, the gate was secured. Why is the gate closed? Right after seeing Sariel and Ricky off, the gate was closed. Against the flying Gluttony Octo, the large gate, made of wood and iron, was rendered useless. The fact that it was tightly locked was as if to prevent the villagers themselves from escaping. In fact, if they had escaped after the octopuses had run amok in the village, they wouldn't be able to open the huge gate. As evidenced by how those who escaped earlier met their demise there, at the hands of the octopuses. Of course, we had no intention of suffering the same fate. Let's just open it and make our exit. Priest Kuro, a huge one, is approaching. No, there are 3 of them. When I turned around, a shadow like a large tree slowly encroached from beyond the hazy fog, following the path we came from. One was walking straight along the road, while the other 2 were approaching over the roofs of houses lined up from left to right. Even I would have a hard time to defeat all 3 of those giants at the same time. Priest Kuro, let me do it. Aren't you about to run out of magic? Most likely, after unleashing one of my skills, I won't be able to maintain Anastasia. But if we get hit with their breath, we'll be annihilated. Indeed. The most troublesome thing about the giant octopus was its acidic breath. No matter how I looked at it, it'd be impossible for me to defend these many people with my defensive magic shield Dias. By the time the giant octopus released its breath, we'd be lucky if half of us survived. Hence why it'd be best to defeat them before they could perform the breath attack. In order to do so, there was no choice but to defeat them with haste. However, we couldn't afford to lose Ursula's barrier. Even if we managed to leave the gate, we'd be stuck in their domain. I doubted we'd be able to escape successfully with 0 visibility. All right, I shall leave one of them to you. I'll take care of the other 2 myself. Cliff, hurry up and open the gate. Despite knowing the risks, I chose to defeat all 3 at once. Or rather, in front of the approaching giant octopus, we had no choice but to defeat them. It looks like only the 2 of you are able to defeat them. I'm sorry, but I'll leave them to you. Priest Kuro, I shall aim for the octopus on the right. With the consent of the 2, I immediately began to act. The huge octopuses approached from all directions and had already stepped into the barrier. Binding arts. Ursula would be in charge of the one on the right, while I dealt with the one on the left and on the back on the road. I shot at the left octopus first. The black chain tentacle extended straight up the 2-story roof, and after I hooked it on the edge, it carried my body upwards at once. I arrived at the top of the triangular roof without any problems. Despite this, I had to dedicate a certain amount of concentration to the binding art. Apparently, it was difficult for me to do the vertical limit by myself. However, as of the present, there was no need to fight on a vertical wall. As long as I could aim at the head of the giant octopus, it was fine. Sword Arts, Blade Storm. Taking a position on the top of the red brick triangular roof, I summoned red-hot black swords one after another from the Shadow Gate. If it was a joint attack with Lily, I'd be able to operate more than 100 at the same time. But as it was, I'd only be able to do 30. Hitsugi and Lily, huh? I felt sorry for my battle style, which was dependent on others. Well, let's put that aside for now. Full blast. 30 blast blades rushed towards the giant octopus head, leaving trails of jet-black auras. With my accurate aim, not a single blade missed. Immediately after that, there was a huge explosion. Like a burning airship, the giant octopus fell silent as it was engulfed in a smoldering black flame. Without paying too much attention to it, I moved on to the next target. Damn, it's a breath attack after all. A gust of wind swirled from its round mouth. While I was able to defeat one of them, the giant octopus walking along the path was closing in on me. In 2 or 3 more steps, the giant octopus would reach the end of the evacuation line. If the breath were to be fired at such a short distance, everyone would become nothing more than mincemeat. Less than 10 seconds left before the giant octopus would unleash its attack. I could see a poisonous purple mist trickling out from its mouth. Uwag, please make it in time. Despite the clattering of my heavy armor, I ran out to the roof. Luckily, due to my weight, the bricks only broke a little instead of coming off. I went straight ahead, breaking bricks with each step. Towards the 3-story roof that stood in front of me, I jumped over the towering wall with a double jump. With that, I was able to come out just above the head of the huge octopus. Below, I could see an eerie green head that wobbled unsteadily. In front of the gigantic monster that was dawning upon them, the villagers shrieked one after another. But it's okay. I made it in time, Kuronagi. While jumping off the roof of the 3rd floor, I swung my halberd high and struck the giant octopus down with a single blow. With the help of the gravity, I could easily slice through the not-so-hard emerald green body surface, causing green bodily fluid to spray like a waterfall. I slashed his head vertically over 2 meters. But that alone wasn't enough to defeat him. Then, I forcefully plunged the halberd into it. After falling for another meter, accompanied with the sound of tearing flesh, we somehow came to a stop. Right now, I was clinging on the halberd that was stuck in its head. It was a good stance to deliver the finishing blow. Uyuwu. I single-handedly lifted my body before jumping up. Aiming at the deep gash where fresh green blood gushed out endlessly, I threw the large tower shield on my left hand into it. Instead of a blade, it was a rectangular iron plate shield that didn't have any sharp edge. Nevertheless, I used my strength to push it into the open wound. After more than half of the shield was buried in its body, I let go and started free falling. Upon retrieving my halberd, I landed on the ground in less than a second. Blast! Therefore, I blew up the tower shield that had undergone red heat blackening. Naturally, the shield was larger than the sword, since it was a piece of armor made up of large amount of steel. Simply, the greater the amount of material, the greater the amount of magical power that could be enchanted with blackening. In other words, the explosive power hidden in it also increased in the same way as the amount of gunpowder was increased. The shield, which caused a large explosion equal to dozens of blast blades, would have been the final blow to the giant octopus. As its huge head slowly collapsed into a giant fireball, I returned to the front of the gate. Ursula. Ahead of my line of sight was Ursula, who stood in a daze. Meanwhile, Anastasia was nowhere in sight. Ursula seemed just as helpless as she looked. In front of Ursula was the giant octopus. It stood over the building facing the highway. The top of its head had been slightly scraped off, while its movement was slow to the point that it was staggering. Despite seemingly about to fall at any moment, the monster wasn't dead yet. Is it a miscalculation? Apparently, Ursula didn't manage to one-shot the enemy. Sword Arts. Even without sharp claws, the tentacles that were swung down could easily crush Ursula with just their weight. Ursula, who had reached the limit of her strength, could only react by taking a step back with a pale face. There was no way she could block the attack from the giant octopus. In order to somehow diver the trajectory, I threw the blackened sword at the last minute. Even with just one, if it hits, it'd explode. Besides, I was sure that it wouldn't damage Ursula in the process. Huh. However, the blow was blocked by an octopus that leaped out from the back alley. With the impact of the hit, the octopus exploded and died instantly. As a result of its sacrifice, the giant octopus was otherwise unharmed. Thus, my plan was thwarted. Neither I nor anyone else could help Ursula. I could attempt another sword art, but I wouldn't make it in time. Hey! At that time, along with a high-spirited shout, there was a flash of silver. With a single blow, the massive tentacle that was about to crush Ursula was cut in half and veered off course. With a thud, the bloody tentacle split the stone pavement of the highway. Like a deeply wounded snake, it writhed around. But in the next moment, the tentacles were completely sliced by a swift follow-up attack. Blast Blade. Without missing a chance to deliver the finishing blow to the giant octopus, he crushed its head. The giant octopus, who was already on the verge of death, had his head scorched by the explosions caused by several blast blades. This time, it was completely dead. Ursula, are you okay? After the third giant octopus had been taken care of, I ran straight towards Ursula, embracing her and confirming her safety. Ah, Priest Kuro, I'm truly sorry for not being able to defeat it. That's fine. More importantly, are you hurt? And no, I'm all right. Albeit seemingly truly exhausted, she was fine physically. Before anything else, I have to confirm that she's truly safe. The next thing I should be concerned about was the person who saved Ursula at the last minute. Why are you here? No, I should have thanked you. When I turned around, there was a blonde, red-eyed girl bravely carrying a halberd. Thank you, Riki. Ursula is saved because of you. Thank you so much, Desu, Kuro-sama. Apparently, Riki did the right thing, Desu. More importantly, Riki should have already made her escape. However, the girl who stood in front of me was neither a dream nor an illusion. Certainly, the one who answered with a bright smile was the same, old Riki. Then, why did you come back? Did the escape fail? No. Everyone in the village should have managed to escape properly, Desu. Well, maybe. According to my poor English skill, maybe seems to mean probably. Albeit feeling a vague sense of unease in Riki's reply, I didn't have time to ask for the details. I'll talk about the reckless return later. For now, let's focus on escaping. Yes, let's go. With an endlessly satisfied smile, Riki poised her halberd. She must have truly returned on a whim. Her monastic clothes were in tatters, while her petite body was grazed with several lacerations seemingly caused by an octopus spearman. However, just like when she helped Ursula earlier, it seemed that she still had enough power to fight. There's a white steam rising from her body, though, as if responding to her determination. Am I seeing things? All right, the gate is open. Everyone, hurry and escape. Cliff had succeeded in opening the gate. The huge gate opened with a groaning sound. But the path leading from there was blocked by a pure white mist. Moreover, it was about to converge with a new wave of fog. Yes, now that Ursula had released Anastasia, the barrier that dispelled the fog also vanished. Cliff, escort Ursula and go ahead. She's already at her limit. Leave her to me. Kuro, what are you going to do? There's no need to be so formal. Also, there are more of them. Along with the fog, a swarm of octopuses appeared from across the road, back alleys, and houses. They were trying to prevent us from escaping their feeding ground. I thought that I had slayed most of them. However, it was as if they were endless. How disgusting. Hurry up and go. As the villagers started to move through the gate, the octopuses rushed towards me. Hey, Priest Kuro, what are you waiting for? Standing right beside me, Riki glared at me with red, glaring, upturned eyes that burned with indomitable spirit. That's right. I'm sorry, Riki, but please lend me your strength. I knew how dangerous it was, but given the current situation, I had no choice but to ask. Yes, all right. Looking away from Riki's dazzling smile, I glanced at the approaching army of octopuses. Sword arts. Blade storm. Fire. Explosive black and red flames desecrated the entire front line. In front of the raging blast storm, the enemy's midline could only helplessly watch as their comrades got burned to death. Unfortunately, that was the end of the convenient skill. With the currently limited capacity of the Shadow Gate, I had reached the limit that was 100. After that, with the weapon in hand, we had no choice but to fire grenade burst. Riki, don't overexert yourself. We'll fight while planning our escape. I've done it before, so relax, Desu. While screaming confidently, Ricky powerfully slashed off the 3 octopuses on the other side of the explosion. As if she had already gotten used to the opponents, she effortlessly cut, pierced, and blew the octopus one after another to keep them at bay. Despite currently experiencing ongoing battle against them, she was growing at an accelerated pace. As I thought what a genius she was. They're coming from the gate, after me, grenade burst. Roger. Rolling with the blast behind him, Ricky went through the gate and onto the street. As the lords, we'd be the last to leave the village for the sake of fending off the enemy. I wanted to look to my right and left again to see if anyone had failed to escape, but the fog blocked my view. Upon making up my mind, I kicked the gate with all my might to close it. Gone. With a loud sound, the door slammed shut, shaking the stone walls. Right before the door had sealed shut, some tentacles slipped by. As a result, they got severed and were blown away, jumping around my feet like a freshly caught fish. Yeah, disgusting. Phew, it seems that we managed to buy them some time, said Ricky while shrewdly latching a bolt on the gate. They can fly. I'm sure that they'll figure it out soon. Despite saying that, I could barely feel any presence around me. In fact, not a single octopus leaped out of the fog. Silence descended on the area. Is it because their intelligence is so low that they can't immediately think of how to cross the wall? Or is it because there's almost no one outside the village? Let's escape now. Wait, Priest Kuro. That Desu. I was about to turn on my heels when Ricky's anxious voice stopped me. However, there was no enemy in sight. What's wrong, Ricky? Are you angry? That Ricky came. Ricky asked in shame. Apparently, she was aware that she had done a lot of unreasonable things. Even so, the reason why she bothered to come all the way there, she was probably concerned about Ursula. And here I was, feeling sure that they're on bad terms. As the realization dawned upon me, my recent anxiety vanished without a sight. I felt rather relieved. I'm not angry, just worried. You did a good job of helping Ursula. Still, it's too reckless to just return like that. I'm sorry, B, but did Ricky manage to be of help to you, Priest Kuro? What are you talking about? Together, we just eliminated the octopuses, didn't we? You're a much more reliable companion than the Crusaders, Ricky. That's a relief to Sue, because Ricky. Most probably, Ricky was on the verge of smiling. However, her dazzling, sun-like smile didn't appear. Instead, her crimson eyes fluttered in shock, a dull sound of tearing flesh, a flower of fresh blood which blossomed in the void. Ah, Priest Kuro. Ricky was stabbed. The sharp spear of the gluttony octo could be seen piercing through her chest. At a glance, I could tell that she had been stabbed from behind. The enemies were invisible. From the other side of the pure white fog, only one, slender, tentacle could be seen extending towards Ricky. Quiet enough so as to not be noticed, yet faster than a flying arrow. The attack was akin to that of a first-class assassin. Ricky extended her hand towards me, asking for help. I reflexively reached out towards her, but it was futile. Ricky! My outstretched hand grasped the air in vain. Ricky's body was instantly dragged by the tentacles, disappearing beyond the white darkness. Chapter 505. The Floating, Man-Eating Mountain. Ricky! Amidst the fog, I chased while shouting her name. However, after a few steps, I came across a solid gate that stood in my way. Of course, not too long ago, I had closed it myself. Damn it, where are you, Ricky? I looked around, yet there was nothing but white fog. By the way, my sharp sixth sense didn't react either. I couldn't feel anything. The enemy was no longer nearby. They escaped. Not only did they capture Ricky, they also got away. Damn it. Where would Ricky's abductor disappear? Did they escape through the wall into the village, or did they fly through the sky? Either way, I needed to help her fast. It shouldn't be too late. Despite this, I couldn't sense anything. In the first place, I had no lead. Even though I still had the strength to fight, even though I was able to move, I couldn't. I couldn't at all. I couldn't do anything. Yet time was slipping away. A quiet white darkness. Muddled by anger and impatience, I was confused beyond control. Ricky, it's a lie, right? No, I can't. I mustn't give up. I can't give up. If there was no enemy within sight, then look for them. Thus, I opened the gate and went back inside the village. Perhaps Ricky was somewhere safe. The image of the octopuses rushing to their fallen prey flashed across my mind. They didn't wait long. They'd start gnawing on their prey right away, from anywhere they could reach. Not only that, Ricky was stabbed. Even if she managed to escape, it was unlikely for her to be able to stand her ground against the swarming octopuses. Quit it. I had to do something. Just like that, I spared no time to remove the bolt on the gate before raising my fist to blow it off with wrath impact. Although I was a bit unstable, something occurred, which made me halt. What? The fog is disappearing. A strong wind blew. In the next moment, the white fog enveloping the surroundings flowed upwards all at once. It was as if the smoke was sucked in by a powerful ventilation fan on the ceiling. The flow was clearly visible. Without even giving me a chance to comprehend anything, the fog quickly dispersed. At last, the visibility was clear. In front of me was the gate and the stone wall of a closed pioneer village. To the left and right were fields that looked like mottled soil due to melting snow. There wasn't a single, creepy green octopus to be seen. Of course, there was no Ricky either. It was as if she had disappeared with the fog, giving me the illusion of a temporary nightmare. However, as if to deny my impression, a flash of red. Yes, the light which indicated the monster of the ordeal blinked in my left eye. Its dazzling brilliance wasn't something that I had ever witnessed before. It was as if the entire sky had been dyed red like purgatory. Seeing such a massive anomaly, I immediately turned my gaze upwards. What are that? At first, I thought it was a humongous cloud. It was only natural, since it floated amidst the sunny, blue sky. However, the cloud, which was a large mass akin to a thunderhead, was unnatural. At a glance, nothing seemed amiss. However, if you gazed upon it long enough, it was impossible to miss. After all, the cloud was too low. I estimated it to be about 100 meters low in the sky from the church steeple. It was as if it was covering the village. No, as if it was falling towards the village. As I looked up at the sky in a daze, I immediately realized that it wasn't just a mere metaphor, but a fact. The cloud was moving of its own accord. It's massive, no, too massive. The size made the word massive lose its meaning for a moment. The next moment, the whole cloud swayed unnaturally. Then it appeared. A tentacle. A huge tentacle. Its green color was exactly the same as the octopus I fought recently, but the scale was another story. I'd rather think that I was seeing things. However, if I wasn't, the octopus legs seemed to be far over 100 meters. Its size, thickness, and length were incomparable, even to those 10-meter class tentacles. Before I knew it, a shadow was cast upon my face. A total of 8 octopus legs stretched out from the mass of pure white clouds covering the sky. Instead of an actual cloud, the mountain-like giant had blocked the sun from rising in the sky. Oh, I see. That was the monster of the ordeal that must truly be defeated. This is the gluttony octo. And not good. Rather than calling it an octopus monster that boasted a huge body exceeding that of 1 kilometer, it'd be more conceivable to just say that it was a floating island. I couldn't stop the chills running down my spine. At the premonition of an uncontrollable crisis approaching, my heartbeat throbbed. I naturally took a step forward to escape, but I couldn't move. Ricky. Should I run? I couldn't figure out how else I was supposed to rescue her. Shit, I'm sorry, Ricky. I couldn't stay there. In this situation, regardless of how hard I tried, I wouldn't be able to save her. If I were to force myself to continue with the search, that'd be my final resting place. Life was precious. Above all, there were still many I had to protect. My friends, whom I must meet again, were waiting. Therefore, I had no choice but to give up. A strange roar, resembling that of a wind instrument with a deep bass, resounded. The volume was so loud that I reflexively covered my ears, forgetting the existence of my helmet. This is seriously bad. With determination and a sense of crisis, I ran as fast as I could along the highway to get as far away from the village as possible. The sound emitted from the sky, as if crushing the earth, was probably the cry of the gluttony octo. Without looking back, I kept running as the eerily unanimous bass resounded. However, during the mere few seconds of running through the 100 meters, my body suddenly felt heavy. Headwind, no, am I being pulled in? As if trying to block my escape, a strong wind blew from the direction I was heading. I immediately figured out that it was no accident, but the work of the big guy overhead. When I involuntarily glanced back, there was already a huge tornado. As if aiming at the center of the village, Gluttony Octo floated. The tornado swirled from the center of its body, which had a supermassive mouth that could swallow an entire building. He's sucking it in. The clouds around Gluttony Octo began to swirl and roar. From the fact that the swirling speed was increasing rapidly, it was apparent that it wasn't just a wind or an optical illusion. A typhoon was about to form. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, probably in less than a minute, it merged with the tornado near its mouth and turned into a huge storm that covered the entire village. Shit bind arts. Even my body, which was several hundred meters away from the gate, was being blown by a strong gust. The wind was so strong, I couldn't run anymore. To prevent myself from being blown away, the only resistance I could put up was the bind arts. Black chains coiled around my limbs and torso in double and triple layers. The tips, which were in the shape of sharp claws, thick anchors, slammed into the ground. Using through ground made it easier to release the anchors to a considerable depth. Even so, my chained body squealed due to wind pressure. I felt as if I was grasped by a gigantic hand. Uyuorg. The slender trees growing in the surroundings snapped before being sucked into Gluttony Octo's tornado. I wondered how fast the wind was blowing around me. It's just a little further away. I should stay right where I am. The village was engulfed by a huge tornado that should be called a natural disaster. Numerous houses collapsed. A half-red triangular roof, a horse-drawn cart, some uprooted trees. I could see various things flying around in a dizzying manner. The cross of God attached to the spire of the church was also caught in the fleeting updraft of the tornado, as if to show that the Pandora continent was powerless at the hands of demons and monsters. Is this what it means to destroy a village? For the people to be attacked, for the property, the livestock, and the crops to be pillaged. Whether the perpetrator was human or monster, the damage would roughly be like that. Regardless of how bad the situation was, people, houses, and fields would be burned to the ground. To say that there was nothing left behind was just an expression that there was nothing of value. After all, no matter how it was burned, ashes and wreckage would always remain. However, just now, I witnessed the unprecedented damage that left absolutely nothing. Houses and trees were uprooted. Most likely, some villagers were included among them, and all of them were sucked into a gigantic mouth like endless hell, literally being devoured to nothingness. Such was the overwhelming, ultimate gluttony. Before I knew it, the raging wind had subsided, leaving a deserted field. It was difficult to believe that until recently, a village existed there. Rather than saying that there was no trace, it'd be more appropriate to say that there was nothing from the beginning. Only rough ground spread out in vain. However, the unnatural clumps of clouds still floating in the sky proved that I was never dreaming. After the absorption, or should I say, predation of the village, the air around me had stabilized. The octopus legs, which were as huge as the castle walls, were once again hidden beneath the thick layers of clouds. Now that I already knew its true identity, never again would I mistake it as cloud. But that didn't matter. Whether it was a genuine cloud or a monster, all I could do was helplessly look up in amazement. As if it had reverted into a normal cloud, it began to rise as it was. Until it quietly left behind a cloudy sky, I stood there, petrified. Thus, the 203rd Colony Supply Base was obliterated, and Ricky died. Refugees from both the 202nd Colony and 203rd Colony arrived safely at the 204th Colony before sunset. After Gluttony, Octo disappeared beyond the clouds. Both the fog and the swarms of octopuses vanished. The road was pristine. However, people's faces were painted with helpless anxiety and despair. I was sure that I had the same complexion as them. I'm sorry, Ursula, I couldn't save Ricky. I was only able to admit to that after we arrived at the 204th Colony and finished preparing to camp overnight. Should I say that I was finally in a situation where I could calm down and talk? Emotionally, I'd like to move on without rest. Nevertheless, ordinary people wouldn't be able to do so. Not to mention, women and children were among those who had evacuated instead of elite knights. As such, proper rest was essential. In the tent that was set up like that, I had Ursula sat in front of me and Sariel next to me. Then I delivered such a desperate report. Now that I was out of sight, I had removed my armor. As for Ursula and Sariel, They had changed from their monk uniforms into their pajamas. I see, so that's what happened. Ursula's expression didn't change much. She didn't cry nor curse at me. She must have an inkling. After all, when we met up on the road, Ricky was nowhere to be seen. I hated thinking about it, yet couldn't help but do so. Nevertheless, that didn't necessarily mean she was fine. Despite her usual aloof expression, Ursula's blue eyes wavered in turmoil. Perhaps she was still in denial. After all, Ricky's body was never found. Actually, even I couldn't accept that Ricky met her demise in such an abrupt way. At any moment, I felt like she'd leap in front of the tent while saying, "Hey, how did it happen?" It was a surprise attack. By the time I noticed it, she was already lost in the fog. I couldn't lie nor make any excuses. Ursula was my comrade, so she had the right to know the truth. Although she was still a child, she wasn't naive enough to be deceived by a convenient lie. Everything's my fault. Upon leaving the village, I let my guard down. I thought everything was going to be smooth sailing from there. As a result, I failed to intercept the surprise attack. Looking back, only regret came to mind. I had completely relied on Ricky's strength and truth. I should have protected her. That was my biggest blunder. Honestly, when Ricky first came to my aid, I initially thought, I'm saved. Instead of seeing her as someone to protect, I fully depended on her strength. Although I did ask why she came back, I had no intention of getting so angry. In fact, Ursula was saved at the last minute due to Ricky's unreasonableness. Under that circumstance, the death of either Ricky or Ursula was probably the inevitable turning point of fate. Once again, I'd be lamenting my own powerlessness. Damn it, even though I should have defeated the apostles, was I still so weak that I couldn't protect one girl? I'm sorry. Ursula, why would you apologize? Ricky returned because of me. No, I'm the one who hoped that she'll come to your aid. No, that isn't. Ursula's eyes swirled with anxiety. A change dawned on her complexion, like a crack in her expressionless mask. It's me, it's my fault. The one who made Ricky behave so recklessly was me. For a moment, I didn't understand what Ursula was talking about. But soon I recalled it. The two's relationship. No, that's not true. Without even giving me time to deny it, big, droplets of tears fell from Ursula's blue eyes. I was arguing with Ricky. Ursula, it's all right now. You don't have to force yourself. No, it's fine, please, Priest Kuro. I want you to hear my confession. Chapter 506, The Balance Between Love and Friendship. That morning I saw it. Priest Kuro. A small figure wriggled on the bed. The figure proceeded to lean over a certain sleeping figure, and like a beast scavenging for carrion, it drew its mouth close. I couldn't prevent it from happening, thus their lips overlapped. What in the? I was so baffled I forgot to breathe. My chest stung. Disgusting. Shock and nausea made my mind blank. Ricky W., what have you done? I wondered how long it took me to say those words. At the very least, long enough for me to understand the situation correctly. Ricky and Priest Kuro slept in the same bed. Then, they kissed. Ever since I began reading romance novels, I had always envisioned such a romantic scene many times. In order to turn it into reality, I took the plunge and took action. But why? Why isn't it me who's there? Why is it you who's kissing him? Traitor. My head, which had been pure white from shock, tinged with flames of hatred. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Such betrayal. I hate her. I hate the woman who stole my beloved. No, you're misunderstanding. I honestly contemplated killing her right there and then. Certainly, I had almost summoned the white Yaksha princess, Anastasia. However, looking at Priest Kuro, who was sound asleep, I regained a bit of self-control. Before I knew it, I had left the room and returned to mine. Outside the door, Ricky, who was chasing me, said something. As if I could bear to listen to her explanation. Good morning, Ursula. Immediately, Sister Yuri woke up. Why is she in my bed? Such was my thought this morning. However, I soon understood that it was the result of my own blunder last night. Good morning, Sister Yuri. Did something happen? No, it's nothing. I suppressed the flames of anger and hatred that seemed about to overflow from my body at any moment. Somehow, I managed to maintain a calm appearance. As I desperately tried to keep my composure, I moved to spend the morning as usual after the holidays were over. Naturally, I'd soon meet with Ricky, but I just couldn't think of anything to say. I didn't remember what kind of breakfast I made this morning, or how I ate. The only saving grace was that Priest Kuro acted like usual. If things went according to the romance novel I read and he'd proceed to marry Riki, I didn't know what would happen. Maybe there was nothing between them. However, Riki was kissing him on her own initiative. That fact remained the same. After Priest Kuro and Sister Yuri left together, I spoke to Riki. Surely, she said that she'd clean up after the festival. In any case, it was convenient to talk now that both of them had left. Because from now on, I'd be showering my best friend with terrible and ugly words that I had never used since I was born. What was that, Riki? After seeing that Priest Kuro and Sister Yuri had left, I cut to the chase. We were at the chapel. I confronted Riki before the altar where the cross of God was raised. Neither lies nor deception would be tolerated, not by God but by me. Ah, that was, yes, a coincidence. A coincidence. Priest Kuro and Riki just happened to sleep together. Don't be silly. With an expression that looked as if she was about to cry at any moment, Riki desperately lined up some lame excuses, and I couldn't help but get angry. It's because if drinks alcohol, she'll collapse. Since Sister Yuri will be accompanying you, so Priest Kuro and I. So you slept with him? No, Riki didn't intend to do that. Despite knowing my feelings, you slept with Priest Kuro. What is wrong with you, you traitor? Indeed, Riki knew how I felt, because she was my best friend. Since it was Reki, I told her that I loved Priest Kuro, that I never wanted to leave him, that I wanted to spend more time with him forever, that I'd like to marry him someday. It might sound forceful or reckless, but I could no longer contain this feeling. I thought Riki would help me. I thought she'd understand. As long as it was Riki, and not anyone else, she'd surely bless me. Betrayer, traitor, unforgivable, I'll never forgive you. I was betrayed, I truly thought so. Why would she betray me? Anything else was fine. If it was something else instead of this, I could have laughed and forgiven anything. Even if she got hurt due to being reckless, or if she accidentally broke my precious item, I'd forgive her. Because it was Riki. If she got in any danger, I'd rescue her and even risk my own life in the process. Even though you know how much I love Priest Kuro, I truly love him. I was about to burst into tears. Yet there wasn't a single drop, for anger outweighed my sadness. You're the worst, vile traitor, don't take Priest Kuro away from me. By the time I realized it, my hand had flown. Bastion. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the chapel. You're mistaken. When Riki was hit on the cheek, she didn't cry or apologize, but said so in a somewhat cold voice. How so? The truth is, Riki is the one who fell in love with Priest Kuro first. Before I could even comprehend the meaning of those words, a strong shock hit my body. My back had crashed into something, a hard, cold stone wall. Did Riki just push me? What are you talking about? Fortunately, the pain wasn't that bad. I got on my butt and immediately stood up before staring back at Riki. Riki fell for him first. Don't mess around. After all, there's no way. Riki loves Priest Kuro more than way more than Lie, you're lying. It's not a lie. Riki fell for Priest Kuro first. Is the one who took him away from me. She had no intention of apologizing. Neither did she have any intention of letting him go. She didn't have to say anything else. I already understood everything. Oh, I see. Just like me, Riki had chosen love over friendship. Isn't that just to be expected? Riki is just a deadweight. What? I'm more suitable for Priest Kuro. The current me is stronger than you. I already had the power to serve him. In fact, I had enough power to keep up with him. I don't need your protection anymore. Yuru. Riki probably understood the difference, as well, but that didn't mean she'd just accept it. Thus, she raised her fist towards me, just like the time when she was about to beat those ugly and dirty orphans who were bullying me. Stop it, Riki. You can't compete against me, the white Yaksha princess, Anastasia. If I wished for it, my cursed power would manifest instantly. Soundlessly, a pure white mist engulfed me, as if a dense fog had risen from nowhere. As if to protect me from the approaching fists, the white, beautiful, and ruthless demon princess appeared. As it was, Riki's life force would be taken away instantly, resulting in her fainting on the spot. Such was the trait of Anastasia's body. With her beast-like intuition, Riki must have sensed the danger. Like a cat, Riki turned around and took some distance. What do you think? This is my true power, the white Yaksha princess, Anastasia. Priest Kuro named said power. It's the power of love that I use to serve him. Shit, even though it's the filthy curse of Ibrahim. HMPH, it's more elegant than the barbaric Barbados violence. Ricky and I glared at each other. It wouldn't be strange if we start attempting to kill each other at any moment. In reality, both Ricky and I had the power to kill each other. But no matter how much I despised her, I wouldn't kill her. After all, there was no point. If anything, that'd only kill my chance to be with Priest Kuro in the future. But if that was what Ricky wanted, I'd at least cause her to lose consciousness. I'd drain her life force to the point that she was so weak, she wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a week. Give up, Ricky. Priest Kuro is mine. Fuck off, I won't give Priest Kuro to. Thus, we ended our friendship. Section. But I never intended for her to die. I never even think about it. I'm so sorry, Ricky. I'm so sorry. I had no choice but to listen to Ursula's tearful confession. A love triangle between ordinary girls. They thought of each other as rivals. From an adult's point of view, it'd be a trivial quarrel. However, if it ended like that, it'd be an irreconcilable tragedy. It had proven to be a burden that was too heavy and too deep for Ursula, who was only 12 years old, to the point that it carved a scar on her heart. I understand, Ursula. It's all right. It's all right so. For only being able to hug a little girl and give her convenient words of comfort, I was ashamed of myself. I'm sorry, I should have noticed sooner. None of this is your fault, Priest Kuro. We were the one who fought. No, it is. Even after I've discovered your feelings, I couldn't do anything, even today. In the end, I also dismissed it as a quarrel. As for when I slept with Ricky, I merely slept with her. There was no sexual meaning to it. At the very least, that was what I intended. To put it simply, it was the same feeling as sleeping with Lily every day until now. That was right. To me, Ricky and Ursula belonged to the same category as that little girl, Lily. I never saw them as romantic interests. Hence, I didn't think much of their feelings. However, that was selfish of me. In reality, their feelings were so much more than that. In the first place, considering their age and circumstances, it shouldn't be that strange. Until now, to protect herself from discrimination and prejudice, Ursula quietly lived as a crusade sister. Then, an older man who could be relied on appeared. Not only did he respect them despite being second-class gods, he was also kind enough to treat them normally. That was probably enough for them to be attracted to him. Rather, the person himself didn't have to be me. Had it been a gentle and refreshingly handsome guy, their love would have been burning even more. However, such an assumption no longer made sense. Because of their feelings, the two had a fight. As a result, Ricky died. Ursula, it isn't your fault. It's not Ricky's fault either. Because I've grown stronger, Ricky was in a hurry to prove herself to you, Priest Kuro. Apparently, that was the real reason why Ricky returned to the village. Not to help her rival, Ursula, but just to show her good side to her crush. Although childish, it was a natural behavior for someone who had fallen in love. I know, it's no one's fault. Ricky didn't die due to someone's malice, but because misfortune had piled up. However, since I let Ricky die in front of me, I felt the most responsible. Regardless, even if I regretted it, it was already too late. I had lost count as to how many times I had felt such a helpless regret. But it's all right, Ursula. You should rest for today. Tomorrow, we'll leave before dawn. If you don't go to bed early and recover both your physical strength and magic, you won't last long. I couldn't mourn the death all the time. Gluttony Octo disappeared beyond the clouds, but it'd probably descend again in search of food. In the worst case, it might attack this place in the middle of the night. Until recently, a village would be invaded at least once. The villages between Illes and Alsace were almost evenly spaced. Hence, they should attack the 204th colony early in the morning, just like today. Since we planned to evacuate from the beginning, it'd be best to depart earlier. That way, the monster wouldn't be able to catch up with us. Even if there was a follow-up attack, there shouldn't be that many. Nevertheless, the enemy was creeping right up behind us. We had no time to spare. Despite being crushed by deep sorrow, we weren't allowed time to stand still. For the time being, let's not think about it and get some rest. All right, Priest Kuro. Ursula nodded obediently. However, she was still clinging to me. I couldn't see her leaving at all. Priest Kuro. Shall we sleep together today? Huh, are you sure? She looked happy yet guilty. Her tearful expression was so pitiful, I couldn't directly stare at her. At times like this, it's better to be spoiled by someone. But do I have the right to comfort her? The one who let Ricky die, it was none other than me. Thank you, Priest Kuro. The faint affection and trust Ursula gave me was the most painful thing for me now. The 22nd of the ice crystal month. As planned, I left the village before dawn. With the disappearance of 3 colonies, the villagers of the 204th colony immediately decided to evacuate. Thus, the number of people suddenly increased. Allow me to be your leader. While looking at the villagers hurriedly leaving the gate in tow, I was fully armed with the same black, heavy, knight armor as yesterday. I was also equipped with a blackened sword that had been replenished in the modest size of the shadow gate. Then, Ryan spoke up. Hey, couldn't we just leave the rest to the knights and vigilantes here? We already had enough trouble yesterday. The order of the evacuation line was the villagers of our 202nd colony, followed by the survivors of the 203rd supply bases, and at last, the people of this village. Well, since they were still preparing to escape, their departure would be slightly delayed. Ryan and the others may proceed. I'm the only one who will stay behind, so don't worry. I know, but I knew what Ryan was implying. Either way, if they catch up with us, we'll have no choice but to fight. I want to be at the scene before it becomes irreversible. If it isn't a big number, grenade burst should be enough to deal with it. However, most of the sorcerers were killed. If Priest Kuro were to support us, we'd be saved. The wizard unit stationed at the 203rd colony supply base was almost wiped out. Only several fire and wind mages, along with some healers, remained. Therefore, we couldn't expect a very organized support. Of course, even the 204th Colony Corps, which was similar in scale to ours, shouldn't have many wizards. I'm going to be the rear guard this time. Well, that should be all right, but what about Ursula? That's the real issue, said Ryan. At the end of his line of sight, Ursula was reflected. She was clinging to my waist. Since I woke up this morning, she had been like that. She wouldn't leave my side no matter what, even when I got changed. However, it couldn't be helped that such a change would occur. On top of feeling guilty over the loss of her best friend, she found herself in a potentially deadly situation. She had to be scared. Ursula, go with everyone else. No, I want to stay with Priest Kuro. From Ursula's words, stubborn, yet unyielding resolve could be heard. It wasn't just a mere child's selfishness. Surely, both I and Ryan, who knew of her loss, were aware of that. Hey, what are you doing? The reason why Ryan didn't force Ursula was because he understood her strength. As for me, I personally experienced how useful Ursula's Anastasia was in yesterday's battle. I could just let her not participate to prevent her from suffering the same fate as Ricky. However, if the line was destroyed due to her lack of support, everyone would eventually die. Although, of course, her support didn't necessarily guarantee total safety. Ursula, can you fight? As long as I'm with Priest Kuro. In the end, I couldn't change her mind. Then, leave everything to me. I'll protect them all. As much as I'd like to say that, I wasn't strong enough. Ryan, if things get dangerous, escort Ursula and return to the front line. In the worst-case scenario, we're going to escape on our own, even if it means sacrificing the refugees from the other villages. Prepare yourself. Understood. I whispered to Ryan so that no one else could hear us. As of the present, all I could do was to resolve myself. I concluded that both Ricky and Ursula had a chance at safety if they weren't so eager to help others yesterday. Between hundreds of strangers and a girl I was close with, when I weighed them, I chose her without hesitation. After all, if I didn't throw away my sense of justice, I'd lose what I truly want to protect. There's no point in blaming yourself all the time, Priest. After giving me a pat on the shoulder, Ryan left those words and went back to his unit. I wish I could blame someone. For example, I could just get mad at Sariel for not stopping Ricky. However, I couldn't do that to her. As a man, I had at least a small amount of pride. I'd reflect on my sins on my own. We still have time before we depart. You can sleep a little longer, Ursula. I will. I sat down in front of the gate, while Ursula leaned against me to rest. My armor must be hard, but as soon as Ursula closed her eyes, she began to sleep peacefully. I hope no one dies today. I didn't know if my prayer reached the heavens, but I never saw that hideous white fog that day. Then, we arrived at the 205th colony without incident. The Crusaders, who finally sensed that something was amiss, were waiting for the escort and transport unit dispatched from Alsace Fortress. To be honest, hundreds of soldiers would be useless against the huge, flying mountain that was the Gluttony Octo. Even so, the sight of them comforted the frightened villages. Above all, thanks to the transport unit consisting of large carriages and dragons, we were able to evacuate more quickly and efficiently. And so, on the 24th of the Ice Crystal month, we finally arrived at the Alsace Fortress. Chapter 507, Galahad's Nightmare. Although it paled in comparison to Fort Galahad, as a castle, Alsace Fortress was quite large. In the Galahad War, the army easily reached 100, zero count, including Daedalus slaves. Since it's a place where everyone would gather, maybe the size is to be expected. From a distance, I could already tell that the main enclosure was at least twice as large as the ancient castle of Ischia. Both the castle and the tower were quite different from the rugged Spada style, which pursued simplicity and robustness. The quadrangular, pyramid-shaped roof on the high defensive tower was distinctive, somewhat similar to a church steeple. I had to wonder if it was a traditional Sinclair architectural style. However, even if there was some degree of design, the fact that it was made of solid stone as a whole remained the same. The villagers might get the impression that the enormous, gray building was inorganic and cold in normal times, but now it had the look of reliability that guaranteed safety. Even I expected for such a giant fortress to hold out against the Gluttony Octo. Nevertheless, to return to such a place, full of memories, part of me was in a dilemma. It might be impossible to destroy this bridge with a single water magic. While crossing the bridge to enter the fortress, I muttered to myself inside the helm. Even Ursula, who was walking beside me, couldn't hear it. Alsace village was akin to a sandbank-like terrain sandwiched between rivers on the east and west sides. Hence why I chose that place to stand our grounds against the Crusaders. Besides, regardless of the fact that a fortress had been built in place of the previous village, the topography itself wouldn't change. According to what I had heard, the only route to enter the fortress was the same east-west bridge as in Alsace village. One would enter from the Daedalus side, before exiting from the Sparta's side. Even though the place where the bridge expanded was the same, there was a huge difference in size and construction. The shabby wooden bridge that once killed off the foolish, heavy-armored knights had now been transformed into a solid stone structure. Even if a line of heavy dragon carriages were to pass by, I doubted that the bridge would even flinch. After crossing such a huge bridge, I was greeted by a tall, thick gate and ramparts that seemed sturdy enough to fend off absolutely anything. I couldn't help but think, if there was a wall that was cemented with stone and iron like that, the defense of Alsace would have been an easy victory. Towards those days, in which we had to desperately protect ourselves with hastily constructed wooden fences and barbed wire, I felt terribly nostalgic. Now, none of that remains. Once I entered the castle, through the open gate along with the villagers, there was nothing but a rugged fortress square as far as the eye could see. None of it matched the scenery of the village in my memory. I found it difficult to believe that this place was Alsace. Judging from the location of the river and the bridge, the ruins of the Adventurers' Guild of the Alsace village, which was our fort, should be around there. As of the present, a thick and enormous defensive tower stood in its place near the castle wall. I have to stop. After all, to keep looking for the remnants of the Alsace village was in bad taste. Instead of suppressing the sentimental feelings that welled up, I decided to calmly analyze the construction of the fortress. Although the Alsace fortress was large in scale, it only consisted of the main enclosure. There was only an inner castle and a castle wall built along the river. The castle wall itself enclosed almost all the ruins of the Alsace village, while the rivers on both sides were used as natural water moats. Even so, to build a fortress of that size in just 2 or 3 months after the fall of Alsace was no mean feat. Even though magic was used in the construction of the castle, what an astonishing speed. Sinclair's ability to build bases may have reached a considerable level after years of wars and aggression. Considering that enemy nations were visiting, the lack of the second and third enclosures made it a somewhat unsettling fortress. However, the invasion from the Sparta side was out of the question in the first place. As such, the fortress could be said to be both effective and sufficient. If Sparta were to decide to launch a battle to liberate Daedalus in an attempt to win the Galahad War, it'd be best to aim while the defenses were not yet fully solidified. Come to think of it, I had never experienced a siege battle where the enemy castle was attacked after it had fortified its defense. Well, I'd probably experience it someday. At the same time, I'd like to avoid the situation where I'd have to face an impregnable fortress head-on as much as possible. Hey, it's Kuro. As I stared blankly at my surroundings like a tourist, someone called me. When I turned around, Cliff and a few of his men could be seen approaching. What's wrong, Cliff? Kuro, you've decided to visit us. After the escape from the supply base, I felt that the man had become quite amicable. From Cliff's standpoint, both me and Ursula could be considered his benefactors. Judging from the military strength of the 203rd colony, it'd have been impossible for them to escape without the two of us. Even so, considering that as a knight, Cliff cared about someone like me, who concealed his face and looked like a dubious adventurer, I thought that he was quite dignified, or rather, a man of kindness. Even more so considering that he was more than a commoner, but less than an aristocrat. But of course, that changed once he learned of my true identity. I'd like to commend you for arriving so early, but would you join the military council? Huh, you'd like me to join? More than anyone else, you've slaughtered those wretched devilfish monsters. Rather, wouldn't it be strange to not hear from you? In other words, I was asked to report about the monster, along with my actual battle experience. At the 203rd colony, not many had fought the octopuses. Amongst them, Ursula and I were the only two who had defeated the 10M class ones. But to tell Ursula to speak in front of a high-ranking crusader, wouldn't that be cruel? Although, if she was smart, then she might be able to organize the information more accurately than I could and deliver a wonderful presentation on measures against gluttony octo. Also, there won't be any drawbacks. If you directly spoke to them about how active you were, you'll surely be rewarded. Of course, I'll also back it up. I wasn't interested in the reward, but since I was pretending to be an adventurer, it'd be expected for me to accept Cliff's offer. Is it what they call accepting good intentions? However, I had to absolutely conceal my identity. Should I properly turn down the offer? Besides, it should be possible to prepare for the battle against the Gluttony Octo even without my report. Even Cliff was already aware that they were susceptible to fire. I had also explained about Gluttony Octo, one of the trial monsters. I'm sorry, but I'll have to refuse. I'd like to refrain from standing out too much. Oh, don't worry about that. I've already spoken to them. Therefore, even if you have your helmet on, no one will question you. Ha ha ha. Towards Cliff, who showed such a refreshing smile, I felt resentful. Damn it, this guy's doing something unnecessary. Or rather, how did he get the Crusaders to agree to something like that? Why would they invite a Black Knight of dubious nature to their council of war? What if it was their enemy? Also, from the state of the previous battle, it seems that the commander of the base, His Excellency Baron Hermann, is interested in you. Seriously? I already knew from Sariel that Baron Hermann was a noble who had a close relationship with the general, Count Burgund, and was one of the executives who led the Third Army. In other words, that Baron was in the Galahad War. I'd like to think that my true identity hadn't been revealed yet. Now that things have become like this, it'd be better to meet and talk to him directly. Perhaps, even if I decline here, the next invitation would come. The other party might even approach me himself. First and foremost, I wouldn't be able to leave this fortress until Gluttony Octo had been defeated. To put it simply, there was no escape. All right, let's go to the War Council, but before that, give me a minute. I'd like to entrust Ursula to someone. Understood, then we'll start the preparation. Please come to the command room in an hour. Now then, let's assume the worst and go. Section, it's a nightmare. The epitome of nightmare stood before him, donning a black armor. Despite that, the man reminded himself that he was on a mission to prepare for the invasion of the Sparta Knights at the Alsace fortress. Thus, while suppressing his anxiety and fear, he continued to wear a frowning mask to desperately maintain his dignity as a noble. As I thought this man is, there's no doubt about it. From the moment the man entered, he knew it at first glance. Unbeknownst to others, his broad body, which had grown plump with age, trembled. About an hour ago, a man appeared in the command room. His name was none other than Kuro. Although he wore the full set of knight armor adopted by the Crusaders, it was obvious that he was no knight. Black. Indeed, it was black. A heavy knight's full-body armor, polished to a white silver to symbolize the majesty of a white god, was painted in pitch black like the darkness of the night. What a crude taste, such an improbably coloring. It wouldn't be strange for the man to be chided for being disrespectful. However, whether it was white, black, or rainbow, it was definitely heavy knight armor. An impregnable defense that fully covered the entire body. An alloy of silver, steel, and mithril that left no room for the enemy to take advantage of, covered him from tip to toe. Therefore, the man's face was entirely hidden beneath the thick helm, disallowing anyone to see. However, Herman knew who that man was. He could also vividly picture the real face of the terrifying devil that was on the other side of the helm. I see, I understand. You've gathered so much information against an unknown monster. You've worked hard, Cliff. Haha, thank you very much, Your Excellency Baron Herman. The battle report on the monster Gluttony Octo, by both the Black Knight Kuro and the platoon leader of the Heavy Knight unit, Cliff, was already coming to an end. Such an unbelievable report it was. Apparently, there was an enormous group of monsters flying across the sky under the cover of white fog. The number itself reached that of 10.000. Not only that, there were several gigantic individuals over 10 meters inside. In particular, the mountain-like existence at the end of the report sounded like a joke, a hallucination due to fear. However, the fact that the village west of the 201st colony was entirely wiped out attested to its existence. Some of the officers gathered there may be skeptical, but Herman decided to believe the report for the time being, taking into consideration the monster's vulnerability to fire and the effectiveness of wind barrier to dispel the fog. Herman decided to come up with some countermeasures. Nevertheless, the current Alsace fortress, which was in charge of the Third Army, had limited combat power. As such, they couldn't exactly be optimistic about interception. However, Herman now faced a more pressing danger. A black nightmare that was far more frightening than a mysterious octopus monster was right before him. Then, you may return. After dismissing them from the room, Cliff bowed without hesitation. Kuro, who stood beside him, bowed and followed after him. Herman made up his mind. It was as big a decision as when he had a duel with his brother over his wife more than 30 years ago. Wait, I'd like for Kuro to remain for a bit. As the Black Knight halted, so was Herman's heart. Any moment now, a jet-black blade would rupture his chest. Then, the blade would explode without any traces. It's not a big deal. I'd like to personally express my gratitude to Kuro, who saved many people and my soldiers from the predicament. He was so nervous that he couldn't understand what he was saying. Even so, as an aristocrat, Herman delivered the line he had prepared in advance without flinching. Furthermore, he had already laid the groundwork for the officers and escort soldiers that were present. He was prepared. Just go with the flow. That's basically it, but let's have the others leave their seats. Forgive me, but could everyone leave? Understood. The officers who were attending the military council quickly left the room as if they were following orders. Due to the incomprehensible dismissal, Cliff's expression was split between suspicion and confusion. He was right in sensing that something was amiss. Even so, as a knight, he had to keep his mouth shut. Just like that, only 2 people were left in the command room. Herman, who sat dignifiedly on the top seat, and Kuro, who stood like an immovable, ancient statue before the door. Kuro didn't say anything. Despite this, it was as if Herman was crushed by the silent pressure. Neither on the battlefield nor at Sinclair's court, where he had been invited only twice, had he ever felt so unnerved. Well, it couldn't be helped. After all, Herman was presently standing before a naked, hungry dragon. Depending on the dragon's mood, his life could easily be forfeit. Under normal circumstances, it'd be impossible for him to be in such a situation. Nevertheless, he believed that by risking his life, it'd be in the best interests of not only himself, but his soldiers. To avoid any misunderstanding, let me say this first. We'll not harm you, we'll never be hostile to you. Also, no matter where you disappear, we won't look for you. What are you talking about? When he wasn't greeted with a black flame sword, Herman stroked his chest in relief. I know of your true identity. Hence I said those. What do you mean? Kuro's reply was cold and blunt, yet suffice. He showed that he'd listen for the time being. I don't want to die. I don't want my soldiers to die either. You probably don't want to die either. No, you probably won't die. Even so, I want to avoid as many troubles as I can. Is it because you don't want to have an unnecessary fight in a situation where a horde of monsters is approaching? You're quick to understand. He was grateful. To be honest, Herman didn't know what kind of race the demons, or even the Spadas, were. However, without a rough understanding of the culture and values, it'd be difficult for people to negotiate. Fortunately, just from Kuro's short answer, Herman could infer that he was a reasonable person. I'd like to cooperate with you to handle this matter. Officially, I'll treat you as an adventurer. I don't know your true identity. Even if someone in the army were to discover your true identity, I'll put them under gag order. Are you going to betray the Crusaders? We're defeated, isn't it God who betrayed us? Even though they went out of their way to invade Pandora after giving oracles twice, the result was like this. As such, it was only natural for him to slight God. Much less if it was a noble like him who prioritized the profit of the territory rather than the faith. If you were to wage a war as you pleased, it's on you if you lose. He soon realized that he had made a mistake. No, even if he didn't, there wasn't anyone senseless enough as to not sense the sign of anger which emanated from the man, which had reached the realm of murderous intent. Wait. I have no intention of fighting Sparta anymore. My only wish is to safely return to my territory with the soldiers I led. It'd be meaningless to discuss the pros and cons of war against people from enemy countries, especially in a situation where one's life was in the hands of an opponent. Appealing for the legitimacy of a fight was equivalent to suicide. The Baron Herman family will withdraw from the Pandora expedition. I no longer have any obligation to serve the Crusaders. After the death of Count Burgund, I've been forced to take responsibility for this defeat. Considering his position, there was no limit to the amount of resentment he could receive. He truly felt like he had been pulled out of the bad lottery. If only Count Burgund hasn't gone berserk. But wasn't Kuro the root cause? Had he not killed Count Burgund's beloved daughter? Although, even if he did say that, Kuro would reply with an extremely fair counterargument, saying, "It's your fault for starting the war. We don't want to die in a place like this. We don't want to be killed by monsters or by you. That's why, let's cooperate. Because neither the obligation to the Crusaders nor the belief in God can be exchanged for life." He was being mostly sincere. As a noble, it'd be a bad idea to offer a sincere opinion during negotiations, but the other party was a demonic man who had doubted him. In these cases, the best thing to do was to appeal honestly as a human being. Please, won't you lend us your strength? I don't trust you. No wonder. From his point of view, they were hateful invaders. Even if he was attacked by a monster and pleaded for his help, it'd be strange for him to listen. Not to mention, it was unclear why he helped the villagers evacuate in the first place. You don't have to trust me. You may kill me whenever you feel like it, but keep in mind that you won't be able to escape in peace after slaughtering this fort. The power dynamic between them was clear. Therefore, there was no need for him to doubt. If he didn't like it, he could kill Herman. The man before him was capable of carrying out purely violent intentions that were otherwise banned from humans. All right. I'd also like to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Thank you for your help. Thus, Kuro made his declaration of cooperation. Herman felt like a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. With that, he wouldn't be killed suddenly. However, there are some conditions. Just say it, I'll try my utmost to comply with your wishes. Don't get in my way. He was worried that Kuro would demand him to hand over the command of the entire army. However, he was little taken aback at what couldn't even be called a condition. Of course, if necessary, I'll even help you. Next, I'd like to participate in the military council. After all, if we don't come up with a suitable strategy, we'll be in trouble. All right, I'll have your seat ready. At present, Kuro was the one with the most knowledge pertaining to the Gluttony Octo. Not only that, he had a lot of combat experience. Surely, his opinion would prove to be of value. Once this battle is over, let us go. That's fine. Whether you go back to Spada or infiltrate Daedalus, we won't interfere. For Kuro to wish to disappear on his own accord, it was akin to a blessing. Although Herman never intended to betray him, so there was no need for that. Even if they were to successfully defeat the Gluttony Octo, it wouldn't be without suffering a certain amount of damage. If they were to attempt to pursue Kuro in such a state, they'd be annihilated. Not only that, he might return to take revenge. By letting Kuro escape, no matter how much damage the Crusaders may suffer in the future, it was no longer his concern. Besides, if that was what Kuro wanted, then he may continue to wage war upon this continent as he saw fit. Wait, did you say us? I have a companion. No way is that companion. Do not pry. Oh, of course. Sorry. Herman had an inkling as to whom that companion was, but apparently it was a sensitive subject. For Herman, who had been bitten by a venomous snake after poking a bush when he was a child, avoiding that kind of crisis was top priority. Even if Kuro's companion was a saint who symbolized the Crusaders. Yes, even if she was an apostle, it had nothing to do with Herman. Although, what a true saint she was, to give herself to the devil for greater good. Anyway, I'll put a gag order regarding your companion as well. Good, I'll conceal her face as much as possible. I don't know anything. In the final battle of Galahad, the seventh apostle, Sariel, who had descended, went missing after a duel with a certain demon. Ever since then, despite having many eyewitnesses, the rumors were decided to be a made-up story with no roots or leaves. Is there anything else? If you wish, I'll prepare a hefty reward for you, and if it's a weapon or equipment that you desire, you're free to make use of whatever we have here. I'm grateful for your cooperation. At the very least, it could be said that there was no one stronger than Kuro in the Alsace fortress. Although his knights were by no means weak soldiers, none of them had outstanding strength or special abilities. Herman used to dream of having a knight with Superman strength. Ironically, Kuro was close to that ideal. An existence that could be a trump card even in a pinch. Therefore, it was only natural to give him generous support in terms of equipment. It wasn't just to curry favor with him. I see, then that's enough, and one last thing. Please don't be unreasonable. Herman waited for Kuro's words while praying to God. The mountain-sized Gluttony Octo, I'll kill it myself. In this way, the cooperation with Kuro was successfully established, with mutual consent. After the peculiar-looking Black Knight left, Herman let out a deep sigh. He felt like he had narrowly escaped death. As expected, what a ridiculous berserker. That was right. Amidst an isolated battlefield, a lone man made his way into the enemy camp and captured Rien Felt, the daughter of Count Burgund. Furthermore, after the death of the Count, the seventh apostle, Sariel, descended to help the Crusaders amidst their retreat. Facing against the strongest man of the Crusaders, that man wasn't the slightest bit afraid. Since he was withdrawing, Herman couldn't witness the battle's conclusion. But when the man himself appeared before him like that, he inadvertently understood. That man defeated the apostle. Ah, how did things become like this? I want to go home quickly. Not only that, Kuro especially declared that the gigantic boss monster was his prey. He was nothing but a battle-crazed maniac who was hungry for battle. Herman, who had taken in such a terrifying man under his wings, could only lament his unfortunate circumstances. A true nightmare. After the recent battle, the Crusaders gave the man a nickname, Galahad's Nightmare. Chapter 508, Preparing for the Storm. Fortunately, on the next day, the second of the Ice Crystal month, the Gluttony Octo didn't attack. Is it taking a break after devouring 5 villages? Either way, I took the opportunity to prepare myself for the incoming 5th trial. As I thought, a sword will do the job. After being guided to the armory of the fortress, I procured 2 greatswords. The first one was a sturdy, long, 2-handed sword called a Zweihander. While it didn't have any magical property, the sturdy, double-edged sword could cut through dozens of enemies. Given the size of the Gluttony Octo swarm, it was almost certain that I'd be involved in endless close combat. For that, I needed a durable weapon. The other was a sword called Flamberge, which was characterized by its wavy blade. The unique wave-like blade could carve flesh and inflict unsustainable injury. The vague red gleam of the blade showed that magic dwelled within it. As could be seen from the red blade, it was imbued with fire attributes. It was said that once wielded, the blade could spew fire, setting the enemy ablaze. However, it couldn't shoot fireballs. Most likely, the fire attribute was merely an additional enchantment. Nevertheless, it had proved to be effective against the gluttony octo, whose weakness was fire. Besides, I could shoot grenade burst on my own. I'd wield Zweihander on my right hand and the Flamberge on my left. They'd be my main weapons. I'm sorry, but I'll be taking some other swords as well. With the base commander, Baron Hermann, as my backing, I dug through the armory without hesitation. I could feel the dubious gaze of the escort knight on my back. Inwardly, he was probably asking, "What the hell's with this guy?" But I didn't care. After all, they were Crusader weapons. I'd make the most of this opportunity. Of course, all the other swords would be for the sword arts. The blackened swords would be used to cover my back. Then, as an emergency replacement, I took about 10 Zweihanders. Then, I started looking for an ordinary longsword as the ammunition for Blast Blade. For now, let's get around 200 of them, since they were single-use. By the way, before arriving here, I had already resupplied my Shadow Gate. As for where to store the additional 200, I'd use another dimension magic. In other words, I had gotten my hands on the long-awaited spatial dimension magic bags. I had worn a waist bag and hung some pouches around my hips. All three had been enchanted with storage magic. Therefore, the 3 bags probably cost more than the borrowed sword. While they didn't look like anything out of the ordinary, they boasted a decent amount of storage. Even with 200 swords scattered about, there was still some space left. After I had filled the remaining space with various potions, the general preparations for the battle would be completed. And so, after carefully picking weapons, items, and preparing the equipment, I returned to the room that'd been especially prepared for me. At the same time, the bell rung, signaling that it was noon. "I've returned, Yuri Ursula." "Welcome back." Both of them greeted me in unison. The room, which was reserved for the officers, wasn't spacious enough to be considered as luxurious. Nevertheless, a single room was already a special treatment. Originally, I was supposed to sleep in a large room on the first floor, or in the basement along with the villagers. However, Baron Hermann took care of it and prepared this room for me. While I felt slightly guilty, I didn't plan on staying too long anyway. Moreover, I was grateful for the privacy, since I had to talk with Sariel. As it faced the inside of the fortress, the room had no windows. It felt a little like a cramped basement. At the same time, it wasn't very dim, as it was lit by a rather expensive lamp that could magically adjust the light intensity. In the bright room, Sariel and Ursula were sitting on the bed, seemingly relaxing together. Seeing no point in hiding my face any longer, I took off my helmet. "Priest Kuro, let me help." "Please." Ursula leaped down from the bed to receive the heavy helmet. As a matter of course, armor couldn't be easily taken off like clothes. It wasn't uncommon for heavy, full-body armor like this to take a lot of time and effort to remove, akin to a dress worn by a princess. "I've got the equipment. I have enough for 2, so check it out." "Of course, brother." "Thank you, Priest Kuro." After swiftly removing my clothes, I sat down on a wooden chair with a simple desk similar to the one in the church and faced the 2 of them. "I'll start with Yuri." I took one of the magic dimension pouches. There were various potions and other basic adventurer kit inside. Of course, those weren't enough. Some spare swords and ignited daggers are packed inside. Although, since you have a wind rapier, it may be useless. Still, use them when the need arises. I had already heard about Sariel's fighting style from Ryan. The emerald-crusted, holy silver mithril rapier that I obtained from the mushroom-headed Mashram had better performance than expected, because even Sariel, whose magic was depleted, could use offensive magic in rapid succession. Apparently, it was because the sword incorporated a formula that allowed her to cast wind magic. Previously, I thought that it was only about weight reduction. If there's anything else you need, let me know. Right now, we still have time to look for it. "No, this will suffice." Sariel answered expressionlessly as usual. Is she truly satisfied, or inwardly, did she think that, "Wow, brother, this lineup sucks"? As I thought, I couldn't discern her expression, so I decided to take her words literally. "Then, this is for Ursula." I handed her the other enchanted pouch. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary pouch made of common leather, but even Ursula knew that it was an expensive magic item. Perhaps because of that, she carefully received it with both hands, as if being handed a diploma. Since Ursula doesn't need a weapon, I stashed a lot of magic recovery potions in it. You should drink it before you feel exhausted. Ursula gulped, before nodding with a serious expression. After all, back when she fought at the 203rd colony, she was in a pinch because she had no way of restoring her magic. When it came to the small fry, Anastasia's magic didn't require as much magic, even more so when combined with Drain. Nevertheless, when fighting against a 10-meter class monster, a tremendous amount of magic was required. Even if she could use Drain, no magical power was infinite. Therefore, I thought about it the other way around. As long as Ursula had enough power, she could maintain Anastasia as long as possible. If she stuck to the rear guard, she should be fine. There's also gold in the pouch. Money, but why? After this battle is over, it's the only thing I can leave for you. All the bounty money I received from Baron Herma was inside Ursula's pouch. Judging from the threat level of the monsters we faced this time, even the Adventurers Guild would reward us generously. If she were to lead an ordinary life, it probably wouldn't last for her entire life, but half. In truth, I wanted you to live peacefully with Ricky in that village. But now that it has come to this, I don't know what will happen to you. If the subjugation of the Gluttony Octo was successful, the Crusaders would rebuild the village. Since Alsace and Spada would be bordering countries, human settlements would need to be established before we could move on. However, when it came to starting from zero, I wondered if Ursula, a helpless child with no relatives, could live peacefully. I myself doubt that I could afford to take care of her anymore. Moreover, if things went wrong, the villagers of the 202nd colony would probably be scattered to other places. Thus, the village that was supposed to be Ursula's hometown may truly vanish. Which is why. I don't need it. Ursula shoved the pouch to me. I don't want this. Her little hands trembled as they held the pouch. I don't need any money. As long as I'm with Priest Kuro, I don't need anything else. With thin streams of tears flowing down her blue eyes, Ursula spoke. No, Ursula, you can't do that. I'll hold your hand and stay with you forever. I'll protect you. I really wanted to say that, but it was impossible. But why? If it's for Priest Kuro, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Don't, Ursula, you mustn't say that. The reason why my voice rose in anger was because I was terribly afraid of losing someone. Considering that when the battle was over, neither Sariel nor I would be around, I understood why Ursula was desperate. Therefore, it may be unavoidable for her to say, I don't care if I die, or something along those lines. However, it was only temporary. I want Ursula to live a peaceful life, free from war, for the remainder of her life. I sincerely hope so. I said the same thing to Ricky on the night of the Valentinus festival, as if I could get her best friend involved in my battle. After losing Ricky, the thought had only gotten stronger. If you're with me, I'm sure that you'll get caught up in a tough battle just like now. No, we're definitely going to come across a much stronger enemy than even Gluttony Octo. Are you going to wage a war with the Crusaders again? Yes, I will. Ursula already knew that I was a demon that was hostile to the Crusaders. As such, it shouldn't be difficult for her to imagine that war would break out again. I can fight too. I'm going to slaughter a lot of people. For Priest Kuro's sake, I'll kill as many Sinclair as I can. It was the truth. As it was, Ursula was already as powerful as a high-ranking wizard and could easily wipe out an infantry. While she was still inferior to Lily and Fiona, that didn't mean she wasn't formidable on her own. If she kept fighting, she'd probably be able to match their abilities in the not-too-distant future. She might even become one of my trusted companions. I'm not afraid of battle. I'm not afraid of killing. I'm willing to risk my life, kill someone, and keep engaging in battle. If what it takes to stay by Priest Kuro's side is to fight, then I'm willing to do it. Despite brimming with tears, there was an unprecedented brilliance in Ursula's eyes. Even as a child, her determination was obvious. I understood that it'd be impossible to persuade her otherwise. In the first place, it wasn't like people's feelings could be changed through simple words. Even if the other party understood my reasoning, it wouldn't necessarily make them accept it. I didn't want Ursula to die. I wanted her to live a peaceful life. But if she didn't want that, then that wish would be a mere selfishness and one-sided prepossession on my part. I'm sorry, but even so, I can't take you with me. This is the only time where you'll be fighting for your life. But It's all right, Ursula. I'm sorry, I should have just focused on the battle at hand, but I ended up talking too much. After the battle is over, let's talk once more. We need to focus on surviving before pondering about the future. Understood, Priest Kuro. I felt bad for deceiving her. However, I was afraid that if I were to incite Ursula any further, she might end up doing something unreasonable like Ricky. Although people's feelings were important, their lives were even more so. Gluttony Octo wasn't a weak enemy that I could defeat with ease. It should be time for lunch. Shall we head for the cafeteria? Even though it was painful, I forcibly shifted the topic. The menu was a little more luxurious than usual. However, I couldn't taste much of my meal, which I ate in a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Section, go ahead, Kuro, please take a seat over there. Excuse me. After finishing the awkward lunch with Ursula, Cliff summoned me to the command room. The purpose, of course, was to participate in the military council. True to his promise, Baron Herman had prepared a seat and even waited for my arrival. Despite the fact that I was wearing a helmet, no one raised a complaint. Had the Baron done his groundwork? It looks like everyone's here. Now, let's start the war council. First, let's hear the report from the reconnaissance unit. Baron Herman only spared me a glance before proceeding with the meeting as the chairman, seemingly unfazed by it all. The white fog is currently covering the 205th colony. It's unlikely that the fog will be lifted anytime soon. We've confirmed the signs of countless monsters inside the fog and have since decided that it's dangerous to provoke them. As such, we continue to keep an eye on them for monitoring purposes. That suffice, good job. Gluttony Octo seemed to be steadily closing in. Considering that it had reached a village 1 block away, no doubt that they'd arrive tomorrow. In the worst-case scenario, they might even attack us in the middle of the night. However, it seemed that he understood that even if I didn't say anything. Without further ado, the proposal to tighten nighttime security was immediately put forward and adopted. I decided to stay awake tonight. Then, about the defense plan. While the discussion was lively, there was no major divisions of opinion, so it ensued peacefully. The content of the talk was just for confirmation, and all the officers had already settled on the same opinion. After all, everyone gathered there was under Baron Herman and was eager to return to history, preventing any needless disputes to take place. To safely put an end to the fight and return alive. I completely agreed with them on that one. First, dispatch the wind mages to deploy a wind barrier that envelops the entire Alsace fortress. The one who spoke without any hesitation was a man in a green uniform. Most likely, he was the leader of the Magician Corps. He was around the same age as Herman, but skinny. The wind barrier was of the utmost priority if we wanted to stay safe. When it came to defending against them, it was important to intercept their flight abilities. Without that, the incident at 203rd Colony, in which they landed the first attack and caused a confusion, would surely repeat again. Not only did the fog decrease the visibility, the enemy descended one by one from above. As such, the situation got out of hand. The fog didn't only obstruct our vision, but also supported the Gluttony Octo's flight, since they could only do so in the fog. Since the fog could easily be extinguished by Ursula's drain, it was safe to assume that the fog was magical in nature, and was generated by Gluttony Octo's excess magic. Had it been a natural fog, it wouldn't be affected by her drain ability. The magical fog probably boosted buoyancy with its wind attribute. Because of that, the octopuses that lacked the shape to fly could soar into the sky. I also didn't fail to notice that while they glided smoothly amidst the fog, they always crawled along the ground where there was no fog. The one that suddenly fell in front of me had no choice but to fly up to the misty sky and then free fall from the fogless part. Can we do that? Currently, we're proceeding with the engraving of magic circles in various parts of the fortress. Once this is completed, the barrier that covers the whole fortress can be activated with just our own personnel. That's great. If they had told me that it was impossible, I'd have no choice but to rely on Ursula despite knowing the danger. However, once the barrier is activated, all the wind mages would have to concentrate on channeling their magic, rendering them useless in battle. There's no way around it. The wind mages will try to maintain the barrier and leave the offenses to other units. Not only that, we'll also need some form of defense for the casters, Then, let's assign a platoon of knights to each. Thank you. The barrier was the cornerstone of defense. Therefore, if the mages were in danger, the troops would defend them to death. I also had to keep their placement in mind. The key to the offense is the fire mages. Whether to let other mages attack or assign them to defense will be decided after the actual battle. Ahem. Then, Kuro, since you're experienced in combat, may I ask for your opinion? You're going to put me on spot here. Cliff was next to me the entire time, but he wasn't asked. By the way, Cliff was highly praised for his performance during the previous battle, and was promoted to the rank of captain of the heavy knight unit. He had just barely joined the ranks of the officers who were eligible to participate in the War Council. Among the enemies, there's a huge one with a length of about 10 meters. The acid breath it spews out is extremely powerful. I want the magician unit to intercept the breath attack. The magicians, who have no means to prevent it'll focus on the offense. I see, then the gigantic ones should be defeated first. There'll be a cannon ballista on the ramparts. Let's use it to take down the huge enemy. After all, it'd be useless to use the cannon ballista that fired large arrows at the small fry. It'd be great if we could defeat the giant octopuses and lessen the burden on the magicians with that. Also, the small ones will swarm the castle walls, trying to scale it. Therefore, I want the fire mages to keep them at bay with Igni's blast. The fire mages would be a crucial part in eliminating a swarm of octopuses. It wouldn't do for them to cast fireballs sporadically. Instead, they should sustain the attack and shower as much enemy as they could with fire. Then, it'd be best to line up the units on top of the castle walls and make them use Igni's blast on roughly equal intervals. In short, I'd like them to prevent the small ones from approaching with a crossfire of flame. Understood, I'll use it as a reference. In response to my opinion, the leader of the magician unit said so without changing his expression. Well, I couldn't read his mind, but if he saw the horde with his own eyes, he'd surely come to a similar conclusion to mine. Then, the next is the operation of the infantry units. There was a limit to what soldiers who were incapable of magic could do, to either shoot an arrow or swing a spear. Additionally, they could also hold long-handled torches as an additional form of support. The infantry would be the last to stop the octopus from entering the ramparts. After all, offensive spells couldn't be fired at close range. We've switched the arrows to burning arrows as much as we can and prepared the torches. Not only that, we also plan to collect flammable things. That way, we can drop them from the castle wall as a means of attack. Perhaps thinking that they were going to return to their territory anyway, they were going all out. Well, as long as they were determined to give their all in this battle, I had no complaints. Well, that's the gist of it, but does anyone else have an opinion? Has it been 2 hours since the War Council has started? The report and the stratagem were almost complete, a moment of silence. No one raised their hand. However, the War Council wouldn't conclude with just that. Then, we shall move on to the last question. Is there any countermeasure against the gigantic, mountain-like gluttony octo that Kuro saw? Indeed, all we had been discussing so far was how to intercept the hordes of enemies that were surging in. The true gluttony octo. The monster of trials, the one that I couldn't think of a single way on how to defeat. Unfortunately, Your Excellency, the one who raised his hand was the leader of green-robed magicians. As long as those giant monsters are flying in the sky, the infantry will be powerless. No matter how many fire arrows they shoot, it'll be to no avail. In the worst case, the enemy may be at such a high altitude that even arrows can't reach them. I see, then our only solution is to rely on magic. Indeed. However, with our magical units, we can only do so much against such a gigantic enemy, especially since we got our hands full with the hordes of enemies. It went without saying that the magicians were much fewer in number than infantry. Depending on the army, the ratio would vary slightly, but most of them were less than half of the infantry, about 30%. Most of the army units stationed in the Alsace fortress had already been withdrawn, so there weren't many left. Moreover, the strength of Baron Hermann's forces also needed to be considered. It was difficult to say that the magician unit was well equipped. Also, even if our units were to use all of their strength, I doubt that we can muster enough magic to bring down an enemy that's as huge as a mountain. It's a whole different story if the enemy is only huge. All I can say is that we can't expect an easy victory. I was keenly aware of the obvious lack of firepower. If either Lily or Fiona was present, there'd be many tactics that could be used. Unfortunately, no such magicians existed under Baron Herman's command. Or rather, if he had that much personal strength, he wouldn't be asking me for help. In addition to the size of his troop, if there was even one person who was as powerful as Lily or Fiona, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat me. Then, what are we supposed to do? Judging from the current strength, we have no other choice but to hold our ground. Gluttony Octo could generate a powerful wind vortex akin to a typhoon, swallowing all the houses in the village. But as long as we could withstand the tremendous vortex, we should be fine. Will this fort hold up? While it's indeed hastily built, the construction itself is solid, since it's an Alsace fortress. I think it has a good chance of withstanding the attack. But if the gigantic monster were to descend down, what happen? Even if a mountain comes down, will this fortress be able to withstand it without collapsing? Both the unit leader and the other officers went silent. Limited force. No matter how much I worried and contemplated it, there was no way I could come up with a way to defeat such an insurmountable enemy. I'll defeat it. Amidst the silence, my voice echoed loudly. A small commotion arose, but no one dared to raise a question to my face. After a brief pause, Baron Herman, the chairman, asked in an inquiring manner, "Kuro, is there a way to defeat it?" Honestly, I wasn't confident. However, I knew that we wouldn't survive unless we defeated it. After all, not limited to just besieging the fortress, it'd surely devour it as whole. I can, but I'll need your cooperation for it. Since we have no other plan, we're willing to cooperate with anything. Anything, they said. Then I had no reason to refuse. The Pegasus that the seventh apostle, Sariel, rode is still in this fortress. I want you to lend me this. Chapter 509, Into the Raging Storm. The next morning, 26th of the ice crystal month, when my stomach had calmed down after lunch, a white fog was encroaching towards the Alsace fortress. Everyone, prepare to intercept. Hurry, the swarm of octopuses will soon arrive. Hay fire, light the fire. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the castle. Angry roars bellowed from here and there, and the soldiers rushed down the aisle. A similar commotion ensued before the Galahad War commenced, although the atmosphere of the battlefield must be the same everywhere. Get ready, Yuri, Ursula. Yes, brother. I'll be fine. As if yesterday's goodbye never took place, Ursula seemed unfazed. This time, she'd focus on the rear guard, which was fortified by the fortress defense. Therefore, she should be able to fight more safely than during the withdrawal battle. On the other hand, I didn't get a chance to look at Sariel's expression, but she was probably expressionless as usual. Currently, the fully armed Sariel stood behind me, the wind rapier and the pouch I gave her yesterday attached to her waist. That was right. This time, I'd have Sariel protect my back. Disregarding my complicated feelings about her, she was the most dependable ally I could ever have. After all, she was a former apostle. Even without her limbs, she was monstrous enough to slay a huge armored bear. All right, let's go. I had already donned my jet black armor. Wielding the Zweihander and the Flamberge, I left the room. First, I head to the hall on the first floor. Since I had a rough grasp of the fortress structure, it was unlikely for me to get lost. Oh, you're here, priest. The vigilantes from each village, including Ryan, had already gathered in the large hall before the castle's main gate. Considering the size of the Gluttony Octo, it'd definitely be an all-out battle that exhaust all the manpower. Basically, Baron Herman's Alsace fortress garrison would bear the brunt, while the vigilantes were treated as reservists. Unfortunately, the battle wasn't so easy that the reservists wouldn't participate at all. Ryan, how's the preparation? This is the vanguard base of the Crusaders, so the weapons are the best of the best. Due to the modest number of soldiers, many weapons were left in the Alsace fortress. A single defeat at Galahad War didn't mean that the Crusaders withdrew. Whether it was to anticipate the second invasion or as a means of defense, the fortress needed to be resupplied. Previously, I'd much prefer for them to be destroyed. As of the present, it was only thanks to the excess of supplies that I could fight without worry. Until a sortie request is issued, defend the castle. Don't stray away or try to join the front line. If I didn't do a good job at protecting this place, I wouldn't have been knighted. Leave it to me. For the time being, it should be fine to leave the vigilante group to Ryan. By the way, there was one more thing I'd like to entrust to him. I looked up at Ryan and whispered inside my helmet. I'll leave Ursula to you. Don't worry, even if I'll have to use force, I'll definitely keep her safe. Ryan also regretted Ricky's death and didn't want a repeat of that. Listen, Ursula, like I said yesterday, stay with the vigilantes. If a sortie request were to be issued, support everyone from inside the castle. Never try to leave. Understood, Priest Kuro. With a slightly dazed look, Ursula nodded. As I thought, there was a dissatisfaction in her heart. You may find yourself in a situation where the enemy has invaded the castle. Even if you're protected by the vanguard, don't let your guard down. I understand. I was worried, but all I could do was to emphasize the simple warning. At this point in time, we had no other choice but to fight and win. Priest Kuro, please be careful. I will. Sister Yuri, please stay safe. Of course. The parting words were short. Sariel, Ursula, and I didn't need to say anything else. However, when I felt a strong tug on my back, I reluctantly turned around and asked Ursula, who seemed lonely. Hey, Ursula, if we manage to win this battle, let's return to the village together. Can we do that? Yes, we'll make a grave for Ricky and mourn for her. After that, we shall think about the future. Understood, Priest Kuro. When Ursula finally smiled, I felt a pang of guilt in my chest. After all, I was merely postponing our goodbye, postponing the main issue. Regardless, even though it didn't solve anything, she seemed pleased. Please open the gate. Feeling a sense of remorse and guilt towards myself, I went through the open gate by myself. No, the two were right behind me. Come on, let's head out, Sariel. Of course. Thus, together with Sariel, I'd partake in the second defense of Alsace. El Lampardfin. The white fog approaching the Alsace fortress was blown away by the high-level defensive wind magic that was activated simultaneously from all sides. El Lampardfin, which was also known as the Great Wind Castle. Along with the roaring sound of the wind, a wall of wind blocked the impending fog. The barrier extended to the opposite bank of the river, which flowed beyond the castle walls. The wind barrier appeared in a gigantic cylindrical form that completely surrounded the Alsace fortress. As expected, with enough personnel, the area of effect was devastating. With Sariel behind me, I stood tall on the wall directly above the main gate, watching the activation of a large-scale barrier that was akin to a small typhoon. The preparation of that barrier, which was a countermeasure against the Gluttony Octo's fog, was completed yesterday. It seemed to be working well, which was a relief. Normally, there'd be no point in deploying such a barrier. After all, the breeze wasn't strong enough to deflect arrows. However, it was more than enough to blow away the drifting fog. As of the present, the barrier that was painstakingly created by the Crusader mages completely covered the clear blue sky. As a result, I didn't have to worry about being overtaken by their descent operation. Wind Mage Unit, give your all to maintain the barrier. If this barrier disappears, we'll become prey to the flying octopuses. Archers, prepare to fire. They should be coming out soon. The Crusader infantrymen had already been deployed on top of the castle walls. If everyone readied their fire arrows, the light of the flame would provide illumination to an extent. The soldiers were lined up not only in front of me, but also on all four sides, not leaving any gaps. If the horde of enemies consisted of humans, they surely wouldn't have made it past this point. In fact, at my time, I only encountered some minor irregularities. Besides the Cyprus experimental unit and mass, I never found myself surrounded by the enemy. However, for those who flew in the sky, the shape of the terrain would be of no use. Fog had already spread everywhere, leaving only the area that was protected by the wind barrier. All that was left was for them to rush in from any direction towards the center where we were barricading ourselves. It'd be difficult to not be able to concentrate our forces in one direction, but I couldn't come up with any other means due to the limited formation. Therefore, we'd have no choice but to deploy guards on the surrounding castle wall to the north, south, east, and west, while knowing that our defenses would be somewhat weak. The walls of the Alsace fortress were about 10 meters high. Although it paled in comparison to the Great Wall of Galahad, it was a decent fortress. Not only that, it was tall enough to minimize the octopus's flight ability to an extent. They're coming. A number of round silhouettes emerged on the opposite shore, where the mist was faint. With their creepy, undulating tentacles, they crept silently out of the white darkness as if crawling. As if to oppose the infantrymen on the castle walls, they spread along the river bank. From a distance, they seemed like wriggling green moss. Hey, are you serious? There's a lot of them. The fortress garrison, who beheld the demon fish for the first time, let out such remarks. Turning a deaf ear on their pleas, the repulsive monsters floated on the river and began to swim swiftly. As expected of an octopus, it was a good swimmer. No matter how deep a river or a moat was, it couldn't stop them. One after another, countless numbers of octopuses emerged from the fog. Then, they fearlessly crossed the river in a straight line. Perhaps they were making it obvious to us that we were the prey. The octopuses were increasing at an alarming rate. When half of the river was filled with their green heads, the crusaders finally ran out of patience. Charge. Overwhelmed by the green terror, the crusaders opened the war. Countless flaming arrows were released, leaving scarlet tails behind before cascading down the defenseless octopus's heads. Immediately after that, a high-pitched, dissonant chorus of "Gee" resounded all at once from the body of water. Weak to fire, the octopuses cried out in pain. A few soldiers seemed to be relieved that it was effective. The eerie cries that sent shivers down my spine actually fueled their fear and loathing towards the creatures. Don't let them get close to you. There are plenty of arrows. Keep shooting. Flame Mage Unit, draw them closer before shooting. Our magic power isn't infinite, so avoid wasting shots as much as possible. However, the octopuses weren't so weak that they'd die with just one shot of a flaming arrow. If they weren't shot multiple times, the fire wasn't likely to engulf them, and if the arrow missed, it'd just be extinguished in the river. While shrieking in agony and writhing around, the octopuses quickly landed on our shore and crawled towards the ramparts. When they began attempting to scale the wall with their tentacles, it was time to fire. Igni's blast. The flames, fired all at once, licked the wall and ruthlessly sent the clinging octopuses to purgatory. After the tongue of fire dissipated, the octopuses were transformed into fireballs as they fell down, sweeping away the enemies within range. All right, it seemed that we'd be able to hold our ground against them. Afterward, it'd depend on how much magical power the magician unit had. Hey, look, the big one's here. A sharp-eyed archer quickly spotted its existence beyond the fog. This early, I clicked my tongue. Amidst the cry of the crusaders, 10-meter-class giant octopuses resembling huge trees with long tentacles showed up one after another from the opposite bank, walking like aliens. 1, 2, 3. A total of 8 large octopuses advanced as if to show off their enormous size. Presumably, a similar number appeared from the other tree directions. After all, when the 203rd colony was invaded, the enemy also deployed an absurd number of troops. The big ones are dangerous. We have to get rid of them quickly. At the military council yesterday, we had already established the fact that the 10 M-class ones would release a powerful acid breath. Naturally, the magician unit had been prepared to intercept that as well. In addition, the ballista mounted on the castle wall was also ready to be fired. Therefore, the magician unit, which was the cornerstone of the attack, wouldn't be focusing solely on defense. With a metallic sound, the ballista rotated, locking on a large octopus that was leisurely crossing the river. A thick, long arrows that looked like logs were loaded into it. However, it'd be difficult to take them down with only the ballista. Or rather, it'd be impossible. Such, the role of taking on the giant octopuses fell on me. I didn't have to worry about running out of ammo today. I'd riddle them full of holes. Sword Art's Blade Storm. The octopuses are withdrawing. While the back-and-forth offense and defense would last, the enemy's onslaught ceased. Like zombies, they keep rushing into the firing range. As a result, many of them perished, while the reset fled so fast, they could be seen on the opposite bank. Look, they're fleeing. We did it, the victory is ours. The Crusaders were thrilled by the apparent withdrawal. Up to that point, the castle walls had somehow managed to prevent the invasion, but the war situation was unpredictable. I expected for the battle to last about 2 hours. Although there were few casualties yet, the soldiers and magicians were visibly fatigued after relentlessly maintaining the attack. The remaining octopuses, which clung to the castle wall, were knocked down with spears and large torches. I should say that they did well in the face of seemingly infinite numbers of enemies. However, it was too early to be relieved. We hadn't won yet. It's coming. When I fought at the 203rd colony, the enemy also disappeared suddenly. Then, right after that, Ricky got stabbed. Then, when I tried to get into the village in search of the kidnapped Ricky, that appeared. What the hell is that? This is a lie, it's like a flying mountain. Apparently, it wasn't a coincidence. It'd once again pull back all of its minions before showing its gigantic body. A dark shadow floated amidst the fog. Like a looming dark cloud, it spread quickly before revealing its enormous mountain-like body. At last, it became clear to everyone that the gigantic gluttony octo beyond the thin mist rivaled the castle of the Alsace fortress. Like I said, the size of this monster is abnormal. I've never seen a monster that huge before. Understandable, considering that unlike in the demon realm, such gigantic monsters didn't usually appear in Sinclair. It'd be the first time for Sariel and I to fight them. By the way, I was standing slightly sideways so that I could catch a glimpse of Sariel, who stood behind me. The reason wasn't because I was worried about her, but because I had to keep an eye on my enemy. Here it comes. That's right. Preventing the small octopuses from climbing the castle walls was nothing more than a preliminary skirmish. From the beginning, my goal was to defeat that trial monster. Of course, clearing the trials wasn't my #1 priority. If I could somehow retreat, then that was good. But it wasn't like that monster would simply leave its prey and retreat. In other words, we couldn't survive unless we defeated it. Then, shall we begin? Of course. The strategy to defeat Gluttony Octo. Well, it actually isn't a strategy. But I'd already explained the gist of it to Sariel. We have to study its behavior, wah. In an instant, a tremendous gust of wind swept through, and I instinctively braced myself. The wind pressure was so great that it seemed as if the helmet, armor, and belt of Sariel would be blown off at any moment. When I took a quick glance at the situation, I saw that Sariel was holding the deep hood that was hiding her face. Well, even if she managed to keep her hood, she seemed about to take off herself. After forcibly pushing the sword into the shadow gate, which was already full in capacity, I held on to Sariel so that she didn't fly away. Damn, and this is just his breath. The cause of the gust of wind was, of course, the floating Gluttony Octo. At the bottom of its gigantic body, a huge mouth akin to the entrance of hell opened, and wind flowed into it. It was actually just a breath attack. I didn't notice it right away because the scale of the phenomenon was too wide. Who would have thought that a single breath attack could create such a gust of wind? Even when a dragon fired its breath, the wind wasn't as strong as this. The fact that the Gluttony Octo was taking in a massive amount of air was apparent from the movement of the fog that filled the surroundings. Can it afford to fly without the buoyancy of the magical fog? Paying no heed to the rapidly dissipating fog, the gigantic monster raised a roar and began inhaling everything into its mouth. Take cover. Get down. You'll be blown away. Hey, don't let go of my hand. Don't let go, never let go. A terrifyingly long breath. The stormy wind threw the soldiers along the wall into chaos. There was only so much I could do to prevent everyone from being blown away. Not only that, I couldn't even launch an attack against the Gluttony Octo. In this situation, I doubted that I'd be able to save even myself. It stopped. Suddenly, the wind ceased, and we were released from the wind pressure. Looking up again, I could see the figure of the Gluttony Octo soaring in the blue sky after sucking all the fog that had wrapped around itself like thin silk. Before, it looked like a floating cloud, but without the mist, a sense of incongruity pervaded me. After all, what seemed to be green mountains were flying in the sky. However, the one who floated in front of the Alsace enemy was certainly an enemy that was about to unleash yet another breath attack. Once again, the entrance to hell would open. This is bad, shield Dias. El shield. Sariel and I put up defensive magic in unison. Along with the majestic jet-black construct that rose above the castle walls, I could feel a surge of gentle breeze enveloping my entire body. Immediately after, a blanket of white blocked my vision. This is fog. When I thought that the gigantic octopus was about to spew acid breath, no poisonous purple mist engulfed the surroundings. The white fog itself was harmless. From what I had seen and felt, It wasn't anything special. Then, after I was relieved that it wasn't poisonous, I soon realized. The fog won't clear up. What happened to the barrier? It's not broken, but the force of the breath has pushed the fog in, it looks like. Such a remarkably calm comment from Sariel. Don't say it like it's someone else's problem. Damn, I've been had. With one breath, the situation is completely reversed. The wind barrier only repelled the fog that drifted in from the outside, and was unable to discharge the one that had accumulated inside. Once the fog had entered, there was no way to deal with it unless we made changes to the spell and shifted the air current itself. In order to completely drain the enormous amount of fog that had covered the entire Alsace fortress, it'd be necessary to prepare a large-scale operation to create yet another magic circle. In other words, it was impossible to clear the fog right now. Just as I was thinking, I took out my sword once again. A sound like a rag being slammed against the ground resounded at my feet. Kei! A green octopus was wriggling on the castle wall, letting out such a cry. Hurry up, Sariel, this place won't last long. Burning off the octopus with the flamberge on my left hand, I rushed towards the stable. We suddenly found ourselves at a disadvantage. Now that the fog had made it possible to invade the fortress in a single leap, the place would shift to hellish close combat just like in 203rd Colony. However, with the appearance of the boss itself, the Gluttony Octo, we were able to make a move that decided the match. My strategy for subjugating the Gluttony Octo was actually quite simple. I'd get on the guy's back and begin an onslaught. To do so, I'd mount Sariel's Pegasus before free falling on the way back. I had equipped myself with the overgear, allowing me to reduce the impact of falling to zero. An impeccable and perfect strategy. The problem was that every step of the way was quite challenging. However, there was no other way to do it. Besides, I had made a show of bravado in front of Baron Herman. Thus, it was time to make up my mind and head for an air trip with Sariel. Chapter 510, The Pegasus Two Riders. Evacuate, evacuate, hurry back to the castle. After suffering the impact of Gluttony Octo's breath, the Alsace fortress became noisy. There was an order of evacuation to the castle. An angry roar to confront the encroaching monsters, and a lot of screaming. It was as if I had returned to the 203rd Colony. Due to the fog, the octopuses who could fully demonstrate their flight ability descended upon us, ruthlessly attacking thousands of soldiers. In such a quagmire of turmoil, there was no way humans could stand up against monsters. Fortunately, a large castle stood by, literally serving as the last refuge. The evacuation went smoother than I thought. We've prepared ourselves in advance. Are you ready to retreat? Of course, we'd already prepared for when the wind barrier was broken, causing the fog to enter. In case of that, we'd abandon our post and retreat to the castle. Afterwards, we'd close the door tightly, shutting ourselves in the castle. We had no other choice, considering the situation we were in. The fact that we've been exterminating the swarm of octopuses until now means that the Gluttony Octo still hasn't made its move. After all, when the Gluttony Octo was about to swallow everything, the whole flock would withdraw. Otherwise, they'd be sucked in along with everything else. It was only a natural response on their part. Therefore, it'd be safe to assume that as long as they were still swarming the castle, we were safe. Even if the castle gate was breached, we could still fight them inside. Not like the gate would be easily destroyed, though. We have plenty of time to take him down. That's right. However, it's another story if the Pegasus is eaten. Let's head straight for the stable. Away from the stream of soldiers who were withdrawing to the river, I started running with Sariel on my back. Although my surroundings were enveloped in fog, I had memorized the general structure of the fortress yesterday. To begin with, it wasn't complicated, making it unlikely for me to get lost along the way. Suddenly, I felt the presence of an enemy behind me. However, I didn't have time to look at the approaching octopus, for Sariel had unleashed a martial art skill. Only the sound of flesh tearing due to the blades of wind reached my ears. She acted ridiculously fast from discovery to interception, probably even more so than my sword arts. Air overblast. This time, the enemy seemed to have been mowed down with a ranged attack. This way, I could truly concentrate on what was in front of me. I couldn't help but see Sariel as an automatic interception system, one that was superbly convenient. While feeling a sense of trust in Sariel, I rushed through the fog while tearing apart the hindering octopuses. I could feel them wriggling all over the places, while the same couldn't be said about the soldiers. Therefore, the evacuation must have been completed. Then, instead of a human, the high-pitched squeal of a horse could be heard. They're already attacking the stables. I can still sense Pegasus. She's still alive. Can you tell? Yes, because she's special. Since it was the Apostle's favorite horse, it was definitely a high-quality one. How much will it cost if I sell it? It's probably more expensive than my Nightmare Mary. While thinking about such silly things, I snuck as close as I could get to the wooden stables, before firing dozens of bullet arts at the octopuses who flocked to devour fresh horse meat. As I lessened their number appropriately, I stepped into the corner where the stables were lined up. As the fortress was inherently built to house an army of 10,000, the stables naturally had the size that matched it. However, it'd be impossible to fit all the horses of the Crusaders in one stable. Before attacking Galahad, they extended their positions outside the fort and kept their horses tethered. Basically, it was a small ranch. Grenade burst. Air slash. After eliminating the octopuses that lurked in front of the wooden front door, I leaped at the intended stable, the building number 1. Originally, the soldiers in charge were supposed to lead Sariel's Pegasus here, but under the current circumstances, they were either already evacuated or eaten. Thus, we tried to get it ourselves. Do you know where she is? At the end of the other side. I obediently followed Sariel's instructions. Despite being one building, the place was huge. Nevertheless, we didn't have the luxury of peering into each fence to find Pegasus. Hey, is it this one? After running through the aisle amidst the gazes of dozens of horses, I spotted a Pegasus with a beautiful, shining white coat. Even I, who was an amateur, could tell at a glance that it was a fine horse. It possessed a beautiful yet taut body. Even if it was pushed into such a stable, its pure, unblemished wings made it stand out from the others. Upon looking at its toned white body, I could vividly imagine how it'd soar towards the sky while flapping its wings. Since the octopuses hadn't yet invaded that area, the Pegasus stood calmly. Yes, this is it. Even though it was supposed to be a reunion with her beloved horse, Sariel coldly and expressionlessly reaffirmed. It has already been equipped with the reins and a saddle, so let's ride right away. As I approached the horse, the Pegasus' blue eyes fiercely glared at me. Buahin. With a snort, the horse lifted its upper body, extending its front legs as if trying to maim me down. Its stiff hooves hit the fence, letting out a terrific bang. Did this guy just try to kick me? It's reacting to your black magic. Does it hate me? It does. Wow, is that so? Or rather, in the first place, it was said that only women could ride Pegasus. However, not only was I a man, we also weren't compatible in terms of magic. Will this be all right? There won't be a problem. I'll simply force it to obey. Sariel seemed to not possess the slightest mercy for that horse. While I wished that she could treat her beloved horse with more care, I couldn't do anything without the help of this Pegasus. Please. Then I put Sariel down. Because she had no legs, it seemed as if she was sitting directly on the floor. I had intended to put her on the saddle, but since I couldn't get close to the raging Pegasus, it couldn't be helped. Please open the fence. Believing her, I opened the fence as I was told. If the Pegasus were to dash forward, Sariel would get run over. But I soon realized that it was a baseless worry. Slowly taking a step forward, the horse lowered its neck to bring its face closer to Sariel. Oh, does it truly know who its master is? Sariel caressed the approaching face of the Pegasus with one hand. Ride. As soon as Sariel put her hand around the base of its ear, the Pegasus raised its head vigorously, causing her to be blown away. But in the next moment, Sariel spun splendidly and landed precisely on the saddle. Come here. While grasping the reins with her left hand, Sariel decided to perform acrobatic horseback riding, before nonchalantly calling me. Is this really okay? It is. But the Pegasus' eyes clearly stated otherwise. The glint in its eyes wasn't that of a herbivore, but a carnivore. It'll be fine. G got it. After Sariel had emphasized it to me, I approached the Pegasus. When I reached out to touch its back, it trembled without any resistance. Apparently, it'd be fine. Thus, I straddled the horse's back and held Sariel in front of me. The horseback riding was concluded safely. Not only that, the saddle was very comfortable. Despite being a simple white saddle, it was probably made with the highest quality material suitable for an apostle. All right, let's get this thing out. Okay. Even without Sariel's whip, the Pegasus began to run vigorously, as if it could do telepathy. Along with the light sound of its hooves hitting the ground, I could feel that the horse was accelerating rapidly. Hey, there's an octopus, intercept. Cut through. The Pegasus dashed out without hesitation, paying no heed to the octopus that crawled through the open door. It happened in an instant. Undaunted by the outstretched tentacles, the Pegasus stomped the octopus head before charging down the aisle. Fly. Having gained enough acceleration from just the passageway of the stables, the Pegasus flew into the sky as soon as it passed through the door. Whoa! I involuntarily let out a scream. Thanks to Lily, I had experienced how it felt to fly, but I had never flown on a Pegasus. To fly on my own and to fly on something were two different things. I felt a strange floating sensation. Instead of merely sitting on a flying horse, I had a sense of balance as if I was moving in an enclosed space. If I wasn't mistaken, there was a theory that said the Pegasus applied its flying magic to its riders. Apparently, it wasn't just any kind of magic, but one that stemmed from the Pegasus' will. Hence why a Pegasus knight was able to cast flight magic on himself as a basic requirement. I see, in this case, it'll be fine to just hold onto a single rein. This way, I'd be able to swing a spear in midair, or cast offensive spells without having to worry about the reins. On the other hand, if it was someone that the Pegasus disliked, wouldn't he just fell off? Then, I was entirely at Pegasus' mercy. Depending on its mood, I might find myself falling headlong towards the ground. Once that happens, I'd probably just hang on to one of the tentacles. The fog sure is thick. Do you know the direction? If it's that huge, you can't lose sight of it. I see, then go straight ahead. Leave the other guys to me, sword arts. I had no time to be amazed with my first experience of flying with a Pegasus. 10 red-hot, blackened swords emerged from the shadow gate. Even if I were to spread them out, they wouldn't be left behind. I should be able to fire them without any problem. From the white, smoky surroundings, I could no longer just feel the presence of the enemies, but also see their silhouettes. They were swimming amidst the air while raising high-pitched shriek akin to that of insects. While the Pegasus had higher agility, there were more of them. Akin to floating mines, they were strewn along our path. It was up to me to eliminate obstacles. On top of that Pegasus were 2 fighters. Sariel was the pilot, while I was the gunner. A blast. After locking on to enemies that were straight in front of us, I fired off. Soon, a blade with a trailing black aura lunged towards a floating octopus that gently swayed its tentacles as if walking on the ocean floor. In the next moment, the blade crashed miserably onto it, turning the octopus into a red and black burning Daruma. It felt like a shooting game in which the player shot down UFOs with fighter planes. Although the sword arts, which could be moved at will, was far more useful than the half-guided missiles that were common in games. Since I didn't have to worry about the ammunition, I could shoot down as many octopuses as I liked. The Pegasus rushed through the gaps in space filled with flames and black smoke without fearing the sound of a grand explosion. Speaking of taking a group of monsters with only 2 of us, it reminded me of the rescue battle at the old castle of Ischia. While I'd never dreamed of riding with an authentic princess, personally speaking, riding with Sariel was even more unlikely. So even the big one flies. Before I could feel nostalgic, I saw a huge silhouette beyond the hazy fog, wriggling and looking as big as a whale. In terms of shape, it resembled a giant squid. If several huge octopuses were to target me at once, I won't be able to deal with it. As soon as 6 tentacles slithered out, I knew that the deadly poison was coming. In response, I fired all 10 bullets to its round mouth before it could leak any purple smoke. From what I could see, there were huge octopuses above, below, and beside us, as if it was their final line of defense. There were 4, no, 5 in total. The Pegasus had enough intelligence to match my timing. It was a simple, yet absolutely reliable cooperation. Due to not having to worry about deflecting the line of fire, I should be able to handle up to 2 octopuses at the same time. In other words, I'd be able to take down the remaining 3 before they could attempt another breath attack. Understood, moving on to evasive action, Sonic Walker. At that moment, The Pegasus accelerated to the point that the scenery blurred. However, thanks to Sariel's warning, my magic sword was able to hit the target. Acid breath, mixed with black smoke, was grandly scattered on the horizon. The three other octopuses who weren't chosen by me roared out a tornado of poisonous purple smoke that polluted the blue sky. However, the acid breath only managed to reach the Pegasus afterimage. The strong acidity, which could melt steel instantly, was meaningless if it didn't hit. The Pegasus moved straight ahead at a tremendous speed. How many kilometers have it passed? We get through the fog. After leaving the huge octopuses behind and completely escaping from their breath, my vision suddenly opened. Directly above me was a lush sky ceiling, surrounded by a huge circular wall of clouds. As if the previous surrounding fog was a lie, the sky was very clear. And, sitting on the gigantic cavity was the Gluttony Octo, the leader of the group and the fifth trial. Looking at it up close again, I couldn't help but sigh at its enormity. The Pegasus arrived just above the floating Gluttony Octo's head. The scenery from there gave the illusion of flying low above the mountains. I didn't fail to notice that unlike the others, the Gluttony Octo's head was flat with several small swells. If it had been laying on the ground, it'd probably be mistaken as a mountain or a hill. The misty hill where the Sparta army once drove the Gluttony Octo's swarms into the end must have been above its head. I didn't know why it didn't wake up at the time. However, if it had been confused as a plain mountain with trees, then there had to be a considerable amount of earth and sand on it. However, now that it had awakened, it no longer needed such camouflage. As such, his eerie, glossy, dark green body was exposed. Furthermore, the long, pulsing, and swaying silhouettes of the 8 tentacles could be seen, indicating that this gigantic object was undoubtedly a single monster. In such a clear vision, I could see countless octopuses of various sizes floating above my head. Shit, we're already being targeted. As the large octopuses uniformly spewed deadly poisonous breath, they resembled that of flowers. Nevertheless, the sight of giant emerald flowers blooming on the dark ground was hardly beautiful. In fact, it was eerie enough to make one wonder what kind of demonic flower garden it was. As they wriggled while skillfully adjusting the angle of fire with their tentacles, I could see a gigantic octopus amongst them. It easily exceeded 10 meters in size. It's 20, 30, no, the guy in the middle seems to be about 50 meters. I didn't know they had one this big amongst them. At that moment, I knew that bringing down this gluttonous sky fortress was going to be pretty tough. For the time being, we must focus on how to land safely. If we get touched by the acid breath even a little, we were done for. Approach. As the poisonous anti-aircraft fire erupted all at once, the Pegasus started dashing. We rushed into the crossfire of purple venom with a sudden drop as if we were falling headlong. A torrent of poisonous purple smoke approached, covering my field of vision. As a matter of course, there wasn't only one. Hundreds of dozens of poisonous breaths were spewed out at the same time, forming a thick belt that filled the path of the Pegasus. Whoa! However, it didn't hit. The Pegasus kicked into the sky before thinly avoiding it. Then, it leaped forcefully, pushing forward in a zigzag trajectory. Such an aerial mobility couldn't be realized by Pegasus flight capability alone. Is the acrobatic-like aerial maneuvers thanks to the sonic walker. Normally, 1 or 2 steps should be the limit, but I knew that Sariel's sonic walker had transcendental performance that could run hundreds of meters vertically in the sky. From the perspective of Sariel, who had become one with her horse, this much was probably nothing to her. Both my martial arts and horsemanship were still far behind Sariel's. Even without her divine power, she was a monster. Attack! Blast blade! Despite the dizzying descent, it wasn't enough to make me lose consciousness. We'd already determined the distance between us, and in order to secure a landing point, we fired all bullets in a full blast. I kicked the Pegasus back and jumped into the midst of the flood of red-hot blackened swords that burst out a sinister pillar of explosive flame. I felt the heavy wind pressure hitting my entire body for only a moment. Clad in heavy armor, my body, which was akin to a lump of steel, was pervaded with a terrifying shock. Hey, did you manage to get off? Yes. Foreseeing that it'd take magic to shoot down the Gluttony Octo, I decided not to use the overgear to kill the impact of the landing. While I knew that I'd be fine, it was still tough to roll down from a horse of such tremendous speed. A normal human would have burst like a pomegranate just from the impact of the fall. Moreover, if they were to roll down with such a momentum, they'd probably be unrecognizable afterwards. Contrary to the expectation, I couldn't descend in a cool manner. Instead, I found myself rolling around for dozens of meters. It was an extremely clumsy torso landing, which ended up with me laying on my back. Looking up, the sky was refreshingly clear, while Sariel's pure white beauty was right in the center of my vision. Why are you here? It's strange. Sariel's role was supposed to end after she had carried me here with Pegasus. Afterwards, she was supposed to return to the base as soon as possible. Sariel merely blinked her red eyes as a response to my question. It's probably because of my lack of communication. I probably didn't tell her that she could just go home after dropping me off. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. It can't be helped that you ended up following after me. In the meantime, the Pegasus had risen into the sky once again. Not only did it rise to a considerable altitude, it had also safely escaped the range of the acid breath. The Pegasus was probably told to wait until the battle was over while doing whatever a Pegasus would like to do. For the time being, let's go. At this rate, we'll just be surrounded. I couldn't just let Sariel be on top of my chest and stare at each other forever. Both situationally and emotionally, it'd be awful. I quickly stood up and carried the limbless Sariel on my back in no time. All right, we're all set. I hope we'll manage to find a weak point. Thanks to the fact that I scattered Blast Blade around here earlier, there were no signs of enemies. However, beyond the faintly rising black smoke, countless octopuses' corpses were wriggling. Do we really have enough time to find any weak points? I was worried, but I couldn't just back down after coming that far. Together with Sariel, I intended to overcome the fifth trial. Chapter 511, Looking for a Breakthrough. When I stepped on the Gluttony Octo's head, I could feel the firmness and resilience of a thick rubber tire. Luckily, I ran at full speed on the surface of the flesh, which was surprisingly easy to tread on. Damn, this is really tough, blast. As if jumping on rope, I evaded the gigantic tentacle that flew by, before exploding my blast blade on the octopus head. Air slash. At the same time, Sariel unleashed wind martial arts. When I turned around to check, I saw a huge octopus with sharp tentacles resembling spears. Immediately, it rained down attacks on me. The onslaught was impossible for me to avoid with a single leap. Is this what it means when it's raining spears? Watch out. The only reason why I managed to avoid it was because Sariel had slashed off one of its tentacles. Thanks to that, I escaped with my life. Even so, the way that huge octopus perfectly aimed its tentacles was as if it could predict my next movement. Considering that it had already happened thrice, it was no coincidence. That was right. After we landed on Gluttony Octo's head, an army of octopuses swarmed us, leading to a short battle. They're 13 meters ahead. I'll subdue the big one on my left, said Sariel. Which one are you talking about? In the next moment, a small explosion, followed by a reddish-black flash, burst in rapid succession about 10 meters away. Did she throw several of the ignited daggers I gave her? Judging from Sariel's position, she must have thrown it without looking, and precisely at that. Not even the word dexterity could describe her skill at this point. Amidst my admiration, I confronted the group of tentacles that approached me head-on. Uorg. I couldn't tell how many were there by just looking. In the next moment, the composite tentacles were entwined together, surrounding me from the front, behind, left, and right just like a woven rope. Or rather, it had turned into a ball to confine me. Just before the cage of tentacles was shut completely, I swung the Zweihander on my right hand, before scorching it with the Flamberge on my left to make my escape. As a matter of course, it was impossible to deal with the barrage of tentacles with just 2 consecutive hits. But not to worry, because Sariel had drawn her rapier and performed sword arts as a means of close-range defense. Looking at how she could sever a tentacle with just a wind blade, while I struggled to cut even one despite holding 2 swords, she had clearly surpassed my dual-wielding style. Once again, I found myself in a near-death situation, one that I couldn't survive without Sariel's help. No, seriously, I wonder if this guy can see the future. Despite having demonstrated boundless reliability, Sariel was still unable to become a decisive blow that deliver us from the overwhelming scenario. Am I naive to think that? Besides, this isn't the time to be looking for a weak point. There were simply too many enemies. Both my left and my right were full of slimy, lustrous, green enemies. They looked more like a forest of animated man-eating plants than a swarm of octopuses. Rather than searching for weaknesses, I should focus on running away. At first, I planned to go to the center of the gluttony octo's head, but instead of getting closer to it, I was pushed further away. At this rate, I was likely to end up skydiving from the gluttony octo's head in the near future. I'm having trouble finding parts that seem to be weak points as well. Amidst my run, I saw that the top of the gluttony octo's head was covered in a terrifyingly thick layer of meat, making it difficult to find any weak spots. Not only that, the layer of meat also explained why the giant octopus underlings could ruthlessly stab their tentacles everywhere. After all, even if they were to stab 2 or 3 meters deep, the main body wouldn't be damaged whatsoever. I doubted the magic and weapons we had on hand would be able to penetrate such thickness. Not only that, considering how huge it was, everywhere would have the same layer of thickness. No, I found it. For real. Rather than being happy about Sariel's most recent discovery, I was utterly shocked. I could faintly hear an intake sound from behind. It's probably a respiratory organ like gills. Gills were organs that took in oxygen from the water. It was a standard equipment that all sea creatures had. However, Gluttony Octo, who had become both an aerial and a land creature, shouldn't have one. If such was the case, was it a unique respiratory organ developed from Ella, or just a remnant? Either way, if that was the case, there'd be another hole that led to its body apart from its mouth. I see, that can certainly be considered a weak spot. If I could get past the meat wall, which boasted a thickness comparable to the Great Wall of Galahad, and hit it directly, things should work out somehow. All right, let's put it to good use. I had to make an immediate decision. Regardless of what awaited me, it was no use to sit around here. To escape from there, I ran towards the outer part. However, due to the overflowing octopuses blocking my vision, I almost lost my sense of direction several times. Nevertheless, thanks to Sariel's exquisite support, I could somehow run straight through it. I can see the edges. Is it okay to just jump? I can feel the airflow. Without a doubt, there exists a cavity right below here. Since I didn't have her perception skill, the ground just looked like a cliff. The blue sky expanded in front of me, accompanied by a wall of white clouds. As I dashed towards the void, did I look like someone who was eager to meet his demise? Although, considering the fact that I carried Sariel on my back, I was a crazy suicidal. Even so, I had no hesitation. While I didn't trust Sariel, I believed in her abilities. Uwarg. Bind arts. While dealing with the tentacles chasing after me from behind with the help of Sariel and sword arts, I jumped down with all my might, extending black chain from both arms as a lifeline. The tips of the bind arts that I created were shaped like sharp claws with barbed edges. As in, the way Hitsugi always would. I grabbed it and positioned it in a way so that it'd pierce the meaty ground. After that, while stretching the jingling chain, I let myself free fall as it was. Now, if nothing happened, we'd just be dangling in the air for no reason, but ew, there it is. After going down the cliff, which was roughly 20 meters tall, I saw a gill-like part that opened on the backside. However, the size was that of a cave. Approximately, it was 10 meters wide and about 3 meters high. Okay, it looks like we'll be able to break through. Let's go. I conjured more bind arts and aimed them at the entrance of the Ella. As long as I concentrated, I could safely hang in the air without Hitsugi's support. Looking at the white ground far below my feet, I moved forward by swinging the chain like a trapeze and successfully rolled into Ella. No one is pursuing us. Could it be that they were unable to follow us? Standing at the entrance to Ella, where a lukewarm wind was blowing, I looked behind me. Not a single green tentacle could be seen. Even though there were so many of them, why didn't any of them try to chase us? Anyway, now that they're out of our way, this is our chance. Let's head inside quickly, light torch. In order to illuminate the pitch-black path, I created a fireball that resembled a light torch with a pseudo-flame attribute, before throwing it inside. Ever since I boarded Last Rose's main body, it had been a while since I played such a role. After all, Lily and Fiona were usually there for me. Even though I rarely used it, the black flame sufficed as a source of lighting inside the Ella. Then, a sharp gleam flashed across my vision. Soundlessly, it flew towards the gap in my armor, aiming for my throat. Despite the unparalleled accuracy, I managed to slash it away with my Zweihander. You're the one who stabbed Ricky. In the space illuminated by the black flame, a single, thin tentacle was outstretched, splashed with bright blue blood. The owner of the rope-like, extended tentacles could be seen wriggling on the ground, making an unpleasant, high-pitched squeak just within the range of the illumination. Rather than an octopus, its triangular head reminded me of a squid. Not only that, it also had 6 tentacles in total. I also noticed that 2 of its tentacles were 3 times longer than the rest, and that the color of its body was bright cyan. With the absence of fog, I doubted I'd miss it even if it were to blend in with a flock of octopuses. Could it be it was a different species than the gluttony octo? After all, considering how huge the host body was, it wouldn't be strange for other monsters to inhabit it like a symbiotic relationship. The length of the squid's tentacle alone was about 10 meters. With such a long range, if someone was targeted in a thick fog, it'd be hard to avoid. At that time, even if we ran straight ahead, Ricky's demise would still be inevitable. If not for the face-to-face conversation we had, I wouldn't even notice that she was missing, or the culprit, for that matter. However, if I was aware from the get-go, I could still be vigilant and try to intercept it. Don't think the same trick will work twice, you damn squid. My anger welled up. Before the assassin squid could attempt another surprise attack, I threw a grenade to finish it off. This guy probably isn't the one who stabbed Ricky, it's just the same species. Nevertheless, I couldn't contain my anger and spat curses. Some of them are still prowling around here. Be careful of surprise attacks. I know, or rather, it already begins. From the other side of the darkness, 2 squids ferociously appeared. They probably thought that it was useless to hide any longer. One crawled on the ceiling, while the other on the ground. While the one on the ground was more than twice as big, the number and shape of the tentacles were the same as the previous. Then, is it just an individual difference? Albeit of the same species, the 2 squids were different in size. However, both used their 2 long tentacles to attack, while the remaining 4 short tentacles were used to glide. The 2 long tentacles would then leap towards the prey, akin to that of a snake. Unlike the octopuses, they were quite nimble. Is this a swift type? Regardless, if it was just this, I could still keep up with them. First, I calmly killed the first one with a splitting blast blade. Then, I aimed at the one on the ceiling, before unleashing my blast blade. In the next moment, the squid was sewn to the wall, before being enveloped in red and black explosion. As it let out its death howl, the squid became another fireball that lit up the cave. The other, huge, one crawling on the ground could easily be cut down with a sword. But then, it tried to overtake me with its long reach, but it didn't matter because I already anticipated it. Just like before, I slashed at the spear-tipped tentacles with my Zweihander. Even if there were 2 of them, thanks to the length of my blade, I dealt with it just fine. After completely neutralizing the opponent's attack, I used my second sword to intercept the squid that was charging towards me. Hold on. I heard Sariel's voice. No, before that, I had cancelled my interception. Due to the sudden cancellation of the attack and the need to avoid the attack, I rolled sideways. While the action itself was a tad unreasonable, I did manage to escape peril. At that moment, as I rolled to my side while being coated in mucus, I saw a glimpse of navy blue fabric at the edge of my vision. Hey, Sariel, no way. Despite losing 2 of its tentacles, the squid still turned around vigorously and without crying in agony. The way it never lost its fighting spirit was the same as the other octopuses, who didn't know fear. But something was amiss. I didn't notice it at first, or rather, I couldn't because it was hidden. If I had paid any attention to it, I could have easily checked it. There's no doubt about it. This is the one that caught Ricky. Under the squid's large body, the limbs of a person in a dark blue monk's robe peeped slightly. Her slender, white fingertips were motionless. Even if her face was still obscured by the squid's body and wriggling tentacles, I knew it was her. Damn you. I reflexively tried to obliterate it, but when I extended my hand, no explosion occurred. Hey, there's no way Ricky's still alive, right? That's right. Despite knowing how useless it was, I still asked Sariel. I certainly saw it. The moment Ricky's chest was pierced by the tentacle, I already knew it was fatal. Besides, even if she was captured alive, it had been nearly a week since then. At a glance, her body still looked intact. But no matter how I looked at her, I didn't think she was alive. Moreover, it was also possible that the other half of her body, which I couldn't see, had already gone. In other words, it was just a corpse. And yet, I was unable to attack that very corpse. I could have easily blown the guy into splinters using either my grenade or the blast blade. Alternatively, I could also use my Zweihander to chop its head in half. If I just wanted to defeat it, there were a number of ways. However, if I added the condition of not damaging Ricky's remains, the hurdle was high. Damn, even though she's already dead, why did it become such a hostage situation? Do you hesitate to defeat that thing? Shut up, I'm thinking. I didn't want Sariel to think that I was a softie. I didn't want her to know, even though I knew it was useless. I wanted to believe that it was only natural that I'd like to retrieve her body. However, under the current circumstance, I could also see why it wasn't a priority. I stood here shouldering thousands of lives. Therefore, the body of a single dead human shouldn't be in the equation. Therefore, I shouldn't be wasting my time in a dilemma. Give it up. Admit it. Ricky is already dead. You let her die. Sword Art's crack blast. Gee. As I summoned a sword from the shadows, the squid roared. Was it trying to intimidate me? As the squid raised its head and spread its tentacles, I could see it. As expected, there's no doubt about it. I could see Ricky's pale face. Her eyes were closed as if she was asleep. As if time had stopped, I froze with my sword in my hand. I couldn't do anything. Let me do it. Then, Sariel appeared in front of me. Before I knew it, my back became lighter. Somehow, she managed to remove her straps without falling. Sariel assumed a sitting position. On her left hand, a blade made of holy silver mithril could be seen. Sariel, hold on. In vain, I reached out to her. The moment Sariel lightly swung her rapier, her entire body leaped like a shot arrow. She was flying in the sky? No, it must have been because of the wind emanating from the rapier. Transforming into a white whirlwind, Sariel pointed the sharp point of her rapier straight ahead, before leaping towards the squid with Ricky's remains. Let me take care of Ricky's body. Air Overblast. The mid-range offensive spell, Air Overblast, was activated as she plunged her blade into the squid, conjuring a storm. In the narrow, cave-like space, the tremendous gust of the wind struck me with the impact as if I was being blown away. I could endure it by standing still, but Sariel, who was at the epicenter of the storm, was thrown off by the wind pressure surging out of the pierced squid. By the time I realized it, Sariel, Ricky, and the squid were blown out of Ella's cave. To self-destruct using her own technique. No, Sariel deliberately did it. She forcibly eliminated my weakness, which was Reki, from before me. You idiot. The reason why my fist trembled, was it because of anger? Anger towards Sariel for doing something so selfish. Anger towards the squid for holding Ricky's corpse hostage. The reason was neither. I was just angry because I let Sariel do something foolish. Even though Sariel had lost her emotions, limbs, and protection, she still took care of me. She pitied me. My pride as a man, was there even a shred of it left? Damn it. Just you wait, I'm going to bring down this huge enemy right away. Chapter 512, Antiviscera, War. Like a destroyer, I went rampage and took down the squids that stood in my way with my two swords. As if they understood my purpose, squids of the same type emerged as I rushed into the gill. However, they weren't a big obstacle. My goal was the innermost part of that gill. After all, I didn't have enough firepower. Unless I attacked its weakest point, I doubted that I'd be able to bring it down. Now, just how deep does it go? When I thought about that, my vision suddenly expanded. Is this the finish line? A large, dome-shaped, open space. In order to improve my vision, I immediately scattered black flame torches. The fireballs, which slowly descended from midair and burned like flare shot, illuminated every corner of the dome. It's not Ella, it's a spawning ground. Stuck to the ground and walls were white grain lined up in a tight row. The shape was long, akin to a jelly bean, and had a fluffy texture, along with a cloudy color. About the size of a rugby ball. Upon closer inspection at the one near my feet, I saw a juvenile silhouette beneath the white film, with a round head and 4 legs. All of these were definitely eggs. There's a lot of them. No, since it's an octopus, it's only to be expected. This number of eggs was one of the gluttony octo army's strengths. Essentially, organisms laid a large number of eggs because the majority of their spawns were eaten by predators. However, the gluttony octo broke the rule of the food chains. As if the fact that they possessed a huge number wasn't enough, they also preyed on others. Unless the humans were to dispatch an army to wipe them out, or they themselves came face to face with some really powerful monsters, they'd continue to multiply endlessly, devouring all of the land. I'd like to wipe you out, but I have no choice but to put that on hold. If I didn't slay the big boss, the gluttony octo, I wouldn't be able to achieve anything. Although it'd be a different story if the eggs were to hatch all at once and attack me. Nevertheless, I didn't think that would happen anytime soon. I spotted several of the squids at the corners of the dome. They didn't seem to notice me. Moreover, they were busy feeding their spawns with either human remains or animal carcasses, pierced with 2 long tentacles. Apparently, they also took care of the newborns. The reason Wairiki's corpse was left intact was probably because so that it could serve as food. Should I consider it fortunate that she wasn't killed by the octopuses? After all, when it came to those octopuses, they'd devour their prey as it was. No, focus. Instead of focusing on something unnecessary, I should concentrate on my objective. As I regained my composure, a red light flashed across my field of vision. Is Mia telling me to hurry up? Although it was a momentary radiance, it was undoubtedly a light that showed the ordeal. A wall of flesh rose directly in front of me. On the other side of it, light shone as if there was an offering. At that moment, I had also decided on my target. After that, I went on the offense. Sword arts. Blade storm. As I treaded on the spawning ground, I summoned one sword after another from the shadow gate. While I couldn't control 100 swords at the same time, I could do it effortlessly if I fired them in rapid succession. I shall unleash all the remaining blackened swords. Full blast. A storm of blades erupted. Then, a raging red and black flame. The eggs that covered the wall were blown away, along with chunks of green meat. The wall itself looked like it had been gouged out. But it's not enough. Without hesitation, I fired one blast blade after another. Focusing on one point, I tried to penetrate the wall as deeply as possible without wasting bullets, and rigged them to explode in unison. Thus, explosive sounds resounded endlessly in the flesh-walled dome. After using up all the remaining ammunitions and emptying the contents of the space magic dimension pouch, my terrorism ceased temporarily. How is it? Black smoke was billowing in, and the flammable egg and meat walls were starting to catch fire due to the aftermath of the successive explosions. What spread out before my eyes was a hellish spectacle of blazing black flames, engulfing both walls and various spawns. But that was it. I couldn't see any other change to the appearance of the gluttony octo itself. I advanced further and approached the place where the black flames were spreading. On the other side of the ever-expanding explosion of smoke was a white wall clinging to green flesh. What's that? Is it a bone? Even though it's an octopus. I didn't know if it was actually a bone or just tough flesh, but it didn't seem to be the type that would break even if I hit it with a grenade burst. In that case, double Kuronagi. A 2 consecutive hits martial arts attack using the steel Zweihander and the flaming flamberge. I felt like I was cutting on something thick. Nevertheless, the blade still passed through. Even though the cross-shaped slashes were etched into the wall of bones, I couldn't take it down. I wondered if the thickness exceeded the length of the blades. If I couldn't somehow get rid of it, I wouldn't be able to move forward. Perhaps I had to blow it off all at once, like removing a collapsed bedrock. In that case, I had to rely on my trump card. Overdrive. I activated my first divine protection. Smoldering, crimson magic circulated throughout my body, and I began to radiate a red aura. After stabbing my 2 swords into the ground, I raised my fist as if I were drawing a bow. Wrath impact. Concentrating on a single point, I hit the wall with all my might, using my greatest attack power. It was effective. The wrath impact easily smashed through the hard, sturdy wall of bone, prying open the path to the offering. One more layer, I guess. a circular cavity that looked like it had been blown away by a gigantic cannonball, along with a wall of bone with cracks spreading out in a radial pattern, could be seen on the other side of the wall of flesh, thumping and pulsing. This is probably the last one. Rather than a muscular armor that encased its huge body, it was probably an internal organ. Even so, due to the gigantic body, the organs themselves probably had a thick structure. First, I used grenade burst to weaken it to an extent, then hit it again using wrath impact to completely pulverize them. All right, this will do. Just one more blow. Grenade burst. Full burst. After throwing as many highly explosive shells as possible, I fired a salvo. Although the firepower was less than Blade Storm, it was enough to scrape through the wall of flesh. Thanks to the Nana Blast amulet that canceled the close-range explosion, I raised my fist again without suffering from the heat. This is the end of the 5th trial, Wrath. Almost immediately, a solid black-colored magic began to smolder. However, as if eroding the black flame, there was a tinge of bright purple. Overgear. As chills ran down my spine, a sense of danger blared in my mind, and I switched to the divine protection. The crimson aura of the one-hit kill that resided in my right fist subsided, while my entire body was enveloped in a steel aura that blocked all attacks. In the next moment, venomous purple gas filled my vision. Goo-oh-oh-oo-oh. Acid breath. I had been sprayed by the large octopuses countless times, and I was able to overcome them just fine. But now, my entire body was being pervaded by a strong acid breath. Damn it. I didn't expect that it could shout poisonous gas from the inside. Or maybe I hit the poison sac. Either way, it wasn't unbearable. No, this is bad at this rate. The second divine protection effectively negated the acid dissolution. Well, the fact that I could still think clearly proved that I hadn't melted into mush yet. However, I could only endure it because I had activated Overgear. If I were to suddenly ran out of mana and the skill was cancelled, I didn't think I'd be recognizable afterwards. The sudden burst of poisonous gas covered the spawning ground in an instant, while the purple haze blocked my vision so much that I couldn't even see an inch further. It was probably safe to assume that the entire space, including the passageway, was already filled with poisonous gas. From the outside, it must have seemed as if purple smoke had spewed out from the gill-like part. If I were to escape now, I'd still make it. However, I wouldn't be able to defeat the Gluttony Octo. To team up with Sariel, ride Pegasus, slip through the anti-aircraft fire of acid breath, and attempt to reach this place all over again. Yeah, that's not possible. In that case, I had no choice but to press on. I still had the magical power to continue activating Overgear. Since air purification wasn't included in the effect, it was impossible to breathe in the air. However, due to my constitution, I could fight while holding my breath for a while. With the remaining magic power and oxygen, I should be able to last for another 5 minutes. I couldn't use Wrath Impact, so I had no choice but to push through with Grenade Burst. With my field of vision blocked by purple, I extended my arms straight in front of me and concentrated on conjuring a cannonball made of black magic power. While activating Overgear, it'd be quite difficult for me to use black magic separately. The fact that the Fairy Fusion, Excellion mode, could be performed with ease was thanks to Lily's genius formula calculation. Gritting my teeth at my own powerlessness, I managed to create a high-explosive projectile that could be used for a full burst. Now can you stand this? Just before the launch, the ground rumbled as if giving the last resistance. Ew. The tremor was slightly different from an earthquake. Rather than swaying, it was as if the ground itself was rippling. Because the ground that I should be standing on had moved, I couldn't help but roll over the undulating ground. Despite its gigantic body, I wondered if the Gluttony Octo could detect my location. Amidst thinking how I should proceed when facing against such resistance, I realized a mistake. The tremor wasn't a counterattack against me, but the signs that the Gluttony Octo had begun to move. At that moment, I heard or was struck by a heavy roaring sound. Once I heard it, I could never forget it, that ominous, deep bass. It was a signal for the Gluttony Octo to start absorbing everything. There was no time to spare. If I didn't launch the cannon as soon as possible and finish it off. However, the terrifying deep bass that reverberated in the space, inside its body, transformed into a real impact that struck my body. Along with the ear-splitting sound was a sound wave that couldn't be avoided. Even now, the ground continued to shake violently. Although the damage was cancelled by the overgear, it was impossible for me to stand still. It was as if I was standing on top of a shaking palm. I couldn't aim properly. At that point, I had even lost the target I should aim for, as the visibility was zero due to the poison gas. Moreover, it was also impossible to trace by hand. Due to the rapid consumption of magical power and the activation of divine protection, the limit of oxygen was gradually approaching. All those situations put pressure on me. Shit. While crouching awkwardly like a frog, all I could do was extend out my arm, filled with black magic, beyond the poisonous fog. It was too risky to take a gamble. I didn't even want to think about the probability of hitting the hole I pried earlier. However, if I didn't shoot, I had no other way of surviving. Damn it. At the last minute, I found myself relying on God. York. Please hit full burst. Chapter 513, Reunion with My Best Friend. Do your best to hold your ground. If we let them pass, it'll be the end of us. Like the epitome of a heavy-armored knight, Ryan powerfully swung his halberd and took down the swarm of octopuses. Beyond the main gate of the Alsatian fortress castle, inside the vast entrance hall, a fierce close combat battle between humans and octopuses unfolded. Only about 15 minutes ago, the sturdy steel castle gate was melted by acid breath, and not long after, small and medium-sized octopuses began to flood the castle. In that short amount of time, a force consisting of both crusaders and vigilantes solidified their defense line, resulting in a mountain of green corpses. At the moment, 3 breakthroughs had been reported. As a result, the vigilantes, the supposed reservist, had to be sent to the front line. The vigilantes, burning with a sense of mission to reclaim their village, had much higher morale than the unskilled infantry and put up a braver fight than expected. Ryan, the vigilante leader of the 202nd colony, became the leader. Hey, you there, the support has weakened. What are you doing? Fire. Hey Ryan, I'm the commander, so stop skipping orders as you please, /. Shut up, four-eyed bean sprouts. Because you and your subordinates are pathetic, we have to take charge, break. The powerful martial arts of the 2 heavy-armored knights obliterated the approaching mass of octopuses. Ryan, the vigilante commander, wielded a halberd, while Cliff, the commander of the squadron, wielded a zweihander. The frontline defense was led by the 2 who had oil and water relationships. The octopuses, who crawled along the wall and to the ceiling, were fought by the 2. Due to their fearless display of might, they were able to put up a decent fight despite their not-so-perfect formation. And a strong vanguard that fended off the enemy received better support from the safe rearguard. In fact, the octopuses that rushed after the 2 were immediately met by a salvo of Ignis Sigita from the mage unit behind them. Despite the fact that many of the octopuses were reduced to ashes by the rain of fire, the mage unit wasn't the deadliest one there. Disperse, full burst. The small murmur reached even Ryan and Cliff, who were in the front line. Yes, it originated from where the octopuses had invaded, looking for a place to go. Amidst the horde of monsters stood a single white figure. From the soft contour alone, it could be seen that it was a woman. Her long, wavy black hair swayed in the breeze. However, despite her beautiful back, everyone was aware that she was anything but a human. For it was none other than a translucent, humanoid-shaped entity purely made by fog. With a height that far exceeded 2 meters, the group of octopuses crawling on the floor made her look even taller. Ursula, the spellcaster, named that entity the White Yaksha Princess Anastasia. After throwing herself into the whirlpool of enemies, she continued to slay countless monsters. The herd has thinned out, the injured should retreat now. Every time Ursula unleashed a mighty blow, a large number of octopuses would disappear in an instant. The tremendous, yet instantaneous firepower created a temporary gap in the seemingly endless wave of enemies. Ursula's lone struggle was the biggest reason why they were able to hold out in the face of the rampage. As soon as the signal of battle arrived, Ursula rushed in on her own. Of course, Ryan tried to stop her. However, Ursula was fast. After slipping past Ryan, she separated herself from the vanguard. Once she was in the middle of the crowd of enemies, it was physically impossible to retrieve her. As a result, Ryan was forced to let Ursula behave as she pleased. Despite her unreasonableness, she still provided an excellent line of defenses. However, that was extremely painful for both Ryan and Cliff to admit, because they were supposed to be the adults in charge. The enemy has weakened. Raise your spirit. Knock them all the way out to the outside of the castle. As soon as he saw the opportunity, Ryan signaled everyone to charge. Like I said, don't give orders without permission. With Ryan and Cliff at the forefront, the mixed forces switched to counterattack. In order to support those who boldly charged forward, the rearguard also rained down flaming arrows at precise timing. The moment a crimson shower flashed at the entrance, Ryan and the others quickly rushed to the position where Ursula fought by her lonesome. Hey, Ursula, this foolish girl, doing whatever she pleases. I'm sorry. Finally arriving beside Ursula, Ryan could only show a bitter expression when he heard her apologize. Had it been one of his subordinates, he'd punch them on spot. However, because he was aware of how she felt, he couldn't outright get angry at her. Come on, give me a break. If something happens to you, the priest will surely kill me. I'm sorry. Ursula apologized once again. This time, it felt more sincere. Don't fight in the front anymore. But please lend us your support. Understood. Then, the battle resumed once more. However, thanks to the support of both the mages and Ursula, it didn't take long to overturn the situation. Even more so when not a single reinforcement came from the enemy. As such, it didn't take long to destroy the invading octopuses. Is that all of them? Are they seriously gone? Yes, it appears to be so. Ryan and Cliff stepped over the mass of green flesh that spread all over the floor and looked at the other side of the main gate. More than half of the gate itself had melted down and transformed into a mere hole. Ursula seemed to be concerned about the sudden shift in the situation and secretly stood right behind them, quietly staring at what was beyond the white fog. Did we win? No, according to what the priest told us, if the enemy suddenly pulls back. At that time, the silence ceased. Duan, Ryan's words were interrupted by a loud thump. At the same time, a gust of wind blew through with a tremendous force. What is it all of the sudden? Half surprised and half cursing, Ryan reflexively lowered his tower shield and looked ahead. Due to the powerful wind, some of the fog in the surrounding area had been dispersed, expanding the field of vision by several dozen meters. Having said that, all they could see was a part of the plaza where the inorganic stone pavement went on to the inside of the fortress, while the enemy was nowhere to be seen. Wah hey, what's that? While there were no enemies, they spotted the figure of an ally. Until just before the gust of wind, the area was empty. Everyone could see a small figure lying limply in front of the main gate. Sister Yuri, Ursula exclaimed at the fallen figure. It was none other than Sister Yuri in her familiar monk attire. She laid motionless on the stone pavement. Her large, wimple hood had been blown away, revealing her long, flaxen hair. In her hand, only a silver and emerald rapier that was broken in two could be seen. Her appearance gave the impression of a courageous yet noble nun who, though fragile, fought bravely against the enemy of God until the very end. Just by looking at the collapsed figure of Sister Yuri gave a tragic and moving impression. However, Ursula was purely concerned about her safety. Ursula dug into the magical pouch Kuro had bestowed upon her, looking for potions. But when Ursula approached Sister Yuri, "Don't come any closer, Ursula." Contrary to her quiet voice, Sariel's limbless body jumped on the spot as if a switch had been flipped. With the impact of her landing, she discarded her broken sword and landed with only a left arm. As if trying to crush her, a squid with its tentacles spread landed at the spot where she once was. Since Kuro had cut off 2 of its tentacles, there were only 4 left. While the remaining tentacles were only around 2 meters long, they were tough and sharp. Along with the gurgling sound of water, the sharp-tipped tentacles pierced the stone pavement. Sparks flew along with a high-pitched sound. Sariel, who had evaded by rolling on the ground, quietly pulled out her rapier and waited. Sariel shifted her gaze to the side and confirmed that Ursula hadn't rushed out. However, from the look on her face, it was apparent that she had seen what was contained within the squid. Ricky's corpse. Ursula's blue eyes went wide as her small mouth flapped, probably calling her best friend's name. Or was it a word of escape that denied reality? Either way, even Sariel, who didn't care about human emotions, could see that the apprentice sister, who was still young in both body and mind, couldn't be allowed to deal with that enemy. Above all, she had already told Kuro. She had told Kuro to leave Ricky's body to her. Sariel couldn't lie. Therefore, she always did as she said. She had to somehow defeat the opponent without causing any bodily harm to Ricky. Considering that both her limbs and magic rapier were missing, that'd be too severe a restriction, even for Sariel. However, it wasn't impossible. I'll retrieve Ricky's body. After leaving those words to Ursula, Sariel completely focused on the battle. After a gasp, Sariel moved. Despite having no legs and no support from wind magic, her movement as she closed the gap was that of a first-class swordsman. The propulsion source was, as expected, her left arm, the only part she had left. While holding her sword in her mouth, she fell on her front as if crawling on her stomach. Then, she extended her unoccupied hand, letting her fingers rest on the slight unevenness of the stone pavement. After that, she pushed her arm with all her might and flew. Although the principle itself seemed simple, what made it possible was Sariel's superhuman strength and sense of balance. Transforming into a white cannonball, Sariel charged towards the squid. Meanwhile, the squid was still wriggling, as if to determine which one was the enemy. The distance, which was more than 10 meters, became 0 in less than a second. In the meantime, the once bitten sword had moved to her hand. A flash of white passed over the squid's triangular head. Losing another of its remaining tentacles, the squid writhed and shrieked. It tried to chase after its attacker, but Sariel had already moved away. However, her onslaught had only begun. A blast! The small murmur was drowned out by the sound of an explosion. The squid, who couldn't feel pain, didn't care if a short-bladed dagger had pierced one of its thick tentacles. However, when the dagger went aflame, the squid began to feel a sense of crisis. After all, it was vulnerable to fire. However, even if the opponent wasn't the squid, it wasn't inconceivable that it wouldn't notice Sariel's pursuit. The follow-up throw of ignited dagger was simply too quick. Immediately after receiving a slash, Sariel threw down her sword and thrusted her hand into her pouch, taking out the exploding knives. Then she tucked the blades between her fingers, 3 in all. After that, she performed a flip. When she was on the verge of landing on the ground, Sariel gave up even preparing a stance and threw the ignited dagger. Only Sariel, who had complete mastery over her own body, could throw a knife with precision control. As for the result, the squid's remaining 3 tentacles exploded. At the moment Sariel decided to land her torso, she casually activated guard to brace for the impact. After rolling vigorously for several meters, she finally lifted her head and caught the wriggling figure of the enemy within her sight. In an instant, the squid lost all of its limbs, causing it to roar more and more in anguish. However, with all of its tentacles cut off, there was only so much it could do. As for Sariel, all that was left was to carefully dislodge the main body that was clinging to Ricky's back. If she threw daggers and scorched the main body little by little, she should be able to completely separate the two. But when Sariel was about to throw the daggers, the enemy's appearance changed. The squid stood up. To say that it was an act of utter desperation would be unwise, for the squid stood up not using its own legs, but the legs of a human being. In other words, Ricky was standing up. Ricky! Ursula involuntarily raised her voice. Nevertheless, her words didn't reach her best friend, for her soul had long departed for the underworld. In this world, there was no longer any way to reach her. Ricky stood up with a giant squid on her back. After losing all its tentacles, its length was greatly reduced, but the tip of its long, triangular head almost touched the ground. The small, yellow eyes of the squid that clung to Ricky's head caught Sariel, who was lying on the ground. In accordance with that, Ricky's neck moved along with her red, hollow eyes. The squid was aiming for its attacker. Despite having understood that, Sariel could only intercept the barrage of attacks. After all, Ricky had charged towards her with the same agility she had back when she was still alive. As such, if she were to throw the dagger as it was, Ricky would be hit. While she could aim at the big head that could be seen over her small back and shoot it through the armpit or between her legs, but that was only if the target didn't move. Judging from the squid's quick reaction, it might use Ricky's body as a shield. As Sariel pondered her next move, Ricky took a step forward towards her. How fast? Sariel said that because it was such an unexpected maneuver. Yes, Riki, who started running, carried a huge load on her back, yet approached with a tremendous speed. In the blink of an eye, she ran through a distance of more than 10 meters. Finally, with a strong step that cracked the stone pavement, she spun towards Sariel. Blast! A series of small explosions erupted from the squid that latched on Riki's back. With one arm, Sariel jumped over Riki and threw a dagger at her back. After landing on her belly, Sariel saw that Riki had leaped out from the billowing black smoke, about to attack her. After being hit by the ignited dagger, the main body should have taken some damage. However, Riki's movement didn't slow down at all. It was a very troublesome situation. For some reason, moving through Riki's body resulted in a much more powerful and speedy movement. As far as Sariel was concerned, Gluttony Octo didn't possess any parasitic ability. Therefore, for it to be able to move so nimbly, she had to acknowledge it, or something like that. However, even if that squid had a parasitic ability, even if it somehow could perform necromancy, the fact remained that Sariel now had to deal with the undead Riki. Therefore, she had no choice but to concentrate. Riki rushed forward just like before, but her running speed had increased even further. Similarly, Sariel, who had no other way to move, escaped by jumping with her left arm. But the moment she flew into the air, she was overtaken. The last step that Riki took led to even more rapid acceleration, and she finally managed to catch up to the fleeing Sariel. Riki extended her hand and tightly grasped the hem of her long monastic robe. However, when she was about to slam Sariel to the ground with all her might, along with a terrific wind noise, she ended up only swinging her arm in vain. Riki's hollow red eyes moved, and the image of Sariel with a sword in her hand was reflected. The moment she was grabbed, she drew a spare rapier from her pocket and tore her hem to escape. Severing a large chunk of her hem revealed her amputated legs. Her missing limbs were tightly bandaged, while the glistening white skin of her upper thigh seemed both painful and strangely captivating. She was being driven into a corner. Despite this, Sariel wasn't in a panic. She simply understood her own disadvantage. Earlier, she managed to escape, but she doubted there'd be a next time. Just like when she defeated the armored bear, she should be able to cut the enemy in half by countering it. However, Riki's body wouldn't be unscathed. Instead, she'd turn into an unrecognizable lump of flesh. On the other hand, it was no longer possible to dodge Riki's dash, which grew faster with each step. Not only that, the mobility she could obtain with only her left arm was limited. If she were to be careful, it might be possible to incapacitate Riki without hurting her. She could sever the squid from Riki by plunging the blade directly into her back. If she could do that, then Riki's body would definitely be released. However, in exchange for that, she wondered how much damage she'd suffer during that instance. Even if it was only for a moment, the fact remained that she'd be in close contact with the enemy. As it was, Riki could definitely finish her, who had lost her divine protection. Sariel was troubled. Should I give up on Riki's body? Back when she was still an apostle, she could easily sacrifice others to accomplish her mission. She would neither hesitate nor regret it. Due to that, she managed to defeat the demon king Garvanal, but Sariel had understood. She no longer had any duties to perform or any god to serve. Listen, from now on, your life is yours alone. There's no reason for you to obey anyone else. That was right, she still had something to do. I'm sorry, Riki. The girl before her eyes had already turned into a monster. With bloodshot eyes, she flailed her arms and pounced like a wild beast. Sariel didn't move from where she was and only lifted her sword quietly. Then, she imbued said blade with a one-hit kill martial arts. White breaths. In an instant, Sariel's vision was dyed white. The whiteness spread, swallowing even Riki. A white tornado that surged like a raging wave. Sariel already knew that it was a powerful life-absorbing drain. Why did you shoot her, Ursula? Before asking that, Sariel lowered the sword she never managed to swing. She asked Ursula why she'd unleash her strongest technique, white breath, on her own best friend. It's all right, Sister Yuri. I believe that this is my obligation. Sariel couldn't quite understand what Ursula meant. Why should Ursula take the blame? Instead, shouldn't she be wishing that she could push all those things on Sariel, who was neither a puppet of God or a human? Riki. If it was so excruciating to the point that she'd be brimming with tears, why didn't she entrust it to Sariel? Ursula, you are. Sariel didn't know what to say to Ursula. However, that wasn't the reason why she didn't manage to finish her sentence. A gigantic heavy bass resounded with a volume that shook the ground. At that time, Sariel, Ursula, and everyone gathered in the Alsatian fortress looked up at the sky. At that moment, they saw it. Right above the fortress, the gargantuan gluttony octo was floating with its mouth open, as if introducing the abyss. Chapter 514, What I Can Do. Although Ricky was already dead, seeing Ursula shoot her own friend aroused indescribable, complex emotions in Sariel's heart. However, before she could logically comprehend and register them to be a mixture of both sadness and regret, the situation took a drastic turn. Hurry and run to the depth of the castle. Something bad is going to happen. As soon as the gluttony octo's roar echoed through the fortress, they began to retreat. Everyone already knew what it meant. After attacking the village, the gluttony octo proceeded to inhale everything, leaving only barren land. The same was about to take place in the Alsace fortress. A turbulent wind gushed through the open main gate, accompanied by a bellowing roar. The reverberating sound of the wind, along with the faint wind pressure, which shook the castle, indicated that a huge storm was brewing outside. The force of wind was likely to increase until it could lift the entire stone fortress into the air. There was never a doubt as to whether or not the gluttony octo would be able to swallow the fortress, even more so after she had boarded its colossal body. The swirling presence of tremendous magical power within convinced Sariel of its absolute predation. In other words, even if they were to escape to the innermost part of the castle, or even underground, they had no chance of surviving. The gluttony octo would consume the Alsace fortress, along with all the men here. Kurono, who stayed within the enemy's body, was the sole remaining hope. Sister Yuri, Priest Kuro. He's still inside the gluttony octo. I've returned to the ground in order to eliminate Ricky from my brother's sight. Sariel answered Ursula's question while speeding through the passages of the castle, of course, not by her own. She was currently being held under Ryan's right arm. Upon hearing the gluttony octo's roar, he immediately discarded his weapon and picked up Sariel. All in all, it was an accurate judgment of the situation. And then, as if by chance, Ricky's body was in his left arm. Ursula's white breath was supposed to obliterate the hostile Ricky. However, in the end, the powerful drain only erased the monstrous squid that had been controlling her. Even though she should have been reduced into a skeleton and rags, her body somehow remained intact. However, there was neither pulse nor breath, and the fact that she died stayed the same. Akin to a blessing in disguise, Ryan started to evacuate to the castle with Ricky's body. If Priest Kuro is here, he'll surely be able to do something. Yeah, I sure hope that he'd defeat that giant thing quickly and finish it. Otherwise, I don't know how long the castle will stand. The exchange between Ursula and Ryan bore no hint of despair. Even Sariel could guess that the two still believed in his victory. At the same time, Sariel knew Kurono was no apostle. As such, he wasn't an ultimate being with inexhaustible magic. Despite being remodeled by the White Sacrament and a superhuman who received the protection of the Black Gods, his power was still within the realm of humans. Indeed, in that world, he was a human just like any other. Sariel, who fought with all her might as the seventh apostle, knew the limits of Kurono's power. Kurono might not be able to defeat Gluttony Octo. However, that was a mere guess. The path to subjugating the Gluttony Octo wasn't an easy one, but rather one filled with many drawbacks. Inadequate strength, poor preparation. The strategy itself was one of reckless assault that relied on the power of a single person. Sariel, whose role was to fight against God's enemies, wasn't very bright when it came to leading soldiers and devising strategies. However, as a decorative commander, even she could understand that Kurono's strategy wasn't only full of holes, but also had a low chance of success. If anything, it'd be more appropriate to call it a gamble. In the meantime, the Gluttony Octo had begun its final stage of predation. Whoa, hey, they're already dead. The castle suddenly shook violently, as if it had been hit by an earthquake. Ryan stumbled, but held on to the two bodies. However, about half of the soldiers gathered there had fell. Ursula. I'm okay. Ursula was also one of those who fell. Despite her exceptional magic, she was still a child and had dull motor nerves. As a result, she toppled into the stone walkway, falling spectacularly and hitting her forehead in the process. Still suppressing her tears, she vehemently stood up. Briefly, Sariel's thin eyebrows witched, perhaps because she was physically unable to help the fallen child. "Damn, will we be able to reach the basement?" Ryan cursed, visibly impatient. The solid, stone passage once extended in a precise straight line, but as of the present, it had become askew. The wall could collapse at any time. "There's a chapel over there. Since it's located at the center of the castle, it should be safer than here." The commander of the Crusaders, Cliff, shouted that. At the sight of the dilapidated passage, no one objected to the suggestion. "Follow me. The tremor is terrible, be careful not to fall." As tremors struck intermittently, everyone proceeded through the dusty corridor with their hands pressed to the walls. Is it because fear overwhelms all emotions? Nevertheless, the line of Crusaders advancing quietly in a solemn manner was reminiscent of the saints' march depicted in the Bible, and felt somewhat sacred to Sariel. Did God bless them? But considering that God had turned his back on them, it had to be pure luck. In the end, they safely arrived at the chapel, where the white double doors awaited. "All right, the octopuses won't get inside, so let's get in." With Ryan and Cliff as the leads, the evacuation to the chapel soon reached its completion. A heavy knight who boasted of his strength went to bar the door. It's somewhat better than the aisle. Being in the completely shut chapel certainly made it feel as if the sound of the wind had receded. The tremors had subsided, and closing one's eyes gave the illusion of it being another stormy night. "Let's pray to God that we'll overcome this storm." Involuntarily, the Crusaders had gathered at the house of God. How much faith do they have when half of them were village vigilantes? It went without a question that they weren't faithful enough to the point that they'd wholeheartedly carry out martyrdom. Even so, at this very moment, they recalled the teachings of the cross that were akin to common sense in the country, no, in the world, since the age of gods. "Our Father, who art in heaven." A person muttered to no one in particular. "Forgive us our trespasses." The men began to let go of their weapons and joined their hands in prayer. "Deliver us from evil." Before long, everyone who'd gathered in the chapel chanted the sacred prayer, except for a single infidel who didn't pray. "God bless Mu." As if that wasn't enough, the infidel even interfered with a devout believer who prayed beside her. Ursula's petite mouth was overlaid with a force akin to slapping a mosquito. "What are you doing, Sister Yuri?" Due to the unexpected action from the even more unexpected person, Ursula's eyes went wide. The one who hadn't offered a prayer and even disturbed a believer, the aforementioned infidel, was none other than Sariel. As surprised as Ursula was towards the slap, she was aware of how emotionless Sister Yuri was after living for 3 months with her. As such, it'd be impossible for someone who had never uttered a single joke to prank her. Like a hissing cat, Ursula glowered at Sariel. However, Sariel was as expressionless as ever. "It's useless to pray." After staring at each other for 30 seconds, Sariel remarked, "Hey, even if you pray, God won't lend you his strength." She was given power she never asked for, only to lose it in times of need. She couldn't think of it as anything but being toyed with. Unreasonable? Yes, everything was absurd. For that Yuriko Shurasaki to be reincarnated and began fulfilling her mission as an apostle. For her to be an existence that worried and tormented Kurono. For those who treated her like a friend despite not knowing her circumstances to be on the verge of a merciless death. However, Sariel couldn't overcome any of that. In short, she was helpless. Her heart stirred in agitation. "I can't do anything on my own. This situation is beyond me." Back when she was still an apostle, she'd analyze and come to terms with the difference in ability and wouldn't think about it any further. But what is this urge swirling in the depths of my chest? She couldn't comprehend people's emotions, so she didn't know. However, if this feeling was the very essence of human emotion, I see, even if slightly, she felt like she could understand why Kurono was always risking his life in battle. God never helps people. That kind of thing I already know. But in this situation, we can do nothing but pray. Ursula, who once was despised for being a filthy, Ibrahim second-class god, understood that Sariel was outright denying the teachings of the cross. At the same time, she knew of her own limitations. Even with Anastasia's power, it'd be impossible to offset the storm of the Gluttony Octo. Until now, I've lived in accordance with God's will. If I were to brush death in battle due to my lack of strength, I'd never hesitate to pray. The notion itself was probably not limited to Sariel, but also to most crusaders. It was only natural for humans to pray to God when faced with fear and despair beyond their comprehension, even more so for the Sinclairs. Then, why doesn't Sister Yuri pray? Because I remember. However, Yuriko Shirasaki was different. Despite her vanishing self, she never gave up. While she understood that it'd be impossible for her to maintain her ego, she nevertheless did something. Thus, Yuriko Shirasaki's ego and her newly born self coexisted in one body. Although Sariel's memory of that time was unclear, she could feel Yuriko's strong determination. The girl didn't sit idly and wait for death to arrive, but instead fought until the very end. It was unknown what went through her mind, or what she attempted to do during her final moments, since none of them existed in Sariel's memory. However, what mattered to Sariel now was the final appearance of Yuriko Shirasaki, who seemed to shine brighter than any saint in the Bible. Even when death comes, people can keep fighting until the bitter end. That's what I wish to do. Why am I so obsessed with Yuriko Shirasaki's thoughts? Sariel still couldn't figure out why. Perhaps even that feeling in itself was an imitation. Nevertheless, at that moment, she certainly wished that. I want to help everyone. I want to make his wish come true. That's why I don't want to give up until the end. Is that so? As for the answer, well, I guess it's fine, you passed. But instead of Ursula's voice, the voice of a total stranger reached her. With her sense of hearing, Sariel could accurately distinguish between human voices. The concept of mishearing didn't exist in her book, and that applied to all the men here, both crusaders and vigilantes alike. Therefore, the voice definitely belonged to someone else entirely. A third party that couldn't exist in that chapel at that very moment. Who are you? In an instant, Sariel drew a spare rapier from her pouch, but the moment she took it out, the situation, no, the world itself had transformed. The once white chapel turned into black. The width and the height didn't change. The pews were still lined on the left and the right, as lantern lights illuminated the room. However, the light emitted by the red flame was gray for some reason, as if the entire world had become monochrome. In such a colorless space, Ursula, with whom she'd been speaking until then, was nowhere to be seen. The same went for the soldiers. She was left alone. No, as an apostle, Sariel, who knew a part of expert magic, could immediately conclude that she was in an isolated space. To put it simply, it was dimension magic. Instead of hiding her appearance, the perpetrator stood majestically in front of Sariel. I'm Phrygia Baldiel, the commander of the Imperial Guard of the glorious Elrod Imperial Army, commonly referred to as the Dark Knight Phrygia. Her outfit certainly lived up to that title. The black, full-plate armor that she wore contrasted that of the Crusaders, sharp and thorny in a way that could be said to be demonic. Above all, the crimson, glowing lines of light that ran along the edge of her armor flickered, akin to a pulsating blood that coursed through the body of black steel. Sariel's keen sixth sense perceived an equivalent of magical density as to when a blast blade exploded, if not more. One that erupted at a touch, with an explosion that turned 1,000 miles into scorched earth. However, the person donning the jet-black armor, which exuded an overwhelming presence, was neither a burly man nor a horned devil. Instead, she was a woman with a dignified and beautiful voice. Due to the black helmet that covered her eyes, her face was hard to discern. But the contours that were exposed from below her eyes were sharp. Her high nose and red lips were a testament to her beauty. Even though she was a female, her height almost matched Kurono. Furthermore, she also wore heavy armor. Perhaps from being polished, the lustrous black iron and the crimson streaks gave off a brilliance as good as new. Somehow, she could infer that the woman had been fighting in that armor for an impossibly long time. No, as a matter of fact, Sariel had already guessed that the Dark Knight Phrygia had a long history of battle, one that surpassed the allocated time for humans. A black god. Yes, I'm one of the goddesses who's given the honor of serving the great Emperor Elrod. Kurono had only given Sariel a rough idea of the black gods of the Pandora continent. Unlike the monotheistic crusaders, It was a polytheistic continent with many gods. As such, it was possible to receive different divine protection from each god. While her understanding was general at best, it was enough for her to determine the identity of the jet-black female knight who suddenly appeared. "Why did you decide to appear in front of me? I intend to bestow my divine protection upon you." Impossible. Instinctively, she thought so. Logically, she could only think so. While you're a loathsome messenger of the white god who persisted in this world, you've since betrayed God. Therefore, I deem you to be appropriate to receive my divine protection. Obey, and I shall bestow you with power. I'm unqualified to receive yet another blessing. Dark Knight Phrygia, I've never offered a single prayer to you, nor attempted your trial. If you don't remember, ask that girl once again. You should know it in your heart. In an instant, Phrygia's right arm moved. In her hand was a three-pronged spear trident. The black trident, consisting of large blades, couldn't possibly escape her sight. But Sariel couldn't see it at all. Before she knew it, the jet-black tip was pointed at her chest. The love carved into it makes you qualified to gain my power. It isn't mine. If there was even a trace of love or any other emotions in this body, it must have belonged to Yuriko Shirasaki. But you're in pain whenever you recall that night. The 24th of the dark moon. The holy night of destiny. The expression of Kurono on that day, during that time, as he suppressed all his suffering and sorrow, Sariel certainly remembered it. 3 months later, the memory was still vivid and hadn't yet faded. Yes, Sariel remembered. She always remembered the night she laid with Kurono and the moment when their lips overlapped. And every time she thought about it, her chest ached. As if bound by an invisible chain, an indescribable pang constricted her chest, her heart. It is but a sense of guilt. I merely understood it as an act of redemption. Therefore, I have no love, and if there is, it is but a remnant of Yuriko Shirasaki's ego. While it may be so, what has summoned me was definitely love. Take it. You desire power, don't you? If that can help me save them. I want power. If it could help her attain such an unexpected wish, then she had no reason to hesitate. Regardless of how wicked it may be, Sariel had no reason to doubt herself anymore. Then, conquer it. You've already found a master to whom you could devote this spear. At that moment, a faint smile appeared on Phrygia's lips, and the black tip of her spear pierced Sariel's thin chest. She spewed the fresh blood that rose to the back of her throat. She was accustomed to pain. Nevertheless, that didn't mean she was immune to it. The impact that hit her on the chest was real, and from the feel of it, her heart had been crushed in one hit. Listen, love is devotion. In other words, loyalty in itself is love. Do your best to not forget that. Sariel, who suffered instant death-level damage, lost consciousness without the chance to think of anything else. Chapter 515, The Dark Knight Sariel, Sister Yuri. I awoke to Ursula's call. What's wrong? You suddenly held your chest and fell. Are you hurting somewhere? Within her blue eyes, which bore into me, was the vivid hue of anxiety directed towards me. In the past, I wouldn't have paid it any heed. But in the past 3 months, I'd been able to slightly discern people's emotions. Therefore, I needed to find the correct words to alleviate her concerns and accurately explain the situation. I've received divine protection. Although I felt that she was seeking further explanation, not even I knew the details. As such, I couldn't provide more information. I intend to use my newfound power to save everyone. Besides, I had no time to spare. Through my sixth sense, I could sense the storm that was conjured by the Gluttony Octo. The storm, which was an advanced form of wind magic, continued to grow in strength. Soon, this chapel would also collapse. While I didn't know the extent of Dark Knight Phrygia's power, I had to use it if I wanted to survive. I shall help you, but what are we going to do? First, I'll need some armor. Ursula, can you fetch me a gauntlet for my right arm, along with a pair of leg protectors? But... Ursula's bewildered expression didn't come off as a surprise. After all, Sariel physically lacked the means to wear those armor. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Oh, okay, I understand. Despite her confusion, Ursula still gave her a firm answer. Is this what they call trust? If so, she had no idea why Ursula trusted her so much. Still, since Ursula went to that extent, Sariel had no choice but to answer in kind. Hey, what are you going to use these odd parts for? It's fine, I'm going to lend it to Sister Yuri. Immediately, Ursula returned with a confused-looking Ryan. Okay, whatever here, is this all right? Thank you. With the sound of clanking metal, Ryan quickly removed his heavy armor. The silver gauntlet and armor, engraved with the scars of battle from that day, were laid in front of her. First, she took the right gauntlet. It was so large, it'd have slipped off her slender arm if she had worn it as it was. Seriously, what are you doing? Be quiet, I'm sure Sister Yuri is planning something. As they whispered to each other, I could feel them watching my every move with great interest. Looking around, the surrounding soldiers also picked up on it and began to focus on me. However, other people's gazes weren't enough to hinder my concentration. Furthermore, I had neither the information nor the time to explain everything to them, who still had doubts. I don't know if I can do it. Would the divine protection of the Dark Knight Phrygia grant me my desired power? Now was the time to make sure. In the silent chapel, I slowly brought the gauntlet to my right arm. My right arm was missing from the elbow down. Even though I lacked the necessary part, I still inserted my elbow into the gauntlet. I already knew how to proceed from there. After all, I had seen it many times before. A blackening. A wave of black magic surged in my body. After receiving the blessing of Dark Knight Phrygia, I presumed that my soul would be able to obtain black magic from her, who was one of the black gods. Moreover, the mechanism of the mana supply was the same as to when I was still an apostle. The method to control and unleash the black magic I'd received was the same as white magic. Rather than simply being familiar with it, the experience was engraved in both my mind and body. Said experience, which I could never forget, allowed me to command the black magic at will. The effect was visible almost immediately. Are you serious? It's the same as Priest Kuro. The silvery white gauntlet was instantly painted black. Blackening was the term that Kurono would use. A simple, black magic enchantment. Nevertheless, if I were to incorporate thought manipulation and pseudo-attributes into the reinforcements of the substance, it'd yield the corresponding effect. In a way, it was a versatile and practical black magic. If I could use black magic, it'd only make sense for me to be able to do the same. As long as I prayed, it'd yield the desired effect, just like sword arts. With a twitch, the fingertips of the supposedly hollow gauntlet began to move, before clenching into a fist. Considering that there's a 0.3 seconds delay in response, it seems that I need some practice. Amazing, Sister Yuri. You're able to use the same magic as Priest Kuro. I acquired the ability only recently. From the moment black magic resided in my body, I was able to imitate his black magic. Since I'd witnessed bullet arts, sword arts, and bind arts, I had a vague understanding of their effects and formula. Above all, thanks to Yuriko Shirasaki's memory, which bore her knowledge from Japan, I could grasp his references for magic. In addition to existing modern weapons, such as guns and missiles, I also had a knowledge of a wide variety of entertainment works such as novels, manga, anime, and games. Apparently, he'd fuse both knowledge and fiction. While Yuriko herself didn't seem to have a penchant for them, in order to get to know him, she had read most of the works that the high school student Kurono Maou liked. That way, she wouldn't run out of topics when talking with him. Although, as far as I could remember, it seemed that there was never an instance where the results of that intel were put to good use. Leaving aside the so-called bittersweet memories of youth, I had to regain my legs. Blackening. The way it worked was the same as my right arm. After putting the armor on my knees, I poured black magic into them. Without delay, the silver armor was dyed black. Wow, you can stand. Ryan frankly commented on what he had witnessed. Was the sight of me standing up so out of this world that he had to point out such an obvious thing? Even though they were mere substitutes, as long as I had legs, of course I could stand up on my own. For the first time in 3 months, I could feel the sensation of stepping on the floor despite my missing feet. Amazing, Sister Yuri. Could it be you can now walk? It is possible, along with running and jumping, however, as I thought, the reaction is slow. As such, there's a high risk of being fatally impeded in battle. On a daily basis, this level of mobility wouldn't be a hindrance, but the same couldn't be said about combat. As I thought, it'd be impossible to move them like actual limbs without proper training and mastery of thought manipulation. However, in the current situation, practicing was out of the question. In other words, I had to acquire the level of mobility necessary to perform satisfactorily in combat as soon as possible. Ursula, keep your distance, lest you get electrocuted. Electrocuted. That's right, since my divine protection is essentially lightning. The black magic that made up for my missing limbs were but basic skills. When they faced each other, the adventurers in the Galahad War experienced an increase in magical power post-divine power. It was probably a basic effect common to all of the blessings of the black gods. I myself had already confirmed that there was a varying degree of differences, and if the power was heightened, it'd take the form of an aura bursting forth from the body, just like that of an apostle. Yuwa. Sizzle. When a spark flew in front of her, Ursula leaped back with a yelp. With cold sweats, Ryan and everyone in my surroundings also retreated in unison. Now, it should be clear to everyone that I'd attained the power of lightning. Judging from her name and appearance, Dark Knight Phrygia seemed to be a knight who mainly dealt with spears. As such, the effect of her blessing shouldn't be limited to the lightning attribute. However, for the time being, it appeared that my power only went to that extent. All I could feel was the black magic, along with the black lighting it generated. As for what kind of magic and martial arts I could perform with my magic and the attribute, they solely depended on my ability. While I hadn't casted lightning attribute magic that often, I didn't lack the experience. Since the method was basically the same, there wouldn't be a problem. Besides, the diverse images of modern Japan that Yuriko Shirasaki had shown me inspired me to use various methods. Who knows, I might end up with the same result as him. Perhaps that was why I named my newly acquired spell Black the kind of name he'd give. Violet Flash Blackening. A dry explosion echoed in the chapel, and at the same time, a violet spark coursed through the dark armor, reminiscent of lightning flashing across the night sky. The effect was necessary to directly manipulate my iron prosthetic arm leg without lagging. Since thought manipulation through blackening alone wasn't enough, I compensated it with the lightning magic, which directly transmitted electrical signals through the nerves. By imbuing the pseudo-flame attribute, Kurono developed a red-hot blackening with scorching explosive power. In the same way, by imbuing the lightning attribute, I created the violet flash blackening, which imparted all characteristics of electricity to the additional enchantment. While it looked like it could work, would it perform the way I wanted? At the very least, a minimum operation check was necessary. Thus, I picked up the rapier that I'd discarded upon the appearance of Dark Knight Phrygia using my ironclad right hand, which glowed purple. Rather than just swinging a sword, it'd be necessary to test the movement of the entire body, including both of my legs. As such, I decided that it'd be best to carry out one of the forms of the Sinclair swordsmanship. Phew! I did a set of swings. Thanks to the abundance of black magic power coursing in my body, the difference in energy produced by unleashing a swing was many times greater. Disregarding the power consumption, I should be able to deliver the same performance as I did during my time as an apostle, even if momentarily. Without letting myself be swayed by the revived sense of power, I finished the basic sword form I learned a long time ago in about 3 seconds. Good sensitivity. The delay in reaction is now less than 0.1 second. I should be able to perform in combat. Just now, that's the basic form of the Southern Cross style, isn't it? As expected, Sister Yuri, you were a knight. Sinclair had several schools of swordsmanship, with Southern Cross being the famous one. Half of those who claimed to be the knights in the Crusader were disciples of said school. As such, Ryan, who originally served as a knight in Elysian, should be able to tell at a glance. No, I'm just a nun. With the exception of being an apostle in the past, my status as a nun remained the same. A person who could impeccably carry out the full form in just 3 seconds should be around the level of paladin of the Temple Knights. No, forget it, I won't ask too much. I'd appreciate that as well. From here onward, I intend to aid my brother in subjugating the gluttony Octo. Could you open the door? I understand, I entrust it to you. Ryan hesitated, albeit briefly. Then he hastily opened the gate to the battlefield. With a clatter, I left the chapel, accompanied by the clanking of my armor. Sister Yuri, please be safe. Yes, Ursula. I'll definitely come back. And then, I went outside on my own to where the great storm was brewing. The passage we had just walked across had begun to collapse, with the once solid stone pillars scattered about and soaring into the air. Instead of the inside of the castle, I was now outside. From the surrounding scenery, it was as if I was leaping into the eye of a huge tornado. Not just limited to dilapidated debris, the remains of corpses and monsters scattered about were also flying. The horses left tethered to the stables weren't exceptions. For a moment, I met the gaze of a horse who was squealing as it flew right in front of me. Despite being in the wind that could easily sweep away even tons of weight, I was able to keep my feet hooked on the ground due to the violet flash blackening. Transforming my entire armor into an electromagnet, I clung to the thick steel frame of the castle that was exposed when the stone wall collapsed. As such, I was standing on a vertical pillar, and not exactly on the ground. In Sinclair, no one had ever attempted such a thing with lightning attributes before. However, with the mind of Yuriko Shirasaki, who had almost perfected her knowledge of both psychics and science in high school, I immediately came up with the electromagnet idea. With my ability to manipulate magical power, it was easy to reproduce the same state as when an electric current flowed through a coil. Although I was no longer at risk of being sucked into the gaping mouth floating amidst the sky, I still didn't have the means to take down the gluttony octo. I had 2 spare rapiers and 30 ignited daggers at hand. Even if I could land a hit on the gluttony octo, the lack of firepower was obvious. At the moment, I seemed to be able to use an advanced lightning spell, Force Blast. However, even if I were to fire a dozen of it, I'd only be able to char him. I needed a more decisive power. Regardless, to achieve that, I'd have to reach the level of an apostle. After experiencing what it was like to have a finite mana supply, I realized how extraordinary it was to have unlimited mana. Therefore, my yearning was for naught. Everything I had, as the 7th apostle, had now been lost. No, there had to be something left. Return Call. A summoning technique that was exclusive to a single weapon. Thus, all I needed to do was mutter a single chant and pour a sliver of magic. There should be no reason for it to fail. However, due to the flow of black magic, akin to a muddy stream in the white technique circuit, there was a different reaction than usual. Instead of a dazzling brilliance, an ominous black and red spark flashed before me. Armed Scripture, Grand Cross. It was none other than the 7th apostle's signature weapon, which remained submerged in the fountain of light upon the activation of the Heaven's Gate, a design that mimicked the sacred cross, which was the symbol of God. As a matter of course, it came with a dazzling white blade and hilt. Nevertheless, the spear of God in my grip didn't have the familiar white glow. Instead, it was pure black, as if it had been undergoing blackening. Or should I say, rebellion cross. The jet black spear sparking with red thunder that I, the betrayer of God, wielded in my hand deserved such a name. Despite the changed appearance and name, the feeling was the same. Transmitted to my palm was the tremendous amount of magical power hidden in the spear. The numerous techniques also remained unchanged. The spear itself could withstand the battle of the apostles. No matter how powerful the martial arts or magic were, it wouldn't break. Such was the weapon that was forged using the best of Sinclair's magic and blacksmithing technique. With this, even Gluttony Octo's gigantic body wouldn't be a problem. At the very least, it should be easier than piercing the heart of the Black Dragon. Now, I had everything I needed. Limbs that could move freely, abundance of magical power, and lastly, weapons. All that was left was to beat the enemy. In order to absorb the fortress, the Gluttony Octo had a low altitude. I determined the distance to be around 100 meters. Then, if it was only that high, I wouldn't need Pegasus. I should be able to run to it just fine. Sonic Walker. I started dashing through the piercing steel frame. 1 step, 2 steps. Since the magnetic force could be adjusted at will, it didn't hinder my movement in the slightest. Then, on the 3rd step, I put my foot on the tip of the pillar and reversed the magnetic force. With such a strong repulsive force, I leaped straight up. The destination was the mouth of the Gluttony Octo, which could be seen directly overhead. In that bright red mouth, which shone eerily, all things inorganic and organic would suffer the same fate, and that was to be swallowed. With its circular body and 8 jutting legs, it glided, as if to cover the entire Alsace fortress. The sight itself reminded me of a giant UFO that I once saw in a Hollywood movie, which was about to unleash a laser beam to ransack Earth. Naturally, that kind of impression came to mind, probably because I had regained her memory. If I mentioned this to him, would he agree? My mind went astray for some reason, but I soon refocused it, and the fourth step I took led me straight into the raging air currents. In front of such an enormous storm, I should be nothing more than a leaf blowing in the wind. However, with the use of Sonic Walker, I was stable, as if I was walking on the ground. Now that I could use my supply of black magic, I didn't need to worry about the risk of martial arts consuming an excessive amount of vitality. While maintaining high output, I ran straight towards the stormy sky. But as if to obstruct my path, a chunk of block that looked like a fragment of the castle wall flew from my side. NH. Kicking the void, I made a sudden turn. Although the block grazed my feet, I managed to avoid a direct blow. That wasn't the end of it. As if to block my way, obstacles soon appeared one after another. From my front, back, left, and right, and even from below. Projectiles made of stone, wood, or iron flew at me at the speed of a cannonball. The reason was simple. It was because I was approaching its mouth, which was the absorption source. Despite the fact that I was openly approaching him without hiding a shred of my magic, the gluttony octo didn't even notice me. From the perspective of such a colossal monster, the human-sized me was probably nothing more than barely distinguishable trash. Therefore, it probably wasn't propelling those objects to particularly hinder me. In that case, there was nothing to fear. Without any malicious intent, it was simply a natural phenomenon. The projectiles of rubbles that were sucked towards the mouth were simply following the wind flow. Without the need to worry about feints, sneak attacks, and the likes, my instinct was enough to avoid them. Using the power of Sonic Dash, which I had practiced for its convenience, I jumped over the storm of rubbles, slipped past it, and finally approached the mouth. From a distance, the gluttony octo's glowing red crevice was worthy of being called the Hell's Entrance, akin to what Kurono said. But upon a closer inspection, I could also see the rawness of it, and felt that it truly belonged to a living creature. Although not visible from below, from the slightly recessed part of its circular mouth, I could confirm that countless fangs grew like thorns on the densely packed meat walls. The sucked object would then meet the wall of spikes, before being pulverized as if it had been thrown into a mixer. Undoubtedly, if I leaped in as it was, I'd instantly become mincemeat. To break through, I need a massive amount of power. Even Kurono, a powerful black magician, never considered jumping into that mouth. With lackluster firepower, I doubted it'd work in the first place. As such, there was only one thing I could do, and that was to unleash the strongest martial arts I possessed, to the best of my capability. Pierce through. The white god no longer bestowed light upon my spear tip. Instead, there was a dazzling flash of black and red lightning. Utterly devoid of any sacredness, it burst violently, as if impatient to rupture its prey. Still, the devastating power to lay the enemy to waste was concentrated into a single point. Both effects were deadly. However, since the state of being had changed, I should rightfully rename the skill. Demonic Spear. Brionek. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, I stepped into the gateway of hell. Chapter 516, Crash. Before my very eyes, thunder raged, as if the lightning god himself had descended. Ooh! I had no idea what just happened. Until a second ago, I should have been in a desperate situation. My surroundings were full of poisonous gas. If I had dispelled overgear for just a moment, I'd surely die. My vision was completely blocked by the purple gas, and just as I intended to hit its weak spot, I lost sight of my target. In the end, I took a leap of faith and unleashed Grenade Burst. Then, as I wondered if I had hit the target, DOOON, when the gluttony octo let out a roar, I had to get down, but even then I could still hear the noise. Before I knew it, the roar that rocked my entire body had completely subsided. I probably hadn't lost my hearing, yet. After all, the rumbling of the earth, along with the blaring gust of wind that resembled a beast's roar, were transmitted into my ears. Arg shit, what the heck was that? Starting from my hearing, my 5 senses soon returned. I didn't feel anything unusual from my body. Despite being brighter than a flash grenade, the lightning flash didn't damage my eyes, nor electrocute me. My eyes, which had been reflexively shut, gradually fluttered open. Around the same time as I regained my vision, I smelled something. Something's burning. It smells like burnt meat. No, that's probably what it is. The thick mist of purple poison that filled the entirety of my vision had been eliminated. As if to replace it, the flesh dome inside the gluttony octo's body was torn and charred, smoke billowed from it. Well, if lightning of such a degree were to pierce through its body, no wonder it suffer that kind of damage. For the time being, I quickly dispelled the strenuous second divine protection and resumed my breathing. Even if I could hold my breath longer than ordinary humans, it wasn't exactly pleasant. I exhaled once or thrice. After calming down, I began to look at my surroundings. Looking around, most of the eggs in that place had been reduced to charcoal. However, the wall of flesh that I intended to shoot with grenade burst suffered the most damage. Just how hot was it? Through the gaps of the smoke pillars, I could see the charred flesh. It was bursting in a bizarre manner, akin to sizzling blood. Apparently, the lightning had passed through the other side of that very wall. Then, did that mean that the colossal lightning strike reached even the gluttony octo's midsection? That's unbelievably powerful. But I didn't recall having anyone in my side who could unleash such a transcendental offensive spell. Although Baron Herman could simply be hiding the genius magician, either way, the fact remained that one single shot had turned the tables. Just when I was wondering if I could take a breather, I sensed a presence from behind the billowing black smoke. But instead of trying to conceal their existence, the owner made a lot of noise by forcing themselves through the crumbling wall of flesh, as if to assert their existence. And no way, maybe, it's the true final boss. In most stereotypes, a true, human-sized boss would usually appear right after the gigantic boss had been slayed as a final form. Thus, I conjured the rest of my magic to launch another grenade burst. No sooner than the black cannonballs had manifested around me, someone appeared through the black smoke. As expected, it was the mastermind behind the gluttony octo. Or not. Sariel. I didn't recognize her because we had lived together for 3 months, but because of her hair color. Although the period itself sounded long, it was actually short. When she emerged, her hair was no longer flaxen like that of Shirasaki, but reverted to silver. For me, who had strongly linked that color to Sariel herself, recognizing her was child's play. However, her change wasn't limited to her hair color. Or rather, if it was only limited to her hair color, I'd simply think that her prismatic hairband was broken, but I doubted my eyes. After all, Sariel was standing and walking on her own feet. While supporting herself with her spear, she approached me. Wait. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the spear in her hand as the Grand Cross, only that it was black. While I didn't know what had befallen Sariel, one thing was certain. The lightning flash that pierced through the gluttony octo was her doing. Oi, are you okay? I'm sorry, I've run out of magic. After saying something serious with her usual flat expression, Sariel collapsed. Bakiri. Reddish-black sparks, akin to my pseudo-thunder attribute, flew off Sariel's right hand and legs. On her missing limbs were similar, blackened, heavy armor like the ones I was donning. Then, with a subtle spark, the blackened armor fell off. They were empty. Are they some kind of prosthetics? In any case, Sariel, who had just lost both her legs once again, tumbled down. But before her battered, charred body could reach the ground, I rushed to catch her. What is this? I can sense black magic from you. As I held the lightweight Sariel within my arms, I was greeted with a familiar sensation. Since I was a black magic user, there was no way I could mistake it as something else. True to her words, she had been depleted of magic. Regardless from the traces of magic, I could confirm that it was definitely black magic. Divine protection. A divine protection. From who? She called herself the Dark Knight Phrygia. Are you being serious? She was undeniably a real god. The Dark Knight Phrygia. She was renowned as the first and not to mention, the strongest knight of the legendary demon king, Mia Elrod. Many people hailed her as one of the most popular goddesses of the Pandora continent. Of course, her history was also taught in classes. As such, most people definitely had heard her name. For you to receive divine protection at the last minute, well, thanks to you, I'm saved. Because the gluttony octo has entered the absorption phase, the fortress was at risk of being swallowed whole. I was also saved from such a dangerous situation. Sorry, it's because I failed to hit it. From the beginning, the strategy is already unreasonable, but Sariel had a thin layer of soot on her white cheeks. However, her crimson eyes, which peered straight into my eyes, strangely seemed more humane. I also wished to save everyone. Even if it was impossible, it was worth the gamble. I see, if that's what you thought, no wonder you received a divine protection. How are you so sure? Because I received divine protection in the same way. For whatever reason, I felt genuinely happy that this fella finally had a desire of her own. Surely, she was no longer a god's doll. Gradually, she was regaining her sensibility as a normal human being who cared about the people she encountered. Hence why, when Sariel asked for the power to save everyone, a god granted her wish. Thinking about it, it wasn't that far-fetched. After all, there existed gods in this different world, commonly referred to as the Black Gods. However, they'd only aid you slightly, and you had to take care of the rest on your own. For the time being, escaping from the Gluttony Octo should be our main priority. Hey, Sariel, isn't this guy falling down? Indeed, I can sense that we're gradually losing altitude. Well, it was to be expected, since Gluttony Octo suffered a blow from Sariel's divine protection and took so much damage that it crashed. Other than that, we probably wouldn't be safe if we stayed here. We need to hurry and escape. Hold on tight. Like always, I carried Sariel on my back and started running at full speed. As I ran through the gills while being accompanied by the clattering of my armor, I suddenly felt a huge tremor. I stumbled and fell, but managed to brace myself up. Wow, it's dangerous. The buoyancy is rapidly declining. Soon we'll be free falling. It'll be okay, we'll escape before that. I could see the exit. Even without the black flame torch, I could see the radiant light coming in at the end of the gentle curve. A blast of air flowed from the exit, blowing as fiercely as a headwind as if to block our escape. Perhaps the Gluttony Octo had begun to breathe through its giant gills. Nevertheless, the wind wasn't strong enough to hamper me. Bind arts. As I leaned towards the raging headwind, a black chain extended from my right hand. After hooking the tip to the entrance, I grabbed the chain and swung it with all my might. Amidst the wind pressure that was about to throw us back, I forcibly took a step towards the escape. Hey Sariel, are you still alive? Yes. Sariel, who was on top of my chest, responded with her red eyes wide open. One way or another, we managed to land safely. After vigorously leaping from the gills, I let ourselves free fall, before activating overgear just before we landed, or at least that was how it was supposed to be. However, I began to doubt whether or not Sariel would be safe. As such, the original plan turned into a last resort. In all actuality, I hooked the bind arts to the entrance of the Ella and used it as a lifeline. Surprisingly, it went well, and the chain stretched until it reached the ground. But there was another problem. It was difficult to adjust the force for landing. While I managed to protect Sariel, I landed hard on my back. Next time, let's prepare a smarter means of escape. For now, I should prioritize the current situation rather than the future. Did we manage to defeat the Gluttony Octo? No, it looks like it's still alive. When I stood up, I was greeted by a slightly heavy sensation. Then, when I was about to look ahead, damn it. My vision was blocked by my ruined helmet. Since it was no longer of any use, I yanked the helmet that had become an annoying junk from my head and discarded it. In the next moment, what was reflected in my expanding field of view was a green tower rising towards the sky. Apparently, it was one of the tremendous 8 legs that the Gluttony Octo was so proud of. Oi, isn't this dangerous? I hurriedly tucked Sariel under my arm and ran with all my might. After crashing, the Gluttony Octo became a literal mountain on the ground, exuding an overwhelming presence. Whether it was aware of us or not, one of its long tentacles was about to pummel the ground. As a matter of course, if we got hit by it, we'd be as dead as a frog that got run over by a car. Immediately after, an earth-shaking noise resounded. Upon turning around, I saw a volcanic plume of snow and sand rising profusely, proving the might of the giant tentacle's strike. If the castle got hit by it, it'd collapse. As it is, the castle is already half destroyed. If it suffered a direct blow, it'd be obliterated. Fortunately, Gluttony Octo's landing point was slightly away from the Alsace fortress. That being said, I currently stood at the bridge leading to the fortress, and the tip of the swung tentacle almost reached the river that served as a moat. In terms of distance, we almost got done in. If the gluttony octo were to stagger even a little, the tentacle would hit the castle. But still, this guy should be reaching its limit. Looks like we'll have no choice but to end it once and for all. We might have shared the sentiment. Before I could put Sariel on my back and charge at the giant mountain, the gluttony octo moved. With a roar, its two tentacles swelled as they traced the ground, raising snow smoke. No way. When I thought that we'd be mowed by the tentacles, the tip of the tentacles began to penetrate the ground as if digging. Like the previous enemy, the tip of the tentacle was covered with a sharp spell, resembling a spear tip. Surely, the castle wall would crumble if probed by such a tentacle. However, the tentacles buried themselves deeply underground, as if firmly etching themselves. Ah yes, they're etching themselves. Greed Gore's action of forming iron sand, stakes on both legs to fix his posture, when firing plasma breath came to mind. Although their appearances differed greatly, for some reason, I saw the earth dragon of greed in my current enemy. And no way, it's going to shoot acid breath. The earth rumbled as the gluttony octo rose. To be more precise, it had lifted its body upside down using the two tentacles. At the bottom of the main body, the mouth that should be perched on the ground became a deadly poisonous muzzle that was trained at the Alsace fortress. While each tentacle was thicker than even a watchtower, I could hardly believe that two were enough to lift and support the main body. After all, the body itself was about the size of a mountain. However, when it actually stood up in front of me, making me witness that hell's entrance all over again, along with the drifting purple smoke, I became alarmed. After receiving a powerful blow from Sariel, the gluttony octo's huge mouth was in tatters. Both the exterior and the interior were charred as the aftermath of the fierce lightning strike. Every time it breathed, I could see green blood spurting like fountains from the scorched and torn body surface. Perhaps it can only fire one last shot, but a shot was a shot nonetheless. And it was more than enough to wipe out me, Sariel, and the half-torn Alsace fortress behind us. When Greed Gore aimed his breath attack at the ancient castle of Ischia, I forcefully diverted the line of fire by wrapping bind arts around my neck. But this time, I knew the same trick wouldn't work. It's impossible to avoid. However, if we ran away, the fortress behind us would be wiped out. Even if I had lost Ricky, there were still many people over there whom I'd like to protect. Therefore, I had no choice but to defeat it. Shield Dias. Mustering the last of my mana, I concentrated on casting defense magic on a scale that I had never attempted before. If I were to employ a giant shield in front of the gluttony octo, it should be able to block the breath attack. Of course, whether or not it'd withstand the deadly, poisonous turbulence that hit as fast and as powerful as a tornado was another story. It'll be impossible to defend. In the first place, even if we're in perfect condition, the breath output of gluttony octo is simply, "Shut up, you're disturbing my concentration." Sariel probably had a point, even I couldn't hope for success. It'd be impossible to block it completely. At most, I could only reduce its power to a level that the walls of the castle could withstand. Anyway, I deployed the thickest, widest, and tallest shield dias I could manage, and held my ground by casting overgear while protecting Sariel. Still, with my meager magical power, and above all, the deadly presence of the gluttony octo, who was roaring in front of me, made me doubt if I'd succeed. No, calm down. If this is all I can do right now, I have no choice but to do my best. I placed both hands on the muddy ground caked with mud and snow, and unleashed magic from there. The pseudo-earth attribute black magic gushing out from my palms seeped into the ground like water, expanding the area under my behest. Shield Dias itself was a defensive spell that conjured a black earth wall on the ground, based on the size of the area I had under my command. But the current area was barely enough. I compressed the area that continued to expand. Increasing the density, both magically and physically, was the simple yet absolute way to increase strength. Of course, if I compressed it, the volume would also decrease. Therefore, to prepare a giant shield that could endure gluttony octo's breath, just how much would it take? I must be faltering because I realized that I was about to reach my limit. I didn't have enough time, magic, or anything. Any moment now, a vortex of deadly poison could engulf us. Is this enough? Can I truly prevent the breath attack with something like this? Damn it, even so, I have no choice but to do it. I can't just die after coming this far. Now, from below the ground, I pushed up the wall of compressed black soil. Only when I was about to make it soar towards the sky did I notice it. The other side had taken the initiative, a giant octopus. From the sky, a large octopus was gliding at the speed of a parachute, with its 6 tentacles fully spread. It wasn't even a 10M class, but a 50M one that I saw near the summit of Gluttony Octo, a giant amongst giants. The mouth, from which acid breath would come raining down, was right above us. Upon closer inspection, the wind-attributed fog emitted by the Gluttony Octo was fleeting, but the octopus could still drift. I thought that during the fall, the octopuses above its head would come crashing down as well, along with the dispersal of the cloud-like fog. Is it a coincidence, or did it plan such an attack from the beginning? An attack from the strongest minion at the last minute. Oh no, if the large octopus were to shoot us from above, it'd be the end. There was no way I could prevent that as well. At that moment, there was a flicker. A ray of light pierced the large octopus, which was about to fire a poisonous current. The sheer white brilliance was mixed with a faint emerald green hue. Despite the tremendous firepower, it still looked like a gentle light that somehow gave me a sense of relief. It was probably because the faint green light was familiar to me. And I certainly remembered the light that always shone to protect me. Lily. As if to drown her name, a loud explosion reverberated. Struck by the strongest light, half of the large octopus body exploded, while the rest scattered and fell. Despite the 50M height, it was completely shot down by a series of light that was fired in rapid succession. This brilliance, this power, it was definitely Lily's beam, and a lethal one at that. Amidst the sky swarmed by large octopuses, I looked for my dear fairy, longing to meet her. But before I could see her, I noticed something else. In the sky, there were 2 shining suns. Get down, Sariel. Right after that, Shield Dias shattered. It was a scorching golden storm. With a ridiculous heat and impact, it rampaged through the surrounding area. Upon activation, the Shield Dias took the appearance of a huge, square wall around 10M in length and width. However, the moment it came into contact with the raging heat wave, the jet-black wall was molten instantly. The angular square went round, but soon couldn't stand its own weight and crumbled like melted ice cream. The scorching wave that melted all my defensive spells finally struck my body. Normally, despite my remodeled body, I'd be burned, and not even my bones would remain. However, the reason I was still alive was because I had somehow managed to activate Overgear. But it wasn't only that. The fleeting aura that rose so weakly, it could fly away at the gust of a wind, could withstand the scorching storm due to the existence of a magic item that could greatly reduce fire damage, Nana Blast Amulet. The amulet that I held dearly protected me at the last minute. I couldn't help but be grateful to the one who gave me the amulet. But considering that she was the one who hit me with such a fierce, friendly fire. All right, it seems that you survived, Sariel. I thought I was going to die. What in my party, it's a common occurrence. Isn't that right, Fiona? This brilliance, this firepower, it couldn't be anything else but Al Solil. Not only that, the ultimate fire magic. In other words, it couldn't be anyone but her. The devastating heat wave passed in an instant. As if to cool the abnormal, if not plain impossible heat, I could feel the early spring breeze blowing in. I stood up while holding Sariel, whom I shielded under my belly. Then, the sight of a burning mountain greeted me. With its 8 tentacles sprawled on the ground, the Gluttony Octo burned, as if wrapped in hellfire. Such was the moment when the demon of gluttony, the 5th trial, was defeated. That attack just now. Oh, she's my companion. Apparently, she came to pick me up. Looking towards the sky once again, I finally saw her. With the contrasting blue sky in the background, a lone girl swooped down with a dazzling green glow. The way her pair of glittering, transparent wings flapped made me feel divine. If Ursula and the others witnessed that one particular scene, they might be convinced that an angel had descended, instead of a fairy. Lily. Kurono. Ah, we finally met. Is this what they call a touching reunion? Actually, considering that she had aided me during my worst moment, I couldn't be more touched. However, I couldn't form a smile, and the same went for Lily. What's that woman, Sariel, doing here? The moment I heard the cold, expressionless voice devoid of all emotions, a premonition went through my mind. The fifth trial was over. But for me, the real trial, the real battle, was only about to begin. Chapter 517, Towards Freedom. From the window of the half-destroyed castle, Ursula stared blankly at the aftermath of the battle under her feet. The corpses of allies and foes that were scattered around the fortress had mostly been cleared up. However, beyond the partially collapsing wall, there stood Gluttony Octo's colossal body. Utterly burnt, its remains turned into a small black mountain, merging with the terrain. The remains of the monster, which had devoured an entire fortress, needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. However, everyone's hands were full. If anything, nothing could be done about it unless the Crusader dispatched some reinforcements. Regardless, Ursula wasn't preoccupied with the post-war process. Priest Kuro, Sister Yuri. After the Gluttony Octo had perished in the golden flames, the remaining swarm of octopuses scattered away. At last, the Crusaders had won, but the two still didn't return. In truth, Ursula already knew why. Instead of remaining in a place where they had to lead a fake life, the two had returned to where they belonged. Have you arrived at Sparta yet? That day was also the first day of the pristine water month, when the moon changed from ice crystal. Since the battle against Gluttony Octo, 3 days had passed. It was enough time for Ursula, who was smarter than children of her age, to accept the reality that the two would never come back. Furthermore, she had even witnessed their departure to Sparta from afar. When the Gluttony Octo crashed, Ursula rushed outside. To get a clearer view, she ran atop the castle walls and witnessed a fireball, blazing like the sun, wiping down the gigantic creature in a single blow. It took her some time to register that the devastating power was actually a fire spell. Looking at the blazing mountain of fire, just as the victory began to dawn on her, she saw a glowing figure on the road leading to the distant Galahad Mountains. A petite figure with divine aura, almost seeming like an angel. Next to the winged girl, she immediately saw a man who could only be Kuro. After all, there was no other man like him, who donned heavy armor while holding a limbless girl. She was glad that Priest Kuro and Sister Yuri were safe. However, that joy was short-lived. Only once did he seem to look back at her. The castle was far away from there. As such, he shouldn't be able to see her, much else return her gaze. Whether it was a mere coincidence or a figment of her imagination, that was the last time Ursula felt his presence. As if guided by the shining girl, Kuro made his way down the path while holding Sister Yuri. Then, instead of the Alsace fortress, he went to the towering Galahad Mountains. Afterwards, they suddenly disappeared. Briefly, the space around them distorted, as if it had been twisted. Right away, she knew it was a magic to conceal their presences, since she could also do the same. As such, she also knew the impossibility of finding those who had completely erased their existences. Thus, Ursula was left alone. He'd definitely come back. Such was the promise between the two, which vanished like a lie. I have to return as well. Strangely, Ursula didn't bear any resentment towards them, while she did have regrets. She was sad enough to cry, and lonely enough to shiver. However, she was fully aware of the inevitable future. For the time being, as a survivor, she should rightfully return to the 202nd colony and built Reki's tomb. As for the future, she didn't even want to think about it. Thinking about the devastating future had proven to be too lonely for Ursula, who was only 12 years old. Goodbye, Priest Kuro. With a truly blank expression on her face, Ursula left, a sense of loss engulfing her hollowed heart. Even 3 days after the battle had ended, the Alsace fortress was still bustling. Many soldiers were injured, while the dilapidated castle had to be extensively repaired. In addition to the original garrison, all the villagers from the 202nd colony to the west had also gathered. As such, it was only natural that the place would be lively. Now that the crisis had been averted, everyone had a beaming smile on their faces, and the children were innocently running around outside. Ursula was supposed to be one of those children. However, after experiencing a harsh battle that not just any adventurers could survive, Ursula could no longer join them. Lady Ursula, so you're in a place like this. As she wandered aimlessly, Ursula was approached by Cliff, a commander in heavy armor. Cliff and Ryan were like a dog and a monkey, and for some reason was referred to as Bean Sprout. But after surviving such a fierce battle together, Ursula acknowledged him as a comrade in arms. Ursula basically looked down on men other than Kuro. What's the matter, Cliff? The reinforcements from the Crusader side have just arrived. As such, we may be able to depart for the village today, at the earliest. Although by reinforcements, it meant that more soldiers would be coming. What mattered to the villagers was the supplies they brought. At the very least, the Crusaders weren't so callous as to cut off all the settlers. After being defeated by Spada, the Third Army, a coalition of nobles, suffered the most. Nevertheless, the Church's First and Second Armies, the core of the force, were both alive and well, and didn't outright forsake their fellow Crusaders. While rebuilding the village itself was difficult, it'd never have been possible without the backing of the Crusaders. I see, we can finally go home. Are you going to return to the village? There's nowhere else to go. With your magical prowess, I think you can become the ace of the Crusaders' magician unit. Are you willing to volunteer? If Kuro was there, he'd probably get mad at him for making a child fight. However, Cliff didn't mean anything bad. He simply appreciated Anastasia's power for what it was, so Ursula wasn't particularly offended. If anything, she felt happy that her ability was recognized. I have no reason to fight anymore. Is that so? Certainly, from now on, you should focus on leading a peaceful life at the church, right? Ursula, who had become alone, couldn't honestly think that she'd be happy, but she was still grateful for Cliff's thoughtfulness. Well then, I'll go back to everyone. I see, goodbye, God bless you. Leaving Cliff, who sent her off with an elegant knight's bow, Ursula went to the villagers of 202nd Colony, who had begun preparing for their departure. Since she didn't feel like playing with other children, she should help them out. To begin with, she didn't have that many belongings, and thanks to the dimension pouch she got from Kuro, packing was easy. Therefore, what Ursula should think about was the method of transportation for Ricky's remains. Even without Cliff's favoritism, it was clear that Ursula made a huge contribution in that battle. In her consideration, Ricky's remains wouldn't be cremated alongside the fallen soldiers, but instead stored in a coffin to be buried in 202nd Colony. In a simple, white, coffin lay the body of Ricky, who seemed as if asleep, looking as beautiful as the time when the squid was separated from her body. Just before the coffin lid was closed, Ursula still believed that she'd open her eyes and said, "Hey." As the person who was left behind, her emotions were difficult to describe, but objectively speaking, the coffin was huge. It wasn't a size that could be carried by a person. In order to transport it, a wagon would be necessary. Therefore, it'd be difficult if she didn't secure the space in advance. However, since there was Randolph, there shouldn't be a problem. Nevertheless, Ursula went to the entrance of the castle, where the adults would have gathered. It's necessary to confirm. The front door had been blown off along with the walls. As such, it could no longer be called an entrance, since it was already outdoors. Nevertheless, there was no other suitable place where a lot of people could gather while hunkering down a bunch of massive luggage, so it was used as it was. From the destroyed entrance, large wagons and dragon carriages with crossed flags could be seen lining up inside the fortress, exactly as Cliff said. If the villagers were swarming the long-awaited relief supplies like a bunch of zombies, Ursula could understand the noise, but the atmosphere was unsettling. Not only that, it was strangely noisy. What's the matter? Amidst her suspicion, Ursula's curiosity prevailed, and she decided to join the group of onlookers without giving it as much as a thought. Making her way through the crowds of soldiers and villagers alike, she eventually reached the scene of commotion. She could hear some people arguing. However, it'd be difficult to grasp the situation without going to the front row. Becoming somewhat stubborn, Ursula pushed through and finally reached it. Like I said, I don't know anything. Ryan was at the center of the commotion. Considering how short-tempered Ryan was, it wasn't surprising for him to yell. But after the time they had spent together, she could guess from his expression that he was really angry. What, so it's just a quarrel, as expected of Ryan? The reason why Ursula didn't think that was because she knew the person who stood in front of him. That's the Inquisition. A group of people stood there, clad in white, representing the Crusaders. Meanwhile, the one who argued with Ryan was a girl in pure white, monastic attire with some embellishment. Is girl a correct term? While the girl may be past the age of adulthood, she appeared to be less than 20 of age. Her chestnut hair, peeking out from her white hood, was lustrous. However, her beautiful face was marred with her sadistic sneer. Probably, the aforementioned hood and cloak were the reason why Ryan didn't straight up pummel the woman's face. In addition to that, men were lined up behind said woman in an orderly manner. If it was only their attire, then there was nothing to be afraid of. However, strapped to each of their backs was a huge, cross-shaped claymore that emitted a ferocious killing intent. It probably wouldn't be too far-fetched to think that you'd be cut in half if you did as much as look at them the wrong way. In fact, if they considered you an enemy, they'd probably attack you ruthlessly. The most feared fanatic in Sinclair, whose cruelty and ruthlessness were a testament to their boundless faith, was the Inquisition. Such was the name of an organization who was supposed to execute Ursula because her drain ability went out of control. Why are they in such a place? Without a second thought, Ursula tried to leave, as a sense of emergency pervaded her entire body. Oh, it looks like you decided to come out on your own, the filthy, cursed child of Ibrahim. The female inquisitor, sporting a poisonous smile, spotted Ursula. From her way of speaking, Ursula knew that the woman was looking for her. She froze, as if being spotted by a basilisk. Then, Ursula tried to slip past the crowd, but it was too late. Ah! Since when? At the edge of her vision, she saw a hooded, sturdy man, and in the next second, shock ran through her abdomen. She wriggled on the hard, stone floor. She didn't even know whether she was punched or kicked. In her dimming consciousness, Ursula realized that she had been thrown in front of the female inquisitor. Hey, are you okay? Damn it, you should be ashamed of yourself for beating a brat. I should say the same. As a believer, aren't you ashamed of protecting such an accursed child? Be it Ryan's angry voice or the female inquisitor's voice, they were getting more and more distant. Her consciousness felt hazy, as if she was dreaming. Back when she was still a child, she experienced the same feeling. However, she couldn't put a name to it. It was suffocating, as if she was underwater. Gloomy, yes, it was a similar feeling to when she was still living in the orphanage. You're too full of yourself. Just what did she do? I've looked into it. Her ability to drain the white mist. I seem to recall the abominable, cursed king having the same ability. No, it isn't a curse. After all, Priest Kuro taught me that this magic existed for the sake of protecting myself, and above all, those who I cared about. Although she wanted to express her feelings, Ursula could only wheeze. Don't be silly. While we were frantically fighting the octopuses, you wasted your time doing such pointless research. And now, you have the gall to show up and say whatever you like. But when Ryan was about to grab the female inquisitor by her collar, two hooded men stood in front of him. The men rested their hands on their claymores, implying if Ryan were to take another step, he'd be cut down. Won't you stop making a fuss? I'm saying this for the sake of you all. After all, you should be aware of the duties and the authority of the Inquisition, yes. Are you threatening us? Cold sweat trickled from Ryan's forehead. For those who grew up in the countryside of Sinclair, the Inquisition was almost like a fairy tale. However, Ryan, who lived in the holy city of Elysian, was aware of them. Executions of heretics were a daily occurrence, and beheading people were akin to signing documents to them. However, it wasn't only limited to the heretics. The same fate would befall those who attempted to shield the heretics. While it in itself was a rare occurrence, there existed a thing called the Purge, where an entire village would be burned down. In case of urgency, the church would openly authorize the Inquisition to do so. In other words, if things went awry, all the people gathered here could be executed. Please don't misunderstand me, we're no barbarians. We do not enjoy tainting our hands with blood, even more so with those that are shed by our compatriots. Gracefully, the female inquisitor gently shook her hand, and the pair of hooded men withdrew from Ryan's presence. We're here as part of maintaining the public order. Until recently, Pandora is an evil land overrun by demons. Until today, we still don't know what kind of evils lurk in the background. I heard that the remnants of Daedalus were wiped out by the apostles. Indeed, exactly. It's a masterpiece that should serve as a model for us all. Even though we aren't as excellent as the holy apostles chosen by God, we shall do our best as well. That's right, and this accursed child is the prime example of the heretics who are cunningly disguising themselves. The female inquisitor couldn't exactly be said to be pretentious, since finding and getting rid of heretics was one of the Inquisition's main duties. Moreover, Ryan had heard rumors that the capital of Daedalus was still looking for the remnants of the dead. But still, why is it at a time like this? It was difficult to understand why the Inquisition would appear at such a remote location, especially after the village had finally overcome the danger of being eradicated. Shouldn't that be obvious? I've been keeping an eye on the 202nd colony for a long time. That shouldn't come off as a surprise to you, yes. In response to that, Ryan bitterly averted his gaze, eliciting a smile of satisfaction from the female inquisitor. Haha, please be rest assured. We don't have any intention of punishing all the villagers. After all, the devil always misled innocent people with sweet words and would deceive devout believers, hence, it's our duty to awaken your eyes to faith. Slowly but surely, she began to understand where they were coming from. To put it simply, if Ursula, the target of the Inquisition, were to be handed over, the safety of the villagers would be guaranteed. However, if they tried to object, there was no saying what happened. It was truly a simple request that even Ryan could easily fathom. You understand what I'm saying, right? Then, arrest her. The female inquisitor extended her white arm towards Ursula, who lay at her feet. Ursula, powerless as she was, couldn't show any sign of resistance and was forced to stand up by the hand that yanked her shiny, silver twintail. Ah! Ursula yelped in pain and was about to raise her hand in reflex, only to be restrained by a hooded man. In the next moment, there was a dull, metallic clatter, which she recognized as the sound of handcuffs. Just like that, her wrists were bound in silver handcuffs. The surface of the handcuffs was inscribed with ancient letters that glowed blue. Only Ryan, a knight, and Ursula, who had experienced the effect, knew it for what it was, a sealing magic. Ah. Ursula groaned. It was unknown whether the shock came from having her magic sealed or because she was handcuffed. It was difficult to believe that she was the same magician who slayed a horde of monsters. As of the presence, she looked nothing more than a powerless, helpless child. Ursula's arms were restrained by a lanky hooded man, and she began to be taken away. At last, Ryan raised his voice. "W8." Despite having done that, from his sweaty face, it was apparent that he couldn't think of a word to stop them. Evidence, is there any? If we start to investigate from now on, I'm sure a lot will resurface. She played a huge role in the previous battle, if you just take her away like that. It's all right, His Excellency Baron Herman will receive an official notice from the church later. This child, she's the same as you lot know. Even if she's still an apprentice, she's also a sister. It's actually quite common for the devil to put on the skin of a priest to trick people. Any counter-arguments he could think of were simply brushed off. In the first place, someone who acted based on pure conviction couldn't be stopped by logic. What will happen to Ursula? Since there's a suspicion that she's the descendant of Abraham, the cursed king of Ibrahim, she'd be taken to the great church of Daedalus, where she'd undergo a rigorous interrogation before being put on trial. It was a very well-known fact that not a single person had ever been acquitted by the Inquisition. From the moment the white handcuffs latched on her hands, Ursula's fate was sealed. Well, even without investigation, I already know this tainted child inherited the blood of the cursed king. Even remembering it makes me shudder. It was as if she had known Ursula's magic for a long time. However, Ryan couldn't afford to ask such a question, while the shaken Ursula couldn't recall whether or not she had encountered the Inquisition in the past. Then, there's no more questions, I believe. Pardon me for the intrusion. We appreciate your cooperation in arresting the heretic. From the bottom of my heart, I pray for your speedy recovery. After giving an elegant bow, the inquisitors turned on their heels. No one dared to raise their voice, let alone try to stop them. Ryan could only stare at Ursula's tiny back as she was dragged away. He clenched his teeth so hard, it'd crumble. Nevertheless, if he made a careless move, he'd be done for, since it'd be considered treason. No, perhaps, the Inquisition wouldn't even have to lift a finger, since the villagers and the soldiers here would rush to dispose of him first. Knowing what kind of repercussions awaited them, they wouldn't dare to take a risk. They probably didn't like the idea of sacrificing a girl. However, her life and death weren't theirs to decide, but the Inquisition's. Thus, they had no choice but to oblige. Ryan shared the sentiment. Regardless of how frustrated he was, he still had his family, friends, and future to salvage. If he could somehow save her by fighting bravely and die, then sure. But it was a different story if he were to die in vain. Damn it, is there anyone who can help? But of course there was none. Priest Kuro had already left. In this world, not many people were willing to risk their lives to face the unreasonable and had the power to overcome it. The hero, who could save everything, was no longer there. Even so, he couldn't help but wish for salvation, even though he knew that God wouldn't lend a helping hand. Fuukian bitch. In the next moment, there was an incomprehensible scream, and Ryan almost couldn't believe his eyes. After all, a figure suddenly leaped out, and sucker punched the female inquisitor's face. He didn't know when or where that person came from. The female inquisitor's entourage didn't even have time to stop her because it happened so fast. As such, the moment she sensed that someone was approaching, she immediately received a blow to the face. Yorg. While letting out such a groan, the body of the female inquisitor spun in the air. The spin was accompanied by the twirling of blood which spurted from her broken nose. The artistic fall was fleeting, meeting a tragic end at the hands of gravity. After slamming into the hard stone, her body tumbled for several meters before finally coming to a halt. This is a lie. However, what was unbelievable wasn't the powerful blow, or the fact that someone was foolish enough to punch an inquisitor. The most incredible and surprising thing was the identity of the culprit. A fluttering, navy blue, monastic uniform. Glossy, blonde, curly short hair reminiscent of dog ears bouncing left and right. Her eyes, wide open, glowed red like burning flames. Ricky. As if dreaming, Ursula asked the girl who stood in front of her. The girl who she was the closest within the world. Yes, all right, you're okay now. That face, that voice, that gesture, they all definitely belonged to Ricky. In front of her best friend's sparkling smile, Ursula thought to herself, if this is a dream, please don't wake me up. However, the presence of the two hooded men restraining her arm proved that the girl in front of her wasn't a figment of a sweet delusion. The two men were already on the move to tarnish the touching reunion, which was akin to a miracle, with blood. You heathen! Time to die. Their response was fairly quick. Since the female inquisitor had been blown away, it was understandable that they'd attack without command. Without underestimating Ricky, who seemed like a child, the hooded men braced themselves and reached for their claymores. How slow I might fall asleep. If it's Priest Kuro, you'd all be wiped out by now. Ricky took the initiative. Just before the men could grasp their blades, Ricky had already performed a kick. The kick itself wasn't eloquent or anything. However, the moment the modest yet powerful kick connected to them, the hooded man flew backwards. Gah! Along with the dull sound of fractured bones, the hooded man let out a low groan. From the outsider's perspective, the girl just casually kicked them. However, the destructiveness brought about by the kick was impressively illustrated through the sight of the hooded man's broken leg, which had twisted backward. Without even being able to reach for his weapon, the hooded man had collapsed on the spot. Ricky didn't just sit back and watch the situation. Instead, Ricky took his claymore, gripping it with her small hands. Die, you child of Barbados. The other triangular hooded man tried to swing his large sword at Ricky's head. A blow with that power and sharpness could easily cut a child in half. However, it only cut into the stone floor in vain. Despite having poured all his strength into that blow, he missed said Barbados child. Did the man understand that it wasn't a mere illusion, but simply Ricky moving out of the way? You're the one who's going to die, fucking Sinclair. With the force of a sea dragon emerging from the water, Ricky swung the claymore that was much larger than her body. The tip of the white blade flew straight towards the hooded man's throat. Dilly! As she screamed in her mother tongue, she swung the claymore with all her might, and the man's head fell as easily as a stalk of fruit. Basking in the shower of blood, Ricky muttered with a slightly refreshed expression. Too easy. As I thought, even if the enemy's human, killing them doesn't mean a thing. Ricky, how? Ursula didn't even understand her own question, but Ricky still answered. Of course Ricky will come to your rescue, because I'm the older sister. You're only a year older than me. Naturally, she answered that. Even so, I'm still your older sister. It was a reenactment of a conversation they once had, and the two couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ricky, thank you, I'm sorry. It's all right, it's all right. Then the two embraced each other, with tears welling in their eyes. Ursula could clearly feel her warmth. It proved that Ricky was neither an illusion or an undead. In the truest sense of the word, Ricky had been resurrected. But how? Aren't you supposed to be dead? Huh? Ricky's dead. They. Apparently, the miracle of the resurrection was unbeknownst to the person herself. Ricky's eyes widened in shock. No way, Ricky isn't dead. She's just asleep like Sleeping Beauty. Is that so? Yep. After all, I can hear the voices of Priest Kuro and you. The testimony reminded Ursula of the uninteresting log documentary she had once read in Priest Nikolai's library before she arrived to the Pandora continent. In it, a man who had been poisoned and fell into a coma for 3 days and nights reported having heard the conversations of his family, friends, doctors, and the priests around him. The entry itself was written after the man had regained consciousness. Therefore, it should be possible for someone who was seemingly in a coma to retain consciousness. But rather than coma, Ricky wasn't even breathing or had any pulse at the time. There was a big difference between coma and death. Nevertheless, from Ricky's words, Ursula was convinced that she was in a similar state with the poisoned man. Hence why, I already know that Priest Kuro went away. Not only that, seemed all alone as I thought. Ricky has to be with That's right, I'm a failure. I can't do anything by myself. After all, Priest Kuro and Sister Yuri were the ones who put an end to the gluttony octo. As for her, far from being able to stop them from leaving, she was caught by the Inquisition and almost got executed. It made her aware that despite her magical power, she was still powerless in the end. From now on, Ricky will always be with her no matter what, so everything will be all right. Despite being covered in blood, Ricky said so with a smile. But what do we do from here? You should think about it from now on, Dozens of hooded people with claymores had already surrounded them by that point. Amongst them, there was also a magician wielding a white, long cane. The force was too much to be fended off by 2 children. Since one of their companions had been killed, it was only natural. The reason why they didn't utter their resentment and instead resorted to the offense must have been because they were wary of Ricky's power. Especially after that vivid display of beheading. Ricky poised her sword to protect Ursula while the hooded figures encircled them. What have you done? The trashed female inquisitor broke the tense silence. Like a zombie, she stood up and aghast, hiding her broken nose and crumbling front teeth with the hem of her robe. Hurry up and kill those heathens. The hooded figures silently carried out the order of the furious female inquisitor. At the tip of the raised staff, a blinding light began to spread. At the same time, the vanguards marched forward. We'll have no choice but to break through and escape. Ricky thinks the same too. Now, let me help you. As soon as Ursula held out her bound wrists, Ricky's claymore flashed. In no time at all, Ricky had freed her best friends from her shackles. I'll eliminate the fanatics, White Yaksha Princess, Anastasia. Let's go fire. It was supposed to be the beginning of an impressive brawl, where swordsmanship and magic clashed against each other. Fire! But suddenly, there was a scream. And that scream was enough to stir the crowd, who had no choice but to remain as silent spectators. There's a fire, everyone run. There's no way, after all we're in an open voice. Such a suspicious voice flew, only to be met with an explosion. The white carriage that was parked behind the furious inquisitors suddenly exploded, and everyone saw it went up in flames. As if hit by a high-level fire spell, the white carriage, emblazoned with the church's cross, was engulfed in flames. Due to the scorching heat and the booming noise, the 4 horses tethered to the carriage instantly fell into a state of panic. Then, the horses began to go berserk. That was right, they ran wild despite the fact that the burned carriage was still attached to them. In front of the main gate overflowing with people. Hey, quick run, enter the castle right away. What are you doing? Move this way. As if they had completely forgotten of the Inquisition, people began to move in unison to avoid the blazing crisis. The destination was the castle's main gate. Waves of people, as instinctive as the horses, surged into the inviolable pandemonium, where the Inquisition was about to execute Ricky and Ursula in the name of God. With the force of an avalanche, it indiscriminately swallowed everyone. Why, you idiot, Move out of the way, we're about to kill the heathens. The voice of the female inquisitor, who was madly shouting something, was drowned up by the crowds of people who ran away in fear. The same went for the hooded figures, because countless people suddenly barged into the battlefield, they could no longer attack. Ricky now. Yes. The crowd of people was to their advantage. Ricky and Ursula ran hand in hand. Amidst the chaos, not even the Inquisition could pursue them. The two children somehow managed to reach the castle despite the overpacked crowd. After passing through the entrance and entering a suitable passageway, they temporarily stopped. Ricky, Ursula. But when the two were about to exhale in relief, a voice suddenly called out to them. Mayor Randolph. Hey, village chief, it's been a while. Randolph appeared and greeted the two with a friendly smile. For the time being, I'm glad that the two of you are safe. However, the uproar will soon subside, and the Inquisition will be on the lookout. Now's the time to escape. Of course, they had intended to do so from the beginning. However, they didn't quite expect such words from Mayor Randolph, of all people. There are horses in the back. If I recall correctly, you're able to ride a horse, right? Yes. Thanks. Why'd you go that far for us? In contrast to Ricky, who was truly glad, Ursula stared distrustfully at the smiling Randolph. Because of my loyalty and conscience. After all, the two of you have risked your lives to fight for the village. It's only natural for me to repay that debt. But if it's only for that, one wouldn't usually go to such lengths. Did Ursula see it? As expected, you're truly sharp. The moment Randolph showed up, she became convinced. The carriage didn't accidentally burst out in flames. Instead, it was an arson. I heard that Mayor Randolph used to be a gang leader and was a master of arson. How embarrassing. It's an ancient tale. Also, because it's been so long, I made a mistake. I didn't expect the fire to be that big. Randolph, with a troubled yet kind smirk, looked the same like always. Appearance-wise, he seemed like an ordinary, middle-aged man with a somewhat undependable atmosphere. From eavesdropping on a conversation between Priest Nikolai and the former village chief regarding Randolph's past, but until that point, she found it difficult to believe. Well, like I said, it's been a long time. I've since washed my hands off it. Even so, I'm still the same silly gangster who risks his life for his silly pride. For someone like me, I think your hard work is a debt worth paying, even if it means risking my life since I made a bunch of children fight. This is nothing. It's all thanks to you. Yes, but by taking our sides, will the villagers be safe? Ha, my skill hasn't dulled that much. I don't think I'd be found out. The truth is, it'd be best if we can shelter you like we did with Priest Kuro, but now that the village has perished, it's very much not possible. I'm sorry. It seems that you two have no choice but to run away. The best possible solution for the village would be to hand them over to the Inquisition. After all, being accused of letting a heretic escape wouldn't bode well for the village. But apparently, despite the huge gamble he had taken, Randolph had no intention of resenting them. I was going to chase after Priest Kuro from the beginning anyway, so there's no problem. It wasn't that the thought never occurred to her, but the way Ricky stated it, as if it was the most natural thing in the world, threw Ursula off the loop. Painfully aware of her own powerlessness, Ursula tried to not even imagine that possibility. If she met Kuro once again, would he welcome her with a smile? She was unsure. At the same time, the notion of being rejected by him was more frightening than anything else. Ricky isn't going to give up on Priest Kuro. Now that he has escaped, I'll chase after him, even if it means going to Mars. But. Besides, Priest Kuro could only have gone to the Demon Country. They were currently in the territory of the Sinclair Republic, in other words, the land of Alsace, at the very edge of the Inquisition's reach. From here, they only needed to cross the mountain to complete their escape. It was definitely a simple yet effective method, just like how some cunning thieves would camp near the border. Now let's go to the east. But Sparta is on the west side? Ah, yes, Ricky, let me tell you something about the reason why you got revived. Randolph. Ursula was probably more intrigued about the reason than even Ricky. After all, Ricky didn't seem to realize that she had been dead. I had a long-standing relationship with Priest Nikolai, and when I took you in, he told me a story. You may be of royal descent from Barbados. Randolph. Royalty. Ricky didn't seem to grasp the meaning at all. Regardless, Randolph went on. Both Priest Nikolai and I thought that it was just a possibility, heck, a baseless rumor, even. But with your resurrection, I've become convinced. Beowulf, the savage king of Barbados, once got defeated by the white hero, Abel. However, there existed a famous legend about how he'd only come back to life and continue to fight. If I remember correctly, it said that an immortal beast in the form of a wolf resides in his body. Therefore, I'm sure that Ricky possesses the same power. I don't understand at all. While Ricky stayed befuddled, Ursula was convinced of it. Even if she were to lose her life, Ricky had the ability to revive herself. Of course, I don't know if she'll be able to revive herself next time, so do be careful. Yes, I won't be careless anymore. Well, maybe. You should depart. If you turn right at the end of this passage, you can immediately get out from the back. As she listened, Ursula pictured the internal structure of the castle she had become accustomed to in the past few days. As Randolph said, there was a door to the back if they were to turn right. Since the post-processing of the war was still going on, the western gate should be left open. Therefore, once they locate the horse, they should be able to leave right away, without anything to stop them. Thank you so much, Village Chief Randolph. Thank you. No, you shouldn't thank me. May God watch over the two of you, although that's no longer necessary. As it is, you should be able to attain your wishes with your own strength. Then, as they held hands, Ricky and Ursula took a step forward. Let's go, Ricky, to Priest Kuro. Yes, no matter where he goes, we shall pursue him. The two girls, who were once referred to as Barbados, Ibrahim, heathens, second-class divines, embarked on a journey towards the wide world with no strings attached. Chapter 518, The Dawn Moon of the Avalon. I'm already in the South 3rd Avenue, and now I have to exit to Blossom Street. In the wintry scenery, where the white townscape became even more so due to the falling snow, I wandered around the demon town with a map in hand. Well, sorry for not having a good sense of direction. Not only that, I didn't trust my ability to read a map. I could only wander without getting lost in a dingy slum near the orphanage where I grew up. Even in the castle town of Helvetia, where I'd remained for several years, I still hadn't fully memorized the place. It was hopeless for me. Frankly speaking, it'd be a miracle if I managed to reach South 3rd Avenue before sunset. At this point, someone had to pay me for my hard work. Nevertheless, my destination was still some distance away. I had to reach my destination without letting my guard down. After all, I had escaped from prison. For I was Linfelt Arya Helvetia Burgant, also known as the Holy Maiden of Helvetia. During the 5th Galahad War, I was taken prisoner by the enemy. However, a mysterious masked man appeared and ordered me to go into hiding. I, Lin, dutifully adhered and headed for the St. Julia Monastery he'd mentioned earlier. At first, I had wanted to regroup with the Crusaders, but how was I supposed to leave the Galahad fortress? Even if I managed to, it wasn't as if I could conceal myself and traverse through the snowy mountains in the middle of winter. As such, there was no way for me to reach the main camp. After I had escaped, I snuck into a dragon carriage full of injured soldiers and was sent straight to Sparta. I couldn't even afford to return to Galahad Fortress. For the time being, I tried to hide in Sparta, the capital of the enemy country, to prepare and gather intel. However, at the dawn of the fateful Holy Night, news of the glorious victory of Sparta, along with the defeat of the Crusaders, resounded in the city. As a result, my prospect for returning to the Crusader became all the more hopeless. On top of that, the general, Count Burgund, was also killed. Even if I returned, peace wasn't an option. Then why should I return? Thus, I decided to abandon my pointlessly long aristocratic name and return to just being Lin. Now that I had nowhere to go, I had no choice but to try and head straight for Avalon. Since I had nowhere else to go, I decided to give that monastery a go. I knew it was suspicious, but after living in Sparta for a few days, I realized that even though they were demons, they were living a healthy and civilized life similar to us humans. When the preparations were done, I boarded a dragon carriage bound for Avalon. For a few days, the trip was uneventful, while the snowy path expanded endlessly. At last, I arrived at the magnificent city of Avalon, encased by great white walls. Zahi, that's it. And magnificently got lost. I'm so stupid. However, even if I were to scream in despair, no one would come for me. After all, my life until that point had been a series of unfortunate events, as if God had a personal grudge on me. Well, there was also the fact that I was donning a covert robe that hid my shabby appearance, so even if I cried, no one would notice. As I thought, I could only rely on myself. I decided to calm down and reconsider my plan. Ever since I first arrived in Avalon, about 2 or 3 hours had passed. By the way, I also had a slightly expensive lunch. Perhaps it was about time to give up the search for the day and look for an inn. Fortunately, on the street I was on, I could see various signs that indicated the inns. Since it was the main street, it was crowded. Staying at the nearby inn probably wouldn't be a bad idea, although it probably wouldn't be high-end. Moreover, if I had stayed overnight, they probably would take it kindly if I were to ask for directions afterwards. All right, it wasn't like I was in a rush. Let's take a good night's rest and refresh my body and mind before I resume the search. Tomorrow, I'll do my best. Upon deciding that, I decided to go to a suitable inn. Of course, one that was also pristine-looking so that I could rest. Thus, I started walking amidst the crowd. Yua. Kaya. Hey, it hurts. I stumbled upon someone and toppled over. Soon, I landed on the snowy cobbled ground. I'm sorry, miss, are you all right? An innocent voice came from above. I instantly looked up. What's this bastard's prob? Hey, it's a handsome guy. His long, silver hair was reminiscent of a pure white snowfield, but contrasting to his hair was his brown skin. As for his eyes, they were sky blue. Upon looking at his smile, I had a change of heart. Can you stand? You don't seem to be hurt. Huh, don't you dare touch me, you Ibrahim. While his handsomeness bedazzled me, I also didn't fail to realize that those were the traits of the Ibrahim people. I'd seen quite a few of them amongst the heretics I'd defeated, as if I'd let such a guy pull my hand, hold my waist, and help me stand. Haha, that doesn't seem good. Well, sorry for worrying about you. Also, what are you talking about? I don't have the slightest idea. I was annoyed by the cool smile of the Ibrahim man, which reminded me of a certain countryman from somewhere. But like he said, there was no way an Ibrahim man could be found in such a place. Whether it was Sparta or Avalon, there were humans with different hair colors, eye colors, and skin tones. To begin with, there were many races other than humans. It was an unimaginable composition of population for Sinclair, but after a few days, I got used to it. Therefore, it wasn't strange that there were races that had the exact same characteristics as the Ibrahim. Never mind then. Oh, if I blurted something outrageous, then he might suspect me. I hadn't heard any information about the knights looking for me, or that I had a bounty on my head. Nevertheless, they might be looking for me. I need to be careful not to arouse suspicion. Is that so? Then don't walk aimlessly in such a crowd. Next time, getting hurt might be the least of your worries. Shut up, I don't need your help. Haha, okay then, see you, miss. There are a lot of bad guys in Avalon, so be careful. Leaving such selfish words, the fake Ibrahim man disappeared into the crowd, rocking his pure white robe. I don't know anymore. This time, I merely had the misfortune of bumping into a handsome man. If I had been in a back alley or in the slums, would I be molested by some pervert or be pickpocketed? Wait, it's gone. I couldn't believe it, so I searched the pocket of my robe again. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find my purse. No, wait, just wait, no, please no, dear God. No matter how many times I checked, it was gone. The purse, full of gold coins I received from the masked man, was gone. What a blunder, even though I was raised in the slums. Since I'd been experiencing the lavish life of a young lady with a butler, I utterly disregarded it. I neglected even the basic things that even rural tourists who came to Elysian knew. I shouldn't have kept money in my pocket and instead scattered it throughout my body. Due to my current lifestyle, I only had to remain vigilant on the battlefield. After all, I'd be served by sebas and other servants on a daily basis. How regrettable. What should I do? I could no longer find that fake Ibrahim, whose crime was so great, not even the flame of hell could purify him. At least, not in this kind of crowd. Even if I had noticed, the moment the purse fell into his grasp, he'd probably deceive me and escape. Damn. Apparently, from the moment he touched me, it was already my loss. There was nothing I could do about it now. Now that I had run out of money, I had to think about my next course of action. Say goodbye to the inn, I guess. I didn't even have a single copper coin to spare. As such, it was unlikely for me to use even the dingiest room, let alone a need-in. For someone who had neither money nor relatives to spend the night in the city. Yeah, impossible, absolutely impossible. Even during my time in the orphanage, I was granted a bed. I had never spent the night outside, much else in the middle of winter. Sure, sanctuary shielded its wearer from the cold, so I didn't have to worry about freezing to death. But what of the fluffiness of the bed? What remain of my dignity and pride if I were to be forced to spend the night on a roadside? Even if I was no longer a count's daughter, I couldn't simply handle such an environment. Wait, it'd be another hour or two before the sun went down. Until then, I had to secure a bed and a roof at any cost. I have to go to the monastery. Thus, I resumed my search for a monastery with all my life. After that, I wondered how long I roamed around the unfamiliar city of Avalon. Starting with the main street, I passed through the dirty back alley that was familiar to me and even stepped into an abnormally secluded corner. Honestly, I was expecting an undead to jump out at me. When the sun finally set, and I was bleakly wandering around like a ghost, relying on the light of the lamp. It's there, the St. Julia Monastery. At last I found it. I didn't know where or how I got there, but in front of me was the somewhat nostalgic crucifix church-style building with a huge signboard that read, St. Julia's Monastery. Well, I sure hope that wasn't just an illusion that I saw before my death. With that in mind, I banged on the door of the chapel-like building and shouted, "Excuse me, bestow some mercy upon this lost lamb." Did God perhaps extend a helping hand? To who am I speaking? The second handsome man of the day emerged from behind the door. He was a priest with a solemn atmosphere, neatly trimmed, bright brown hair. For some reason, his eyes were closed, so I didn't know his eye color. Despite that, his comeliness was obvious. Well, you seem to be very exhausted both physically and mentally. Let's not waste our time talking. Come in. Hey, even in Elysian, there was no such divine-like priest. While thanking the priest of Avalon, who seemed to be full of compassion, I stepped inside the house of God. Just like the outside, I could tell that the inside was similar to the Church of the Crusader. Even if I was like this, I still had the qualifications to be a regular sister. Then, I was led through what seemed to be a lounge. I saw long tables and chairs where children could eat side by side there. Yeah, this atmosphere reminds me of the orphanage. I'll prepare some tea, so please wait here for a moment. All right, thank you very much. On the table where I was sitting, the priest placed a lamp. Empty-handed, he casually strode down the pitch-black corridor. Could it be he's blind? After all, his eyes were shut the whole time. Not only that, he also didn't seem to require light. That was enough evidence to suggest his blindness, but how could he move so freely without a cane? Well, right now, I can't afford to worry about others. Perhaps the Knights of the Avalon had been notified by now. However, even if the gallant knights were to storm this place, I wouldn't have the energy to resist. I was so tired and also penniless, so I didn't care anymore. I apologize for making you wait. True to his words, the priest brewed some tea and returned. After wandering through the freezing winter city, the warmness of the tea permeated my body. The taste was so-so, so it was edible, I guess. My tongue, which had been pampered by the life of a lady, only had harsh evaluations. Nevertheless, thanks to the much-needed break, my tattered heart was eased. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Emile, and I'm a humble priest of the St. Julia Monastery. He introduced himself. Thus, I introduced myself in return. I'm Lin Erm. As the spearhead of the Crusaders, I came to invade the Pandora continent. Yeah, there was no way I could reveal that. Is something ailing you? Rest assured, for anyone who knocks on the gate of this monastery will be accepted. It seems that despite your age, you're still a child at heart. It's part of my duty as a priest to lend a helping hand to someone like you. Is it okay? I mean, don't you want to know more? You don't have to force yourself to tell me anything. Wow, what a wonderful being he is. He was so priestly. Wait, he was a priest, though. I wished that the Sinclair priests had acted a bit like this man. For the time being, I'd like him to shelter me. However, since I didn't have money, I'd have to plead earnestly. If that didn't work, I'd make my debut as a street urchin at the age of 17. As if I'll let that happen. Actually, I have a bit of, or rather, a lot of circumstances. I have neither relatives nor a place to go, Even the modest amount of money I had was stolen by a wicked Ibra. I was pickpocketed, basically. The priest nodded at my tearful, yet vague explanation. A certain individual told me of this monastery. He said that I'd be safe here, as such, I have no choice but to believe his words. I see, it seems that you've gone through a lot. Even so, I'm grateful to God that you were able to safely reach this place, and that we're able to meet. Perhaps because he was the priest of the Crusader, he made the sign of the cross with fluid motion. The sign of the cross itself was the famous yet basic prayer gesture known to any rural believer in the Crusader. It'd be coupled with a word of prayer, "May you reach heaven." Also, there were many subtle variations. I heard that an archpriest could purify the undead with just that gesture. Of course, there was no way I, a sister, could do that. St. Julia Monastery welcomes you, Miss Lin. While we may be of humble origin, I can at least provide food, clothing, and shelter. I hope that you can spend your time here in peace. Is that really all right? Thank you. That's basically a promise. Even if he were to change his mind later, I wouldn't budge. I'd stay, even if it meant using sanctuary. Thank you for your patronage. No, thank you. I firmly shook hands with the priest, akin to a merchant who just signed a huge contract. Yay, now my future is bright. Oh, and if you don't mind, I want to ask you something. What is it? Do you know the name of the benefactor who saved you? His name was X. I only know that he's a young man, though. Even the name seems to be a pseudonym, while the man himself concealed his face with a mask. As such, I didn't even know what kind of person he was. Are you acquainted with him? That's right. He's an old acquaintance of mine. Just as the priest started gushing about the mysterious masked man. Hey, we're back, father. A cheerful voice echoed from the entrance to the lounge. Pardon me, it seems that one of the residents here has returned. I could already hear the sound of footsteps approaching the end of the corridor. Listen, father. Today, on the street, I saw a woman who looks exactly like Lin. Then, a handsome man barged into the lounge. I recalled seeing him from somewhere. A fine-looking man with silver hair, blue eyes, and brown skin. The perfect example of an Ibrahim. Yeah, it's that guy. What are you doing here? That's my line. No, I didn't care what he was doing here, for I had a more pressing issue. Give me back my money, you Ibrahim bastard. Wait, seriously. Don't think you can escape from this raging Helvetian holy maiden, you pickpocketing bastard. As if I'll let you, sanctuary. Wait, what's this? Oh, what's happening here? Have you met with each other? Surely this is preordained by God. Anyway, even in St. Julia, I wasn't spared from troubles. The gentle and kind priest, Emil, the Ibrahim pickpocket, and other strange individuals were gathered at the god's house amidst the land of the demons. May God bless me from now on. At the time when the dawn moon was about to end, a small party was held in the capital of Avalon. Gathered there were several nobles who didn't hail from Avalon. Only a single butler and the bare minimum of escorts could be seen. The location itself was at a small mansion at the outskirts of the aristocratic district. In the quiet party, as if they'd forgotten their glamour as aristocrats, on the balcony overlooking the desolate garden, a man and a woman were enjoying the night breeze. Is that true, Lord Wissendorf? A baby-faced woman exclaimed. She wore a striking red dress, reminiscent of bright red roses. Nevertheless, the elegance of the girl named Christina didn't pale in comparison, mainly because of her huge blonde ringlet. Her full name was Christina Damp Spiralhorn. She was the daughter of Baron Christophe, who reigned over the territory with the largest mithril mine in Avalon. However, since Christina had become a full-fledged knight, she no longer required her father's escorts. Thanks to her parents' patronage, she safely graduated from the Imperial Academy. Unfortunately, it's true, it's already been decided, Christina. The other party was a skinny man donning a black coat. From his pointed ears, one could infer that he was an elf. His long, wavy black hair had vigorous luster, yet his slender face had subtle wrinkles to it. Usually, the man's golden eyes would gleam as he exuded an overwhelming, majestic air. As of the present, he seemed to be weathered down from age. He was Margrave Wissendorf. The Wissendorf territory, which was located at the northern end of the Avalon, had inherited the rank of Margrave ever since he managed to defend the borders from the vicious harpies that nested in the Espel Mountains. Of course, from now on, there wouldn't be any such fierce battles. Ever since a modern nation, Wyndham, was established based on the barbaric Harpy tribes, they'd made peace with Avalon and were now on friendly terms with the townspeople. Although the Wissendorf family lived in peace for a long time, they were still well known throughout the Avalon as a family with a strong military background, suitable for defending the borders. However, the current Margrave was famous for a different reason. But why don't you like cursed armor? Yes, he was quite famous as a cursed armor collector. It's not that I've grown tired of them. As I get older, far from getting tired of them, I feel like I've become more and more attached towards the alluring darkness. The two had the same hobbies. They'd speak about the charm of cursed armor, brag about each other's collections, and sometimes became rivals competing at auctions. Then why'd you sell all of your collections? At first, I had no intention of doing so, since I've wagered my life for them. However, if they become too infamous, I have no choice. And no way. That's right, for the next auction, I'll put up the tyrant's armor. Maximilian for sale. Precisely because they shared the same values, Christina was shocked from the bottom of her heart. Her eyes went wide open, while her mouth stayed agape. However, her idiotic visage was half concealed by the fan she draped over her face. That's the ultimate cursed armor. It was the Margrave's most prized possession. Once upon a time, before the founding of Avalon, the armor was worn by a king who ruled that land in the Dark Ages. Due to having such a history, it was an authentic first-class antique. More importantly, it was a cursed armor with a tremendous grudge. Even the Temple of Pandora gave up, since modern magic technology did nothing to lift the curse. Most likely, that greedy skeleton will win the bid. He's been obsessively aiming for my beloved Maximilian for a long time. You and Lord Mordred of Sparta never change. Do you really intend to yield the armor to such a person? While that skeleton is indeed an unprincipled fellow who collects all sorts of cursed items, he has tenacity and wealth, and above all, a discerning eye. The chairman, Mordred of Sparta, was one of the famous collectors, just like Margrave Wissendorf of Avalon. Perhaps because he came from an undead race called a lich, he had a keener eye than Wissendorf, an elf. Furthermore, due to his affinity with the darkness, he could even wield the cursed equipment himself. For Wissendorf, who was bewitched by the allure of cursed armor, Mordred's abilities were enviable. I'm reluctant to admit this, but if it's him, I believe my cursed armor will be in good hands. The muttering of the Margrave vanished into the winter air, accompanied by a hollowness that was akin to a declaration of defeat. But still, I don't understand. What could have possibly made you decide to part with the tyrant's armor? Indeed, she had yet heard of the reason why the Margrave had decided to be rid of his most valuable treasure. Unless that was made clear, there was no way for her to be convinced. Did you know that there's been some suspicious activities in Avalon lately? The Margrave scanned his surroundings before continuing. Suspicious activities? I don't have the slightest clue. HMPH, just like your father, you seem to be ignorant of court affairs. Well, I'm a knight. Besides, when it comes to my family, we'd just be satisfied if we had a mine and a workshop, just like any typical dwarf. While I think it's a virtue to not be overly ambitious, it's better to devote a little attention to what's brewing in the Avalon. What are you implying? I can't share the details yet. However, there appears to be a conspiracy amongst the 12 nobles. In most countries, there were influential nobles other than the royal family, such as the 4 great nobles of Sparta. Since the founding of Avalon, the 12 ancient clans had been widely known as the 12 nobles. While it applied to any country, powerful nobles treated each other like rivals rather than comrades. Even in the past history, only half a thousand years ago, there were countless examples of quarrels between nobles developing into war. Furthermore, the 12 aristocrats of Avalon also competed with each other for territories, interest, and government. The ringleader seems to be Sir Arkwright. I don't know what kind of secret deal had transpired, but Sir Azriel and Sir Delacroix seem to have expressed their support. What those 3 families? Somehow, it's difficult to believe. Among the 12 nobles, Duke Arkwright, Duke Azriel, and Duke Delacroix were known as the 3 families because even now, they were deeply involved in Avalon's national affairs. The only reason why Margrave was treated differently was because he had the highest rank. Not to mention, he had blood ties with the Avalon royal family. Although the 3 were mocked, if they do unite in an attempt to achieve something. Even His Majesty the King may not be able to stop it. With a somber expression, the Margrave nodded. From the atmosphere, it was apparent that he wasn't simply gossiping. Any more than this is just my personal speculation, so let's not talk about it. But do remember, the sense of crisis that I felt was enough to drive me to part with Maximilian. Christina, I think of you as a good friend and a rare companion. Even if you're selfish, I always think of you as cute. Oh ho ho ho, that's discourteous to me. No, you have a unique sense and talent, to the extent that you can wield cursed equipment. If I was 70 years younger, I'd have recruited you. Ha ha ha, that's a pity I myself haven't met a gentleman as wonderful as Sir Wissendorf yet. You've become a smooth talker. Unlike when we first met, you've grown into a fine woman. For that reason, I'd like to give you some advice. I'm unworthy of your consideration. He never outright implied it, but she had an inkling as to what kind of crisis the Margrave was referring to. Apparently, the three families were conspiring against those who possessed cursed armor. Certainly, while we can't exactly share our hobbies openly, it shouldn't be a punishable crime. Then, I'll guess someone who'd like to prohibit it has appeared. Lastly, let me warn you. The Margrave turned on his heels and faced the venue, dazzled with warm light. Beware of the St. Julia Monastery. His last line lingered in Christina's ears. Chapter 519. Imperial Academy. Fumu, I think it's about time. On the 31st, when the dawn moon would end. At the royal castle of Avalon, a shrine maiden in charge of the fire shrine, Belclausen remarked while slipping inside the kotatsu. Huh, what are you talking about? Despite being in the kotatsu room, a blissful relaxing place, the princess donning a priestess outfit, Nell Julius Elrod maintained a dignified appearance. Her hair, tied in a sacred ponytail, seemed more majestic than usual. However, when she tilted her head and asked, she had the loveliness of a maiden. Moreover, her cheeks were both pale and voluptuous. After a moderate exercise, Nell felt somewhat refreshed. Day by day, the training of the two became harsher, but it seemed that Belclausen, her master, was exhausted. At a glance, it could be seen that the two had just finished working out. Nell stood in a relaxed manner, while Belclausen huddled like a cat under the kotatsu. Go back to school, Nell. You can't just stay cooped up here and practice all the time. At first, Nell had no clue what she was referring to. However, she soon recalled that she hadn't yet graduated. She reminisced to her days in Spada. But I can no longer return to the seminary. In the first place, she returned to her hometown of Avalon due to her father's direct command. Due to the outbreak of the Fifth Galahad War, she had to postpone her study at the Royal Spada Academy. Even though the war concluded with Spada's victory, the situation remained unpredictable. To begin with, you're a student of the Imperial Academy. You need to go back to school. Every day, it did occur to Nell to return to Spada. To be honest, she'd almost forgotten the fact that she used to attend the prestigious Avalon Imperial Academy, a place worthy of royalty. However, when it was pointed out to her, she couldn't help but agree. Despite so, I still have more training to do. As I said before, I can only teach you the basics of ancient jujutsu. Now that you've mastered the 3 rituals, I have nothing else to teach you. All that's left is for you to test your mettle in an actual battlefield and hone your skill. Unexpectedly, as Belclausen reached for the small orange atop the kotatsu, she also handed Nell a license. Quite frankly, Nell couldn't believe it, but Belclausen didn't seem to be joking either. After living together for the past month, she could gather at least that much. Avalon has many dungeons suitable for training. Also, while you're at it, why don't you delve a little deeper and get some present for your crush? I see, you have a point. I'm going back to school. Like a horse with carrot dangling in front of her, Nell was full of enthusiasm. At that moment, Belclausen showed her an unnerving smile. Nell, I'm sending you back to school, not juice tea for training. Besides strength, are you aware of what you're lacking right now? A cooking skill or something. Even after a month of training, her cooking skills showed no sign of improvement. However, that didn't seem to be what Belclausen was implying. You're a maiden in love, but at the same time, you're also a princess of a country. Since ancient times, there are those who insisted on equality. Nevertheless, there are things that you can't change no matter what, such as race, gender, talent, and status. Nell wasn't so dense that she couldn't understand the implications. Now that she'd recovered mentally through her training with Belklausen, she could accept those words. Or perhaps that was the true purpose all along. Haha, so, by returning to the academy, you're telling me to go back to the society as whole. To Nell, who smiled self-deprecatingly, Belklausen smiled in satisfaction, like a teacher witnessing her student figuring the perfect answer all by herself. Correct, well, as long as you're aware of that, it should be enough. Thank you. Her master hadn't only mended her heart, but also strengthened her physique in more ways than none. Somewhat bashfully, Nell thanked Belklausen. But keep in mind that this is also necessary for a successful romantic relationship. People tend to think that love is a matter between two people, but if you don't pay attention to yourself, the other person, and those around you, your love will be hindered in unexpected places. As in, a love rival or something. It's also the biggest hurdle, but because you're chasing after the same thing, the solution is simple. You should be careful of relatives and friends who don't support your love. Or perhaps, the difference in status itself. After all, in the way of love, she wouldn't just be dealing with love rivals. For example, let's say there was friend A who was very close to heroine, and N fell in love with a man named K who went to the same school. But K was a notorious delinquent. A, who'd been entangled with K in the past, naturally couldn't bless N's love. That's what I'm saying. Even if you aren't in a romantic relationship, there are plenty of issues. A minor issue might cost you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Knowing that Belklausen only had good intentions, Nell couldn't be annoyed with her. She felt bad for burdening her. Even so, since Belklausen did it for her, it was difficult to reject her. Even if you're unfamiliar with this topic, you should be able to think of 1 or 2 examples about romance involving status gap. In the world, with a wide range of social statuses, from royalty to slaves, there were as many stories of love or tragic love that transcended the difference in status as there were stars. In fact, there were many famous works that depicted status gap, including that of children fairy tales. Go back to school and learn how to fight. If you somehow get more airheaded than this, it'd be a shame. Ha ha ha. In response to Belklausen's carefree laugh, Nell bowed deeply and thanked her again. Thus, for the first time in several years, Nell put on the venerable sailor uniform of the Avalon Imperial Academy that'd been around since ancient times. Section: Avalon Imperial Academy. Its origins dated back to ancient times. The legendary Demon King, Mia Elrod, also attended that school. As such, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider it as the most famous and legendary school on the Pandora continent. However, the academy itself was discontinued once during the Dark Ages. But, at the same time as the founding of Avalon, the name of the Imperial Academy was engraved in history. Not only was it closely tied to the history of Avalon, it had also produced many great men, such as a generation of kings, heroes who saved the country, innovative politicians. Even now, it maintained a respectable position as the legendary school where the Demon King attended. At the same time, there existed special rules in Avalon Imperial Academy that otherwise didn't exist in other schools. It was the student autonomy. Under normal circumstances, it'd be impossible for a student to be entrusted with discretion in every aspect of school life, as they had to be instructed by a teacher. If all the students were free to do as they please, could the place even be called a school? But in this academy, the students were deeply involved in the school management. With the school student council as the head of the organization, the students were responsible for everything. Be it billing and distribution of annual budgets, various events such as school festivals, outdoor exercises, field trips, along with class assignments and crackdowns on school morals. After all, it was a school attended by the royals and aristocrats of Avalon. The only exception was that the students couldn't interfere with class content or the personal affairs of teachers. Nevertheless, it still didn't erase the possibility of students using their vast connections to twist even the teacher's authority. At the Imperial Academy, such abnormal student supremacy prevailed simply because of tradition. Many books told them that the school which Mia Elrod attended at the time had such a system. Since the Imperial Academy was established with the aim of becoming an educational institution that produced the Demon King who once ruled all of Pandora, it was only natural to adopt that famous system. Despite being a unique system, It had persevered for a long time and even underwent various tweaks. In the first place, as long as the tradition was respected, once the rules were set, all that was left to do was to abide quietly. What was now required of the top student council members wasn't innovation like Mia Elrod, but the ability to memorize vast number of traditional rules. Nevertheless, the student council still boasted tremendous power within the academy. And, as for the current student council president, who stood on top of the current Avalon Imperial Academy, FU, a sorrowful sigh leaked from her cherry-colored lips. Lustrous silvery white bangs flowed on top of her cool, emerald, shining eyes. Casually brushing her bangs aside, the girl felt that her hair had grown longer. If other students were present, they'd surely be enamored by her glamorous gesture. The absolute beauty of the student council president was simply too much to look at. It's dusk. She had just completed her paperwork. But just as she was about to leave her seat and return to the dormitory, a modest knock resounded in the quiet student council room. "It's open, you may come in." As if prompted by that beautiful voice, the door opened. "It's been a while, Cells." What appeared was a girl whose prettiness kicked up dust on other girls who wanted to be the school's top beauty. Furthermore, her rank was much higher as well. However, from the simple yet sophisticated sailor uniform unique to the Imperial Academy, bearing a distinctive, large collar and bright red scarf with black accents, it could be inferred that she was also a student. She was beautiful, so much that no student wouldn't turn around, even more when she sported such a huge ponytail. "W8, no way, are you Her Highness Nell?" The pair of white wings that grew from her back revealed her identity, but the president still couldn't help but ask. Seemingly genuinely surprised, the student council president, Cells, stood up from her seat and ran towards the beautiful schoolgirl, Nell Julius Elrod, the first princess of Avalon. "Could it be you don't recognize me due to my new hairstyle?" Nell, with her long black hair that almost extended to her waist, coupled with her pose of holding her waist while grinning, certainly looked a lot different than the last time Cells saw her. It couldn't just be because she had changed her hairstyle. The princess, who used to embody the ideal princess, a dignified, beautiful, and pure woman, now had a maidenly charm to her. Perhaps it was because she had come to know a man. "You've become so beautiful, I almost can't recognize you." "Is that so? Ahaha, thank you." How many men could resist falling in love with such Nell, who smiled with a hint of bashfulness? At the same time, Celes didn't harbor any malice towards her. She merely felt as if she was seeing a dazzling thing. It must have been because they were childhood friends. The polite Nell only ever addressed a small number of people by name. Even the circle of her childhood friends was small, with the third princess of Spada, Charlotte Tristan Spada, being the third person. As such, the closeness between Cells and Nell was apparent. Her full name was Cells Ann Arkwright. Cells, the first child of a great ducal family, the top among the 12 nobles of Avalon, was well balanced with Nell, a member of the royal family. "Still, Cells, you haven't changed much." "No, you're still the same." With her blue eyes, Nell studied Cells from top to bottom. If she'd been an average male student, she'd be writhing in embarrassment, but Cells stayed firm. Her limbs were slender, while she herself was half a head taller than Nell, making her of the same height as her brother, Nero. She was clad in a male uniform, which was known as gakurin since the ancient times, with round gold buttons shining on jet-black backdrop. The design itself was simple, yet sophisticated, making it an all-rounder. Above all, the gakurin was worn by the Demon King, Mia Elrod. In fact, the military uniform of the Elrod Empire at the time was based on that very gakurin, making it more than just an attire. Cells, who was clad in such a traditional yet high-class gakurin, was worthy of the title nobleman of Avalon. In fact, when Cells and Nero walked side by side in the hallway, the female students would swoon to the point of fainting. "Wait, did you grow taller?" "Since it's been a year, maybe." Upon returning from Spada, Nell fell ill and was forced to recuperate in the royal castle for a while. Despite unable to reach her directly, be it nobles, knights, merchants, and even merchants flooded her with various sympathy gifts and letters, praying for her safety. That alone showed how popular Nell was as a princess of Avalon. Of course, the most important thing for Cells was her health. After all, Nell was the princess she served, and also her childhood friend. As such, she was terribly saddened by the news. Yes, I'm all right now. I'm sorry for worrying you. That isn't the case at all. From the bottom of my heart, I'm glad that the princess has recovered. No, it was because my heart was fragile. Nell's sorrowful expression alone revealed a sliver of the truth concerning her illness. As a princess, Nell had taken care of her health since she was young. As such, she seldom had any medical condition that prevented her from seeing anyone. Speaking of danger, she only ever got harmed while working as an adventurer. In other words, if the illness wasn't related to her physique, it must be because of mental reasons. There are things that can't be resolved immediately. I was able to realize the obvious fact that it's important for me to do what I can do to the best of my ability. So be rest assured. Cells could conclude that it was the war of Spada that afflicted the merciful and kind heart of Nell. Thankfully, Nell did return. Rumor has it that her older brother, the first prince, Nero Julius Elrod, ignored the king's order and remained in the battlefield. Therefore, Nell must have experienced a great shock upon realizing that only she returned. Not only that, the thought that her dear brother was in danger must have ripped her heart. However, Cells didn't pursue the matter. By seeing the vigor in Nell's smile, it was clear that she had gotten back on her feet. As her best friend, knowing that was enough. Apparently, you've grown stronger. Haha, that's right. I'm much stronger than I was before. Nell's strangely impeccable posture suggested that those words weren't just a bravado. If, at this moment, Cells was to slash at her with the saber strapped to her waist, Nell would probably parry it with ease. No, Cells' sharp intuition told her that she'd be met with a savage counter. As long as you're dependable. By any chance, Princess Nell, do you plan to participate in this year's night selection? Night selection? It's that time already. By now, shouldn't they have selected all the contestants? Official name, Avalon Imperial Night Selection Tournament. This tournament, called Night Selection for short, boasted the largest scale among Avalon school events. It was a tournament-style competition between the Imperial Academy and the night schools in each of the north, south, east, and west of Avalon. Currently, participating schools were invited from nearby city-states, and the scale of the tournament had grown considerably. Each school would select 12 representative players, form a team of 5 from among them, and took turns with the other school in a one-on-one mock battle that was as close to a real battle format as possible. Needless to say, as per the title Knight suggested, the combat skill would be tested. However, one wouldn't be nominated as the knight simply because of the results of the tournament. Nevertheless, for those who aspired to be a knight, it was a great opportunity to prove their might. Even if they didn't end up winning, just being selected as a representative of the 12 people would give him the edge. In the final match, the king himself would be present. Therefore, it could be considered a lofty match, one that be held in front of the imperial court. Above all, Mia Elrod was famous to have caught the attention of the Emperor of Elrod at the time, and became the foundation as to how she became the spotlight in the war that occurred later. Combined with such a legend, the night selection was a grand stage that every student longed to participate in. To be honest, I've been worried about that. This year, there are only talented people that are difficult to beat. Haha, what a tough situation. Even so, Cells wasn't complacent enough to let her guard down. In order to select members, it was necessary to collect data from mock battles between students several times. As was the case every year, she had to be careful in terms of selecting members to participate in such a prestigious competition. However, I have no intention of participating. I've studied in Spada for a long time. Even if I've returned, I don't have the right to bear the name of the Imperial Academy. I was only able to become the student council president due to the absence of Nero and the princess. However, considering Nero's personality, even if he was still in school, he definitely dismissed the student council election, saying it was too much of a hassle. Cells won the position with a landslide victory over her opponents during the election, but if Nell had participated, she'd have been at a disadvantage. No, you're exaggerating. Cells, you're the one who have led the academy as the student council president until today. Have confidence in your experience and achievements. Thank you. In response to Cells, who deeply bowed, Nell turned away from her affectionate gaze. With a smile like that of a child who had come up with a prank, she began. By the way, Cells, I have a favor to ask you. won't you listen to me? Of course, princess. What is it? Won't you go with me to the dungeon? If you'd like to recruit me as a party member, it'd be a great honor. In Spada, Nell was well known for forming an adventure party called Winglord. Her ability to rise to rank 5 in a record time was widely talked about in Avalon. However, there wasn't a single member of said Winglord in the academy, including her older brother, Nero. As such, it became self-explanatory that if she wanted to form a party, she'd have to gather members from scratch. It went without saying if Nell were to announce, "I'm looking for party members." The students would gather in the blink of an eye. Considering the rate of recruitment, it was an honor for Cells to be recruited personally. Is that so? I'm glad. As she smiled, Nell looked so dazzling. With that smile, there was no way Cells could go against her wish. By the way, which dungeon would it be? Cells casually asked, but soon regretted it. Nell replied with her usual elegant smile. Rank 5th Dungeon, Divine Annihilation Realm Avalon. Chapter 520, Silent Victory. It's been a long time, Kurono Maou. Congratulations, you've completed the 5th trial. The ancient demon king who sat on the jet-black throne smiled. Thank you, your majesty. I have something I'd like to ask you. Actually, there were many things I wished to ask, but most importantly, is everything a setup? That Sariel wasn't killed. The appearance of Gluttony Octo. Alternatively, I could also include Sariel's awakening at the last minute. Haha, don't you already know the answer? I did. I just wanted to direct the suspicion that it was all a setup to someone. By this time, I had understood the true nature behind the future that I chose and won. If, by any chance, I did arrange it, would you hate me, or would you appreciate me? Well, it isn't that bad, so I won't hate you. I was able to safely reunite with Lily and the others. I had also defeated the Gluttony Octo, restoring the peace to the village, at least for the time being. I couldn't blame anyone else for Ricky's death. It was a sin that I'd carry for the rest of my life. If that's the case, then what's the problem? Is it really all right? The fact remains that Sariel was an apostle. Now that she has received divine protection, can you simply ignore that? Whether to forgive or not, it isn't for me to decide. At the end of the day, only people judge other people. Hearing that answer made me somewhat relieved. I wondered if it was because I wanted to forgive Sariel. Do I want to? At this point, I should probably admit it. I toured Sariel. But, as an elder, I'd like to emphasize that you should worry about yourself rather than anyone else. It isn't the kind of situation where you can simply rejoice with your friends, isn't it? It's fine. I've prepared myself. I'd tell Lily and Fiona everything, what I'd been up to since we parted at Galahad Fortress that day. From the moment you depended on that girl, you already know this day would come. You sound experienced. Well, a lot happened in the past. But if your bond is real, you'll surely be able to understand and forgive each other in the end. It'd be nice if that was true. By the way, I have one more make it 2 questions. What is it? It was pathetic, but it couldn't be helped. I didn't do much in this trial, so can you really consider that I did accomplish it? I didn't finish off the Gluttony Octo, nor did I do much damage to him. Moreover, just like with Laspin, I didn't succeed in carving out part of the trial. In the previous battle, all I did was cut off a swarm of octopuses and wreaked havoc in the Gluttony Octo's belly. In the end, I didn't get the proof of the trial. The fact that I was still alive, the fact that everyone was safe, or even the fact that I completed the trial, I owed them all to Sariel, Lily, and Fiona. Is this really all right? As such, I became skeptical. Ahaha, isn't it already a norm for you to be saved by someone? Hey, that's true, that statement applied to every trial I'd undergone. However, it's nothing to be ashamed about. If anything, you should be proud. Rather than relying on your own strength, it's much more important to have someone to rely on. Well, I think you're right, but isn't the trial part of my mission? Then, I'm going to say it now, but as long as you get the proof of your trials, anything's fine. You can have someone else fetch it for you, or even buy it with money. Hey, wait a second, isn't that just cheating? It isn't. Be it violence, power, wealth, they're all necessary for a king. As such, I'll have to consider that as well. Since Mia wasn't a warrior goddess, did that mean she won't decide solely based on strength alone? As expected, that alone failed to convince me. I understand from now on, I'll do whatever it takes. Anyway, I wouldn't be able to accomplish all the past trials without relying on others or money. From now on, I doubted I'd be able to complete it easily. Probably, next time too, I wouldn't be able to overcome the trial without at least vomiting blood. Then, what is the other question? Oh, right. Although there was no way I could forget it, after all, it was my main concern. Oh, who is that? Since it was my 5th time to receive divine protection, I had become familiar with the Black Throne and its owner. However, this time around, there was a stranger in that room. Don't mind me. A female knight stood beside Mia, poised with a black trident. She wore a jet-black armor, while her winged helmet was reminiscent of a Valkyrie. However, her dignified presence outshone her armor. She felt like a full-fledged battle maiden. Oh, right, I've been wondering too. What are you doing here, Shia? How could there not be a single guard stationed in the throne room? What of the prestige of our empire? Therefore, it is up to me as the commander of the Imperial Army to protect Her Majesty. How unnecessary, just go home. No way. Your Majesty, that's a terrible thing to say. Yua. Suddenly, as if waging a rebellion, the black female knight leaped towards Mia. But in the next moment, the lanky, heavy-armored woman proceeded to squeeze the Demon King's petite body. From here, I could barely see the tips of her limbs as she writhed in pain. Then, it can't be helped. Stay still in the corner. Thank you. After giving a sweet reply that made me doubt her gallant presence, the female knight returned to her original position. She somewhat resembled Hitsugi. However, once the female knight assumed her original position, her trident standing upright, she began to exude a solemn atmosphere. How odd. Hence, I said you don't need to mind about Shia. Mia spoke as if nothing had happened. Even though by that point her cloak had fell off, her hair was disheveled, she looked like a ruffled kitten. How can I not worry? The Demon King sure is unreasonable. Shia as in Phrygia. That's right. Then, is she the Dark Knight Phrygia? Should I thank her for bestowing divine protection upon Sariel? Or should I worry about the nature of said blessing? Then, let's grant the 5th protection. This area is a bit unstable. If we don't finish it quickly, you'll wake up from your dreams. Whether or not she was aware of my slight hesitation, Mia quickly cut to the case. By the way, it was unstable because I was still on the border between Daedalus and Sparta. However, since Daedalus was occupied by the Crusaders, it was beyond the jurisdiction of the Black Gods. In spite of that, I was arguing with Phrygia. The gluttony's stomach should be fine, right? I held out a beautiful jade sphere that seemed to have been polished. The sphere, which emitted a faint green glow, was coincidentally found by Fiona amongst the charred remains of the gluttony octo. Perhaps she picked it up thinking that it could serve as the proof of the trial. How considerate of her. Yes, it will. Actually, rather than a stomach, it's a gastrolith. By using this, gluttony octo can compress substances in its stomach. It's kind of similar to dimension magic. So that's why even if it swallows the whole village, its stomach won't swell. Even if it swallows a city, there won't be a problem. In fact, during my time, it was able to destroy about 5 cities, haha. Is that supposed to be funny? But if so, then the damage this time around was miraculously light. Although, from the perspective of the villagers, it was still unbearable. With this, only 2 more trials remain. As usual, in a fluid manner, the gluttony's stomach dispersed into particles of light. I'm sure it'll be tougher than ever, but you can make it. As she offered her testimony of the trial, Mia's voice and appearance faded. Am I waking up? When you overcome all the trials, at that time you will. Enshrouded in bottomless darkness, my consciousness returned to the real world. Section. As if a switch had been flipped, my eyes fluttered open. A mountain forest blanketed in thin snow jumped into my view, along with a witch in black and her silvery hair. Did you sleep well, Kurono? Fiona, the witch in front of me, asked. I was receiving a divine protection, so it didn't feel like falling asleep. Shouldn't you sleep a bit longer? No, I have enough stamina to cross the mountain, so it's all right. Are we in the middle of the Galahad Mountains? After departing from Alsace Fortress, we continued to move for a whole day in order to return quickly. While Sariel and I had no problem moving without rest, it'd be better if Lily and Fiona could rest like everyone else. As of the present, we hid in the forest to catch a short break. With this, we were a bit closer to the Galahad Fortress. Once we left this place, we'd be able to push forward without rest. I'd only rest after arriving at the fortress. What about Lily? She's still asleep. Right next to me stood a tent with different design than the one we'd been using until now. After the dimension magic was destroyed by Sariel, the new adventurer kit tent that I'd been using since my time in Ur's village vanished, so she must have made a new one. In her new tent, Lily in her child form slept peacefully. Let's leave her for another hour or so. By receiving blessing, do you mean that you came into contact with the black gods? In my arms, Sariel squirmed slightly and asked me. Since she was motionless, I thought she was asleep, but was she awake? Did being held against my heavy knight armor robbed her of her sleep? That's right, I always receive my blessing through a dream. Then, that child must be the ancient demon king, Mia. Won't you shut up? Suddenly, a sharp voice flew in, and the whole place became silent. The owner of said cold voice was none other than Fiona. She was in a foul mood. No, it was far worse than that. Exuding murderous intent, Fiona conjured her long staff, Aints Bloom, the same cane that reduced the gluttony Octo to ashes. I'm sorry, Fiona. Kurono, you don't need to apologize. As for you, next time you speak as you please, I'll crush your throat. It wasn't a joke or a threat. Fiona was serious. Her golden eyes, reflecting endless cruelty, shone mysteriously. I couldn't reprimand Fiona's attitude as cruel or harsh as she had valid concerns. Being able to speak also means being able to chant freely. Don't forget the danger. I'm sorry for being careless. Yes, to Fiona, Sariel was an enemy that we should be wary of the most. If anything, it was me who was too careless. Even if Sariel was no longer an apostle and had received the divine protection of Dark Knight Phrygia, that didn't mean her innocence had been proven. The world wasn't that sweet. While Fiona's attitude was natural, it was still sweet of her to respect my intentions to such an extent. Silence ensued. The surroundings were really quiet. To conceal our whereabouts, not a single bonfire was lit. Even though spring had arrived, the mountain animals hadn't yet awakened from their hibernation, so not a single cry could be heard. The sky was covered with thick clouds, as if yesterday's fine weather was a lie. Snow was about to start, and it felt as if I had returned to the cold winter. Both the weather and the atmosphere weren't clear. Well, no wonder. I hadn't had the conversation with either Fiona or Lily. At that time, I even began to doubt if Lily came to aid me. Kurono, what is Sariel doing here? I thought I'd be killed. If I hadn't stopped Lily, she'd probably go in for the kill. Therefore, I had no choice but to lie. Wait, Lily, she's a prisoner of war. Perhaps Lily knew I was lying. No, since it was Lily, that much should be obvious. There was no way she couldn't see through my pathetic lie. Even so, Lily didn't attack Sariel. For now, anyway, I was sure she'd forcibly rain her unimaginable rage. Sariel isn't an apostle anymore, so I want to take her to Spada. Is that okay? I considered it a miracle that the two relented. Our top priority right now is to return to Galahad Fortress. I'll definitely explain the details later. So for now, please don't ask me anything. There was no way they'd be convinced with that. Still, they both agreed. We'd be bringing Sariel to Spada together. Although Sariel's physical strength remained, she had depleted her magic during the battle against Gluttony Octo. As such, she couldn't walk independently using blackening. In the end, I had to carry her on my back just like before. Then, when I was resting, I'd hold her in my arms. I couldn't possibly let her go. It wasn't that I didn't trust the two, but in the unlikely event that they killed Sariel under the notion that she was acting suspiciously, that could absolutely happen. Well, the two had the right to do so. Even if they did, I wouldn't blame them. After all, I didn't want Sariel to die due to my personal feelings. Fiona, I'm truly sorry. Why are you apologizing? This is unforgivable, isn't it? It wouldn't be, at least to me. After all, Sariel was once our sworn enemy. To defeat her, we had to put our lives on the line. Now, I was pleading for her life like this. If I was in Fiona's position, I'd probably unsheath my sword and called me a traitor. Whether to forgive her or not, it's not up for me to decide. I had definitely heard something similar. However, unlike before, the reply was extremely ruthless, without the slightest hint of compassion. I see, that's right. By apologizing, I'd only be making an excuse. I thought I was prepared, but suddenly I found my heart breaking. Chapter 521, Confession of Guilt. Apparently, Baron Herman kept his promise. En route to the Galahad fortress, no pursuers could be seen, let alone servants. Although, it was also possible that the pursuers simply missed us. When we were about to approach the enemy fortress, Lily and Fiona prepared as accordingly. For example, there was a magic item called the Predator Coat, which could completely conceal one's appearance. The principle was to distort visible light with light magic, making the wearer transparent. However, if we were frolicking too much, the distortion of light would be disrupted. As such, it'd seem as if there was a movement or even a blur in the surrounding scenery. Suffice to say, the item didn't provide absolute concealment. Nevertheless, as long as we remained calm, we could enjoy the effect to the fullest. If we were careful, I doubted we'd be discovered by either the guards or the servants. By the way, even though it was called a coat, it was actually a fairly large piece of cloth. Not only that, the Predator Coat could only be used by those with aptitude for light magic. Thus, Lily ended up wearing it with Fiona in tow, making it seem like a two-person shirt. As for why there were various items for concealment, it was because Lily and Fiona were lucky enough to receive my letter during their stay in the Galahad fortress. Upon sensing the situation, Lily rushed to Spada to prepare the necessary equipment and supplies to aid my return. All the necessary preparation were complete. Although there were some twists and turns, I somehow managed to regroup with the two at the Alsace fortress. Once we reached Galahad fortress, all we had to do was to take safe domestic roads without worrying about enemy attacks. As there shouldn't be any obstacles to hinder our path, the journey should progress smoothly. Thus, for the first time in months, I returned to Spada. Ah, finally, we've returned. As I swayed on the back of Mary, the immortal horse, Nightmare, with whom I was reunited for the first time, I murmured poignantly as I gazed at the great wall of the capital city of Spada in the distance. As the month changed to the second of the pristine water, March, I decided to return to Spada. Once we'd safely escaped from Daedalus, there was no longer any reason to stay in Galahad Fortress, since the war was over. Mary had to live in the Galahad stables for a while, but Fiona and Lily seemed to take good care of her. So, even after a long absence, the horse was still in pristine condition. I felt truly ashamed for endlessly burdening the two. As I rode Mary and marched forward, Sariel sat behind me. I hadn't reported to the Spada army that I'd captured Sariel. It wasn't like I wanted to hide her or anything. Even though I was supposed to turn in the enemy general, as I thought, it'd be better to stop now. Actually, it was none other than Lily and Fiona who stopped me. In short, they wanted to hear my explanation about Sariel first. After all, if I were to send Sariel over to Spada army, they'd certainly take her into custody. According to what I heard, the 8th apostle, I was captured during the Galahad War and was incarcerated in a special underground prison at the royal castle of Sparta. Sariel, who'd lost her power as an apostle, shouldn't need a grand prison. Even if so, it was possible that she'd be locked up in the same place and never saw the light of the day again. Since we didn't know how the Spada army would treat Sariel, the two wanted to learn everything they could. Only then would they decide what to do with Sariel, or, to be precise, how to send her to the Spada army. By knowing the details, we could set the conditions. In the worst-case scenario, there was also an option of continuing to shelter her. Perhaps, if I had disclosed the situation right away, we wouldn't have to smuggle her. Upon my arriving at the Galahad fortress, I'd already informed the Spada army of my return. As soon as I reached Spada, I was required to report through the Adventurers Guild HQ, before receiving a summoning order from the royal castle. In any case, I was a heroic figure who'd vanquished a powerful enemy, and it seemed that King Leonhard had his eyes on me. Anyway, I was obligated to report my movements. However, when we actually arrived at the fortress, I hid Sariel. I used the magic item that Lily and Fiona had to disguise her as another person. Luckily, I was able to get out without being asked, "Who's that?" We left the Galahad fortress in a bit of a hurry, partly because we were afraid they'd find out. In the end, we opted to return to Spada's dormitory in order to have a talk. By then, it had been a few days since I was reunited with both Lily and Fiona. I was going through a harsh situation in which I couldn't confide to anyone. Day by day, the gazes of the two became more severe as they watched Sariel and I. In the end, we reached the dormitory without being able to have a decent conversation. The stress was about to rupture my stomach. To be honest, I'd like to return to the cultivation village and lead the carefree life of a fake priest once again. Still, compared to me, the two probably had it worse. Thus, I made up my mind. I had no regrets. This was the result of my choice. No matter how painful or sad the outcome might be, I'd accept it. The sky I looked up at was still blue. We should be able to return to the dormitory before dusk. So, it's tonight. It was time for me to tell them everything. Be it the reason why I kept Sariel away, snatched her divine protection, everything. The sun had already set, and the lounge of the dilapidated dormitory was dimly illuminated. It was a tranquil night, one where I couldn't even hear a single insect. In the night sky, only thin stripes of clouds were adrift, while the waning moon shone vaguely. Simon wasn't in the dormitory. I was told that he was off to some quest. I also didn't know when he'd return. As of the present, Lily and Fiona gathered around the table, sitting across from me and Sariel. Without anyone interfering, the four of us could finally talk. I'm ready. I couldn't back down anymore. I couldn't possibly drag this any longer. Now, let's start talking. First of all, let's talk about what happened after I got caught in the teleportation magic. Lily and Fiona nodded in silence. It seemed to be called Heaven's Gate. An emergency spell to aid an apostle in escaping, made by Bishop Judas, the man who experimented on me. Then, you arrived at the Fountain of Light, right? That's right, did I tell you that? For a moment, Lily's question caught me off guard. Also, no, I definitely hadn't told her that I was sent at the Fountain of Light. Apparently, the teleportation magic utilizes the veins of the earth. Due to that, one can't freely set the destination. Since the caster has a light attribute, the destination should be where the veins of light emerge on the Earth's surface, in other words, the dragon holes. While the original destination should have been the Cathedral of Daedalus, but before that, there was a powerful dragon hole of light. That is, the Fountain of Light. I was half dumbfounded as I listened to Lily's crisp explanation. No way, I didn't know that the mysterious teleportation magic could be explained. Lily, who looked much younger than even Ricky or Ursula, didn't fail to surprise me with her knowledge of magic. It seems that the hole still possesses some magic. If it were left for another year, no, for 6 months, then Kurono'd be teleported right in the middle of the enemy as planned. I must thank Her Majesty the Queen for protection. Lily smiled softly. She seemed to genuinely thank the fairy goddess, or she was glad that I was safe. However, the sight of her childish smile, which should have offered utmost comfort, chills ran down my spine. While Lily hadn't transformed, she had completely regained consciousness. Lies and deceits wouldn't work on her. On the contrary, she might discover my deepest secret, one that not even I was aware of. Well, that's enough about the teleportation magic. Hey, Kurono, exactly what did you see at the Fountain of Light? Enduring the reflexive desire to run away, I stared straight into Lily's eyes. I saw Sariel's memory. I told her the whole truth. Sariel, who was hit with memory burst, strongly counter-interfered me, who was nearby, causing backdoor. From then on, I was treated to her memories. First, the memory of that day's battle. I saw myself transforming into a woman as I merged with Lily from Sariel's perspective. So, our strategy as a success. It was. At that time, Sariel almost lost consciousness and was in no condition to retaliate. Unable to distinguish between the past and reality, Sariel ate my wrath impact. Then, all of her sealed memories were released. I saw Sariel fought as an apostle. I saw her communing with some of her apostolic companions. And before she woke up as an apostle. As expected, just like Kurono, she was also an experimental subject. You're correct, Lily. A pitiful victim of the White Sacrament led by Judas. Did you end up sympathizing with her because of that? Not really, Fiona. If that's all, I could still kill Sariel. I was definitely wavering. Nevertheless, at the bank of the spring, I still wrung her scrawny neck, despite knowing that she was the same as me. A victim of a hellish human experimentation, I was able to show no mercy. But then, just before I broke her neck, I discovered that she was an acquaintance from my hometown. Another transmigrator, I was summoned, while Sariel was reincarnated. While our situations were subtly different, we both came from another world. Even if I was once a Japanese, I could still kill a total stranger. But if it's someone I recognized, someone I had spoken with, Even if just a little, it's just impossible for me. I'm sorry. I could only apologize for my weakness. Of course, they didn't simply forgive me. Lily and Fiona remained silent. After 10 or 20 seconds of silence, Lily was the first to speak. Say your name, Sariel. Who were you? Her jade gaze pierced Sariel with the sharpness of a blade. Still, Sariel, as emotionless as a puppet, answered promptly without any hesitation. My name is Yuriko Shirasaki. Like Kurono Maou, I was a second-year student at Sakuragi High School. I was also a member of the literature club. Back in Japan, I was an ordinary student with neither special abilities nor status. About Kurono, were you really just an acquaintance? Yuriko Shirasaki had a one-sided love towards Kurono Maou. In fact, on the day of the summons, she was about to confess to him, but it so happened that... Enough! Upon hearing Lily's words, Sariel abruptly stopped speaking. It was as if someone had pressed the stop button on a DVD player. Silence ensued. Dark, oppressive silence like the bottom of the sea. Long story short, you failed to land the decisive blow, Kurono. That's right, sorry. No, I'm not blaming you. You must have had it rough. It's not an easy decision to make. Those words were supposed to be comforting. However, the fact that Fiona was unperturbed terrified me the most. A sleepy, absent-minded, blank expression. Her face, which was supposed to be familiar to me, seemed like an apathetic goddess who didn't care about people's suffering. I couldn't grasp her mind at all. Contrary to her words, was she angry? Or was she genuinely fed up to the point she didn't care? It felt as if she was about to disappear, never to be seen again. But then again, that wouldn't be strange. Despite that, you seem to lead a peaceful life. Sariel is no longer hostile. In fact, she has lost all her power and protection as an apostle. After the battle, the two of you hid in Ur's village. The entire time, she didn't betray or snitch on you, so it's probably the truth. Even though that should be the most suspicious part, Fiona acted nonchalant about it. Certainly, if Sariel had other agenda, she probably wouldn't spare me. My safe return to Spada was solid evidence, but that didn't make accepting it any easier. I'll ask this just in case. What did you think of your action back then? Fiona's golden gaze pierced Sariel. Despite that, Sariel didn't waver and answered calmly. Freed from God's will, I followed Yuriko Shirasaki's conviction. I'd like to fulfill her desire. Why? I don't understand it myself. Regardless, I still wish to fulfill her desire. Are you in love with Kurono? I'm not. Yuriko Shirasaki was the one who did. While I understand the concept of love, I can't feel it. Due to lacking human emotions, I don't think I'm capable of loving someone. I see. Well, even without love, two people could still have sex. Fiona already saw it coming. Her words were very telling. Is that how it is? In the first place, I came up with that method because of Fiona's remarks. Since it was her words, there was no way she wouldn't notice it. What's the matter, Lily? Since a while ago, I'm the only one asking questions. What? An unexpected turn. Fiona shifted her gaze to Lily, who remained silent. Certainly, ever since then, Lily hadn't uttered a single word, and Fiona was in charge of the conversation. Actually, isn't there a question you're dying to ask? I already know the general circumstances, what Kurono thinks of Sariel, and what he wants to do. Is that so? Then I'll be the one to ask that question. Her golden eyes reflected me. As if disallowing anyone to speak anything other than the truth, they bore a mysterious glow. How did Kurono get rid of Sariel's protection? I see, I get it, Fiona. I wouldn't lie or try to run away. That's enough. Lily stopped me. That's enough, don't say anything anymore. With her head lowered, Lily whispered. I couldn't make out her expression. Lily. Please, Kurono, anything but that. Lily, are you afraid? Fiona's somewhat frigid voice echoed out loud. So am I, but it's necessary for us to know. Not from anyone else, but from Kurono himself. Fiona's pure white hands reached out to Lily. Gently, affectionately, she embraced Lily, who looked like a glasswork that was about to break. As she hugged Lily, who trembled with sadness, Fiona seemed like an older sister. I wondered why, but Fiona's hands, as she entwined the shaking Lily, seemed like a poisonous white snake. Come on, let me hear it. Kurono, all of your sins. MMPH. Fiona covered Lily's mouth with her hand. Now, no one could stop my confession. By losing her chastity, Sariel'd be unqualified to be an apostle, so I violated her. Chapter 522. Love Confession 1. You're lying. Freeing herself from Fiona's embrace, Lily spoke as she slanted herself over the table. Kurono, tell me you're lying. Her gaze fluttered wide while her round jade eyes swayed. I'm not lying. It's the truth. I've betrayed her. When I saw her desperate yet shocked expression, such was my thought. Am I being conceited? After all, my confession of sin proved that I'd done more than just sparing my enemy. It was betrayal in the truest of sense. Even so, I'd been trying to look good in front of Lily. At the beginning, I merely didn't want to burden her. But soon, the thought of disappointing her began to feel unbearable. It was to be expected, for Lily was the first friend I'd ever made in this world. When I fell into the woods, she came to my aid. Afterwards, we didn't only live together, but she also took care of me. Later, we became comrades in arms. Without Lily, God knows what happened to me. Hence why I didn't want to disappoint her. I want to look cool in front of her. By that, I meant using common sense, being sensible, staying calm, and avoiding making mistakes in judgment. I thought I was good enough. At the very least, Lily should have believed in me, in my justice. After all, wasn't that why she decided to stick with me? But as of the present, I had no justice to speak of. I won't ask for forgiveness. Curse me all you want. I'm aware of what I've done. You're lying, no way. I was speechless. Lily gaped, letting out such meaningless mutterings. No words could describe how excruciating that sight was. It's okay, Lily. You don't have to believe in me anymore. Condemn me, say that everything's my fault, insult me, say that I'm the worst. Please, Lily, please, as long as you don't suffer like that. Why are you still alive? At that moment, there was a flickering light. A flickering red light, Star Sword and Terry's. When my vision returned, Lily was already in front of me. The young girl was clad in the brilliance of the oracle field. In her right hand was the deadly photon sword that was Force Edge, which could easily cut through the strongest steel. In an instant, she'd transformed into her true form. The Star Sword, Antares, in her right hand told of her killing intent. As she shone above the table, she swung her crimson light blade. However, it wasn't directed at me, but Sariel. Stop it, Lily. I stopped the crimson blade at the last minute. Using my bare hands, I managed to halt the sword's descent to Sariel's head. At that point, the two were only separated by a distance of several dozen centimeters. With Overexcel, the surprise attack of tremendous speed didn't go unnoticed by me. With Overgear, I was able to stop the scorching blade despite being unarmed. It was a powerful technique that made use of two blessings in succession. Even so, it was a close call. If I was even a fraction of a second too late, Sariel would be split in half. In spite of that, the target of the attack, Sariel, sat unflinchingly. It was as if she knew I was going to protect her. Why did you stop me, Kurono? Please pull back your sword, Lily. If I can't kill Kurono, I'll just kill this woman instead. If left alive, she'll only make you suffer, Kurono. No, I wanted to keep Sariel alive, such was my intention. In that hut, I didn't know how many times I denied her pleas to die. Lily, you're mistaken. The reason I was unable to end Sariel wasn't because I didn't want to dirty my hands. Even if such was the case, as if I'd let Lily take over the dirty role, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Is it because I reflexively thought that? Through telepathy, Lily might have understood my feelings to some extent. Hence she drew her sword, but so why, Kurono, this is. As she stood still on the table, the crimson blade dissipated. Has her murderous intent dissipated? For the time being, none of that could be felt, but there was no guarantee it wouldn't happen again. Even if I didn't have telepathy, it was apparent from her expression that Lily was distraught. I had never seen her like that before. Lily's expression wavered with tremendous anxiety. There was no other way. At that time, Sariel was on the verge of death, but with the power of the apostles, she'd recover overnight. Upon regaining Shirasaki's memory, I could no longer detect any hostility from Sariel. However, if she's still under the command of the White God, there's no saying she wouldn't attempt to kill me again, even if it's against her will. I could have just glossed over it. How easy would that be? I felt like if it was the current Lily, even if it was a blatant lie, she'd still believe me. I'm aware that I should have killed her. After all, the seventh apostle, Sariel, was an enemy to us all. I knew that, but I still wanted her to live. I desperately thought so. The reason why I was so honest was it to make everything easier. Maybe I just wanted to apologize. Surely, the guilt of lying, concealing the crime, and deceiving Lily from now on would prove to be unbearable for me. But this woman is no longer the Shurasaki Yuriko that Kurono knew. Her current personality is the result of Angel Ring. She's a different person entirely. Despite being a human, she can't relate to the feelings of others. She's just a puppet, and yet... I know that much. Then why? Why are the memories you have with this now puppet more important than myself? Oh, I see, is that so? Despite being aware that Shurasaki lost her ego a long time ago, I still helped Sariel. Was it to simply cling to the memories of the past? I'm truly sorry, Lily, apparently. I wasn't strong enough to discard all of my past. No, you aren't in the wrong, Kurono, you aren't. Lily was downcast. At the corners of her eyes, large droplet of tears trickled. It's all right, Lily, I'm to blame. No, it's fine, it isn't Kurono's fault. Lily took a step forward on the table. Like I said, it was all a lie, right? 2 steps, 3 steps, it wasn't a very wide table. Then, her path ended. Even so, Lily still took the 4th step without any hesitation and naturally fell towards me. It was as if she fully believed that I, who was in front of her, would catch her. It wasn't. In fact, when Lily leaped into my chest, I held her in my arms. As usual, her angelic body felt peculiar in a sense that the weight didn't match its appearance. Petite, delicate, and soft. At the same time, I felt a certain presence in my arms. It was all a lie. For Kurono is kind, you're just trying to shoulder the blame for Sariel. Lily looked up at me with tearful eyes. The girl who flinched in my chest desperately reached for me, her warm, bloodied, yet pure white palm wrapped around my cheek. No, it's the truth, I'm not lying. Everything's my fault. It's okay, you don't have to lie to me. After all, I'm a fairy, so I know the truth. I can simply gaze into your heart. Lily's face was approaching as if we were about to kiss, but our lips never collided. Instead, she pressed her forehead against mine. The distance made it easier to do telepathy. At such a close proximity, it'd be easy for someone with telepathic ability like Lily to read mind. Hidden in my heart, the most recent memory information. Therefore, even if I tried to conceal it, I couldn't. The 24th of the dark moon, the holy night. Inside Lily's hut, driven by insanity and pleasure, I embraced the bloody Sariel. No, that's the only thing you shouldn't. You shouldn't see it. Even if I was able to confess my sins, to let her watch as it unfolded. At this moment, my heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Of course, because that night, I'd activated the 4th blessing, over ecstasy, and ravaged the limbless Sariel akin to an enraged beast. For Lily to witness it, it'd be akin to standing there as it progressed. That was what it meant to be able to read my memory. Stop it. Even if it was for a fleeting moment, she'd definitely seen it. As if I had gone crazy, I screamed at the top of my lungs, but that wasn't the end of it. Ah. I heard Lily's somewhat forlorn and hollow voice. That was when I realized it. I had pushed Lily away. Even if I regretted it, the die had been cast. As if she'd forgotten how to fly, she fell on her back. A dull sound resounded. Lily. She didn't even try to cancel her fall. Instead, she fell flat on her back, hitting her head hard. She didn't budge, as if she'd passed out. What have I done? I extended my hand towards Lily. Certainly, she was protected by the oracle field, making her impervious to physical shocks such as falling, but that didn't make the problem disappear. The act of pushing Lily away in and on itself was a sin. Like ink dissolving into water, a sense of guilt engulfed my heart. Without even thinking, I blurted an apology. However, my mouth wouldn't budge. I'm sorry, forgive me. I should extend a sincere apology. Furthermore, I should also ask, are you all right? Are you okay? I should take care of her fallen body and help her stand. But when I tried to reach for her, to lift her up, I found myself unable to do that. I couldn't touch Lily. I had to keep her away. Thus, I realized it, I was pushing her away. I couldn't help but do so, since she could read my mind. I couldn't bear the thought of her seeing the memories of that time. At the very least, Lily alone mustn't see it. Kurono. Lily uttered my name. I wondered what she'd think of me, who heartlessly shoved her away. Not only that, I didn't even try to help her up, opting to just stand there in silence. Her long, disheveled platinum hair scattered beautifully and tragically across the floor. With her eyes wide open, her jade eyes wavered as she showed a stunned expression. Even though her Kurono usually wouldn't do such a terrible thing. What would she think of me? When she fell, even though she was physically unharmed, what of her heart? What of her sanity? She caught a glimpse of the memories from that night and was pushed away. The Kurono she believed in had pushed her away. Kurono, it hurts Aya. Undoubtedly, Lily had arrived at the truth. I wasn't a noble character that fairies would like. Even among the lustful humans, I was by far the most wretched. Ah, Lily cried. It was the second time I've made her cry. She cried so sharply, to the point she couldn't even form any words. Lily. Softly, as if she'd suddenly regained her ability to fly, Lily floated up. Before I could comprehend what was happening, Lily bolted out of the room. She covered her face as she cried. She no longer ran towards me. Instead, she went in the opposite direction. Lily had chosen to escape from this place on her own. Before I could say anything to stop her, Lily fled the scene. Looking at her momentum, she might have already jumped out of the front door and disappeared into the darkness of the night. I had to look for her, but when I thought so, "Please wait, Kurono. Don't stop me, Fiona. Lily is. Once you managed to catch up to her, what then?" Her ruthless, heartless words didn't leave any room for objection. If I managed to catch up with Lily, what then? What'd I say to her? There was nothing I could say to her. Here. Fiona quietly stood up from her seat and proceeded to approach the listless me. It's all right. Despite her appearance, Lily is capable enough to fend for herself. That's not the problem. We can't possibly leave her like this. Neither Kurono, nor I, nor anyone else have the correct thing to say to Lily right now. Whether or not to forgive you, it's something that she has to decide for herself. Fiona certainly had a point. However, when I saw Lily acting like that, how could I possibly leave her be? Despite the feeling of rejection, I was still genuinely worried towards her. Still, I'd like to. Then, I'm sorry to say this. Kurono, you don't have the right to console Lily. I know that. I know that everything's my fault. No, you're mistaken. What is there more? Before I knew it, Fiona had arrived in front of me. At the sight of her, my breath was caught at my throat. It's because Kurono doesn't understand Lily's feelings at all. What are you talking about? Did you not realize it? Apparently, Lily is good at concealing her feelings. Even so, that's dense of you, Kurono. What on earth is she on about? Even if I was like this, I still cared about Lily. After all, she was the partner I've known the longest in this world. We even did a fusion, where our minds and bodies became one. Therefore, what could I possibly not understand about her? Lily loves Kurono. I wasn't so dense as to not understand her words. Still, both my understanding and focus failed me at that moment. What did you say? Of course, she loves you as a member of the opposite sex. It's neither affection nor friendship, but a romantic feeling, absolutely. Does Lily love me? I thought she cherished me, and I never doubted for even a moment that I reciprocated it. Hence, why I said you're so dense, Kurono. Fiona spoke as if she'd seen through my heart. If you think about it, it shouldn't be that difficult. Think of what happens when men and women are in the same party. An adventure party consisting of men and women. More often than not, it'd lead to a romantic relationship. Because of that, the risk of falling out was extremely high, so the guild didn't recommend it. I'd never applied such common sense to myself. Why, Lily and I was confident that such a thing wouldn't happen. No, I didn't see myself as some sort of a saint. Instead, I must have placed a blind faith in Lily. Only now did I realize how irresponsible that was. Is that how she saw me all this time? That's right. Probably from the time before you even met me. Why, how, was I dense for failing to comprehend that? And here I thought Sariel was the one who couldn't understand people's feelings. Lily and I had been together ever since we came across each other in Fairy Garden. Our days in the Urs village were both peaceful and uneventful. Lily was inherently strong, and despite her childish appearance, she was independent. As a result, she ended up taking care of me. As for me, I hadn't been able to show my cool side to her. A life of a rank 1 adventurer that was both peaceful and carefree. I wonder if that's the reason. Could people fall in love just by being together without doing anything special? While Kurono seems to think that he's betrayed her trust as a companion, but you're completely mistaken. What you've betrayed is Lily's love. Chapter 523, Love Confession 2. Fiona, did you know all this time? Yes, I noticed from the time I joined the party. Apparently, she knew from the beginning. Oh Lord. Fiona knew of Lily's feelings from the moment they met. At that time, I'd been living with Lily for 3 months. The word dense couldn't even describe me by this point. Damn it, why am I Lily? I was truly at a loss. What should I say to apologize? No, more importantly, it was lame that I needed someone else to spell it out for me. It'd have been meaningless if I hadn't realized it myself. No, even if so, I doubted I'd actually realize it. After all, even with Riki and Ursula's kindness, it wasn't until leaving the village that I realized it. Kurono, do you want to go after Lily? I didn't think I had the right to do so. Still, yes, now that I've found out, I can't just let it be. Do I love Lily? I didn't think that I saw her as a member of the opposite sex. Still, without realizing it, I'd become too attached to her. However, that didn't erase all of my doubts. I felt like I cherished her like a sister. At the very least, I couldn't bear the sight of her crying. I'll go look for Lily. I won't let you. When I turned to leave, there was a light impact on my back. Judging from the sensation, I could feel that Fiona was embracing me from behind. Her white arms encircled my belly. Why did you stop me? Hey, Kurono, if I was the one who left tearfully, would you come after me? I didn't understand the meaning of her question. What are you talking about? I have to hurry and find Lily. What do you think? Between me and Lily, who'd you choose? Fiona had been calmly listening until now. In the first place, from the moment we were reunited, she probably had a rough understanding about Sariel and I. Therefore, it was difficult to imagine Fiona crying in shock. What are you talking about, Fiona? Now isn't the time. If you can't answer, well, that's fine too. Anyhow, is it really wise to be in such a hurry? Lily needs some alone time. Surely, Kurono will understand. When she put it like that, I couldn't help but nod. After the battle to defend Alsace, life in Spada began to take a plunge into the depths of despair. It was only in the beginning that I was able to muster a bravado. Said petty sense of justice was reduced into nothing when I saw the surviving refugees. At that time, thanks to Mia's immediate appearance, I was able to sort out my thoughts. Above all, I managed to find hope. But without that, it'd take a long time before I could fully recover. Or maybe I truly had changed. A ruthless, selfish, and above all, cowardly man who cut down all but his precious companions without ever looking back. All right, I'll leave Lily alone for tonight. As soon as I nodded, Fiona released her grasp on me. But then, she approached me from the front. We weren't exactly hugging, but close enough. On my chest was the enigmatically beautiful Fiona. Kurono, in truth, even I'm shocked by this, to the same extent as Lily, even. It's just that I have more rationality than her. I'm sorry, you're right. Although, it was one thing to understand, but whether or not she could forgive me was another matter. As for Fiona, I thought she followed me this far precisely because she trusted me. My actions were unforgivable, both as a companion and a man. That's right, Kurono, you're the worst. For the first time, her curse words pierced my heart. Even if I was aware of it, even if I admitted to it, to hear that from her was still shocking. To help our enemy, the apostle, out of selfish personal feelings, even if you were to say that Sariel seduced you with her good looks and shackled you, there's no excuse. Certainly, if my deeds were known, the general consensus was as such. After all, even though Sariel and I hailed from the same town, we were only acquaintances. We weren't friends, much else a couple. No, even if Shirasaki and I were married for a long time, I had no way of proving that. After all, it was Sariel, the apostle, whom I chose to spare. That fact alone made me a sitting duck to all kinds of slanders. If Kurono had realized Lily's feelings sooner, then you might be able to proceed with killing Sariel. While it was nothing more than a theory, I thought that it was possible. If I had noticed her feelings sooner, what'd I do? But thinking about it was useless, since I couldn't respond to said feelings. Then, if I had a lover by the name of Lily, would I be able to kill Sariel that day? Even if I thought about it, I couldn't find an answer. Even so, there was no doubt that I'd be more inclined to end her. Sariel should have been killed. Kurono, who failed to do so, is to blame. Yes, I know I'm selfish. By keeping Sariel alive, I had overlooked the risks that came with it. Fortunately, coincidences overlapped, and Sariel wasn't only able to be rid of her divine protection, but also received the divine protection of the Dark Knight Phrygia, eliminating the possibility of her ever being revived as an apostle ever again. Still, the act itself could be considered a rebellion that put Sparta itself in jeopardy. That was what it meant to save an apostle. The level of danger was completely different than merely allowing Linfelt to escape. Nevertheless, Kurono still proceeded with the selfish acts, and even betrayed Lily's feelings in the process. She was right. Even now, I had no intention of slaying Sariel. As much as I was reluctant to admit it, my heart had accepted Sariel's existence in the momentary peace I spent at the cultivation village. Even at such a time, I glanced at Sariel, who remained expressionless. Despite my showdown with Fiona, she just sat there and listened. In such a chaotic situation, I wondered what went through Sariel's head. "Please look this way, Kurono." Fiona's white hand reached for my cheek, forcing me to look forward. Her golden eyes were right in front of me, drawing me in. RRY. Is this woman that important to you?" It was as if I was being tested. While her half-eyed gaze was as laid back as ever, I felt that way. Yes, just as Lily said, I chose memories. Even though not even a single trace of Shurasaki remains in Sariel, and that she's nothing more than an empty husk, but even so, I don't want Sariel to die. I've decided to protect her. I see, it's the worst answer. After all, you're the worst. Seeing Fiona exhale, I realized. Would it be the end of my alliance with the Element Master? Fiona didn't forgive me. In the first place, what I had committed was unforgivable. I was aware of that, too. I should have seen it coming. "I'm so sorry, Fiona, if this is the end." Suddenly, Fiona's face approached. Before I knew it, no distance remained. Soft. Our lips overlapped. "What are you?" Fiona pulled back as if nothing had happened. Only then did I realize that I've been kissed. "Kurono, you're the worst, but I forgive you." I made a stupid noise. It didn't make any sense. In the first place, I was still wrapping my head around the fact that Fiona had just kissed me. Boom, my heart was pounding. "I forgive you, do you know why?" "Why?" Shouldn't that be obvious? "Because I love you." What kind of expression was I making? The truth is, you already know, don't you? After all, Fiona had kissed me. That alone proved that she wasn't simply playing around. "Kurono, I love you." A heartfelt confession. Just as Alina told me before she departed for the Galahad War, Fiona's words were so straightforward and crisp that I couldn't mishear it. "Fiona, I couldn't give an immediate answer. I knew that I was being lame. Even so, it was impossible for me. In Alina's case, I turned her down right away. Since I was concerned about myself and the future, it wasn't difficult. But what about now? Fiona accompanied me in the decisive battle with Sariel. Without her, we'd have lost the Galahad War. I'd be helpless against the Apostle. In the first place, her strength was necessary for me in future battles. After all, Fiona was a rare companion who could go with the Crusaders on the bloody battlefield of hell. For such a person to love me, moreover, she was also ridiculously beautiful. I'd lost count as to how many times I'd been struck by her beauty. If I wasn't this pathetic, I'd make a move on her. In short, a girl named Fiona was a very rare existence who'd love a brute like me. Originally, I should be the one to bow and confess to her. So why wasn't I tempted to do so until now? Because Lily was there. Now that Fiona had confessed to me, why did my worry and distress outweigh the happiness? Because Lily was there. Despite knowing that Lily loved me, Fiona still confessed to me. Is that what you mean by choose? Yes. A cruel affirmation where neither lies nor deceit could be found. Please choose me. Was it a wish or an order? Once again, Fiona's face approached mine. Wait. I managed to prevent the second kiss. I didn't shove her and instead pushed her shoulders back. Am I not good enough? No, it's not about that. I didn't understand what I was saying. Still, I didn't think it'd be right to let her kiss me. Lily won't forgive you, Kurono. To be more precise, she wouldn't be able to forgive Sariel's existence. Once she returns, she's more likely to point her blade at her again. But that was only a speculation. Surely, if Lily cooled her head, she'd come to an understanding. Was a very wishful and convenient thought from me. But if it's me, I will. It's all right if you don't want to kill Sariel, I can overlook that. Of course, it'll take some time before I can forgive you. Even so, I can handle it as long as you become my lover. To forgive the unforgivable, is that the power of love? Fiona's words were filled with love. Was that her honest feelings? Was that truly what she thought? If I don't choose Fiona, what'll happen? Do you have the confidence to turn me and Lily into enemies for the sake of Sariel? Chill went down my spine. It was a familiar feeling to me, who'd fought countless life-threatening battles. However, it was the first time for me to feel that even though I wasn't in danger, Fiona was serious. Please choose me, Kurono. That way, I can grant your wishes. Apparently, a threat can sound so sweet, too. My instinct told me to not give in, to not give up. There must be other, better alternatives. My rationality cried. Because I love you dearly, I can forgive me for anything, anytime. Fiona reached for my face again. I couldn't stop her. My arms, still holding onto her shoulders, didn't move in the slightest, as if I'd been petrified by her demonic gaze. Now answer me, Kurono. Fiona closed in for the third time akin to a beast that relentlessly pursued her prey. However, no matter how many times I beheld the face of this girl, who threatened me amidst her love confession, she was still beautiful. Somehow, I just couldn't believe it. Did I truly fight alongside such a beautiful girl until now? One early summer day, when I first met her, she laid defenselessly on the side of the highway in the middle of evening. The memories of surviving Alsace, living in Spada, and facing the decisive Battle of Galahad, those memories flashed across my mind. Always, no matter what, she'd be sure to look at me with that sleepy, expressionless face. All right, Fiona, let's get closer. No, if you're all right with me, why don't we go out, from now on as a lover and not a friend? Of course, Kurono. Thus, I accepted the second kiss. As we locked lips together in a trance, tears overflowed from her face. Chapter 524, The Answer. The talk was over. Afterwards, we had dinner and went to sleep. Sheer exhaustion pervaded me. It was as if I'd survived a long, arduous battle. I don't have much of an appetite. Well, I'm hungry. Fiona was her usual old self. Usual attitude, usual words, usual mood. Just because she had become my lover, it'd be troublesome if she suddenly acted like a spoiled cat. Right now, it was safe to say that I didn't have the confidence to deal with such a thing. Hence why I was glad Fiona behaved like usual. Although, she cried just now. Before that, I'd like to take a shower. Okay, I'll prepare dinner. Thanks, what about Sariel? She was asleep. She can just shower tomorrow. As a side note, Sariel went to sleep in an extra room in the dormitory. Since spare sheets and blankets were always available, she was free to use another bed. Back in the village, did Kurono help Sariel take a bath? That's right. I see. Despite being the one asking, Fiona was unenthusiastic. Did it bother her? The man she loved saw the naked body of another woman every day. If I was in her shoes, it'd be impossible for me to not care. Also, her curt reply was kind of scary. Then, what about her diet? If she's still awake, I'll feed her. I couldn't just propose for all of us to eat together. On the surface, Fiona might agree, but there was no way she'd take kindly to it. About Sariel's missing limbs, did you give her any potions? No, I didn't give her anything because I can't find anything useful. I have a fairly potent healing potion. If you give it to her, while it won't regenerate her missing limbs, I think that it'll help her better in the long run. Is it really all right? Yes, with the only downside being that it tastes so gross. You're better off dead than drinking it. Tea then, let's not. I see. Even if slowly, Sariel's wounds should be healing. For the time being, I had managed to convince others to let her stay. Well, the rest was up to the Sparta army, but let's not think about that today. All right. After asking all those questions, Fiona rushed to the shower. Since the shower had been left vacant for a while, it must have been filthy. Still, Fiona should be able to do something about it with water magic. Ha! Left alone, I sighed deeply. How lame, is this really all right? Despite my dilemma, it wasn't like there was anything I could do. Then, how about some soup? I decided to stop fussing about it and focus on cooking. Perhaps, as an escapism. While we didn't have any food left, we still had the supplies that Lily and the others prepared for our return to Spada. Let's make it simple and just use that for today. For the first time in a while, I stood in the kitchen of the dormitory. Blankly, I started a fire in the hearth. Thus, I cooked in autopilot mode, forgetting the passage of time. I added the finely diced ingredients into the pot before grilling the thickly sliced bacon. Even though they were leftover ingredients, they were much better than the ones I had in the cultivation village. Surely, Ricky and Ursula would rejoice at the sight of the bacon and white bread alone. When I remembered the smiles of the two of them, which remained in my heart, I felt a bit warmer. Back. You're just in time. Nice timing, Fiona had just finished showering. Instead of her usual witchy garb, she'd changed into casual loungewear. Seeing that familiar, light blue cape on her reminded me of my daily life in Spada. Let's eat. I'll be sure to clean the rest and bring some to Sariel. After this, please have some rest. Okay, thanks. Our casual exchange made the past happenings difficult to believe. Seeing how nonchalant Fiona was, I began to feel self-conscious. Am I the only one overthinking? Also, did Fiona really become my girlfriend? I honestly didn't feel like such was the case. What's the matter, Kurono? Are you dozing off? No, never mind. I prevented myself from overthinking once again and sat down at the table. Yeah, for now let's just finish eating and head to bed. I'll just leave future planning and all the specifics that came with it to my tomorrow self. Section, Fiona's point of view. I knocked on the old wooden door. Come in. After hearing the soft, faint reply, I opened the door. Thus, I saw a room with the same layout and size as my own. However, since it had seldom been used, it only consisted of a desk, a chair, a closet, and a bed. The new owner of the previously vacant room was the seventh apostle, Sariel, who was currently lying on the bed. I brought you food. Thank you. A mechanical response came from the blank-faced owner. I didn't know what went through her mind. No, is she even thinking at all? Kurono made this soup. Please eat it while it's still warm. Then, I placed the bowl filled with piping hot soup on the floor, right in the middle of the room. It was almost as if I was feeding a dog. Sariel stared alternately between the soup and me. She didn't budge. What's wrong? Hurry up and eat. Do you hate me? Who cares? I'm telling you to hurry up and eat. I casually tugged her long, lustrous silver hair and dragged her out of the bed. Whether it was because she was limbless or because she was petite and slender, I was able to drag her to the floor. With a thud, Sariel fell flat on the floor, but she didn't make a single noise. Well, considering that she'd undergone the same remodeling surgery as Kurono, a fall of that height wouldn't be a problem. Come on, it isn't like you need a spoon. Actually, I didn't bring it from the beginning. I only brought her soup and one extra thing. This is a healing potion, do savor it. I knew that Kurono was reluctant about letting Sariel drink it, but since we both wanted the best for her, it didn't matter. Above all, this woman was undeserving of the soup he made. I popped the potion vial open before letting the deep blue, slimy liquid dribble into her soup. NN. With her remaining left arm, Sariel crawled clumsily on the floor. After dragging herself for a few meters, she finally reached the plate of soup containing the disgusting potion. Thank you for the meal. After muttering in a ridiculously polite manner, Sariel lightly brought her face towards the soup and started lapping it like a dog. For the strongest warrior of the Sinclair Republic to be reduced into this state. Is this the end of one of the 12 holy humans closest to God, the seventh apostle, Sariel? You look so pathetic, Sariel. As she leaned against the soup plate, I stepped on her head. I mercilessly pressed the sole of my favorite boots, dirty after traversing the Galahad Mountains, against her shining silver hair. Someone of her capability should be able to easily evade and counter it, yet Sariel endured the humiliating gesture without any resistance. Her beautiful, pure white face sank into the nasty, gooey blue liquid that was a mixture of soup and potion. I won't show you any mercy, for I detest you. I wasn't the type to mince my words. I just said whatever that went through my mind. Therefore, I'd just be honest with her. Besides, I didn't think I'd be able to hide it. I want to kill you right now. Yet I can't kill her. After all, that was the absolute prerequisite that I had to stomach in order to win Kurono. Yes, Lily can't stand it, but I can. Because I'd been preparing myself for it for a long time. It wasn't until after the last Rose subjugation in the Espel Mountains that I became convinced of our differences. I asked her about the dream Kurono had. Her answer was, he dreamed of his hometown. I asked her to elaborate. Apparently, Kurono might have a lover in his hometown. However, Lily abruptly ended the conversation in the middle. She wouldn't listen. She wouldn't even entertain the possibility of Kurono loving someone else. Or, to put it simply, that he might not be a virgin. Such was Lily's biggest fear, that Kurono had bedded another woman. Is it because she's a fairy? Akin to the ideals of the Crusaders, Lily's strict when it came to chastity. Perhaps, virtuous was the correct term, a respected concept of chastity that women of the world should embrace. Nevertheless, Lily, it's a bit cruel to impose that ideal on a man. I decided to only give my virginity to the one I love. However, I couldn't possibly ask the same of Kurono. After all, he'd spend 17 long years in a peaceful, different world called Japan that we didn't have a clue about. Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising if he had past flings. Besides, he was already at the age where he could get married and have children. I still didn't know if Kurono truly had a lover back in his hometown. If not, would that make Sariel his first? I'd be lying if I said it didn't bother me, but I no longer cared. I'd resolved myself to move past that. From the beginning, I'd given up on being Kurono's first. Lily, on the other hand, was vying for it. Such was the difference between the two of us. Therefore, from the moment I saw Kurono holding Sariel in Alsace Fortress, I was convinced that I had won. I had something to confess. The realization struck me in an instant. Kurono couldn't kill Sariel. Thus, I decided to take advantage of it. The relationship between him and Sariel, or to be precise, with that girl from his hometown, Shirasaki Yuriko. When I heard about their relationship, I soon understood that the relationship between the two was complicated. However, it wasn't like he wholeheartedly loved her, either. Kurono didn't seem to be interested in marrying Sariel, but that alone was enough. By holding Sariel hostage, Kurono couldn't turn down my confession. At the same time, she also inadvertently became my weapon to eliminate Lily, my strongest love rival. Due to her integrity, Lily would never forgive Sariel for making love with Kurono. She was so disappointed, so much that she conceded easily. Akin to a fragile maiden, she desolately cried and ran away. Thankfully, yes, thankfully, he didn't refuse. Kurono, you're way too serious. Under normal circumstances, any man would reject a woman who approached him so unscrupulously. Heck, I wouldn't even blame them for resorting to violence. Yet, Kurono didn't. No matter how inconvenient it was, he listened to my every word. How he must suffer. I'm sorry for making you suffer, Kurono. However, foolish joy outweighed my remorse. All right, Fiona, let's get closer. No, if you're all right with me, why don't we go out? From now on, as a lover and not a friend. The moment I heard those words, I became the happiest girl in the world. My wish had come true. I couldn't wish for anything more. Hence why I could endure it. I was even willing to permit Sariel's existence. Hey, it's spilling. Please drink it properly. When I suddenly came to, Sariel's face was still immersed in the soup. The discolored soup had been soiled by the white vixen and the dusty floor. Phew ha. Sariel's breath was slightly hurried. Geez, it's just a plate of soup. It wasn't like she was drowning. Don't worry, this won't happen again. I was different from the lowly female students at the Magic Academy who, despite being of noble birth, were ugly, vulgar, insidious, and were prone to bullying. Right now, I was just losing my cool for a bit. Although, even if I had prepared myself, when Kurono did confess to it. Suffice to say, if Lily wasn't there, I'd probably resorted to killing. That was how shocked and disturbed I was. As long as you don't betray Kurono, I'll guarantee your safety. But of course, I'd also welcome it if she secretly colluded with the Crusaders, because I'd then have an excuse to get rid of her. At the same time, it'd be risky for me to do something so unnecessary here. If, by any chance, Kurono found out that I tried to set Sariel up, this relationship will end. It'd be equally as risky to continue with this kind of bullying. No matter how soft he was, I didn't think he'd tolerate such a rotten woman. My job here was done. If the need arises, I'd take care of Sariel. No, I'd take the initiative, as if I'd let Kurono bathe Sariel. Please refrain from causing me any problem. Above all, it'd be helpful if you could hurry up and finish that bland soup, since I'm in charge of cleaning. Thus, I silently waited, as the seventh apostle uncomfortably lapped the soup like a dog. Afterwards, I cleaned the soup stain from the floor, put away the plate, wiped Sariel's face, placed her on the bed, and then, it's time for the finishing touches. Ah, how nervous I am since it's my first night. Section: Kurono's POV. For now, let's head to bed. But when I finally went to bed, a sudden realization hit me. I know it. The source of my fatigue was all mental. Physically, I wasn't exhausted in the least. Certainly, we were in a bit of a rush when we crossed the Galahad Mountains and returned from the fortress to Spada. It was a moderately steep, yet reasonable long distance. Still, since I started the trip prepared with enough equipment, my body wasn't overburdened. Now that I thought about it, the only joyous reunion I had so far was with my horse, Nightmare. The moment it saw me, it began to neigh and licked my face all over. It was totally different from Sariel's Pegasus. Speaking of which, had Sariel fallen asleep yet? Come to think of it, she was present when Fiona confessed to me. I wondered what she'd think of the bloody mess. Will she, who had Shurasaki's memory, think of me as an indecisive, useless guy? After living in the cultivation village, she had regained a semblance of her humanity. Well, I'd like to believe that was the case. Perhaps that was why I started regarding her as a regular person, even though it shouldn't have mattered what Sariel thought of me. Yeah, that's a bad idea. Kurono, are you still awake? At Fiona's voice, accompanied by the knocking of the door, my heart thumped. Yes, I am. What's the matter, Fiona? May I come in? Sure. I had no reason to refuse. Maybe she failed to get Sariel to eat the soup. If such was the case, I'd do it in her stead. The priest, Kuro, who'd been caring for Sariel for 3 months, shall teach her how to politely and generously. The foolish thought was swept away in an instant. Oh hey Fiona, that outfit is. The image of her opening the door with an interior lamp in hand loomed vaguely in the darkness. Still, I could tell right away that she was wearing a scant, one-piece negligee. Considering I'd seen her in pajamas quite a few times, it shouldn't come off as a surprise. But this was just different. I had never seen her in such an outfit before. It was apparent at a glance that the fabric was thin. No, it's actually transparent. In fact, the same could be said about her outfit as a whole. It was see-through to the point that I wondered if there was even a meaning to wearing it in the first place. At the same time, I could vividly make out her contour and even her bare skin. I could also see her navel, and underneath it was black. Due to my good night vision, I didn't fail to catch her rather risque, bikini-type black pants. Is something the matter? Why did she say it as if it was something she usually wears? It's too stimulating for a virgin, although I was no longer a virgin. Even so, as a man who was unused to women, I tried my best to avert my gaze from her enticing appearance. And no, not at all, but... Is that so? Does it not suit me after all? I think it looks good on you, yeah. On top of stuttering, I wondered how credible my answer was when I directed it to a wall. Still, I was being honest when I said that it suited her. So, what's the matter, Fiona? Well, I thought I'd talk with Kurono for a bit more. Is that so? Then I also have something I'd like to ask you, huh? Just when I thought Fiona was approaching the bed, she didn't stop. She drew closer. For a moment, my blanket was removed and chilly air rushed in. But the next moment, I felt the warmth and softness of human skin. Apparently, Fiona was hugging me from behind. The sensation of her hands crawling from my back akin to snakes made me shudder. Hey, Fiona, wait a minute, this is... Isn't it all right? We're lovers. Is this some kind of sneak attack? No, wait a minute. Certainly, she'd confessed, but that was just a moment ago. Besides, I didn't have the mental preparation to. I'm sorry, Kurono. Her somewhat dejected apology stopped my train of thoughts. Why are you apologizing? My confession was terrible, wasn't it? If you want her to stay alive, go out with me. Such was the gist of Fiona's confession. As for whether or not it was terrible, of course it was. In fact, rather than a confession, it could even be considered as a threat, a criminal act. No, that's not true. I'm sure Fiona has suffered all this time. Therefore, you must have been desperate. Yes, I was really terrified of being rejected by Kurono. The fact that she even said such an outrageous thing proved that her feelings weren't half-hearted, regardless of how dense I was. Hence why I wanted you to accept me, even if it was a lie. It wasn't a lie. If I truly didn't like it, I would have rejected you, even if it means using force. Back when the confession took place, we were at the dormitory's lounge and in a close proximity. If a battle had ensued, I, a berserker, would have had a better chance at victory than Fiona, a magician. In fact, I could even forcibly subdue her using brute force. But I'm. When I had to choose, I had to admit that I was troubled. But to be able to choose between Lily and Fiona in itself was probably the most luxurious choice in the world. And I ended up choosing the best woman. Fiona's arms tightened around my body. How'd she receive my words? She might be surprised, or plain decided that it was a lie. No, she might not even care. Being honest about what I felt was honestly scary, but I couldn't stop. What I did with Sariel was unforgivable. Not even Lily was willing to forgive me. But Fiona, you, and only you, said that you'd forgive me. Even though I knew it was just a white lie. Thank you for forgiving me. Surely, that was all that I wanted. The fake days I spent with Sariel, whom I couldn't kill. In the end, I couldn't find the answer myself. How should I treat Sariel? What is it that I want to do? Above all, how should I redeem myself after failing to kill Sariel? The answer was infinitely simple. I just wanted someone to forgive me. I love you, Fiona. Suddenly, she released me. But soon, she returned. Now, she was hugging me from the front. Fiona came over me while I was lying on my back. Half of my blanket had fallen off the bed. It felt somewhat chilly. A third kiss. No, I didn't know how many times it had been. Fiona rained kisses on me, over and over again. My heart raced as her indescribably soft lips pressed fiercely against mine. But rather than feeling as if my consciousness was swept away, I felt overtaken by my instincts. And I knew that sensation all too well. I see. When I gave up on everything and kissed Sariel on my own volition, it was also like this. As if unsatisfied with those mere sensations alone, my lips began to part at a certain slimy and small foreign thing. Then Fiona's tongue slid between my parted lips. In the small crevice that was my mouth, our tongues began to overlap with each other. Wait, Fiona. Only by pushing her shoulders did I manage to stop her advance. Fiona's face was dyed in a faint vermilion color as if she was feverish. Even without her saying a word, her excitement was conveyed loud and clear. No more, that's enough for tonight. Please stop. Why? Do you find me unattractive? Until I speak to Lily, I can't hold you. What significance would talking to Lily have? At the very least, I didn't think I'd be able to explain in my own words why it'd be important. Nevertheless, I had a conviction that I couldn't afford to be swept away by this. I'm sorry, Fiona. I'm just being selfish. It's all right, Fiona affirmed after a while. But I can't wait for too long. Yes, next time, I'll be the one to invite you. Seeing Fiona in such a lewd state, I didn't think I'd have it in me to refuse. Somehow, despite the fact that such an attractive girl wanted me, I was able to stop the act. I felt proud of my rationality. Is that so? If such is the case, then I might be able to wait for a little bit longer. Fiona let out a luscious sigh before drawing away from me. At the loss of her comforting weight, I felt somewhat regretful. Fiona slipped out of the bed and took the lamp that was by my bedside. Apparently, she was going back to her own room. Kurono. But she couldn't leave. I had caught her wrist, holding her back. Sorry, but can you spend the night with me? That's terrible, Kurono. You might as well kill me. As she spoke, she seemed terribly embarrassed. I'm begging you, let me care for you. This much should be fine. Fine then, after all. After all, she's my lover. Chapter 525, Consultation. When I woke up the next morning, Fiona was already gone. However, my face felt a bit sticky. She must have played a prank on me after she got up. Even so, I felt somewhat refreshed after a night's sleep. While my concerns and problems hadn't been resolved, I felt rejuvenated. Perhaps, having Fiona sleep beside me was more relaxing than I expected. Apparently, taking the plunge was worth the effort. Still, in the end, Lily didn't come back even in the morning. It'd be safe to assume that she wouldn't be returning for a while. I felt truly depressed, but a new day had begun. Take care, Kurono. Yeah, I should be back by evening. Breakfast passed without a hitch, actually. When I was about to feed Sariel, Fiona intervened with Aints Bloom. Other than that, I made all the necessary preparations and left the dormitory. By the way, for the first time in my life, I experienced the so-called deep kiss. As I waited until the bubbly sensation subsided, I went straight for my destination. Even so, it was a distance of only 5-minute walk. Located on the seminary grounds, it was a dormitory exclusive for cadets. Come to think of it, I've never been here before. I came to visit my best friend, Will. He was none other than the second prince of Spada, Wilhart Tristan Spada. Above all, I'm glad that you've returned safely. For the first time in a long while, I was reunited with Wilhart. Partly because I visited before the start of the class, I didn't miss him or get stuck in a queue. Wilhart, who cried tears of joy at our reunion, regained his composure as we went up to his room. There, his maid, Celia, served us tea. He was as emotional as ever, and I was relieved at that. Even more so when my relationship with the Element Master had undergone such a drastic change. I'll ask this just in case, but you aren't in the middle of a class, right? Since ancient times, it's been said that, once a friend returns from the battlefield, they're no longer fun. As if I'll let something as trivial as a class hinder our reunion. Looking at how Will, an exemplary high school student, proudly declared that he was skipping class, I was a bit worried. Still, I was grateful towards him. I see, that's a relief. Let me warn you, it's going to be a long story. Don't worry, go ahead, I also have a lot of questions. Thus, Will and I settled down and started talking. As a matter of course, our rundown dormitory couldn't be compared to the one that was dedicated for executives. Due to the well-built construction, I didn't have to worry about being eavesdropped. Celia, the escort maid, was present alongside him. She'd inadvertently hear our conversation, but it didn't matter. After all, it wasn't something that should be kept secret for a long time. After making that decision, I filled him in on what happened at the end of the Galahad War and the teleportation magic. Afterwards, about how I hid in a cultivation village until the snow melted before returning to Spada. I briefly summarized the outline. Generally speaking, it went as I expected. Besides, Lily had also informed me about a letter from Kurono that confirmed his safety. Surely, Lily informed him while returning to Sparta to prepare equipment such as the Predator coat. Still, what worries me the most is the fate of the seventh apostle, Sariel, our greatest enemy. Did you kill her, or did you spare her? About that, there's something I'd like to discuss. Or rather, that's the reason why I'm here today. What are you? I captured Sariel alive. She's in my dormitory right now. www. However, when Wilhart was about to scream, both me and Celia rushed to block his mouth. Forgive me, Lord Will. We can't possibly let such a story leak to the outside. Will made a slightly painful, okay gesture. For the time being, Celia and I let go of him since he'd calmed down. Before anything else, let me affirm this. I have no ill will towards Sariel, as she no longer retains her power as an apostle. Moreover, she'd awakened to the divine protection of Dark Knight Phrygia. We also don't have to worry about her escaping. That's right. If she's going to escape, she'd have done so since long ago. No, she might even be able to finish me off while I was asleep. No way, you cohabitated with the enemy general for 3 months. Well, that's one way to put it. I nodded deeply. Even if such is the case, I don't really understand. Kurono, why would you let your nemesis, the apostle, live? Of course, he'd be skeptical. To be honest, the series of events that led me to sparing Sariel wasn't exactly a pleasant memory that I'd like to recount over and over again. After all, Lily had traumatized me by running away in tears. Despite so, I still have to explain the circumstances. For the time being, it was easier to talk to Will, who was on the same wavelength as me. Above all, he knew that I was summoned from another world, making everything simple. Actually, Sariel's true identity is. Thus, I revealed all the circumstances. I see, so that's how it is, how painful it must be. As a result, Will burst into tears and expressed great sympathy for my situation. I was glad that he understood me as a friend, but on the other hand, I felt bad for making him sad. It was rough, yes, I was really worried. Even now, there are still some loose ends. Nevertheless, Sariel is an apostle and the former commander of the Crusaders. I can't keep it hidden forever. First, I'd like to know what options I have in that regard. I see. I understand what you're getting at. Well, thank you for relying on me. Leave everything to me. This prodigal Wilhart Tristan Spada shall guide you to your desired answer. I received a very reliable reply. For some reason, Will even stood up and spoke confidently. His cape fluttered while his monocle shone. He looked like an intelligent and keen character. Then, what should I do? Well, simple, we just have to make sure that the prisoner of war, former Crusader Sariel, stay by your side. That'd be best, but isn't it quite difficult? I heard that the 8th apostle, I, was sealed in the royal castle. Will provided a detailed supplementary explanation of the circumstances leading up to I's incarceration. After her capture in Galahad, due to her special status as an apostle, hostage negotiations and subsequent treatment within the country were supposed to be decided by a military trial. However, King Leonhart, who was aware of the danger of her power, immediately sealed her in the royal castle. Apparently, he even issued a royal decree. Therefore, would it really be okay to bring Sariel to the royal castle in the middle of Spada? Not to mention, it was said that the lowest level of the dungeon there was the impenetrable. After all, the structure was fundamentally different from ordinary prisons, which were simply carved with steel and sealing magic. The prison, which used a part of the ancient ruins, seemed to even freeze time. However, the mechanism behind it was left vague because modern magic technology couldn't accurately study its principles and effects. While the details were unknown, those who were put in said prison would be frozen in time. They'd fall into a state where they couldn't even think, let alone move. Since the prison itself seemed like a huge block of ice, it was called the Gap of Cocytus, probably after the frozen hell of ancient mythology. I, who was sealed in such a majestic prison, would be thawed from time to time. However, it was limited to her head. They did it to interrogate her about the Crusaders and the Apostles. It was expected that it'd take some time to successfully extract information from her. Even though Sariel lost her divine protection, she was still an apostle. As such, I'm worried that she'd be thrown into the Gap of Cocytus like I. But as of the present, hasn't Sariel been reduced into a state where only her left arm remains? Since our army also wants information about the enemy, if possible, we'd like to keep her in a state where she'd still be able to answer questions. If Will knew that she could use both blackening and thunder element to make up for her missing limbs, would his response change? Well, it wasn't like she could just regenerate her missing limbs. Besides, there were many ways to deal with her. At least, her current divine protection will be examined by the Pandora Temple. If we can prove that she indeed has the divine protection of Dark Knight Phrygia, we might be able to lower our level of vigilance even further. But isn't that just a difference between going into Cocytus or going into a regular prison? This is where it gets important. We won't just be sitting idly. Kurono, you have to appeal to my father, King Leonhart. Appeal directly to the king. Don't make me nervous. There's nothing to worry about. You're the gladiator of the 4th squad. Celia, fetch me something from the 3rd row from the top of the bookshelf, the 4th and the 7th from the right, and the 3rd from the bottom left. Will gave instructions without even glancing at the large bookshelf that occupied a considerable amount of space in the room. Does that mean he remembers the position of all the books? Is it thanks to his memorizing skill, or he's just proficient at storing them? Either way, that's so cool. I believe these are the books you're asking for. 96's Spada Laws, Interpretation of Ancient Law II Vol. 1 and Doki, Dungeon Capture Full of Busty Elves Mansion of Succubus. Why, you idiot, don't include something from the hidden row. It's the 3rd from the bottom row to the left. Excuse me, then is it? Adventurer's Rights Protection Vol. 3. That's correct. Thank you for your assistance. First of all, according to this Sparta law. Hey, Will, just now I heard a strange title. Huh, what are you talking about? The maid just made a trivial mistake. Don't be so nitpicky. I see. Well, if you don't mind, may I borrow it next time? Of course, my collection is the best. You may borrow whatever you want. After deepening our bond as a man, we'll return to the main topic. If an officially recruited adventurer, in other words, a gladiator, was recognized for his merits on the battlefield, they'll have the right to negotiate their merits. However, the request of the gladiator usually went through the officer from Sparta Knight, or at the most, the general who led the corps. In this case, it'd be the first Prince Eisenhart, who held the highest rank as a negotiating partner. After all, if everything was left to the king, there was no end to it. However, since the outcome of the battle depended on you, your achievements could be considered to be immense. It can be said that they are almost on par to my father's success in toppling the dragon King Garvanal in a single combat. Is that so? It wasn't that great. Don't say that. The most important thing in negotiation for military achievements is how you exaggerate your own achievements. While humility may be a virtue, it won't serve you any good in this one. Admittedly, I wasn't good at that sort of thing, and will saw through me. Regardless, your military exploits remain an object of admiration. Even if you were to remain silent, I'm sure my father will even bestow a title upon you. I have no intention of becoming a noble, but if it's as you said, I wonder if my selfish request would be granted. That's right. Your odds of winning are decent. With a firm nod, we'll open the erotic book Celia had brought, not but Espada's thick law book, before continuing. Fortunately, your side hasn't been bestowed with any rewards yet. It seems that both Lily and Fiona dedicated themselves to your rescue, are also not rewarded as of yet. Even if they confirmed my safety through the letter, they were inadvertently worried. Especially because there was no follow-up from me. After all, sending a second later would prove to be too risky for me, since I might be rooted out by the Crusaders. Apparently, Lily promptly returned to Galahad Fortress after making preparations for her rescue in Sparta, where she and Fiona spent 3 months together until the snow melted. Suffice to say, they went through a lot. Since I enjoyed a slow life in the cultivation village, I couldn't help but be assailed by tremendous guilt. There are several types of rewards for adventurers. While most of them are basically paid in money, there are also objects, such as expensive armaments, magic instruments, magical artifacts, or even land and business rights. Also, as I mentioned earlier, there have been several precedents in history for a status, such as a peerage, constituting as a reward. The fact that there was a similar case in the past would make it easier for me to proceed with the request. That way I could ask for the same. But neither money, physical goods, or status are related to Sariel's freedom. Biwahaha, don't be so hasty to decide, Kurono. I've already found a surefire way for this negotiation. Really? Amazing, as expected of Will. If all goes well, the current issue may as well be half solved. It may sound pathetic, but I wasn't good at dealing with stress. If possible, I wanted to get rid of the burden as soon as possible. Hey, the answer is actually real simple. Fufu will show a perfect smile. You should appeal to have Sariel as your slave. Chapter 526. Not even death can cure stupidity. Slave, huh? I had a lot to prepare for. Thus, I parted from Will and left the dormitory. When I looked up towards the blue skies, which reflected the exact opposite color of my bleak heart, I earnestly murmured. Certainly, Will's plan to enslave Sariel would serve as a perfect solution. As a human, I can't condone it at all. That's rich coming from me. Still, I couldn't help but say it. In this other world, slavery still existed. Since it was the lowest ranking class in society, it was commonplace. At the same time, in modern society on Earth, there were probably more than a few people who were treated like slaves, even if they weren't one. However, to someone who came from modern Japan like me, slavery was a thing of the past, a thing that one could only come across in fiction. As such, there was no way I could, realistically, imagine someone who'd been stripped of all human rights, let alone put myself in their shoes. Even now, at the mention of slaves, all I could picture was the image of people plowing the wastelands in ragged clothes, digging mines with bare hands, or spinning that giant mill thing. Although, one would argue that as a subject to human experimentation, I was the closest being to a slave. Nevertheless, for the time being, I had no intention of tormenting Sariel. Still, is that the only way? Even if I was presently in another world, I had never dealt with any slaves before. The closest thing I had to one was during a bandit subjugation in Fahrenheit. At that time, I helped a girl who was about to be sold into slavery. Even then, she wasn't being whipped or being subjected to manual labor and the likes. Moreover, in Sparta, there was a law that forbade excessive abuse of slaves. As such, the slaves weren't treated like insects. Despite being called slaves, each of them had different specialties. Regardless, even the cheapest of slaves was worth 100,000 cran, making them luxury goods. In fact, it wouldn't be uncommon for the price of a top-tier slave to reach billions. Since they were as pricey as a sports car, perhaps it was understandable that they'd be treated well. In the end, It came down to whether or not I could stomach it. Sariel would be a slave in name only, while her quality of life would be up to me, her master. As the sole owner, no one else had the right to interfere. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. No matter how much I pondered about it, the answer still escaped me. How should I treat Sariel? Even if Fiona forgave me, I was aware that being too lenient with Sariel wouldn't help. But well, maybe this is okay. For now, I should focus on carrying out Will's plan and think about the rest later. Unable to reach a decision, I decided to postpone the issue once again. I couldn't help but sigh, "Why are you Kurono?" At that moment, a voice came from behind. It was a familiar-sounding, masculine voice. Despite having been exclusively referred to as Kuro or priest until a while ago, I was able to respond immediately when I was called by the correct name. "Yeah, you aren't you, Kai?" "That's right." Without a doubt, the man who sported a bright smile was Kai Est Galbraith, the swordsman of Winglord. "Why are you here?" was what I was about to ask until I saw his uniform. As a student, it was only natural for him to be on campus. However, there was a more pressing concern. "Didn't you get stabbed by Sariel?" Hee, what a miserable sight it was. But hey, you aren't wrong. I got pierced right in the middle of my chest. I felt somewhat quite concerned when Kai began to strike his chest. After all, the cheerful man had suffered a fatal wound there. "Don't tell me, did you become Saphir's manservant?" Then my death would be in vain. Apparently, he hadn't become an undead. I'd heard that a necromancer, or to be precise, master necromancer, could create an undead that was a human lookalike. That's great then. I'm glad you survived. Actually, I indeed sustained a lethal injury. Then, did he get revived? My divine protection is Immortal Champion, Svaldia's. Apparently, I've mastered it to the level that I could survive a fatal blow once. Haha, now that's the kind of ability that you can't just test out willy-nilly. After all, I'd have to get killed first, and it had to be an instant death. Yeah, it was my first time. The power of God sure is amazing. I'd learned a bit about the Immortal Champion, Svaldia's, in class before. According to the legend, Svaldia's himself was the strongest gladiator with an immortal body. In Sparta, where swordsmanship was more popular than in other countries, he was a well-known figure. But of course, receiving Svaldia's divine protection didn't automatically turn him invincible. If anything, Kai probably acquired that ability due to the extensive training he'd received. "You're awesome, too. Didn't you defeat Sariel?" What kind of face will he make if he knows that she's currently in my dorm? Of course, I had no intention of telling him. No, it's only possible with the help of my friends. When I confronted her alone, I was completely helpless. Well, we also confronted her together and got trashed. Because of that, I've come to realize that the Element Master is stronger than Winglord. No trace of resentment or jealousy could be seen in Kai's expression. He genuinely acknowledged our strength, which was quite refreshing. Hence why spar with me. No, wait, what? I frowned at the sudden invitation, but it honestly wasn't a bad idea. Now that I think about it, I'd been arguing with the members of Winglord, with the exception of Nell, but I felt no sense of animosity towards Kai. Of course, I was particularly annoyed about Saphir, who attacked me with pure malice, but I didn't particularly dislike Kai. After all, Kai was like my role model for combat enthusiasts. When I met him at the Adventurers Guild in a spell village, he offered to be my opponent. While I had plans for today, I wasn't in a rush. "Well, okay, let's spar, Kai. I was in the mood for exercise, too." "Hooray! Let's hurry to the arena." When I saw Kai's childish joy, he somewhat reminded me of Ricky. Section, "Wow, it's already noon? Can't be helped. Let's stop here." After vigorously swinging my wooden greatsword, I broke my stance. Kai carried his on his shoulder with his back facing me. Even in the midst of the fierce battle, the toll of the bell, announcing noon, didn't go unnoticed by me. "You're right." I exhaled and relaxed my body. At that moment, layer of sweat, along with the comfortable fatigue, swept over me. During the fight, I was too preoccupied to notice them. When I had a spar with Kai before, it was swiftly concluded. But this time, I didn't care about winning or losing, hence why we fought each other with wooden swords endlessly. Before I knew it, 2 to 3 hours had passed. As expected, I can't with just a sword. I'd be overwhelmed if you used magic. The mock battle was so fruitful that we praised each other for the good fight. In line with Kai's style, I decided to fight without using a single spell. Since it was a rare opportunity to fight one-on-one with a rank 5 adventurer swordsman, it'd be best to use the same weapon to make the most of it. And since my first fight with Kai, I instantly knew I made the right choice. His physical prowess was on par with me, a remodeled, enhanced being. With his superhuman power and speed, it was difficult to believe that he was only human. However, what was most terrifying was his sword technique, which he'd honed after having full grasp of his own strength. At first glance, it seemed to be a ruthless fighting style that relied on his superior strength, but when we crossed blades, I could feel that there was a certain technique there. He wasn't just assailing his opponent with raw strength simply because it was the most rational thing to do. Instead, Kai gracefully intercepted, deflected, and parried my blow. While my dual-wielding technique, Cursed Hatchet and Gluttony Fang Sword, Evil Eater hit him like a storm, I never managed to score any clean hits. During the mock battle, Kai broke his wooden sword once and replaced it, while I ruined about 5. With that alone, the difference in swordsmanship between me and Kai became obvious. I realized that I still had room to grow. I had a long way to go and was happy about it. Thank you, Kai. It was good practice. By the way, the exercise also made me feel somewhat rejuvenated. Despite my mental preparations, Lily and Fiona seemed to have caused me more stress than expected. Even if it was just for a moment, the spar allowed me to take my eyes off the problems. The mock battle had proven to be quite useful, and I'd like to thank him from the bottom of my heart. Haha, you're the first person who'd ever thanked me. Kai replied with a pleasant smile. Well, even in Spada, I doubt there'd be that many people who could be honest with him. After all, Kai also had monstrous stamina. If I were to go along with his stamina, I would have collapsed from the sheer exhaustion, and I doubted that I could thank him in that state. Let's spar again next time. Of course, I'll always be ready. While wiping his wet hair with a towel provided by the arena, Kai responded in a refreshing manner. At a glance, he seemed like a jock. No, the ace of the soccer or the basketball club. To have such a cheerful man as a friend and a party member, I felt somewhat envious of Nero. Back then, I believed that in terms of trust, my party wouldn't lose to them, but I was sorely mistaken. For some reason, I felt like thanking you too. When I got back from Galahad, I was so bored. Then, why don't you accept some advanced-level quests? If it's your party, you should be able to do it just fine. The Winglord is currently disbanded. Nero has returned to Avalon to meet Nell, and it doesn't seem like Char will be returning from the royal castle. Saphir and I are the only ones hooray-free, but I'm not stupid enough to form a duo with him. I see Nero has returned to Avalon. Well, I guess it was only natural since the war had ended. In fact, more than 3 months had passed since then. It's pointless to team up with someone I can't trust. While I can go solo, I'm kind of stuck right now. Why? I'm going to participate in the night selection of Avalon. Night selection. W8, you didn't know. Thus, Kai told me about the night selection tournament of the Kingdom of Avalon. In short, it was like a Kashian, only with knights instead of baseball players. Every year, Spada and other countries are invited to participate. Therefore, making it a huge tournament that the City-State Alliance is paying attention to. Wow, sounds like quite a challenge. Not really. Since the contestants are only students, so there's an age limit. Unless they're a prodigy, it wouldn't take much to defeat them. Did you forget that you're a student yourself? Despite that, as a swordsman, Kai had experienced real battlefields. He'd have nothing to gain by competing with sheltered and well-raised aristocratic children. But there must be at least someone who cares. Well, Cells from the Imperial Academy is a magic swordsman on par with Nero. I don't know if I can win against her. As for whether or not I'll do well during the match, I can only pray. The match format was similar to a kendo team match between the spearhead, second spearhead, midfielder, vice-captain, and captain. Certainly, there was a probability of being up against your intended opponent. I kind of admire that kind of thing. What is it, Kurono? Would you like to participate? I didn't have that much free time. I had to prepare and train for the next battle with the Crusaders. But before that, there was a more pressing concern that needed to be sorted out. I couldn't afford to be preoccupied with anything else. Either way, since you're from the adventurer chart, you can't participate. Is that so? After all, if it's allowed, Then everyone would be hiring some skilled adventurers to help them during the tournament, regardless of the age limit. If I rejoin the night chart here, I may be able to compete despite the age limit. Nevertheless, only those who were properly enrolled could represent the academy. Even if I had what it took, I probably wouldn't be chosen. How did last year's tournament go? I don't know, I went on a quest last year. Hence why none of the members of Winglord participated. Kai, Saphir, and Charlotte were out. Of course, international students such as Nell and Nero were out of the question. As a result, the Royal Spada Seminary had to come back after losing in the first round. This year, that better not happen again. Kai complained as if he didn't really care about the seminary face. Hey, Kurono, I'm sure that you, who fought against Sariel, understood. In this world, there are still many hooray stronger than me. If you want to surpass them, there's no time to waste. If it's you, why do you want to be strong? If you're a man, then it's only natural to want that. I see he isn't wrong. When I saw his straightforward gaze, I couldn't help but squint. Well, because of that, I got a bit twisted. Still, I'm glad I met you. Well, since it was still Kai we were talking about, I was sure that he was just trying to relieve his boredom. I'll be at school until the tournament, so if you're free, let's fight again. Until then, bye. And so, Kai dashed away. If Will's strategy goes well, I'll bring Sariel too. Chapter 527, The Cursed Greeting. Why, if it isn't Kurono, I'm glad you've returned safely. I didn't think I'd meet a beardless dwarf who'd smile as he said that anywhere else. He was none other than the owner of my favorite blacksmith workshop, Regin Stratos. After finishing the mock battle with Kai, I went back to the dormitory and had lunch. Then, I visited the Stratos blacksmith as originally planned. After being reunited with Regin and his wife for the first time in a while, I immediately got to the main topic. All of Kurono's cursed weapons have been recovered. Thank you very much, you're a great help. I was overwhelmed with gratitude, so much that I was about to burst into tears. Aside from my comrades, my biggest concerns were the weapons I inadvertently left behind during the fight against Sariel. Above all, Cursed Hatchet and Evil Eater were something that I could never let go of. No, I'm merely safekeeping it. Lily was the one who retrieved them amidst the chaotic battlefield. I see. Lily must have been exhausted to the point where she could pass out at any moment. And yet, she still did her best for me. As for me, I was stuck between a rock and a hard place and couldn't even thank her properly. On a side note, we also made some weapons, the Greed and Dual Eagle. Is that true? I thought that Sariel's breakthrough had blown my Shadow Gate and its content to smithereens. While cursed weapons were generally tough enough to withstand a large explosion, I had given up on guns, which were just normal weapons. As you may expect, they were badly damaged, so much that they needed a full makeover. Please take a look, they're right here. After saying that, he withdrew into the back of the store and returned while pushing a familiar-looking trolley. On top of said trolley, I saw a familiar cannon with jet black luster. Ooh, it's the Greed, it looks almost new. The most important part, the skull of Slothgill, was undamaged, so I could easily reassemble it. Since Greed metal is just a fragment, all I need is to melt and mold it. In fact, I still have a little left. Even so, rebuilding from scratch must have required a tremendous amount of work. I think I can make another one as a bonus. But another one would be, well, I'd like a different gun. Since Simon has entrusted us with some blueprints, let's hear your requests later. As expected of Simon, I don't know if he's already working on it. My guns were a Gatling gun and a sawed-off shotgun, which was a rather biased choice. At this rate, I thought it'd be better to create a special equipment with a slightly narrower purpose. Fortunately, I had money now. I should be able to prepare a sufficient reward to commission Regin. Now, let me give you the cursed weapon. To be frank, I'm not confident I can keep it any longer. I'm honestly glad you came. Why, what happened? See it for yourself, and you'll understand. Despite the pleasant smile on his face, Regin said something concerning. I was guided to the back of the store. The entire walk there, I felt like a parent whose child had misbehaved. At the back of the shabby workshop, there was a descending staircase. Apparently, he used the basement to store the cursed weapons. While the door was of normal size, it was made of steel. After inserting the key into the aged steel door, reddish with rust, Regin opened it with a thud. In the next moment, I felt a terrifying magical power. This is. Suddenly, all the hair on my body stood. The sensation was akin to when I held the cursed hatchet for the first time and heard the voice of resentment. Before I knew it, my entire body was emitting a black aura, similar to when I tried to counter Ursula's drain ability. To react defensively, almost reflexively, the grudge was just something else entirely. Perhaps its magical power stagnates because it was stowed in one place. If it's an ordinary person, they've long gone mad. That horrifying aura was enough to tell me that the situation was no joke. When Regin flicked the light on, the area, which should have been empty, looked distorted. Due to the effects of grudges, the flow of magic in that room was abysmal. I'm truly sorry for the trouble. No, it's fine, this is also part of my job. Thus, I was reunited with my precious cursed weapons after a long time. This is the haunted spear. Amongst the other weapons, this requires the most minimum of sealing. Akin to a spear that was displayed in a weapon shop, it hung sideways. Nevertheless, the black naginata wasn't only wrapped in a swarm of black chains, which were fastened to the four corners of the wall, forming a large cross. The chains, which bore the normal sheen of a metal, grew blacker the closer it got to the glaive. Wow, there's no doubt about it. The chains are being eroded by the blackening. Please take it. The eerie creaking noise made even me, the owner, unintentionally hesitate. When I was using it, I didn't mind it all that much. But when I looked at it like this, it certainly looked scary. Will I be fine if I were to touch it? If it's Kurono, I'm sure you will be fine. Making up my mind, I grabbed the handle of the chained, haunted grave. In an instant, the dozen layers of chains unraveled on their own. By the time the jingling and clanking of metal had subsided, the naginata was snugly in my hand, free from all the commandments. Good boy, Shadowgate. Rather anticlimactically, the haunted grave was immediately stowed in my Shadowgate, which capacity still paled in comparison to its former days. As expected of Kurono. What is it? No, it's nothing. I moved on to the next cursed weapon. In the first place, the basement wasn't very large. When I turned around, I could already locate it. Next is the tightly sealed Vicious Eater. It requires a fairly strict storage method that could damage a normal weapon. I hope you'll understand. I had no objections. After all, even from appearance alone, the Vicious Eater already seemed dangerous. Vicious Eater, which hung in midair with its blade pointing downward, was even more tightly secured than Haunted Grave. The blade was spread out like a pair of scissors, and each of the two-pronged blades were bound with multiple chains. It looked like a jaw that was pried open. The chain around the hilt was fastened to the ceiling, while the chains from the parted blades were fastened to the floor, forming an inverted Y-shaped commandment. Somehow, I felt like if I unlinked the chain, it'd pounce me like a dire wolf. I am sorry for the trouble, really. No, I did it because I want to. It was my second apology. Even if I were to be offered 1,000,000 clans, I would refuse to keep such a dangerous thing in my house. All right, Semir. After sighing deeply, I grabbed the hilt of my sword. Then, as if Vicious Eater had regained its fervor, it roared loudly. And in the next moment, with a high-pitched metallic sound, it broke through the chain of commandment. Vicious Eater, which clasped its fang blade, calmed down as if its rage had been quelled. The way it rampaged, before getting tired and going to sleep, reminded me of a selfish dog. Thus, the retrieval of the second weapon was completed. Lastly, it's the cursed hatchet, but this one's beyond my control. The power of the curse has clearly increased compared to when it was kept in maintenance before. Perhaps because I didn't kill the Apostle, Sariel, and drained her blood before. As material for power-ups, an Apostle would be the best. Therefore, I'd like to apologize. I had to forcibly seal this one. If it had been a normal weapon, it would have been destroyed long ago. No, it's fine, okay, where is it? After all, I couldn't find anything in the basement. There were no large shelves, and it was basically empty. Ahaha, you've probably noticed it already. Since I'd retrieved 2 of my weapons, what remained in that room was this large, black, rectangular piece of metal enshrined in the deepest part of the room. While the rectangular-shaped block, which reminded me of a building material, certainly appeared quite nice, I didn't see anything that resembled a sword. No way is this. That's right, I just immersed it in molten lead. Seriously? Well, if it were a normal weapon, it'd have long gone. Is the cursed hatchet all right? While I could feel a terrible sign of grudge, the weapon itself was completely unharmed. Well, certainly. From the jet-black mass of metal that resembled the Zero Chronicle, I could feel magical power that was both repulsive and nostalgic. By the way, how do I take this out? It's not as durable as it looked, so if you struck it. As if interrupting the explanation, a heavy thud echoed in the small room. It moves. The large lump of metal, which was as tall as me, swayed. It was as if there was someone inside. This is bad. Kurono, step aside. As soon as Rajin shouted, a crack ran through the jet-black surface. While letting out a high-pitched metallic scream, ominous red light leaked out from the depths of the countless cracks. Contrary to his warning, I took a step forward as if I'd been charmed by the curse. Then, when it was already within reach, Kurono. As if to drown the voice of caution, a loud, shattering sound boomed. At the same time, a bright red flash filled my vision, akin to a glow that symbolized the existence of a trial. Thus, the cursed hatchet broke through the lead and lunged at me with the same momentum as when I threw it with all my might towards the fleeing Sariel. The direction? My face. If I stood still, my head would be cut as it was. The cursed weapon was about to claim the life of its own master. Nevertheless, I was unafraid. After all, I understood. The entire time, it had been waiting for my return. I'm sorry for making you wait, I'm home. Thus, the cursed hatchet returned to my grasp. When I held it, it felt as if my hand had become one with it, and a loud chorus of resentment clamored in my brain. However, I certainly heard its voice. Never let me go. Chapter 528, Battle Merits Negotiations. On the 6th of Pristine Water Month. 4 days had passed since I returned to Spada. In other words, 4 days had passed since I parted with Lily. Lily hadn't returned as of yet. After waiting for a day and seeing no signs of her return, Fiona agreed that we should at least investigate her whereabouts. For the time being, I commissioned the adventurer guilds to search and provide sighting information. But so far, it was to no avail. That night Lily went out, it was as if she had vanished without a trace. Of course, since it was Lily we were talking about, I didn't need to worry about her safety. However, at the notion that I might never be able to see her again, anxiety swirled in my heart. Despite being reassured by Fiona that she'd return soon, I still felt uneasy. At the same time, I also had other concerns. It was something more pressing and urgent. Yes, it was none other than the negotiation about the treatment of Sariel. I donned my formal seminary attire and went to the royal castle of Spada with Sariel in my arms. But isn't Sariel capable of walking on her own? If we made a display of how she's limbless, the other side will be less cautious. Fiona walked beside me. She was also clad in her school uniform. I had various concerns regarding Sariel as well. But for the time being, she wore a spare ascetic robe that I had in the dimension pouch. Moreover, she also wore a dimple hood, one with a proper size that wouldn't conceal her face. Looking at the familiar sight, I was worried I might accidentally refer to her as Yuri. Thus, I rode on the back of my beloved horse, Mary, alongside Sister Yuri. Sariel, as we trudged on the main street of Spada. Not only did Will prepare the stage for negotiations, he also said that he'd be present. Normally, the negotiations would only be attended by those who were involved. Nevertheless, since I was an uneducated adventurer, I'd require a spokesperson, kind of like a lawyer, to guide me through the Sparta's laws and negotiations to not get scammed. Besides, it was common to hire a specialist and have him attend. In that regard, Will was definitely trustworthy. I could see Will triumphantly holding a sign that said "Win the lawsuit" in front of the gate. This is the second time I've come to the royal castle. Are you nervous? This time, I won't just be receiving some medals. When the majestic royal castle of Spada appeared in front of me, I couldn't help but whine. If the negotiations failed, I know, then I'll have no choice but to leave Sariel to the authorities. That's right. After all, we don't want to make an enemy out of the Sparta country. Even in the worst-case scenario, as long as she could avoid execution, then everything would be fine. As long as she was still alive, there was a chance that she'd be able to see the light of day. All right, let's go. Thus, we stepped into the royal castle of Spada. At this point, besides asking for Will's help, the application for the battle merit negotiation had been formally processed through the Adventurers Guild. After showing the documents and guild card to the guard at the main gate, I was allowed to enter the castle without a hitch. However, as expected, the knights in crimson armor, along with magicians in crimson robes, appeared in front of us. They assembled a formation in order to surround us. Well, I'd heard in advance that it'd be that kind of welcome, so I wasn't that worried. I'd already reported what happened after I teleported with Sariel. Frankly, I expected the knights to storm into our dormitory as soon as the name, Sariel, escaped my mouth. However, the Sparta's side had tacitly allowed me to shelter her until today. Could it be that the other side was cautious enough to avoid any coercive methods? Regardless, it seemed that quite a number of knights were quietly dispatched around the seminary to guard and monitor. "Oh, you're here, Kurono. I've been waiting for you." After I passed through the hall covered with a bright red carpet, I saw Will crossing his arms in the waiting area. Considering that it was his family's royal castle, the sight of him felt somewhat unnerving. "I'll be in your care for today, Will. Leave it to me. I've attained the formula to victory." Will, who confidently said so with his red cape cluttering, was acting like his usual self. As he sat down on the sofa in the guest room, Will asked us to take a seat. At the same time, Celia, who was quietly waiting like a shadow, prepared aromatic red tea and some desserts. "First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Willhart Tristan Spada." Naturally, Will's golden eyes were trained at Sariel, who sat on my lap. We'd been discussing her for a long time, but it was the first time for him to meet her in person. "You may speak." After putting down the empty cake plate, Fiona said. Even now, she hadn't lowered her guard against Sariel and basically prohibited her from speaking. Even more so considering that we were currently in a royal castle. If she were to utter even a single verse of a chant, I wouldn't be able to do anything if she were decimated on the spot. "Nice to meet you. My name is Sariel." It was a rather curt greeting to the prince of a country, but of course Will didn't mind. "I see you're as beautiful as the rumor." Certainly, it'd be unavoidable for bad rumors to spread. "Hey, spare me with that." I glared at Will, who made an attempt at flirting. "Ha ha ha ha." In response, he only laughed. "I'll inquire once more, but do you understand the purpose of today's negotiations?" Fiona and I nodded in return. "The first goal is to have Miss Sariel becoming Kurono's slave be recognized as a fair reward." Inwardly, I still resisted the notion, but I had no hesitation in doing so. "The second goal is to prevent the bounty from being reduced as much as possible. In other words, this is where my negotiating skills come to play." "No, the prize money isn't all that important." "That's not true. At first glance, the slave reward may appear like an alternative to the original bounty, but we mustn't forget the fact that Kurono fought by himself. As such, he should be rewarded separately. Kurono, I'll make sure that you're awarded with both Sariel and the bounty." Why is he so passionate about this? To be honest, as long as I got Sariel, I didn't really care about losing the bounty. "Then, let me confirm one more thing, Fiona. Do you have any objection regarding this arrangement?" "No, I don't. I made a promise with Kurono. Besides, I'm not really concerned about it." "All right, I shall hold on to those words." It'd be a problem if Fiona intervened at a crucial time. By asking that, Will had proven that he was proficient at laying the groundworks. After that, we confirmed a few more things. "Excuse me, Your Highness Willhart Kurono, the preparations are complete." Soon after, one of the knights summoned us. The time had come. I was too nervous to touch either my tea or cake, but when I glanced at the table, both of them were gone. Since when? How strange. Well then, let's go. It's time for judgment. With Will leading triumphantly, we went to the throne room where King Leonhart was waiting. Section. The throne room, which I hadn't visited since the awarding of the medal, was as solemn and tense as ever. Despite being as large as a gymnasium, the splendid structure, which was thoroughly decorated, symbolized the glory of the Spada country. The tall crystal statues that rose to the ceiling were also impressive. Come to think of it, the statues of a male swordsman and a female knight displayed at the school gate of the seminary might be based on the image of immortal champion, Svaldia's and the Dark Knight, Phrygia. While the two were active in entirely different eras, but from the perspective of the people of Sparta, they were both equally revered gods. As for me, I wasn't intimidated by the ancient god statue, but by the king who governed this country. I'd only ever caught a glimpse of him from a distance on the battlefield. When I saw him sitting on the throne right in front of me, I was struck by his lofty presence. First and foremost, I delivered the formal greetings without any hitch, before cutting straight to the case. Even so, Will, I didn't expect you'd go out of your way to negotiate for military merit. Of course, the one who spoke in a light-hearted manner that didn't at all befit the throne room wasn't King Leonhart, but the first prince, Eisenhart Tristan Spada. As the general who led the 4th Squadron of the Spada army, to which we belonged, gladiator, it may be natural. I was made aware of my powerlessness in the most recent battle. To my friend, Kurono, the hero who contributed immensely to Sparta's victory, if there's anything I can do to help, then I'll be more than happy to oblige, brother. Look at your enthusiasm. I can't take you lightly. After all, Will, you have discerning eyes. If it's the friend you've chosen, even my father wouldn't stand a chance. After all, he's a true hero who have slayed monsters. With a dauntless smile, Eisenhart looked at me, and then Sariel, who sat beside me. As if being considerate to Sariel's disability, a chair had been prepared in advance for her. While the chair itself looked gorgeous with gold and silver work, it probably had some sort of binding effect built into it. After all, she was once a monstrous apostle with the strength to turn the tide of battle on her own. Since she'd be in the presence of the king, their vigilance was understandable. Regardless, is this lovely maiden dressed in miserly outfit truly the 7th apostle, Sariel? At that time, I had my hands full with Ai, so I couldn't see your battle very well. Despite how trivial it sounded, he got me there. Speaking of which, how was I supposed to prove that? This girl is, without a doubt, an apostle. Unexpectedly, help arrived. Well, if my father says that, then it must be so. King Leonhart, who'd been silent until now, concluded that. Surely, when it came to that man, he could easily discern that. If she's indeed an apostle, then we have to make a swift decision. We mustn't waste our time idling, Your Highness. Following that, someone exclaimed. He was none other than the white Baphomet old man I saw at Galahad Fortress. If I recall correctly, then he should be General Jessenberg, who led the 3rd Army, Rampage. While most of Sparta's generals were present, Simon's sister, General Emilia, was nowhere to be seen. Maybe there wasn't enough time to gather all the generals. In spite of that, the throne room was still filled with people, although they mostly didn't say anything. In the upper echelons of the Sparta army, there were many civilians and bossy old men who seemed to be ministers. To be fair, the fact that an apostle had been captured must have garnered a lot of attention. Well, don't be so hasty, uncle. Such degree of cautiousness over a girl with missing limbs. Above all, she'd lost the divine protection of the white god. Therefore, I doubt she'd be able to bring forth such an abominable power again. Still, don't let your guard down. Even if she is without divine protection and is missing her limbs, there's no guarantee that she won't pounce on me and rip my throat. That's awfully accurate, General. Even the day after she lost her limbs and was in tatters, she'd kill a huge armored bear unarmed. Haha, you're exaggerating. So, Will, what are you trying to do by gathering these people? What are you trying to ask for? Don't tell me you only came here for the bounty. You're correct, brother. However, I'm just someone in charge of the defense. First of all, as according to the rules, we should let the person himself express his or her wishes. I see I was slightly off mark. All right then, Adventurer Kurono, you may state your desire. It's finally my turn. I took a deep breath. If I wasn't careful, the moment I said this, a spear may fly at me. In the event of an emergency, I'd escape with Sariel in my arms. All right, I was mentally prepared. I don't care what follows, the future will take care of itself. As a reward for defeating the 7th apostle, Sariel, I'd like her to become my slave. I said it without stuttering, briefly and concisely. However, the throne room was stifling, as if everyone was still waiting for me to say something. That strain. Did they not hear me the first time? Of course, I wasn't whispering either. What? That's just preposterous. As if to blow away my concerns, General Jessenberg screamed. As his shout resounded through the wide throne, my surroundings began to clamor. Thankfully, I didn't have to repeat said preposterous line. Hey, uncle, calm down, your blood pressure is going to spike. Even so, what a shocking request. Do you understand what you're saying, Adventurer Kurono? Even if you have achieved great feats in this battle, what you've just proposed is utterly horrendous. That's right. Thus, voices of objections resounded. For a moment, it was as if I was a star of a diet broadcast in the middle of a heckling session. I had seen this coming. How are you going to turn this around, Will? Silence. Amidst the commotion, the voice of the ruler echoed. Then, as if being splashed with water, silence returned to the throne room. Adventurer Kurono, I've heard your wish. Now, what do you think, Ake? Of course, I deem it unreasonable to enslave such a woman. Jessenberg. Second that. Keeping in mind the danger of the apostles, it's highly unacceptable. Above all, there's no precedent for wanting to enslave the enemy general. The two were absolutely right. In fact, I agreed with them. However, a certain someone directly objected to such an obvious truism. There's no precedent? I honestly didn't expect that from the wise General Jessenberg. Apparently, none of my siblings whom have gathered here noticed. With his glorious red cloak fluttering, Will spread his arms and exclaimed as if he was having a soliloquy. Very well, Will. Say what you have to say. Well then, if I may, after gracefully bowing to his father, Will spoke in a clear voice. What a tragedy! With so many people in one place, how can not a single soul remember the founding myth of our almighty Sparta? Everyone's gazes pierced him all at once. What is this guy talking about? Such was what their gazes implied. His older brother, Eisenhart, also had a hint of confusion on his face. Sieghart, the sword king who built Sparta on this land, and his first queen, Eleonora. I believe no one in this place knows how their relationship began. Kurono, do you have any clues? Nope. Fiona whispered in my ear, and I felt somewhat relieved. Neither of us knew the founding myth of Sparta either. Was it okay to pursue this topic nonetheless? Hey, Will, no way, you. Yes way, brother. The Sword King, Sieghart, defeated the princess of the small country that ruled this land at the time, Princess Eleonora, also known as the Crimson Princess, in a one-on-one duel. By enslaving her, he laid the foundation for building Sparta here. In other words, he took the princess as his own and just took over her kingdom. That's one hell of a story, dude. Your Highness Wilhart, as the Prince of Sparta, that kind of statement is. What? There's no need to mince words by this point, General Jessenberg. Regardless of what may happen afterwards, the fact remains that a man named Sieghart enslaved the girl named Eleonora in the aftermath of the duel. Even the history books attested to that. Above all, my father, His Majesty the King Leonhart, has confirmed it. Certainly, the king's divine protection is Sieghart. I see, is that so? While having a secret conversation with Fiona, I managed to keep up with the story. King Leonhart probably exchanged words with the deified Sieghart, just like I did with Mia. In other words, it's still within a realm of senses for someone who single-handedly defeated an enemy general to recruit her as a slave. Will said with a boastful expression, as if he'd won. However, it seemed that the upper echelons of Sparta weren't so weak-willed as to be caught up in the moment. But isn't that just an embellished story? Nowhere in Sparta's law is there a written and guaranteed right. That's right. Again, isn't it just far-fetched? A relatively sensible counterargument flew from the outfield. Your Highness Wilhart, I think everyone has a point. The point is that my claim has no legal basis, is it? As a representative, General Jessenberg clarified, but will remain composed as if he'd seen it coming. Then, on the contrary, is there a law that prohibits the slavery of the enemy general in the modern law? How about the ancient law? Can those of you who are familiar with the subject offer some insights? Just because it isn't prohibited by law, it's allowed. Aren't you just grasping, Your Highness? If that won't do, General Jessenberg, why are you treating me like a child? I don't need to be lectured about morality. Certainly, I'm still a student, but if there's no law against it, you shall go unpunished. Is the first thing I learned as a freshman, as per the excellent teaching of the seminary faculty. What often was said, as circumventing the law was actually a gray area, where it was unclear whether or not one would be subject to punishment. Even if someone objected to said act, that was just them being biased, and it was unlikely for a punishment to be carried directly simply because of their words. After all, law was everything that was written there, and common senses or something like that had no role in it. I see that you did your homework, Will. Well, as much as my status as a student allows, anyway. Nevertheless, I'm confident, brother. There's no legal basis to ban Kurono's request. Then, what of recent precedents? It's actually the most widely known punishment to force criminals to become slaves of the state and engage in forced labor. Of course, in this case, there's no distinction between men and women. I see, there's a forced labor sentence. I wondered if they'd be forced to work in a mithril mine or something. Also, there are some precedents where nobles and knights, as revenge, sell off their enemies after stripping them of all human rights. That's my best proof that a defeated enemy can be turned into a slave. I see, well, I've heard stories like that. What do we do, General Jessenberg? It's not looking so good for us. Please wait, we can easily refute that with Will, who was fully armed with theory, against the unyielding general. Just when I thought that it'd be a protracted discussion, the end came swiftly and abruptly. All right, I shall grant Adventurer Kurono's wish. King Leonhardt suddenly declared that. Of course, Prince Eisenhardt and General Jessenberg were awestruck. Before they could say anything, the king silenced them with his gaze. Still, there are conditions. I can see why. Hopefully, it wouldn't be something outrageous. While desperately feigning my calm, I met the sharp gaze of the king. Prove that Sariel has received the protection of Dark Knight Phrygia at Pandora Temple. Afterwards, form a master-slave contract with an appropriate ceremony. That's quite sensible. I had no reason to object since it was my plan from the beginning. I won't subject you under harsh interrogation, but I'd like you to testify what you know about the Crusaders. I had seen that coming as well. Sariel no longer had anything to hide about the Crusaders. Lastly, let her participate in the next war against the Crusaders as my soldiers. I understand, but is that really all right? I instinctively asked. If there was an internal conflict, how much damage would Sariel suffer? I saw that she has great power. She'll surely be a great boon for our army. No, that's not what I'm asking. Since you requested to enslave her, you must have been confident in your ability to control Sariel's power. I see, if he puts it that way, I have no choice but to agree. Yes, I'll definitely take care of Sariel and fulfill your expectations. Very well. Then, with this, the battle merits negotiations with Adventurer Kurono will be concluded. While Prince Eisenhardt and General Jessenberg seemed like they still had something to say, they conceded by saying, "Understood, Your Majesty." Anyway, I was truly glad that the conversation ended in the best possible way. For the time being, I was relieved. Father, even though it was supposed to be my spotlight for it to conclude in such an amicable manner. Will was the only one who complained. Chapter 529, The Temple of Pandora. Immediately after the successful negotiation for the enslavement of Sariel, the three of us went to the Pandora Temple together. By the way, Will and I separated at the royal castle. Surely, they'd like to have a family talk without any interruptions. The Pandora Temple itself wasn't that far away from the royal castle. We passed the first defensive wall that protected the castle and headed for the upper section. After making our way through the main street, the temple was within sight. The fact that it was set up on a prime location and faced the main street suggested that it was an important facility along with the Adventurers Guild. By the way, every time we went to the guild, we'd sneak a glance at the magnificent temple, but today we'd be visiting it for the first time. It looks amazing. I felt like I'd become accustomed to the streets of Sparta, but when I saw the temple, where the miracles and mysteries of God were still being performed, I felt like a Japanese tourist once again. The Adventurers Guild HQ, to which I'd been indebted to since I reached rank 5, was also designed like a temple. However, this one was an actual temple. Even the details of its construction and designs were completely exceptional. Looking at the architecture, I wouldn't doubt one could switch their occupations here, or plain use it as a resurrection point. But of course, the Pandora Temple had no such game-like functions. It's quite huge for a temple, but I'm not really an expert at architecture, so I really can't say much. But Fiona seems to recognize it. Yes, it's structurally different, but there are many more great temples and cathedrals in Sinclair than you can find. After having a bland conversation with Fiona, we confidently boarded to the entrance of Pandora Temple. As a side note, several knights were escorting us. After all, the ceremony itself was a direct order from the king. Therefore, they had to clarify Sariel's protection. Hence why explaining the situation and applying for the ceremony were all the knights' duties, while we were just guests who followed the instructions. Even though it worshipped the black gods, the color of the temple was based on white instead of black. Overall, it felt like a Greek temple, and despite my Japanese origin, I could sense the divine atmosphere. For that reason, when I started walking in the dungeon-like temple, I was driven by the desire to explore here and there. But for now, I'd have to bear it. After all, I could visit that place anytime. With that in mind, we proceeded through the white corridor of the temple without wasting our time looking around, before stopping in front of some huge double doors. We've arrived, Kurono. From now on, only the parties involved in the master-slave contract may proceed. The archpriest is already waiting inside. Understood. Since I already had Sariel in my arms, all I had to do now was to open the door and enter. Good luck, Kurono. Yeah. Leaving Fiona, who kindly sent me off, I walked past the double doors that were opened by the knight. Despite what the double doors suggested, the room wasn't all that spacious. At most, it was the size of a classroom. I used a classroom as a comparison because the room also consisted of a teacher's desk and a blackboard. On the wall behind the doors, jet black lithographs were embedded akin to a blackboard. Judging from its color and luster, the material resembled that of the obelisk standing in the plaza. It seemed to contain the Zero Chronicle. Then, on a simple altar that resembled a teacher's desk, stood a rotund man who seemed to be the archpriest. A white vestment similar to the healer robe that Nell once wore, paired with a conspicuous golden necklace bearing some kind of crest. Other than that, he wore no extravagant accessories. Compared to the Crusader priests, his appearance could be said to be simple. However, his stern, middle-aged face, along with a black stream of tattoos drawn on his skin head that resembled a magic circle, I didn't know what to say other than that he seemed menacing. Welcome to the Pandora Temple, Adventurer Kurono. I've already heard the story. Let's cut to the case and begin the ritual. The archpriest had this no-nonsense atmosphere to him. Well, not like I wanted to engage in idle chatter with him. First of all, we shall confirm the existence of divine protection. Subject, you may stand in the center of the room. Pardon me, I'll prepare a pedestal. After turning a sharp glance at Sariel, who was in my arms, the archpriest recited in a small voice. I only realized he was chanting after seeing a white, square-shaped, bed-like pedestal protruding from the floor with a gurgling noise as if two stones were grinding against each other. Hey, doesn't this look similar? Certainly it is. The bed in the experimental facility is very similar in shape and material. My fellow lab rat agreed. To be honest, I didn't want her to lie down on this white pedestal because it was triggering, but refusing wouldn't lead to anything. I'm sorry, Sariel, please bear with it. Bear with what? Am I the only one who's concerned? Amidst my confusion, I found myself apologizing as I placed Sariel on the white pedestal that I loathed to see. Either way, it seemed that the preparation was complete. As instructed, I moved to the corner of the room so as to not get in the way. Now then, let's begin the ceremony. I, the archpriest, Oliver Herodotus, swears to the lawful goddess Amadeus. If I wasn't mistaken, the lawful goddess Amadeus was involved in all kinds of trials. With her divine protection, there should be an absolute guarantee that there were no falsehoods. I had no doubt that Sariel received Phrygia's divine protection, even more so after she used magic similar to the pseudo-thunder attribute. Considering Sariel's background as an apostle, if there was even a single black god who was biased against the white gods and slandered her, she'd be sent to the gap of Cocytus to join I without further questions. It should be okay, right? Despite the smoke of anxiety in my chest, I had no choice but to silently watch the progression. Even though it was a rite that borrowed the power of a god, it wasn't all that flashy. On the blackboard behind the priest, several faint inscriptions flashed while the altar glowed dimly. There was no epiphany from God, nor did Sariel's body fly or shine. Just like that, before I could start praying to my own goddess, Mia, the ceremony was over. As requested, I've confirmed the existence of the divine protection of Dark Knight Phrygia. This is the certificate. Ignoring my anxiety, the archpriest announced the result in a business tone. The certificate itself was an ordinary piece of parchment, but it had a winged helmet, a trident, and a crest with a thunder motif seared onto it. Looking at the faint smoke, it felt like it had been branded just now. This is probably what was shining on the altar. Have you confirmed it? I'll submit this certificate to the Sparta army right away. As for Kurono, he'll receive a certificate of protection from the temple at a later date. Usually, one would receive a certificate with the god's crest engraved on it, but this time it was an exception since he had to report it to Sparta. Well, not like I wanted it or anything, and it's already enough if I can prove it to them. Then, we shall proceed to the master-slave contract ceremony based on the protection of Dark Knight Phrygia. Is that all right? As long as the person herself was there, no special preparations were necessary, so I readily obliged. Then, Kurono, please go to the center of the room and stand right next to the pedestal. I did as I was told and approached Sariel on the pedestal. Sariel was as silent and expressionless as ever, but when I got close, her red eyes shifted towards me. Hey, while it may be too late for this, are you all right with this? I'd never asked her that question. I'd intended to, but when I saw Fiona standing next to her, I just couldn't. I knew it was a foolish question. Even if she expressed her discontentment, it wouldn't change anything. No, more than that, I just wanted to assuage my own guilt. Since I'd finally asked that question, it meant that my mental fortitude only amounted to that extent. No matter how much I wanted to save her, to let her become a slave. Moreover, Shirasaki was also Japanese. I couldn't imagine how much she'd hate it to become a slave. How do you feel about this? Don't worry, this is what I want. What would ask her to do? To Sariel, her own feelings were probably the hardest thing to understand. Excuse me, please start the ritual. No, it's important to confirm the person's feelings. Otherwise, Dark Knight Phrygia is unlikely to let you sign the contract. If so, the ritual would end in failure. Well, considering that I had fought and defeated her, it may be considered a success either way. After all, despite being a contact, the magnitude wouldn't compare to that of receiving divine protection. If anything, it only served as God's approval. In the worst-case scenario, where the ritual failed, I only needed Sparta's acknowledgement to enslave her. Since it was a magical world where slaves existed, I expected there to be a spell that subjected the slaves to absolute obedience, but in reality, there wasn't. The master couldn't electrocute the slave or put her under a mental constraint just by thinking about it. Nevertheless, there were abominable magic items that could produce similar effects. At the very least, in Sparta, something like Angel Ring wasn't popular. Slaves were merely treated like slaves and weren't restrained by advanced magic that stripped them of free will. Or rather, if there was, it'd cost far more than just buying a slave. For that reason, even if the contract ritual was concluded, Sariel wouldn't be put under any kind of restrictions. Hence why, in the worst-case scenario, I'd be required to have the ability to suppress Sariel in the case of a rebellion. It was my responsibility as her master. Of course, I was also fully aware of the fact that Sariel had no intention of rebelling. We shall proceed with the ceremony. I, the archpriest by the name of Oliver Herodotus, swears to the lawful goddess Amadeus under the name of Dark Knight Phrygia to witness the rite of covenant where Knight Sariel swears her fealty to her lord. After giving a slightly different introduction than before, the archpriest chanted once again. Since the chant itself was done in the language native to this world, I couldn't comprehend it. Or rather, the chant of the ritual, which was much longer than a normal spell, had a unique intonation akin to that of a sutra. Therefore, it sounded unfamiliar. I understood the chant as something similar to the fire spell that often flew at me, or the earth spell that often shielded me, but well, that was the extent of it. As expected, the language of another world was still beyond me. Knight Sariel, do you pledge eternal loyalty to your lord, Kurono? Yes, I swear. At first, it sounded like a wedding vow to me, but that changed when I heard Sariel's mechanical response. Since the contract itself was part of a necessary measure, it shouldn't have any special meanings. After this, I'd probably be asked if I accept Sariel as my knight, and I'd just answer yes for business purpose. Kurono, you may accept Knight Sariel's loyalty with a kiss of oath. A kiss of oath. Looking at the archpriest's stern expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Hold on a minute. Isn't that just strange? It's a master-slave contract, so why the need to kiss? What if it's two men? Wait, maybe, just maybe. Can I use the back of my hand? What are you talking about? Of course it's on the lips. He stared at me as if I was the one who lacked common sense. Am I? Please do it right away. If we wait too long, it'd be considered a refusal. I understand. That'd be a problem. I know, a kiss, right? I'll do it as much as you want, this bastard. At the same time, I felt so pathetic for being relieved at the notion that Fiona wasn't there. I made up my mind and approached Sariel, who stared at me as if nothing had happened. Both of us were silent. After all, I couldn't help but recall the deplorable memory of that night. Briefly, it felt as if I was about to bestow a kiss upon the slumbering Snow White, but when I was only an inch away, I halted. A tremendous sense of reluctance. Is this really okay? Such a meaningless thought swirled. Ah, damn it. What is wrong with me? I need to do it. There's nothing else to it. All right, time to prepare myself. MMN. Sariel moved first. Without a doubt, our lips brushed against each other. For the first time in 3 months, we'd kissed. Congratulations, the contract is now complete. From now on, Knight Sariel will devote her life to serving her lord, Kurono. By the time the archpriest's words reached my ears, she'd already withdrew. Thank you. Although my heart was still in a mess, I managed to conceal it and muster some words of gratitude. Anyway, I was glad that everything went off without a hitch. Yes, let's leave it at that. Section. The Archpriest's POV. Afterwards, despite their terrifying appearances, the adventurer, Kurono, departed with his newly appointed knight, Sariel. Thus, the Archpriest, Oliver, who was in charge of the Pandora Temple in Sparta, exhaled deeply. What in the name of? On top of the altar that could be found anywhere in the temple, within his hands, was a piece of parchment. It was none other than the certificate with the crest of Dark Knight Phrygia. If it was only that one, then there was nothing to be surprised about. There were many people in Sparta who received the protection of the same goddess. Thinking about it, when he performed his first ceremony as a priest, the name Phrygia also appeared. Indeed, the problem wasn't the first sheet that showed Sariel's divine protection, but the second sheet underneath. As a loyal follower of the lawful goddess Amadeus, Oliver was against cheating or deceiving his surroundings. Nevertheless, he was also aware that the world wasn't so sweet for that kind of ideal. In order to carry out that ceremony, Oliver had also undertaken a request to secretly investigate the divine protection of the adventurer, Kurono. Upon seeing the wax seal bearing the Sparta's flag on the letter, signifying the king's decree, he couldn't possibly object. The leader of the rank 5 adventurer party, Element Master, Kurono. Surely, everyone in Sparta recognized that name. In the battle against the monster army in Ischia half a year ago, he rescued the trapped students of the seminary and received an award. Just 3 months ago, the 5th Galahad War broke out. There, Kurono achieved such remarkable success that it wouldn't be strange for him to be hailed as a hero. However, the source of his power was unknown. He didn't belong to any school of swordsmanship, nor did he was enlisted in the mage society. Above all, no one could put a name to his divine protection. Despite his tremendous power, it was only natural for the country to be wary of someone of unknown origins. Thus, it fell on Oliver's lap to shed light to Kurono's identity once and for all. It was deemed as necessary, not for himself, but for Sparta. In the end, despite his reluctance, Oliver demonstrated his ability as an archpriest. Along with assessing Sariel's divine protection, he secretly appraised Kurono during the ritual. Such was the result. No way, I've never seen anything like this before. The parchment that appraised Kurono was blackened and scorched on one side, as if it had just survived a fire. In this ritual, the crests that represented each god, the so-called stigmata, were engraved into the parchment. It was the simplest but surest way to prove it. Nevertheless, if the bearer was inexperienced, the stigmata would be faint, if not segmented, making it difficult to distinguish. As a matter of course, if someone who hadn't received any protections were subjected to the ritual, the parchment would be left blank. Hence why it was inconceivable that one side of the parchment would be completely charred like that. Regardless, does this prove that you indeed have divine protection? After all, as long as there was a change in the parchment, it also meant that the stigmata was engraved on it. However, even Oliver, who'd perfectly memorized all the existing stigmata, couldn't come up with anything. In other words, that pitch-black parchment, which seemed to be engraved with darkness, represented an unidentified blessing that had never been recorded in history. No way. Won't you shut up already, Archpriest of Sparta? Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. A voice of a small child, yet one that filled him with a sense of intimidation nonetheless. In fact, even the battle-hardened Oliver, who'd banished countless undead back to hell, couldn't even afford to shout, "Who the hell are you?" He couldn't even move. It was as if he was frozen solid. Behind him, there was a tremendous presence that he had never encountered in his long life. There was no mistaking it. Someone was behind him, and they were neither humans nor monsters, but something even more horrifying. "I'm still on time, right? I'll have a talk with Amma. As for you, I don't understand shall be your report to them. Who are you? What are you talking about?" Even if he tried to express it in words, only painful sighs leaked out of his mouth. It was as if he'd forgotten how to breathe. No, it was as if the very laws of the world prevented him from conversing with that inhumane being. "When the time comes, I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out. Whose blessing did that adventurer, Kurono, receive?" Ahuwarg's unity of mind, focus. Unleashing his solid mental fortitude, honed through rigorous training and intense combat training, Oliver freed himself of the paralysis and turned around. Well then, may Sparta be protected by the black gods. All Oliver saw was an ancient magic lithograph, commonly known as the blackboard, on which a magic circle drawn with crimson lines and consisting of small characters floated faintly. Of course, he couldn't recognize it, since he'd never seen it before. It was as if the mysterious child that once stood behind him had returned to another world from that very blackboard. Still, to think that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. It felt as if he was daydreaming. Nevertheless, merely remembering that overwhelming presence and pressure sent shivers down his spine. With the abnormality gone for the time being, he took 1 or 2 deep breaths to calm himself. Before he knew it, his face was covered in cold sweat, as if he'd just purified a powerful undead. From his pocket, he fished out a nice, floral handkerchief that didn't at all befit his appearance and wiped his face. Only then did he regain his sense of safety. After taking the last, deep breath, Oliver lowered his head reverently towards the blackboard and said, "Your wish is my command, Your Majesty the Emperor, Mia Elrod." Section Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 530, In Search of New Armor. Did something happen? No, nothing. The ceremony ended without a hitch. While subtly averting my gaze, I told Fiona that it ended safely. Afterwards, the Sparta knights who accompanied us to Pandora Temple went back to the castle to give their report, and we had nothing else to do. In other words, we'd part way here. However, since we'd come all the way to the Pandora Temple, I decided to try and see what I can do for Sariel. After all, she required regenerative treatment for missing limbs. In addition to being in charge of divine protection, Pandora Temple also served as a medical institution. Their building wasn't huge for no reason. By the way, there were several wards in the lower section of Sparta, along with an isolation ward some distance away from the outer wall. For that reason, I tried to find out how long would Sariel treatment take and how much it'd cost. "Kurono, what is your plan? Since we'd obtained the bounty for the Galahad War, it'd be better to start the treatment right away." Thus, we discovered that her treatment would take roughly 3 months, and that it'd cost 50 million cran. While the 3 months recovery sounded nice, the cost was wild. Hearing it made me want to start a donation campaign where I'd stand in front of the station, begging for everyone to pity our poor Sariel, who was suffering from a chronic illness. Although, considering that the treatment would result in full recovery of all her missing limbs, the cost was understandable. In fact, it was extraordinarily cheap. I heard that for an ordinary person, they'd have to fork up 50 million for a single limb. Furthermore, the treatment period would require more than a year. Why was Sariel's treatment cheap and took less time? It was due to none other than her superhuman remodeled body. Despite unable to regenerate her missing limbs, her healing rate was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, her inherent resilience surpassed that of wild monsters. As such, she could easily receive physically demanding treatments. Hence why they could perform regenerative treatment at a tremendous speed, something that was otherwise impossible for ordinary people. Therefore, because it'd consume less time, the treatment cost was significantly cheaper. Besides, the treatment itself wouldn't require that much effort due to her strong body and resilience. Upon hearing that, I wasn't that surprised, but the same couldn't be said about the priest who examined her. Understandable, it wasn't that often you got to meet a remodeled homunculus from the White Sacrament. Anyway, I thought it'd be better to start treatment as soon as possible because of the low cost and the short period of hospital visits. Besides, it wasn't like we couldn't pay. Well, it's not like we're going to nurse her forever. If she doesn't start working as a slave soon, it'd be problematic. Quite a natural statement from Fiona, but maybe I felt stung because I had become fond of Sariel. But I don't need nursing. Until I recover, I can use prosthetic arms and legs instead. Sariel could use a black magic called Violet Flash Blackening. By the way, I hadn't looked into said magic yet. With that power, she could freely manipulate gauntlets and armor as if they were her own limbs, even ill-fitting ones. As such, there was no hindrance to daily life. Certainly, when we fought Gluttony Octo, immediately after awakening to her divine protection, her special martial arts, Demonic Spear Brionac, was forcibly cancelled after her magic hit rock bottom. Nevertheless, we were no longer in battle, so there was no need to worry. As expected, her current power couldn't be compared to an apostle, but it was still amazing. Most likely, Sariel's mana pool hadn't changed from before she received divine protection. If you have something suitable that fit me, it'd suffice. Then, shall we go shopping while you're receiving treatment? Incidentally, I also have to look for new armor. After all, Diabolo's embrace was completely destroyed in the battle against Sariel, that Lily gave up on retrieving it. Or them because it had been torn to pieces. Even if she managed to collect all of them, I didn't think anyone would be able to salvage it. In the end, I had no choice but to give up. It was somewhat sad to think that the second generation only amounted to this, but in the fiercest battle, it had protected me until the end. Just like the first generation, let's praise it for its splendid defense. Then, shall we go to Mordred Weapons Firm? It shouldn't be that far from here. Come to think of it, it was the first time I'd ever been to the main store in the upper section. Usually, if my cured weapon needed fixing, I'd just go to the Strato's blacksmith. And if I wanted to buy a long sword for sword arts, the branch near the seminary would suffice. In such an occasion, it might be a good idea to look for a new cursed weapon. Sure, we can do that. Finally, after a long time, we get to go on a date. Why yeah, I only got the hint after Fiona spelled it out for me. Am I that dense? The last time we did it was after we got back from fighting Laspin. Although I didn't consider that one a date, but Fiona might have fallen in love with me since then. But in the battle against Laspin, didn't she become a sacrifice for evolving the cursed hatchet? I even slashed her back. Why'd she fall in love with a man who caused her so much pain? I also wear the ring. Right, I've seen you wearing it before. I usually remove it when I go on quests. After all, it'd be troublesome if it breaks again. Is she anxious? The first one I gave as a present had a warding effect. I never thought that it'd be activated and destroyed on the same day. I'm glad you're taking care of it. Of course, it's a gift from Kurono. When she said that with a straight expression, it was difficult to tell whether she was serious or just joking. But since it was Fiona, I was sure she was being sincere. Thinking about it made me somewhat embarrassed. Now that we are going out, I should be more thoughtful about my next gift choice. Well then, let's go. I hesitated when I thought of holding her hands. What should I say to her? Or should I just do it? It was our first date as lovers. As a man, I should initiate it. In my defense, I also wished to hold her hand and take her on a date. Thus, I removed the gray sheep glove from my left hand and offered it to Fiona. See, can we? Why would I ask that? Fiona awkwardly averted her gaze and didn't immediately take my hand. It's okay. No, if anything, please. Is that so, then? Her cheeks were flushed. I could tell that Fiona was embarrassed. Maybe I had a similar expression. Ah, damn. Just the other day, I slept with Fiona, who wore a transparent negligee. Why would I be embarrassed when we were only holding hands? Gently, Fiona's shivering white hand overlapped with my left hand. It felt as if I was handling an expensive and delicate object. Okay, let's go. All right, I'll be in your care. Even though I suddenly felt awkward, I still took her hand and strolled around the city of Sparta. After I felt accustomed to holding hands, we arrived at Mordred Weapon Firm's main store. As expected, it was much more splendid compared to the branch. Instead of a temple-like structure like the guild, The huge, solid stone architecture made it seem like a concrete building. However, on the front door and in the corners of the compartments, there was a signboard with a skull symbol that said Deca Deca and Mordred Weapons Firm. Anyone could tell at a glance that it was a weapon shop. It's bustling with crowds, well, somewhat. There are more people than usual, rather. It feels like everyone's gathering in front of the store. Just as Fiona said, the front of the Mordred Weapons Firm main store was full of people. It was as if a world-famous superstar was about to exit the store. Is there some kind of event being held? I was kind of interested. Well, I guess it didn't really matter. I had some unfinished business, so I'd have to enter the store. There was no reason to hesitate. Thus, I took Fiona's hand and approached the store. "Excuse me, are you in the middle of an event?" Coincidentally, we spotted an employee wearing a skull-shaped apron and called out to him. Why, if it isn't Sir Kurono, the hero of the Galahad War? Instead of the young male employee, someone behind him answered my question. He quietly emerged from the large black shadow. Well, if it isn't Chairman Mordred himself. It's been a long time since we last met, Kurono. It's an honor that you still remember my face. All skeletons are skulls, so there's no telling them apart. That said, I certainly recognized the lich-like, nouveau rich skeleton who was ostentatiously followed by his employees in front of me. I'd never forget how, when I first visited Sparta's weapon shop, I was almost forced to grab a mithril sword, or the random intrusion event that was staged during the Cursed Carnival. What's with the change in attitude? Isn't it natural? Now you're a famous figure in Sparta. No, please don't mention it. Besides, it feels disturbing when you humble yourself like that. It was an outrageous way to deal with the representative of the largest arms dealer in Sparta, but I didn't remember ever opening up to him. Moreover, there was no real damage so far, so that was good. Ha ha ha, then let me take your word for it. For some reason, I've always been clumsy with the use of honorifics. Furthermore, I'm an advocate of friendly customer service. Friendly, more like shady. After all, he always seemed about to reap my soul. Then again, it wasn't like I could comment on his face. Well, no need to be so wary. Since you're a collector of cursed weapons, I can already guess why you're here. Ha, recently, a first-class gem has been added to my collection. Take a closer look. Mordred, who was in a ridiculously good mood, laughed almost exactly like Will. I'd like to apologize, though. Being utterly honest, I had no idea what he was talking about. No, today I just came to check the store. Well, it doesn't matter. Did you chance upon a powerful cursed weapon? Despite being unfamiliar with it, your guess is almost correct. There's indeed something new. However, it isn't a cursed weapon. It isn't. Yes, it's armor. A accursed armor. I see, that kind of thing exists. Although it might be unsurprising. After all, both armor and other equipment could also be cursed. Rather, because armor was often worn for combat, it'd easily be possessed by a curse, just like a weapon. But it isn't just your ordinary armor. The construction and the lore of the armor are all first class. If not for the fact that it's cursed, it'd have become a national treasure. That's amazing. Mordred's passionate explanation piqued my interest. It's the tyrant's armor, Maximilian. In the ancient times, the armor was donned by a tyrant who massacred many people, ranging from the enemy soldiers to his own people, and single-handedly built a mountain of corpses. In the end, he led his own country to ruin. As such, the curse is by no means weak. Seriously. Since it isn't just a simple antique, it can't be appraised using conventional methods. Therefore, it was unclear whether the legend is true or not. But once you feel the terrible curse it emits, I'm sure you will understand. Of course. Oh no, I'm getting too excited. What's more, the armor has fallen into my hands. I spent about 300 million cran at the auction, but it doesn't matter. If anything, the fact that it was put up for sale is a miracle in and on itself. No matter what you do, I won't let go of it. Hence why you're only allowed to take a look. I didn't like his attitude at all. Still, it wasn't like I had any intention of stealing it from its rightful owner. For the time being, let's just admire the infamous tyrant's armor. When will that armor arrive? It's almost time to arrive, but... Mordred fished out his golden pocket watch, and in the next moment, a chill ran down my spine. Reflexively, or rather, I was made to look in the direction where I felt the presence. It truly felt as if an invisible force had grabbed my head. Kurono, this is just. Yeah, this guy's bad news. Fiona and I stared at each other. However, there was nothing beyond our field of vision except for the bustling everyday scenery of the main street of Sparta. In a split second, it was as if the space had distorted. No, it was just an optical illusion. Nevertheless, it was caused by an abominably dense curse. Finally it's here. From the corner of the main street, a cargo emerged. It was pulled by two herbivorous yet enormous dragons that couldn't be compared to ordinary land dragons. With a loud creak, the two dragons pulled a wagon containing a huge steel box. The size was around 3 cubic meters. The color was a disturbing mix of familiar jet black metallic luster with a dim, whitish glow. Blackening, it's been eroded by the curse. But isn't that box originally made of holy silver mithril? That's correct. If it's an ordinary cursed item, it'd have long been purified. But as you can see, it can barely contain Maximilian. In fact, I had to switch the container 3 times on the way. How ridiculous. While the cursed hatchet was submerged in lead, it at least waited for me to return. Are those around it priests? They have to go out of their way to put up barriers around the thing. As the cargo slowly advanced, horse-riding priests in white vestments were circling it. Each of them was raising a simple wooden wand that emitted a faint white glow, forming a shining film which encompassed the container. A light element barrier conjured by 4 people, coupled with a mithril container. And yet, despite that, they still couldn't suppress the curse. How much did the transport cost? Well, it's nothing more than a small labor fee. When it came to their hobbies, some people suddenly lost their self-control. Well, since Mordred was the so-called filthy rich, I guess it didn't matter. While pondering about such things, I looked at the approaching container. The sense of resentment was growing. I didn't know what kind of rumors the employees of the weapon firm spread, but the spectators buzzed as the curse made itself known. However, even if they stayed around this part, I doubted they'd get the chance to witness the thing. Surely, it'd be delivered to the storage. It'd be beyond stupid to just reveal the extremely cursed armor to the masses, unless a fairly formidable seal had been placed beforehand. If by some accident, Maximilian were to be released, was it my fault for imagining such a disturbing situation? Someone's furious scream echoed through the sunny main street. No way did the faint presence of the curse drive him insane, but it seemed that wasn't the case. And no, someone stopped that imbecile. How dare he lay his finger on my armor? Mordred swiftly issued some instructions. Ahead of his gaze was a cargo that already advanced to the store, and a white-robed figure who ran towards it. To suppress the curse, 4 priests were hired to guard the cargo. However, since they had to maintain the barrier, they couldn't move. Therefore, instead of the priests, the adventurers who were stationed around the cargo were the ones who intercepted. One of the hired adventurers unsheathed his weapon while calling out to that figure. The tension rose. The once cursed atmosphere was filled with hostility emitted by the surrounding people. Hey, I'm telling you to stop. If you get any closer, I'll cut you down. Wicked existence, disappear from this world. The adventurer clicked his tongue before ruthlessly cutting down the man in white. The man, who didn't show the slightest resistance, suffered a deep cut from his shoulder. With spattering of blood, the man's corpse tumbled across the street. At the same time, the bottle that he was holding fell and shattered on the ground with a bang. What is that? Water? HMPH, how foolish. As if you can purify Maximilian with holy water. No, that's not it. Amidst the presence of curse drifting around, I sensed some hostility. Since it wasn't directed at me, it was difficult to notice. By the time I found out who it was, all the people who were hiding emerged all at once. Destroy the wicked existence. Return the light to the world. May the untarnished brilliance guide us. While shouting such incomprehensible lines, from the shadow of the building, across the street, and even amidst the crowd, several people rushed towards the cargo. Who are these people? They're a bunch of fanatics. They're going to kill us all. The hired adventurers readied their weapons to intercept the assailants, who were dressed like ordinary citizens. The sudden turn of events caused an uproar as the crowd began to scamper away. Despite the commotion, I didn't feel like I was in any real danger, so I didn't escape. The raiders seemed to be amateurs with no combat experience. They were defeated by the hired adventurers one after another. In the first place, they were unarmed, and all they had was holy water for purification. At this rate, we should be able to quell down the suicide attack without any trouble. Kurono, up there. Fiona suddenly tugged at my sleeve to get my attention. When I turned upwards, I saw a silhouette of a man on the roof of a 4-story building next to the Mordred weapon firm. As if he was about to end himself, he put his roof on the edge of the roof. Did he really jump down? It didn't take long for gravity to claim him, and the man fell towards the cobblestone road a few dozen meters far below. I was mistaken. Instead, the man fell on the cargo, which had just stopped due to the clash against the raiders. The man was aiming for the cargo from the beginning. Why did he choose such a reckless method that may result in his demise? Why did he make such a decision in the first place? I didn't know. I didn't want to know. However, by taking advantage of the fight that broke out, he managed to reach the mithril container. His body fell with a thud. At the same time, the sound of glass shattering could be heard. Unlike the others, the fallen man equipped himself with a lot of holy water. And no, with such a large amount of holy water, the container will. In the next moment, I heard a sound of melting metal, which sounded eerily similar to Gluttony Octo's acid breath. Then, a loud, shrill scream echoed. Crack! A large crack could be seen on the top of the mithril container, which should have been durable. The copious amount of holy water must have caused a sudden reaction on the part that was corroded by the curse. It was almost akin to splashing liquid nitrogen onto a steel plate that'd been heated to the melting point. The container isn't going to last. Evacuate, we have to evacuate. The screams came from the priests, who'd rise a barrier to contain the curse. Why are they afraid of a mere piece of equipment? I naively thought so for a moment. Certainly, the curse was enough to drive people insane, but if the priests continued to maintain the barrier, nothing should have happened. However, the priests and the escorting adventurers frantically left the truck along with the panicked crowd. They even abandoned the captured raiders. They acted as if the cursed armor went on a rampage. What is that? Briefly, I could glimpse a black something from the crack in the container. Ordinary people might gloss over it, thinking it was just their imagination, but I definitely saw it. It was a chain, a black one. A chain woven with black magic that looked almost similar as my bind arts. As I arrived to that conclusion, the black chains gushed out of the crack. The chain, which was 2 times thicker than my bind arts, wriggled like a bloodthirsty hydra. Yes, the chain definitely has a target. It ran through the air before wrapping itself around one of the captured assailants. Org, divine protection of the untarnished light, protect me. Just in case, are you asking for help? From that man, a scream that resembled the chant of a crusader was emitted. Light, lend me. With that as his final words, the man was dragged into the container by the chain. I didn't even have to think about what happened to him. The tyrant's armor, Maximilian has obtained a wearer. The crack that ran through the ceiling of the container suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it ran through the wall as if torn apart by force from the inside. The entrance to the container, which should have been sealed shut, was opened with a harsh, high-pitched metallic sound. Once again, the ancient tyrant stepped his foot on this world. Slowly, just like the steps of a king, he calmly stepped out of the container. Even under the clear blue sky, the place where he stood was colored in darkness, giving me the illusion of the night sky where the new moon shone. Overwhelmingly dense dark magic pooled there. However, I could see it clearly, the shape of the armor. To put it simply, it was a jet-black full-plate mail. However, it wasn't anything like the blackened heavy mail I donned during my battle against the Gluttony Octo. At the very least, the basic idea of the design was different from the heavy knights, which was made with the servant of the white god in mind. However, it was neither luxurious, dignified, nor befitting for a king. Rather than awe, it incited pure terror. The jet-black armor boasted a terrifying shape that could be called the armor of the demon king rather than that of a mere king. 2 large horns, akin to the demon Baphomet's, grew from the helmet. Instead of a goat, the face guard was shaped like a skull, whose face was distorted into a wrathful look. The chest, which boasted the most defense, had a shape reminiscent of ribs. Even when viewed as a whole, the motif of a human skeleton could be seen everywhere. However, the tips of the gauntlets and the feet were akin to the claw of a dragon. All 5 fingertips were adorned with sharp claws, but they were neither too long nor too big to hinder the use of the weapon. At the same time, it was probably sharp enough to puncture the human body with a mere punch. The more I paid attention to details, the more I could read the hidden aggressiveness and ferocity. Instead of admiring it with a watchful gaze like a critic, I was overwhelmed with emotions. Yes, from the moment I saw that armor. It's so cool, I want it. Chapter 531, Kurono versus Maximilian. Kurono, by any chance are you going up against that? Well, how do I say this, it's not like we can just leave it alone. When Fiona's cold stare pierced me, I rushed to explain myself. I wasn't lying though, well, not entirely. We have absolutely nothing to do with the rampaging armor though, but if that's what Kurono wants, then it's fine with me. Am I bad, thanks? As a girlfriend, it's only natural for me to do my best for my boyfriend. I was honestly amazed at Fiona, who could say that with a straight face. As we blushed and shared such a corny exchange, the crowd had vanished. Everyone scattered like ants. The people of Spada Shore are fleet-footed. I'm sorry, Fiona. If possible, please refrain from destroying the armor. 'Cause it's really cool. Well, there's that. But if we didn't retrieve it safely, it's unlikely for Mordred to reimburse us for our trouble. I had no intention of doing free work for such a dangerous fella. A job of this extent wasn't worth it without equal compensation. In that case, I don't think I can help much. Do you have any plan? For the time being, I'll try to see if I can suppress it with blackening. Since the plan was to capture it, while causing the most minimum damage, I should consider myself lucky that Fiona even agreed to lend a hand. All right, let's see what we can do. Okay, however, if I judge it to be dangerous, I'll obliterate that armor. Got it. I made up my mind to watch my step before advancing towards the cursed armor. I wore the slumbering gray glove on my left hand and summoned my reliable companions from within the darkness. Feels good to be back. The cursed machete adorned my right hand, while Evil Eater adorned my left. Armed with 2 cursed blades, my battle preparations were completed. Although, if I were to be nitpicky, I felt somewhat uneasy wearing an attire that had no defensive power. In contrast, my opponent had no weapons whatsoever. It was like a battle of the fiercest spear and the mightiest shield. Hey, the cool armor over there, won't you let me wear you? The armor, Maximilian, was bathed in horrific magical powers that made my hair stand. It seemed about to pounce at any moment, and yet I still called out to it. Apparently, it could understand me. The armor slowly turned to face me and, to my surprise, replied, "Show me your might." Then, it's battle as usual. Well then, let me set it up first. It was my first fight ever since I'd returned to Spada. In other words, it'd be the first time for me to test out the 5th divine protection in an actual battle. While I'd yet mastered the pseudo-wind attribute, I practiced the basics. At the very least, to the extent I could conjure wind without chanting. I could now conjure a small mass of wind. Imagine a turbulence swirling in a balloon. Yes, a balloon. Thus, if stimulated a little, it'd burst. Nevertheless, it had simple directivity. Then, I manifested something on the ground, right in front of my heel. I couldn't see it since it was behind me, but there was probably a thin, black smoke-like gas swirling around. In short, it was akin to a cushion used for a crouching start in athletics, and it also acted as a booster that gave explosive propulsion from the first step. Let's go. When I lightly pressed my soles against the ground, the black smoke propeller exploded. The compressed gust followed the pre-incorporated method of propulsion and was released in front of wind pressure. My remodeled and enhanced leg strength was the same as before, but if I used this, I could accelerate twice as fast. It was probably an acceleration force that no ordinary people could perceive. With such speed, I ran through a short distance of about 5 meters, and by the time I arrived in front of my opponent, exactly a second had passed in the world. First off, I'd sever the elbow joint and seal its means of attack. With my 2 swords, I could slash off both of its limbs at once. Whoa. However, my dual strike only pierced nothing. A moment ago, I did see a slight movement from the armor. That's. The armor had teleported to my right. From the start, I knew it was neither teleportation magic nor an illusionary transformation. Then, on the surface of the jet-black armor, crimson streaks akin to the ones on my cursed hatchet began to emerge. At the same time, a venomous yet vivid line of light flourished on its aura, which was akin to a bottomless abyss. Immediately, my focus shifted to its back. From behind him, soundlessly, bright red particles began to burst. Seeing that, I realized something. Does it have a booster similar to Taurus? A terrifying ancient weapon that destroyed the colossal and unparalleled wall of Galahad. Shining particles streamed from the back of the armor, just like the magic booster that powered the steel body of Taurus to fly and move at high speed in the air. It wasn't something that could be recreated using modern magic technology. Although, in the case of Taurus, since he used normal magic, it had a blue phosphorescence. But in this guy's case, it glowed red due to being fueled by black magic. Well, it isn't just armor, but also ancient woe. At that moment, the figure of the tyrannical armor, Maximilian, blurred. In the next moment, it was already in front of me. I narrowly dodged its sharp, piercing attack, which reminded me of Sariel's stinger. What a tremendous speed. Next time, I should use Overexcel to make sure that I was safe. That mobility was too dangerous. Black calm. To avoid the piercing tendril, I tilted my body to the side. Even in the half-collapsed position, I was able to unleash my usual black calm. While I had no intention of destroying that armor, I still used martial arts because I believed in its defensive power. I hadn't landed a single blow yet, but I know. If I'd wanted to split that armor in two, I'd have to wait for the perfect opportunity to use black calm. However, if I only intended to repel it, then a normal martial art should suffice. However, I didn't get the heavy response I expected. Maximilian flew right behind, leaving only a crimson gleam of an afterimage. The tip of my cursed hatchet didn't even scratch the ribbed chest armor. So, you can also spin around. How troublesome. It wasn't only fast when moving in a straight line, but also when flying backwards. Even though it was powered by a booster, it could fly left and right as if ignoring inertia. Even though the armor seemed twice as heavy as regular heavy armor, the movement was as fluid as a swordsman or an assassin. My initial plan was to overtake him using blackening and a heavy blow. But if I didn't do something to seal its movement, I wouldn't be able to deal a critical hit. Sword Art's Blast Blade. While it wouldn't deal much damage, it'd block some of its movement. With that in mind, I summoned the sword that'd been replenished from my Shadow Gate. I didn't have time to conjure 10, so I only took out 4. As I took out some weapon from the dimension magic, I went to its left blind spot and rushed straight in. A blast! As the armor turned around, I slammed the explosive magic sword onto him. But suddenly, when I was about to close our distance, the swords didn't explode, no way. Since I was directly controlling it, it was absolutely impossible for the blast blade to malfunction. There were mainly 2 causes that prevented it from exploding. One was when it was hit by a strong drain like Ursula's, and the other if the link was severed. This time, it was probably the latter. In other words, Maximilian had caught the flying sword arts. On the verge of detonation, Maximilian had accelerated and caught the 2 blades that were supposed to hit him on the chest. Following that, 2 more blades flew towards him from both directions. Both of his hands were full. As such, the 2 remaining swords were supposed to hit him. However, he unfurled his jet black chain, the same one that forcibly captured one of the raiders, before trapping him inside the armor. Did the armor come with a special ejection port for the chain or something? The chains poured out from behind his shoulders like a snake waiting for its prey. The movement was as precise as the armor itself. By the time the jingling sound reached my ears, my magic swords had been caught by his chains. In this way, instead of sealing his movement, I'd splendidly give my opponent a weapon. Of course, simply catching it would detonate the blast blades. However, since none of that happened, I could safely assume that he'd overwritten my blackening with his own. Only after I'd managed to survive the attacks of the tyrant's armor, one of which required me to use Overexcel, did I finally understand. What kind of power is that? Then there was a blow to the left, powered by the Crimson Booster. While I managed to block it with my 2 swords, the impact was heavy, so much that I staggered backwards. Only half a step, though. Luckily, it passed, and there was no follow-up attack. However, it didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Instead, it stopped before reversing. It was resetting its stance. His blackening must have been stronger than me. After all, the swords he stolen from me were now dyed red instead of black. Rather than some ordinary blades enhanced with additional magic, it shone like force edge. When he swung it, I could somehow hear the buzzing. As if by change, the two entwined chains had undergone similar changes. They encircled my swords by the hilt and poised their crimson blades towards me. He was about to use his chain to swing the swords. Are we similar? After all, I had once combined Hitsugi and Evil Eater, resulting in a technique called Fatal Fury Sprint. In addition to his strength and speed, Maximilian used an unconventional four-sword style, in which he'd wield two swords while also attacking with his now bladed chains. As an added bonus, it could also overwrite my sword arts. It's a lot tougher than expected, but I'm not going to give up, not yet. It'd take time and effort, but as originally planned, I'd blacken the opponent after depriving him of his resistance. First, I had to destroy the stolen four swords, followed by its limbs. If I could crush even one of its limbs, the outcome of the battle would be decided. Besides, the swords he'd stolen from me were just regular blades. No matter how much he enhanced them, they'd wear out soon. Come on, I'll take you on. Thus, Maximilian moved once again. His chains flew at me. The crimson blades lunged towards me like some wired homing missiles. One rushed towards my neck and the other towards my leg. It was trying to maim my leg. Each trajectory flew sideways. This is more of a chain sickle than a missile. Double black calm. To counterattack, I intercepted one of the chains with Cursed Hatchet and the other using Evil Eater. As expected, the blades weren't durable. When my cursed weapons, enhanced with martial arts, hit them from the front, the crimson blades shattered. For a moment, it seemed like blood was splattering. Of course, I didn't have time to admire such a view. Here I come. Without wasting a second, I swung the Evil Eater. With the blade unfolded to the brim, I thrusted it as if piercing my opponent. The wolf immediately bit the chain which held the blades. I sandwiched both chains at the same time before Maximilian could retract them. After that, I immediately pulled the handle of Evil Eater, forcibly dragging Maximilian towards me. Not an easy opponent, he didn't even stagger. I intended to take advantage of the momentum to hit him with Black Calm using my Cursed Hatchet and sever the two remaining swords at once. As long as the chains were still held by me, he wouldn't be able to evade easily using his booster, or so I thought. Did you cut them off? With a high-pitched metallic sound, the chains came off his shoulders. The black chains, which were disconnected from the main body, became a mere matter. Caught in the yoke of gravity, they collapsed on the ground just like that. Since it no longer functioned as a kind of restraint, I hurriedly released the chain from the mouth of Evil Eater. I could barely execute my plan. Using the brief window of time, I tried to unleash double Black Calm on Maximilian with my swords. Just when my attack was about to connect, he suddenly changed course and flew sideways. Did he see it coming? No, he wasn't trying to avoid me. From the beginning, his intention wasn't me. This is bad. I immediately noticed his intentions. I didn't know if he could instantly rebuild his chains, or if there were spares from the beginning. Anyway, new black chains soon emerged from the ejection ports on both of his shoulders. Since I didn't fire any sword arts, there shouldn't be any more weapons for him to steal. At least not from me. However, there was a huge armory towering behind me. Yes, the Mordred weapons firm, the largest armory in Sparta. Maximilian was smart enough to realize his need to procure weapons. At this point, he was no longer just a cursed armor, but a veteran warrior with a unique personality. This is bad. Seriously, this is bad. I couldn't possibly handle a fully equipped Maximilian. But by the time I realized that, it was already too late. Considering his booster, I couldn't match his speed either, not even with speed boost. Then, should I use it? The fifth divine protection I obtained after subjugating Gluttony Octo. Ignis Sagitta. At that time, a bright red lotus unfurled before my field of vision. The scorching fireball left a trail of black smoke, and it was akin to Salamander's breath. The fireball overtook the galloping, steadfast armor and was the first to reach Mordred weapons firm. There was a loud explosion, followed by a rattling sound of a collapsing building. Thank you, Fiona. I glanced at Fiona, who was as expressionless as always. Still, she, who watched from the side, must be the first to notice it. By destroying the entrance, she could prevent the armor from getting inside. Still, to destroy the sturdy front entrance with a single shot, what an impressive firepower. Even Maximilian halted at the brutal interference. Due to that, I could catch up with him. This time, I won't let you go. Maximilian braced his two swords, while I slashed forward with all my might. The four blades intersected in an instant. The fragile blades, wielded by the guy who couldn't swing in perfect posture, were broken in an instant by my cursed blades. The shattering noises of the blades were drowned by the collapsing sound of the armory. I didn't waste my chance to perform a follow-up attack. However, Maximilian managed to evade it with its extreme reflex. Maximilian proceeded to hold my blades using his hands. Usually, the swords would cut into the opponent's palms, but this time, my opponent had formidable armor. A metallic sound echoed, and sparks scattered at the last minute. We were clashing against each other. I pushed against the reinforced full-body armor, which harbored strong malice. Our power clashed, but the battle ended in an instant. Suddenly, the back booster of Maximilian roared. From behind the armor, crimson light poured, granting him with force that no humans could withstand. Not letting myself be overwhelmed, I felt a floating sensation at my feet. Overdrive. When it came to a test of strength, I was somewhat more confident now. I couldn't afford to lose so easily when I recalled the cute Demon King's face. You worked. Just to stop my blades, Maximilian had to land on the ground. This is great. Thus, I began to push back against Maximilian, who had bolstered its strength using the booster. It was heavy, but only at first. But with every second, I was gaining momentum. No, I was getting stronger. Nothing could stop me. Then I started dashing. I continued to push the armor, which weighed hundreds of kilograms, or possibly even a ton, as if it was a mere scarecrow, before rushing forward at full speed. With that momentum, we crashed into the towering stone walls of the Mordred weapons firm. For a moment, it was as if the world had been turned upside down. What was reflected in the corner of my vision was the gray color of the collapsing building and billowing dust. I felt a certain response. I wasn't patient enough to wait for his counterattack while muttering, I did it. Now then, the real things began. Stay calm and be mine, bind arts. Blackening. Neither I nor the armor would let go of our weapons, so I conjured a pair of tentacles and made contact. Thus, the erosion of blackening began. Go, oh. From the depths of the skull-faced helmet, an eerie voice resounded, akin to that of a corpse groaning in agony in the depths of hell. So far, so good. Then I felt something strange. Here you're still resisting. The two tentacles I made for blackening were similar to the two extra-thick tentacles I devised to suppress the crime eater when I fought against Cyprus as I retreated from Alsace. It was as if two new arms had sprouted from both of my shoulders, trying to strangle the neck of the armor. Just like Sariel from the past, I was putting pressure on the enemy both physically and magically, as if trying to break its neck. However, it seemed that I suffered more this time. This guy is a bit dangerous. The blackening wasn't progressing as expected. Apparently, I couldn't overwhelm him with just my magical power. I could feel his resistance. Perhaps it was even more difficult since Maximilian consisted of more materials than a mere full-body armor. Even I had to stay all night to blacken an entire adventurer's guild. Just when I was prepared for more exhaustion, his counterattack began. As his dark eye sockets lit up with a fierce red light, I could feel that the magic flow was being reversed. It turned out that I wasn't merely imagining it, as my tentacles began to be stained red. This is bad. I'm about to be overwhelmed. Am I not strong enough to dominate him? Thinking about it, I'd acquired cursed weapons by relying on brute force, along with my abundance of black magic and resistance to curses. As it was, the curse was simply more powerful than me, hence why I lost. It wasn't like I could purify the curse like some priest either. Gah! His crimson erosion had already progressed to the midsections of my tentacles. From there, a myriad of blood vessel-like lines sprouted, crawling towards my flesh. If things went on like this, I'd be taken over by the curse. Perhaps because of having a win streak against cursed opponents, I'd completely underestimated him. Just like with magic attributes, weaknesses and compatibility weren't absolute. I'm the king. I couldn't tell if it was telepathy or simply his voice. My 5 senses had begun to malfunction. In fact, my vision had gotten so blurry, I almost couldn't make him out. Red flickered in my vision, and I felt like I was going to lose consciousness at any moment. Be my servant. Even though the voice was so fleeting and inaudible, it blared in my head. Offer me your loyalty and dedication. For a moment I almost acquiesced. It feels similar. Ah, yes, it was akin to the time I was still wearing an angel ring, in which the amount of time I could maintain my consciousness gradually decreased. It didn't hurt. It wasn't that bad of an offer anyway. As if I was falling into a deep slumber, I gradually stopped resisting. Be my knight. Even so, for it to ask for my loyalty as a knight. Is it an allegation against me, who just made Sariel my slave? It'd be ridiculous if I succumbed to the curse and died there. Was it my comeuppance for enslaving someone? Who? But I didn't care if God didn't forgive me. I may be lost and anxious. Still, it was the result of my choice. I had no regrets. Hence why I didn't need the reassurance of being ruled by someone else right now. Who are you? Who's going to obey you? At that time, an unexpected voice echoed. It was definitely not an auditory hallucination. The voice of a little girl rang in my head. Yes, it drowned even the cursed voice that lured me into the dark abyss. My master will never bow down to anyone. He's my pride as a maid. There was no question of who it was. I was also not surprised. Ah, you're finally back. Only a sense of relief spread warmly in my chest. The cursed black chain iron cage, super black-haired maid, Hitsugi, at your service. At that moment, the voice of the cursed tyrant could no longer be heard. Ah, welcome back, Hitsugi. I'm glad you're back. I'm truly sorry for taking so long, master. A rare, sharp, and serious tone. Did she grow up a little? Of course. Hitsugi didn't just roll around during her free time. Instead, I endured the unbearable pain of not being able to see my master. Let's save that for later. For now, can you help me keep this guy in check? Of course, master. Leave it to Hitsugi. Along with the nostalgic and reliable voice, I'd regained all my 5 senses. My once vague consciousness was now fully awakened. I didn't feel like giving in anymore. Let's go, bind arts. With life, black chains sprang out of the glove, which had regained its lustrous jet-black hue, like a wave of fury rushing towards Maximilian, who let out an eerie roar before my eyes. Chapter 532. Heir to the Tyrant. I'm Maximilian Mia Avalon, the 8th king of the Kingdom of Avalon. I was born a king. I inherited the same black hair and red eyes as the legendary Demon King. In fact, such colors were rarely found even in the royal family. That black ancient male, there's no mistaking it, it's the King of Avalon. To come to the front line all by yourself, there's a limit to how reckless one could be. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, I'll have your head. Above all, I had the power to defeat all the foolish beings who dared to oppose the blood of the most noble Elrod. Elrod Gear, a treasure passed down by the Avalon royal family for generations. Among all the kings of history, I was the only one who could activate and master it. I was probably the only one who knew the official inscription of this armor, RX 666, which was engraved on the back of the helmet. No way. My knights, you single-handedly defeated all of them. Don't make me laugh. You call those barbarians knights? You should have stayed quiet on MT Galahad. Serve you right for trespassing upon my sacred kingdom, you filthy stray dogs. Once I joined the battlefield, such was the man I became. A mountain of corpses would be piled in front of me, as their rivers of blood flowed. I'd unleash a merciless slaughter on my enemies, earning a glorious victory for my allies. 100 victories in 100 battles, resulting in countless deaths. True to our history, our royal army was invincible. But I'm not proud of it. After all, it was to be expected. I was the chosen one. From the moment I was born, I was destined to rule. To achieve victory was nothing but destined for me. Welcome back, Your Majesty. I heard of your most recent victory. The way you fought was exactly the second coming of the ancient demon king, Mia Elrod. Leave me be, minister. I want to get some rest. Keep everyone away from my chamber. Nevertheless, even someone like me got tired. The Elrod gear would consume a tremendous amount of magical power just by wearing it. If an ordinary person wore it, they'd faint in less than a minute. And if they'd attempted to fight with it, they'd be drained of vitality, leaving only their skeletal remains, as if the armor was cursed. Regardless, whether it was wartime or peacetime, I always donned this armor. I needed neither a crown nor a robe to symbolize my reign, but a helmet and armor that would instill fear. To exact my dominion those who were akin to sheep and wolf alike, this demon king's form was necessary. I couldn't show them my true appearance. Phew. Inside a dim bedroom with only a single lit lamp, I removed the full mail and breathed deeply. It's getting bigger again. In front of me was a huge mirror that could perfectly reflect even a 2-meter-tall armored figure. Reflected in the clear mirror was a red-eyed girl with long black hair and a feral cat-like look in her eyes. Given the lack of exposure to sunlight, my skin was almost white. As a side note, there was nothing enticing about my undressed form since I was wearing plain underwear, akin to that of a priestess. But lately, something was off with my chest. I was almost 20, and my body was still growing as a woman. Well, it doesn't matter if I'm wearing armor, no one will know. That's right, I'm a woman. I, Maximilian Mia Avalon, was undoubtedly a female. Even my real name wasn't actually Maximilian, but it didn't matter. I had discarded that name a long time ago. I have to go to bed, I can't take it anymore. Before entering the bedroom, I downed one of the magic recovery potions I received and threw the empty bottle away while crawling into bed. Normally, both the warmness and the silkiness would lull me to sleep. But on the day of battle, my body was tired, but my spirit was uplifted, so I couldn't fall asleep. And then, at times like that, nothing but silly memories flashed through my mind. Oh, Maximilian, my son, I leave Avalon to you. I was only 10 years old when I became king. The day after my official coronation ceremony, also the day of my succession to the throne, my father was summoned to heaven. Until the very end, he never considered me his daughter. Certainly, he wasn't all there, but having reigned for nearly a decade now, it wasn't like I couldn't understand how he felt at the time. The ancient demon king, Mia Elrod, was a man. At least in this country, such was the common belief. Therefore, only men were suitable to become king. Since the founding of the country, or perhaps, even before, there had been a culture of patriarchy in certain parts of the country. As expected, my father wanted a son. After all, if his heir wasn't born a man, then he couldn't inherit the throne. The system of the queen was absolutely inconceivable. However, the end of our clan, which was supposed to be the direct descendant of Elrod, was even more unacceptable. I couldn't rule as a queen, yet, at the same time, I had to preserve my royal bloodline. As the only child, it was only natural for me to succeed the throne as a man, just as my father had envisioned. I saw nothing wrong with that. I'm the king. My mismatched gender aside, I had the ability to become a great ruler who'd leave his name in history. If I had been a man, I'd have reunified the Pandora continent and called myself the second demon king. However, considering that I was walking around while pretending to be a male, I wasn't foolish enough to bear the ambition of unifying the continent. Even if I was like this, I cherished my country. I had to protect my country, which had no legitimate successor. Fulfilling the role of a king and protecting the kingdom was my duty and responsibility as a member of the royal family, and also my heartfelt desire. Hence why every day was a constant struggle, but not a difficult one. Well, it's not like I need to find a suitor right away. When I first inherited the throne, I was asked to conceive an heir for the next generation. If a man was born, the succession issue could be resolved, and in the worst case, even if it was a woman, just like me, she could buy enough time to postpone the issue. At the very least, until I had a child of my own, I had to play the role of King Maximilian. For that reason, I'd been trying to find a suitor, but it was tedious. After all, even if he became my husband, he wouldn't exactly be credited. In other words, a stallion without any honor. In our country, almost no aristocrats were worthy of standing beside a queen, even more so one who'd accept female superiority. It got to the point where we were considering summoning a worthy person from another realm through a dubious ancient ritual. However, the issue of succession was unexpectedly resolved. This child is without a doubt your younger brother, your majesty. I had a younger brother. At last, my father got what he wanted. Not long after my father died, one of his concubines became pregnant. Even without me doing anything, a perfect heir was born into this world. All that was left for me was to continue filling the position of king until my brother was of age. With the biggest issue solved, I could finally enjoy my life as a king. Compared to my father's generation, the people's lives had clearly become more prosperous, and even though it was a period of warring states, trade was flourishing while national power was steadily increasing. Officials were severely punished for their dishonesty, given proper evaluations and promotions based on their abilities regardless of status, and handouts were given to the weak. Above all, I managed to ensure the safety of my country from numerous invasions. Occasionally, I'd counterattack and expand my territory. That was how I became the mightiest king since the founding of the country. The future of the Kingdom of Avalon, which I led, was bright. The country would last for a millennium and continue to prosper for the next 100 generations. Why? One morning, when I woke up, a certain crucial piece was missing from my room. Where's the Elrod gear? In my bedroom, right next to my bed, the armor that I always kept near was nowhere to be seen. Ever since I assumed the throne and given the Elrod gear, I'd never taken my eyes off it. Even during maintenance, I'd be there to supervise the blacksmith and court magicians. Whenever I was taking a bath, the armor also didn't leave my side. Therefore, there was no way it'd disappear. For me to continue to be the king, Elrod gear was absolutely necessary. "Oh hey, sister, you're awake, good morning." As if to ridicule me, who was fumbling in my underwear, a terribly shrill yet childish voice suddenly echoed. I didn't even need to guess who it was. Only one person in this world may refer to me as such. "I told you not to enter my room without permission. Also, I'm a king before I'm your sister. Refer to me properly, you idiot." In my impatience, I yelled at my brother. He was a mediocre youth who showed no potential to be the future king. Oh, how scary. As expected of my sister, who's feared as the black-armored king of Avalon, but right now, aren't you just a woman? Which part of you is supposed to be majestic? Why you? When I turned around, there stood a black, gigantic armored man, instead of the usual spoiled brat with a meek smile. "Haha, sister, look. I can even wear the Elrod gear. How splendid, your Majesty Maximilian. The armor suits you very well." A man stepped out from the shadow of his armor while clapping his hands. "Minister, what are you thinking? I'm not the only one. Everyone is here." Before I knew it, I was surrounded by many familiar faces. The ministers of each ministry that were in charge of politics, the captain of the royal guard who served the king and country, and the royal court magician who was responsible for traditional ceremonies and magic exploration. Certainly, everyone who governed the Kingdom of Avalon was there. In other words, I'll become the King of Avalon from today. The name Maximilian, along with the strongest armor, Elrod gear, shall be mine. Are you trying to defy me? No matter who you are, you'll be executed for treason. Ha 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 ha, what are you talking about? Despite being a lowly woman, you dare to threaten me? Need I remind you how you deceive our people by pretending to be their king and sullying the name of the glorious Avalon? The treasonous rebel is you. What? This is why I was against it from the beginning. Making a woman pretend to be our king, thanks to that, this woman foolishly misunderstood that she's the true king and even harbored unnecessary ambitions. Be aware of your place. I could see that it wasn't just the minister's personal opinion. Everyone looks down on me. In truth, nobody accepts me. Because I'm a woman. Merely because of that, I failed to be a king. Sister, you're useless to me. Who'll hand over the throne to a fool like you? Ahaha, I know you'd say that. Why don't we have a duel? Accompanied by a heavy clanking sound, the man in Elrod gear advanced. In the first place, there's no such thing as a queen from the beginning. Even so, I'm grateful to you for your willingness to die for my sake in this honorable duel. Ah, I see, so that's their aim. Maximilian Mia Avalon, the 8th king of the Kingdom of Avalon, was supposed to be this fool. After all, no one in my country had seen my true appearance. How unacceptable. How long had they been planning this? Could it be from the moment I was told to succeed the throne? Nevertheless, they must have a reason for such unreasonableness. Still, I, as a queen, disapproved. That alone was more than enough to make things happen. Fine. If you defeat me in a duel, I'll concede the throne to you. As expected of my brave sister. Still, when you say that while you're clad in your underwear, it's not intimidating in the slightest. Although maybe, You intend to provoke me instead." He let out a vulgar laughter that made me wonder if he really had royal blood in his veins, before approaching me step by step. Be it the minister or the others, no one seemed to be worried about my stupid brother, who'd become the new king. Of course, against a vulnerable and half-naked naked girl, there was no way a person clad in Elrod gear would lose. No matter what kind of sword I wielded, there was no way I could stand a chance against the black heavy armor. However, that was only if my opponent could actually use the Elrod gear. "What's wrong, my foolish brother? Why aren't you moving? The duel has already started." "Haha, I don't even need to unsheath my sword. I'll gouge out your heart with my own hands, sister." "I see, you're prepared to give your all. Are you even aware that the duel has begun? If so, that's enough. Devour him, Elrod gear." Just by muttering a single word, the armor I swore full allegiance to Elrod gear came to life. Huh? What hey, why can't I move? Elrod gear stopped, as if it had turned into stone. Right when my brother was about to take another step forward, too. What a hilarious sight it was. However, the real change wasn't with the armor. The wearer may not be able to see it, but the crimson black magic had begun to pervade the genuine black matter armor. The output was at its max. It hurts. The Elrod gear is a demon that consumes mana. Hence, if you only have an average amount of mana, you'll be eaten alive. Although, I doubted my explanation would get through to my foolish brother, who was currently experiencing firsthand how it was like to have all your magic sapped out. Still, let me spell it out. Above all, this armor is mine. Know what happens when someone who's unworthy wears it, my foolish brother. Along with the unbecoming scream, Elrod gear switched to release mode. The disjointed chest plate burst open, knocking out the trespassers who illegally entered my chamber. What was spat out in front of me wasn't my brother's mangled corpse, but the scattered wreckage of his bones. Not even a single hair or drop of blood was left on them. Kicking away the white skull lying at my feet, I returned to where I should be. "No, keep that woman away from the armor." The minister screamed in terror, but it was too late. "I told you, rebels are to be executed." Installed startup, stable output, combat ready, system all green. Ah, how peaceful it is. I felt much more at ease inside here than in a soft bed. Captain of the Royal Guards. Captain of the Royal Court Magicians. Hurry up, work with each other, and capture that woman at all costs. Be prepared, rebels. In the name of Maximilian Mia Avalon, the 8th king of the Kingdom of Avalon, I condemn you to death. That day's events made me realize just how naive I had been as a king. Indeed, the king was the one and only individual who stood at the top. A vassal was simply someone who followed him. In the first place, I had already committed a grave mistake by trying to understand them. In my defense, I still thought of myself as a provisional leader rather than a full-fledged ruler at the time. Be it my subjects and the people, they should just follow my orders. After all, they were nothing but a bunch of disposable pawns. Tools, therefore, they should rightfully reflect my aspirations and accomplish everything I want and desire. The king didn't protect the country. The country existed for a king, thus I was reborn, as a true king. Never again would something as unsightly as a rebellion happen under my watch. I'm Maximilian Mia Avalon, the 8th king of the Kingdom of Avalon. Resistance is futile. Be quiet and kneel before me. How long has it been since that day? Before I knew it, I was in a living hell. I hadn't even returned to the royal castle in a while. D-damn you, tyrant of Avalon, Maximilian, how dare you spread aggression in my country? If you pledge allegiance to me, I'll grant you 1,000 years of prosperity and grace. What prosperity and peace? You instilled fear of violence into people. You're nothing more than a tyrant who does unnecessary aggression over and over again. Our country will never bow down to such a dastardly king. Well, aren't you a foolish one? Then perish. I treaded upon a pile of lifeless bodies. With the backdrop of a blood-red sunset sky, what I saw was a charred cityscape. For some reason, wherever I go, the same scenery was laid out before me. Welcome back, Your Majesty Maximilian. I've heard that the expedition ended with an overwhelming victory for our side. Long live His Majesty the King, Maximilian. Long live Avalon. Where did the glorious streets of my mighty Avalon go? Although the streets were full of people, they were scrawny. Why do they look so afraid? Why does everything look so bleak? Everything in my field of vision was dyed red like rust. and the sounds that reached my ears were always faint, like distant reverberations. It had been a long time since I lost my sense of smell and touch. Even my own voice was hoarse. I no longer retained my human senses. However, once I entered the battlefield, I could demonstrate a much sharper sense, one that transcended all my five senses. I could read the enemy's movements, crush any opponent, and catch up with them no matter how fast they were. Even if a volley of arrows were to rain down on me, even if an earth-splitting magic hit me directly, my armor wouldn't suffer any dent. I can't lose. As long as I had the Elrod gear, as long as I donned this armor, I'd continue to be the Supreme King. Ha, ha, I did it, finally. We captured the tyrant Maximilian. Don't let your guard down, the armor is still intact. If even the slightest magic were to flow in it, it'll start moving again. Hurry and prepare for the sealing process. One day, I lost. Suddenly, I was cornered by the army of the countries I had destroyed. Did the exiled countries form a coalition? What a terrifying army of ghosts. As if they were resurrected from the depths of hell, they sprung forth endlessly. Surrounded by an overwhelming number of armies, my army was annihilated in the blink of an eye, and I was depleted of magic. Usually, no matter how many ordinary soldiers surround me, with the power of this armor, I could easily escape. However, I couldn't because the enemy was on par with me. Well done, my knight Siegfried. No, it's all thanks to this Elysian gear. A full body armor shining in silver, made of authentic orichalcum. A divine white armor with bright blue, gleaming lines. Contrary to my armor, which took after the form of the god of death, it had an elegant design akin to a divine raiment. Yes, I was defeated by that silver knight. Please stand back, I'll finish him off. No, before that, let's take a look at Maximilian's face, which no one has ever witnessed before. It's a bit risky, but I understand. I also want to see the face of someone so powerful. Elysian Gear approached me, his great sword with a shining blue blade and a mirror-like shield gleaming. Stop. If my true face was exposed, I'll cease to be a king. Stop. You're the heroes who defeated me. If you still consider me a tyrant, at least let me die as your worst enemy. Stop it. I don't want to go back to just being a woman. No, I can't bear it. Your Majesty Maximilian, I'm sorry, but I'll be taking off that armor. The Silver Knight's greatsword flashed. At the same time, I was released from the Elrod gear, which I hadn't taken off since that day. What? This is. The last thing I saw was my reflection on the knight's glistening shield. The chest armor was wide open, and the inside of it was barred to everyone's eyes. There should be a naked, skinny woman inside. There's no one inside, it's empty. Instead, there was nothing. I see, is that so? I'm the 8th king of the kingdom of Avalon, Maximilian Mia Avalon. I'd already become a splendid king. My name is. If so, let me perform my last duty, my last and most important obligation as a ruler. Come forth, my successor. I wonder how much time has passed since. I had slumbered for a long time. Occasionally, when I woke up, I felt discouraged. No successor had emerged. A successor to whom I was entitled. A successor worthy of the name Maximilian. A vessel befitting for a king. Everyone who touched this armor suffered the same fate as my foolish brother. They couldn't withstand the harsh maneuvering conditions of the strongest armor, Elrod gear. When I tried to teach them, they'd scream like crazy before turning into a pile of bones. This is not good. Even after 1,000 years, I still hadn't found any successor. Has that much time passed already? How long should I wait before I was released from the duties of the king? It's all right. Suddenly, I heard a voice. It sounded just like usual, a distant echo. It's all right. No, I could clearly hear his voice. It had been a long time since I'd heard someone voice this close. I rapidly regained consciousness. When I opened my eyes, I saw a man. You are. My name is Kurono. I'll be taking this armor. Kurono, oh, I know you, that was a splendid battle. Is that his name? It's simple, yet feels pleasing to the ear. Face, let me see your face, please. Apparently, I was lying on my back with the man Kurono supporting me. Wait, you fool, too close, your face is too close. That color, I see. A king never showed his emotions. As such, the fact that I stumbled over my words must have been a result of my overactive imagination. Thanks to the fact that our faces were so close, as if we were about to kiss, I could behold him. His black hair and his bright crimson eyes. Very well, I name you my successor. Ah, I finally found it. Now I have no regrets. Then he spoke, from today onwards. Just before I gently closed my eyes, feeling like I was drawn into a peaceful slumber, Kurono reached out to me. W8, you fool, don't touch me casually. You are mine, Milia. At that moment, for the first time in 1,000 years, I heard my own heartbeat. Chapter 533, The King's Price. You really saved me, Hitsugi. Yuhe, it's nothing, master. Hitsugi's cheerful voice echoed in my head. By the way, my mind was no longer confused. If not for you, I'd have been eroded. Exactly, we almost lost you, master. Stop being so unreasonable. I never thought the day would come when Hitsugi would reprimand me. But hey, she got a point. After all, I was the one who tried to confront blackening head-on. From now on, it'd be better to secure at least one other emergency method that could dispel the curse. Even so, I still didn't get why Hitsugi's presence bolstered the erosive power of blackening. In the first place, Hitsugi was a cursed glove, not a living person. She didn't have a soul. Her power depended on the black magic power supplied by me. Hence why, even if she was here, it shouldn't be possible for her to enhance my power. Nevertheless, back then, it felt as if my blackening power had doubled, as if there were two people. In fact, that was the only reason why I triumphed over Maximilian, which was brimming with curse. Is this also the result of evolution? I guess it was safe to assume that she'd evolved. By the way, Hitsugi, what do you think? The new armor suits you very much, master. Even more pressing than the mysterious power of Hitsugi was the fact that I'd been donning the tyrant's armor before I knew it. I also wore a skull helmet which concealed my face, but my field of vision was as clear as ever. Such a wide field of view should be physically impossible, so it was probably the effect of additional enchantment. When I lowered my gaze, I could see the ominous metallic armor enveloping my body like a towering, jet-black castle wall. The gauntlets I wore also had renewed design. The full body armor seemed to be made of authentic dark matter, but strangely enough, it was lightweight, as if I was wearing a robe. Despite the fact that it was even larger than my height, it fitted snugly. Even though I should be about 10 cm shorter, my feet were perfectly on the ground. It was the same sensation as when I was holding the cursed weapons. However, since it was a full body armor, the comfort of wear stood out the most. If anything, it was as if I never wore it in the first place. Maybe that's why I don't remember ever wearing it. It probably happened while I was in the midst of a mental battle, when I was about to succumb to Maximilian's blackening, or when Hitsugi awakened and shifted the tide. At that time, I didn't have enough time to focus on reality. At the same time, it wasn't just Hitsugi's success that warranted the subjugation of Maximilian. I made another discovery. Who would have thought hat over ecstasy is so useful? I did it on a whim. When Hitsugi awakened, I also regained a semblance of my sanity. To acquire some mental immunity, I casted over ecstasy, thinking it'd give me a slight advantage. However, the fourth divine protection turned out to be more effective than expected. Until now, with the exception of Hitsugi, who had a mind of her own, I never knew a curse could talk. After casting over ecstasy, I wasn't only able to communicate with the curse, but also see its appearance. In a nutshell, it was akin to appraisal magic. It was almost similar to when I was looking at Sariel's memory through a reverse interference backdoor, and I'd come to see how it became a curse. The girl who played the role of a king was betrayed by everyone and turned into a tyrant. To become king, she resorted to any means necessary, which ultimately doomed her into becoming a curse. Not only did she fail to realize her dream, even after her death, she didn't attain peace. But it's all over now. I sympathized with her and wanted to bring an end to her agony. Of course, I was also aware of how many lives she'd claimed. From a humanitarian point of view, she was undoubtedly an unredeemable tyrant, but as someone who wasn't from that era, I found myself wanting to forgive her. With that feeling, I became the source of her hope in the end. Knowing her history, along with her wishes, I firmly declared that I'd become her successor. Of course, I also had no intention of calling myself the 9th king of a country that perished long ago. In the first place, I was just an adventurer. Still, after seeing how desperate I was, she seemed to acknowledge me as her successor. Or maybe I was the first human she saw after a millennium, so she had to make do. Well, sorry that I'm not of noble birth. Either way, blackening alone wasn't enough to subdue this armor. After all, if I went as far as lifting the spell, the situation would have been flipped instantly. However, that wasn't what happened. Instead, the armor offered me maximum comfort, as if it was my longtime comrade in arms. Perhaps this is what it means to truly master a curse. In the first place, getting into contact with a curse was a reckless act that I wouldn't have imagined of doing. Not to mention, I could withstand it due to being enveloped in black magic. After all, touching the curse directly would be akin to scooping deadly poison with bare hands. However, with over-ecstasy, I could touch it while retaining my sanity. I feel like I've made a huge discovery with cursed weapons. Wow, congratulations, Master. Approval of the successor, RX-666 Kingship Master Key Transfer. Kurono, registration complete. Wait a minute, I think I heard a different voice just now. Hitsugi. Yes. What was that? It's Mae's voice. Why is she replying, as if it's the most obvious thing ever? Does she have more control over the armor than I do? Before I knew it, a rectangular window with red streaks expanded in front of me. There was a long list of gibberish that seemed to be ancient characters displayed there. At the same time, the image quality was so crisp, it reminded me of the nostalgic LCD. Is this also the function of the armor? Apparently, it can project various things. How curious. It was akin to a computer screen, or rather, the cockpit of a super robot that I longed for. A window had opened in my field of vision. I wonder if it's equipped with an advanced information system. Contrary to its appearance, this helmet may be a precision instrument. No, there's something more urgent than the unknown secret of the helmet. Also, who's Mae? Oh, it's my nickname for Milia. Mae said that she'll do her best for her new master. Huh. Oh, she said that since she's retiring, it's only natural that she's watching over you, so don't misunderstand. You know, this is quite rude. Hitsugi will be sure to tell her off later, so please don't worry. No, I don't think that's necessary. As expected, I'll ask about the details later. Apparently, the will of the previous owner and king, Milia's, was firmly ingrained in the armor. Because she'd fused with the armor while she was still alive, she probably maintained her sentience as a kind of undead. The legend of a magician who transformed himself into an undead and defied death was a famous story that was even told in the seminary class. After all, it took an unprecedented amount of skill to become a sentient undead. At the same time, it wasn't impossible. Hence why such guys appeared sometimes. Regardless, it was said that after 100 years, all of them would collapse and eventually become undead monsters or turn into evil spirits. While it was possible that the same fate might befall Milia, judging from Hitsugi's story, she seemed to be in good spirits. Is Milia's soul really strong, or is this armor just that amazing? For the time being, please remove the mysterious explanation. I can't see what's in front of me. Okay. I removed the screen that looked like a glorified terms of service and restored my vision. I was worried if I had skipped a dangerous contract, but I couldn't read ancient inscriptions anyway, so it was just a waste of time. Even so, since that full-face helmet was capable of displaying an ultra-high-definition display, it seemed that the powerful armor hid various hidden secrets. For the time being, I look forward to working with you, Milia. By the way, I knew it might sound unfair, but I discovered her name through peeking at her memory. Milia was her true name, which she abandoned when she ascended the throne. But since she'd abdicated her throne, her name should rightfully be Milia. First of all, please forgive me for calling you by that name. Along with a somewhat mechanical sound, a new screen opened in my field of vision. Due to the thunder and sandstorm, it was difficult to tell, but I saw a figure of a girl. A cute girl with black hair and red eyes who resembled Mia. Perhaps she was truly her direct descendant. Kurono, you should move forward and work your way up. Get ahead in life. I don't have any desire to be a king and get ahead in life, but, well, I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Wow, amazing. Meh, how did you do that? Hitsugi also wants to show her true form to the master. The image of Milia was gently closed. I'm sorry about my noisy maid. Kurono. When Hitsugi began to yell selfishly again, Fiona called out to me. Thanks to ancient secret technology, I could hear clearly even through a thickly armored helmet. I turned around, and as expected, there stood Fiona with her cane, Aints Bloom. Are you all right? Did the armor possess you? I'm all right, Fiona. I can control it properly, head purge. I already had the basic functions memorized, although I couldn't exactly describe it in words. With that single act, the helmet that covered my head was released with the sound of gears meshing together. As the skull face guard slid into the inside of the helmet, the latter rested around the back of my neck. It was as if I was simply removing a hood and my true face emerged. It looks like you're safe. As expected of Kurono, I didn't expect you to master such an armor. No, if Hitsugi hadn't woken up, I would have succumbed to it. It was close. Hitsugi? Oh, you mean your glove. I thought it had already been purified. No, she's alive. From the beginning, I believed that she'd wake up and wait. Still, I get why she might think that. Fiona, thank you for your support. If it had barged into the store and stole all the weapons, the battle would have been lost. No, I'm sorry that I can only do so much. I'm sure Lily would have been able to provide even better support. Did she mention Lily out of shame? Somehow, I doubted that. If anything, it was as if Fiona was trying to replace Lily. Perhaps we might cross path with Lily again, although it was probably either to make up or to say goodbye. As such, Fiona might be assuming the worst. Anyway, I'm glad that it somehow ended without causing that much damage. Ho ho, even though the front entrance, which is the brand image of our Mordred weapon firm, has collapsed, it's not a big deal, is it? Mordred, since when? You came back so quickly, I thought you ran far away. Don't underestimate me. There's no way I'd abandon the collection and run away. Oh, right. Mordred had been eyeing Maximilian for a long, long time. Still, I owe you one, good sir. Thank you for stopping the rampage of Maximilian earlier. Even someone as influential as me will be in deep water if I made a ruckus in the middle of the town. So you're just going to gloss over it after. But he's scary, so I'll just refrain from asking questions. Otherwise, I might be treated to the darkness of Sparta. Look, even I didn't do it out of good intentions. Look, I keep the armor completely intact. There were no casualties, except for those who failed to respond immediately. Now that everything's settled, I want to receive a corresponding reward. Of course, when it went berserk, I was prepared to take the matter into my own hands, but thankfully you returned unscathed. Hearing his tone, I somehow doubt he means it. All right, it's time to reward you. Say no more, I can already tell from your appearance. Wow, that's quick. Do you remember? When we first met, I told you that I like cursed weapons, but I like those who can use them even more. When I said that, I meant it. Come to think of it, he did say that, and here I thought he was trying to sway me. If those words were serious, then I'd have to reconsider Mordred a bit. You have donned the legendary armor, Maximilian. Rather, it appears that the armor himself acknowledges you as his rightful owner. If that's the case, I, Winewell's Mordred, shall hand it over to you. Thank you, for 300 million clans. 100 million. 270 million. 130 million. Are you mad? 250 million. Hey, that amount sounds close to my bounty. 150 million. What do you think Maximilian is? 230 million. Are you kidding me? You saw how great I was back there. 180 million. All right, 200 million. Hey Fiona. This is taking too much time, so I decided to put a swift end to it. Fiona forcibly decided on the price and ended the negotiations between me and Mordred, even though I might be able to decrease it a bit more. All right, Kurono, shall we continue our date? Fiona took my hand and started walking as if nothing had happened. Without hesitation, she took my left hand, which was wrapped in a gauntlet that was part of the cursed armor. What's the matter? No, even though I'd survived a life and death battle, you went on as if nothing happened. It's as if she has a change of heart, or something like that. We still have time, right? Well, she was right. Then let's finish shopping, tear a shield. With a quick swing of Aints Bloom, there was a loud roar, and a magical rock shield pushed away the rubbles of the dilapidated entrance from below. It opened a tunnel just enough for people to pass through. Do you want to shop here? The inside should be fine. I'm confused, while she's confused that I'm confused. As usual, Fiona was at her own pace. Okay, let's go in. I nodded, half giving up. At the same time, I was worried about whether or not the shop would cave in on us, so I glanced at Mordred. If Mordred himself said, "We'll close the shop for today," I'd have an excuse to leave, but, haha, welcome. Mordred welcomed us with his skull rattling around. What's with this development? Am I being dense again? Thus, I resumed my date with Fiona with mixed feelings. Chapter 534, Master. Welcome back, Master Miss Fiona. With Maximilian still fully equipped, I went on a shopping date with Fiona. Afterward, we returned to the temple to pick up Sariel, who should have been finished with her treatment. In the quiet waiting room, Sariel sat on a chair all by herself. When she spotted us, she said something unexpected. Wait a minute. By master, are you referring to me? Sariel's apathetic and straightforward gaze seemed to pierce me. Is it just my imagination, or was there a strong determination lurking underneath? 1. Without hesitation or regret. I don't think you need to be so formal. I've received an oracle to do so. What is this, Phrygia's wisdom? Come to think of it, didn't she refer to me as master? Perhaps it was customary for the knights of the Elrod Empire. I seem to recall that Kurono Maou likes to be called that. Huh? What is she talking about? Where did she obtain that kind of information? What's her basis? I'm not shameless enough to be open about having that kind of preference. In the work that was published in the Literary Club's magazine, there's a recurring story featuring a submissive maid girl who'd refer to the protagonist as master. Awoke. Maximum magic output. Crimson lines covered the jet-black surface of my armor as I grabbed a hold of Sariel and peered into her face. For a moment, it was as if I was about to headbutt her. I'm seriously begging you, please don't mention that stuff. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was confidential information. Precisely. It's top priority, classified information that you mustn't ever disclose to anyone. Yes, master. The battle was concluded. Maximilian reverted to standby mode. I placed Sariel on the chair. Softly, gently, as if nothing had happened. Kurono, what was that? What? Something about literature club, and a maid who'd call the protagonist master. Oh, don't worry about that. It's an old story. Indeed, it happened a long time ago. Back in high school, I'd mass-produce embarrassing light novels day and night. The phenomenon dated back to as far as a year ago. I wouldn't call it my Black history or anything. After all, I cherished all of my works and had fun writing them, so I had no regrets. To my past self, writing light novels was my everything. Regardless, it was embarrassing if I got exposed in public. Not to mention, the other party was from another world. If Fiona called my hobby strange and said stuff like, I never would have guessed, Kurono, such a turn off. I'd sooner just shut myself in Maximilian forever. Is that so? Well, do you approve of the way she addressed you? Well, if her god told her to do that, it can't be helped. I see. I shall allow you to refer to Kurono as Master, Sariel. Thank you, Miss Fiona. Why would Fiona give her permission instead of me? Isn't it rather strange? Then, please call me Mistress. Could it be? Well, the thought did occur, but are we dating with the intention of getting married? I didn't have any particular objections to that, but, when it was suddenly brought into my attention like this, I couldn't help but get nervous. Yes, mistress. As expected, it's amazing. I still want to bask in the feeling of being a lover. Fiona entwined her arms around mine and drew closer to me. Hey, be careful, Fiona. This gauntlet has thorns on it. Sariel, I've bought armor for you so that you can move on your own. Thank you, master. Use your own feet to return home. Don't make Kurono carry you ever again. Yes, mistress. The way Fiona drove the point home was strict. At the very least, she was still being courteous to a slave. I didn't know how she drew the line between whether or not to forgive Sariel. Watching the exchange between the two made me uneasy. After all, there was no guarantee that a minor issue wouldn't escalate into a major argument. More than Sariel, Fiona's words and every move terrified me. Pretending to be calm and safe around her, I took out Sariel's armor from the shadow gate for the time being. The gauntlets and armor, which had been fitted for women, looked much slimmer than the ones worn by the heavy knight during the Gluttony Octo battle. However, since we weren't going to enter the battlefield, it shouldn't be a problem. In fact, I bought a relatively cheap one, with little to praise in terms of quality. Violet Flash Blackening. How is it? There's no issue with mobility. To check her condition, Sariel used her steel, prosthetic leg to stand, waved his right hand, while also clenching and opening her fist. Her movements were so nimble that her limbs appeared to be her own. If my limbs are missing, will I be able to use blackening to move like her? To begin with, I hadn't tried to see if I could replicate the pseudo-lightning attribute. I should do my best so that Sariel wouldn't end up teaching me about black magic. What is your plan after this? There's still a little time until sunset, but frankly, I didn't feel like going out much today. Not only did I go to the royal cast in the morning for the tense negotiation battle, I also had to partake in a ceremony at the Pandora Temple in the afternoon. Let's not forget my confrontation with the cursed armor. Physically, I was still fine, but mentally, I was exhausted. Let's finish Sariel's adventurer registration and go home. Ah, I see. It'd be a good idea for Sariel to do it as well. King Leonhart had personally ordered Sariel to fight in the next battle. As such, it'd be better to register her as an adventurer as soon as possible. I never thought that you'd become the 4th member of the Element Master. When I thought about it, it was actually kind of touching. She'll officially become a member once her rank rises. Until then, she should work solo. Solo, but is that okay? The implication was much deeper than that. Even if Sariel had officially been recognized, it wouldn't be right to suddenly throw her out alone into the outside world. Neither Kurono nor I have enough free time to take care of her. We'll have to prepare for the next battle as well. Maybe this time, we won't be able to rely on Lily's strength anymore. Certainly, it wasn't the time to get hyped up with Maximilian. Although Sariel was the most ideal human resource in terms of fighting potential, I didn't trust her as much as Lily. She has to earn her own keep, without relying on others. Whether she's a slave or a knight, Kurono doesn't have any obligations to feed her. Sure, it'd be better if she could earn her own money. Fiona's argument made a lot of sense. However, I felt slightly uneasy because it sounded as if we were pushing Sariel away. Don't worry. Even if we aren't watching, someone else will keep an eye on Sariel. Sparta's assassin corps should be lurking around for a while. I didn't think it was a good thing, but since the circumstances demanded it, I had to give up on it. Besides, they were professionals. If I didn't actively search for them, I wouldn't even realize they were there. For now, let's visit the guild, and if we obtain their permission, let's have Sariel go on a solo quest. Is that all right? Yes, Master. I have a general understanding of the activities of adventurers. I have no problem fulfilling my mission. Still, in the near future, I wanted to team up with Sariel and undertake a subjugation quest that matches our level. After all, I'd like to see for myself the full extent of her ability after she became accustomed with her body and fight side by side with her. Fiona probably wouldn't appreciate that, but I didn't think she'd object. The situation wouldn't allow Sariel and I to go on a quest alone, and I didn't have the courage to do that either. Well then, shall we go? Oh, speaking of which, Kurono, when we receive our bounty, there's something I want. It's unusual for Fiona to want something. What is it? I want a house. That isn't something you can ask so casually, Fiona. That day, I had trouble falling asleep because I had to spend way more than I expected. Why? After returning to Sparta, I can't just rest easy. The next day, 7th day of the month of pristine water. Lily still hadn't returned. However, for the time being, Sariel's identity was guaranteed by the Sparta government, and the immediate concern was resolved. When I woke up, I felt somewhat more refreshed than yesterday. Good morning, Master. After I was finished with my morning preparation, I went to the lounge and was greeted by Sariel, who was dressed in monastic cloth and apron. In her hand was a large round tray on which hot soup and toast were steaming. Good morning, Kurono. Good morning, Fiona. Sariel. Are you awake already? Yes, I wanted to go out. Fiona answered while sipping tea, her appearance exuding the elegance of a noble lady. Even more amazing was Sariel, who managed to carry a copious bowl of soup and a plate stacked with toasts so high, I couldn't count the layers. Even though it may seem a bit extravagant, the way it came all together was quite impressive. In spite of that, Fiona didn't spare her a word of thanks and simply dismissed her. In response, Sariel bowed respectfully and withdrew to the kitchen. Am I the only one uncomfortable with this new morning routine? I wonder if I'll ever get used to it. Since Sariel was a slave, she was treated like a maid and was entrusted with all the household chores. For the past 3 months, I'd been living a normal life with Sariel, so I couldn't get used to her new position. However, considering my position and situation, I thought that was for the best. For now, Sariel had daily household chores to keep her busy. Master, what do you like for breakfast? The hot soup is fine. Come to think of it, it was the first time I'd eaten Sariel's cooking. I was somewhat worried about the taste, but seeing Fiona calmly eating without being particularly nitpicky, it must be delicious. What are your plans for today, Fiona? There are still many things we need, so let's go shopping. Also, we have to find a good property. Is that so? Is it safe to assume that I'd also be going with her? I was thinking of showing up to classes, even if just for a little while. Isn't it time to graduate? It'd be lonely, but there was some truth to it. I did attend decent classes and learned the basics of modern magic and famous martial arts. Of course, those were just theoretical knowledge, and it didn't mean that I could actually put them to use. Certainly, yes, I believe that in order to prepare for the next battle, it's necessary to come up with a different action from what we have done so far. Only 2 divine protections remain. As such, prioritizing the search for trial monsters might be a good approach. It might be a good idea to leave Sparta and search in other countries. For the time being, the Crusaders were repelled, so the situation wasn't as tense as before. We no longer had to be on the lookout for their attack every day. With some leeway, more time-consuming strategies, which previously weren't feasible, could be implemented. Do you want a house because you want a more solid base? Yes, it seems that we'll have some time. Like any other witch, I want to have my own workshop so I can take my time to research about magic. I see, as expected of Fiona. Apparently, it wasn't just for some silly reason such as wanting a love nest for us both. In that case, please look forward to it. Thanks, Sariel. Sariel quietly served me the soup. It seemed like the bacon and leafy greens, soup, I made the day I returned to Sparta. Assuming that she used the ingredients and seasonings available in the kitchen, it should be safe. It's delicious. I'm glad it suits your taste. Sariel gave a generic response and didn't sound particularly happy. As for the taste, at least it tasted better than what I made, so I was relieved that I could leave the cooking to her. I considered it lucky that I didn't have to teach her how to cook from scratch. Fiona was cold towards Sariel today as well. I earnestly hoped that in the future, she'd soften up rather than me getting used to her harsh attitude. Starting today, I plan to let Sariel wander around the town by herself. She isn't coming along with us. I don't think I need to explain why a maid shouldn't tag along on our date. She seems to be in a bit of a bad mood. That's not it. To suddenly allow her to go out. She's completed her adventurer registration. She's free to walk around the town and even venture to a dungeon if she wants to. Certainly, Sariel had registered herself as an adventurer yesterday. Even if the guild made an inquiry to the Sparta army, there was no problem since she had permission. An Iron Guild nameplate could be seen on her monastic robe. I'll give you 300,000 clans, so I'll have you prepare the necessary equipment. Also, before I forget, the ingredients for dinner. As if having to prepare your own equipment wasn't difficult enough, she also had to shop for dinner at the same time. As expected, Fiona was harsh. Well, that should be fine. I don't want to coddle Sariel either. It's a rule. Well then, another cup of tea. Yes, mistress. Despite her steel armor, Sariel returned to the kitchen without making any sound. Given that she was there during our conversation, she probably didn't have any complaints. No, from Sariel's perspective, she had no say in anything. By the way, Kurono, I'd like to do another research today. It was unusual for Fiona to bring up the topic about research. When I asked what it was, she fished a book from her pocket. It was compact in size, but reasonably thick. It seemed like a small dictionary. The binding was made of standard brown leather. At a glance, nothing particularly stood out from it. Some kind of magic tome. It's the Bible. I briefly went blank. However, when Fiona flipped through the book she called the Bible, I found a list of characters that I'd become accustomed to seeing every day until a little while ago. Genesis, Chapter 1, The Creation of Light. From there, a multitude of over-the-top titles lined up in the table of contents. All of them were familiar to me. I had a similar book stowed in the Shadow Gate, left by Priest Nicholas. The Bible of the Crusaders. In the country of Sparta, there should only be one of them. However, Fiona held up the book that shouldn't have existed in her hand. This Bible was in the possession of the man who attacked the armor yesterday. Apparently, she found it when she was examining a nearby corpse. I was curious about Fiona's thief skill and how she casually scavenged corpses, but it didn't matter right now. Are they Crusaders' spies? No, if they were with the Crusaders, they wouldn't have done such a meaningless and conspicuous act. The simple act of owning a Bible should be enough proof that they belonged to the Crusaders. However, if they were indeed spies, their attack would have been for naught. From their statements during the attack, they seemed to view the existence of curse as an evil entity that went against their doctrine. Nevertheless, it was still an extremist act of terrorism, aiming to eliminate it without any room for discussion. Even if the Crusaders would try to destroy or purify a cursed object in the same way, they wouldn't do so without thinking. Does that mean the Bible itself is circulating in Sparta? Yes, and today's research is to confirm that. Unexpectedly, the presence of a white shadow creeping up on Sparta made me feel cold even after drinking the warm soup. Chapter 535, The Third Emergency Quest. The incident took place on the night of the 7th of Pristine Water Month after we returned from a fruitless outing. Sarial tea this is. A dish could be seen on top of the dining table. Freshly cooked white rice, topped with a dark brown roux neatly sprinkled over half of it. The fragrance didn't only make my mouth water, but also filled me with nostalgia. It's curry. Yes, it's definitely curry. What is curry? From the looks of it, I assume that the dish originated from Rune. After all, it uses rice. No, curry is our hometown dish. Curry and rice were Japanese dishes, but it didn't matter. While I wasn't a certain yellow, gluttonous character who was a curry aficionado, I still enjoyed it like most Japanese people. I'd never seen curry in Sparta before. Not to mention, even the great Earl of Red Wing failed to reproduce it, so I had almost given up. But who'd have thought that this country had enough ingredients to make curry? Let's finish it quickly. With that single line from me, Fiona seemed to have guessed my intentions. She quickly sat down without further questioning. Thank you for the meal. A quiet dinner began. Occasionally, the sound of silverware scraping the bottom of the plate would resound. Still, wordlessly, I savored my curry. Thank you for the meal. It's delicious. In fact, it's the perfect curry. Potatoes, carrots, onions, and pork. It was a standard recipe for a Japanese curry and had no originality, but that's why it's good. Just like how I'd stressed to the Princess of Avalon, being faithful to the basics was important. The taste of my hometown, which was reproduced so avidly, was so enthralling that I was blown away the whole time. Thank you, Sariel, it was delicious. As long as it suits your palate. A simple reply, almost akin to the one I heard this morning. Even though she was as expressionless as ever, I wondered why she decided to make curry. Was it out of consideration, or did she want to get in our good books? Even if she had ulterior motives, I'd still cave because that was how tasty it was. Can you make something other than curry? When it comes to culinary expertise, Shirasaki Yuriko has a wide knowledge. As long as the ingredients are available, reproducing the recipe shouldn't be difficult. Apparently, Shirasaki Yuriko was unrivaled when it came to cooking. I really wanted to try homemade food, but would the food Sariel prepared taste exactly the same as Yuriko's? Is that so? I'll prepare the ingredients so I entrust the cooking to you. Understood, Master. Thank you. My impression of Sariel skyrocketed, and I was sure that I wasn't the only one. A second, please. As expected, Fiona also gave in to the perfect curry. Even if her heart refused, her body was honest. Section. A week went by, and the 13th of Pristine Water Month was upon us. As expected, Lily hadn't returned, and no sightings of her were ever reported. It was as if she'd vanished into thin air right after she left the lounge. However, considering that she could use predator coat, her disappearance must have been purely intentional, as in she didn't want to be found. In the end, all I could do was wait for her to come back. I spent my days relatively peacefully in Sparta, helpless anxiety settling in the bottom of my heart. Above all, I'd formally been given the bounty for the Galahad War, which was reassuring. After all, I fully thought it'd be offset by Sariel's case, but to Will's delight, I received the full amount. Starting with the basic rewards for participating in emergency quests, defeating a bunch of soldiers, the ancient weapon Taurus, and the enemy general, Linfeld, along with the true mastermind, Sariel, with various additional and special rewards. The total was a staggering 1 billion clans. Up until now, I had many opportunities to earn large sums of money, such as prize money from the Curse Carnival, the Battle of Ischia, and quest rewards for subjugating the last rose. However, the digits were different this time around. I received a ton of the Sparta large gold coins, which boasted the highest price. Unlike usual, I felt somewhat conflicted stashing them inside the Shadow Gate, even more so after it had once been destroyed by Sariel. As expected, I couldn't trust its safety. Since I wasn't born yesterday, I knew the bank existed, but since all the members could use space dimension magic, the former became redundant. Besides, we didn't need a bank for the majority of our purchases and transactions, so I really had no clue. At most, I was impressed that the concept of a bank existed in this fantasy world. In any case, I was able to make payment for the tyrant's armor through the National Bank without any trouble. It should be easier to purchase a house using the same means. Thus, the Element Master had practically become wealthy. Although my life didn't change much. Because we were still in the process of looking for a house, we still lived in that crappy dormitory. For the time being, it worked, and I thought that it was fine to stay this way until we graduated. As Fiona said before, there was no real need to attend the seminary, but I still wanted to formally graduate. As a Japanese person, I was uncomfortable with the title of dropout. Since there was nothing urgent at the moment, I continued to earn the necessary credits with Fiona. For me, who longed for a date with a classmate, my school life had become somewhat more radiant than before. Fiona, on the other hand, didn't seem that thrilled. Come to think of it, when I met Kai at school while I was in class, we had a mock battle. Since it wasn't a special appointment, we only did it from time to time. Fortunately, I hadn't met Saphir, who was still attending the seminary like Kai. The school itself was peaceful, without unnecessary dramas. Of course, apart from classes, my main activity at present was to devote myself to improve my proficiency in black magic and divine protection. In order to further increase my power, I trained day in and day out. As of the present, I didn't think my first to fourth blessings had reached their maximum potential. At the same time, I'd like to practice the fifth divine protection until I could incorporate it in actual battles before the next trial. Like me, Fiona seemed to be trying to master Endyminion's divine protection. Once her witch's workshop was completed, would her research on divine protection deepened. On the other hand, Sariel's obligations didn't just consist of recreating Japanese cuisine. Just the other day, Sariel finally made her debut as an adventurer. As per Fiona's orders, she started working as a soloist in order to improve her rank. The day after, she advanced to rank 2. Sariel was careful to choose only the subjugation quests in the vicinity, before making use of her transcendent stamina as a remodeled and enhanced android homunculus to hunt monsters 24 hours a day without any rest. I could do the same if I wanted, but I never even considered it because it was mentally taxing. In that sense, she was truly something else for sticking through it. However, what was truly terrifying about Sariel was that as soon as she returned to the dormitory with a bronze-plated guild card showing rank 2, she started preparing dinner with the available ingredients. Hey, Sariel, you don't have to push yourself so much. You just came back from a quest, right? Currently, I have enough stamina for an extensive battle that may last for another 3 days. I have no trouble doing household chores. No, it's not about that. As long as I can carry out the mission, there's no reason for me to rest. I decided to leave Sariel be. Although I was somewhat dejected by her reply, which dismissed my concerns entirely. That day, she made immerse. The chicken rice was enveloped in a fluffy omelet. The taste was just as I had expected. I couldn't help but shiver with excitement, just like the day when I was served curry, because the food was as delicious as the one from a Western restaurant. Please give me a second. Of course, Madam Fiona. For me, the dish carried the nostalgic taste of my hometown, but for Fiona, it was an exquisite dish that she'd never had before. If Sariel went on to reproduce Japanese national cuisine, Fiona's stomach and body would succumb completely in the not-too-distant future. The entire time, she seemed so frustrated, yet she couldn't drop the spoon. In any case, even if the two didn't get along, it'd be nice if Fiona would acknowledge Sariel as one of her companions. Somehow, this scene was akin to a light at the end of the tunnel. On the other hand, this time there was a new movement somewhere away from us. Section: Hey, Fiona, isn't the town a bit noisy lately? Rather than a town, It's a seminary anyway. It's because of the adventurers. At lunch break after classes on the 13th, while walking around the seminary grounds full of students, I chatted with Fiona. How do I put this? It's similar to the atmosphere just before the Galahad War. The adventurers who come and go through the city of Sparta all seem to be busy and hurrying to prepare for their quests. It's as if there's a get-rich-quick quest. Perhaps there is. Perhaps. My career as an adventurer was short, but I seem to have had more fulfilling adventures than those around me. Fiona and I didn't say anything and went to the Adventurers Guild. As if to affirm our expectations, the guild HQ was swarmed by a mob of adventurers. By that point, I had already gotten accustomed to the size and bustle of the headquarters. While thinking about it, I quickly headed for the counter. However, just before I was about to line up in the shortest queue, I abruptly stopped. Target change. Let's just move to this line. After a bit of hesitation, I made a decision. Kurono. I'm sorry, Fiona. At the very least, I want to tell her that I returned safely. Please don't underestimate me. I'm not that petty. Yes, right, thanks. There was only a single person in Sparta who'd go out of his way to say such a thing to Fiona. Anyway, it's about time. It's been a while, Irina. Yes, it truly has been a while. Welcome back, Kurono. She responded with a meek smile. Come to think of it, we parted ways after she confessed, and that was about it. The event itself took place around the beginning of the dark moon. How have you been? Pretty much the usual. Every day I adhered to the same routine. Kurono, on the other hand, seems to have quite a hard time. I've heard a lot of baseless rumors, too. Well, I'll spare you from the detailed explanation, because it'll ruin the mood. If you want to tell me, I'm willing to listen, but I won't force you. Just the fact that you returned safely would suffice for me. Despite the way we parted, I was fortunate to have someone who'd say that to me. As expected, after 4 months had passed, did Irina manage to sort her mind. Now, it was as if her confession from before was nothing but a dream. By the way, you didn't come all the way here to see me, did you? What's your business here today? Moreover, we were in the guild's reception, so a long chat was out of the question. I saw no reason to prolong this. Is there some kind of an emergency? It's obvious from the atmosphere, isn't it? The fact that all the adventurers were rushing to prepare indicated that the job mobilized a large number of them. How could it be anything but an emergency quest? But I haven't heard the details yet. For the time being, it doesn't seem that the Crusaders are involved. I see, so this emergency quest is completely different from the Galahad War. Besides, there have been no natural disasters, such as earthquakes, or major storms recently. Therefore, the opponent was probably a monster. What's the opponent? Pride Gem. No way, I was right. It was rare for me to hit the mark. Even if I say that, I doubt anything will come to mind. It's a rare monster, after all. I never heard about it before. I've seen some records in the guild's reference room. It's supposed to be a strong and gigantic slime, isn't it? You seem to be quite knowledgeable. Is Kurono surprisingly a studious person? Or a monster aficionado? I just happen to remember what I read. I couldn't say that it's because of the Demon King's trial. By the way, where did this guy come from? The location is the Great Forest of Latifundia. No way, that's very close to Sparta. Isn't it a nearby dungeon that even rookie adventurers use? It's so close, yet no one noticed. The Great Forest of Latifundia had a danger rank of 2 in the shallow part, and 4 in the deeper part. The Pride Gem a rank 5 monster with a disaster class danger. If a monster that warrant an emergency quest appeared in such a place, the commotion should have occurred a lot sooner. At the very least, during Greed Gore, the information that it was moving in the direction of Sparta was properly conveyed. Actually, the signs of its appearance have been there since last year. It was around the time Kurono came to accept the rank 1 subjugation quest. Was it the time when there was a horde of slimes? Seeing Irina nodded, it finally made sense to me. When we first arrived in Sparta, we took on subjugation quests to increase our rank. I was in charge of goblins and Punpun, while Lily was in charge of slime. At that time, Lily subjugated around 300 of them. The Great Forest of Latifundia, commonly known as Lati Forest, was inhabited by a decent amount of slimes. Still, it was a rank 1 monster, and the opponent was, well, Lily. Even when I saw that number, I thought it was only natural for Lily. Slime outbreaks aren't that uncommon, but it's suspicious because it's been happening intermittently since last year. Nevertheless, investigations were conducted several times. However, judging from the current situation, it seemed that the results of the investigation were far from ideal. I read that the Pride Gem was as colossal as a mountain, so how did you miss it? The reason is because of its mimicking ability. As in, the slime took advantage of its unique translucent body to blend in with the surroundings. Like Predator Coat? No, it probably didn't. Since the guy had a water attribute, he shouldn't be able to cast Illusion, which was a light attribute spell. It disguised itself as a small, unnamed pond in the woods. I see, you wouldn't notice that. I heard that now that it stopped mimicking, it's the size of a lake. After Gluttony Octo, another battle involving a gigantic monster awaited me. Looking back at the guild documents, the ecology of Gluttony Octo and Pride Gem had a lot in common. First, the gigantic body, next was the tremendous number of herds. For the time being, all of the Gluttony Octo's swarms were its offspring, but with Pride Gem, it was slightly different considering its lifeform. Fortunately, unlike Gluttony Octo, Pride Gem couldn't fly. It wouldn't move from its spawn point and would continue to expand in size according to a concentric circle. In other words, the one that appeared in Laddie Forest never moved. Instead, it continued to expand by absorbing the surrounding flora and fauna. Is it in the deeper part of the forest? No, it's in the shallow part of the forest. It's a place where even a rank 2 adventurer can enter. Then it'll soon overflow from the forest. Yes, an evacuation order has already been issued to the nearest village, Rackwell. By now, the Sparta army should be preparing to enter the area and launch an attack. Wait, the Sparta army is already moving. Then, what about us adventurers? Even though it's an emergency quest, there'll also be some side quests for adventurers. Are they giving us adventurers a chance to get credit first? Yes, until the Sparta army completes their preparations and launches an all-out attack, the adventurers may do as they see fit. The Pride Gem was a dangerous opponent, but the reward should be worthwhile. Besides, even if it was a rank 3 adventurer or so, depending on their tactic, they should be able to intercept our target. Gluttony Octo was a harsh life-or-death battle, but this time it seemed to be a battle between rivals aiming for the same target. Well, it'd be nice if the Pride Gem was weak enough to the point we could compete on who slayed it first. However, it was a monster that Mia chose for the trial. I didn't know what kind of terrifying special power it had. It'd be dangerous if we focused too much on the competition. Has the deadline already been decided? 4 days from now on the 17th, the Sparta army will launch an all-out attack early in the morning. It's 3 days from now. It was quite brief, but I didn't think the Sparta army had any obligation to wait too long. They were just letting us do as we pleased until their preparations were completed. Even if the emergency quest ended in failure, there wouldn't be any problem for the Sparta army. As for me, if the army could back me up, I could take on the challenge with confidence. During my time with the Gluttony Octo, if I failed to kill it, we'd all be annihilated. No, I should have failed. If not for Sariel's awakening, and because Lily and Fiona rushed to my aid, I wouldn't be able to finish it off. This time, I had to seize victory using my own power. So, what are you going to do, Kurono? The emergency quest Pride Gem Subjugation had just been officially issued. Right now, I'll ask you to complete the registration process. I decided to register myself with Irina, who smiled as if my request went without saying. Also, I want to add one more member to Element Master. Emergency quest, Pride Gem Subjugation. Reward, Pride Gem Body Parts, 300 million clans. Other additional rewards would depend on the size of the nucleus. Deadline, 17th of the Pristine Water Month. Client, 52nd King of Sparta, Leonhard Tristan Sparta. Quest details. Quickly subjugate the rank 5 monster Pride Gem that appeared in the Great Forest of Latifundia. The monster boasted a gigantic body that surpassed the average size of a slime and could also split itself into numerous parts. In addition, there were many special slimes that were intelligent enough to understand human language. Thus, the 6th trial began. Chapter 536, Paradise. Point of view, Lily. The place was so nostalgic that it brought tears to my eyes. The room where I'd lived alone for 30 years was small and dim. Although it was only for 3 months, it was the room where we spent a peaceful life together. The memories of those days shone above anything else. Yes, this was my home. Shut up. Don't talk like you know people's feelings, you damn doll. In the dimly lit room, illuminated by the flickering lamp, Kurono was shouting. Most people would think that he was furious. But I knew that right now, both the sorrow and suffering were tearing his heart apart. Don't look down on me, Sariel. Listen, I won't kill you because you used to be Shurasaki, and you won't kill me either. I'll keep both of us alive. I won't yield to you, no matter what. Why wasn't I by his side when he was in so much time? I can't forgive myself. But what was even more unforgivable is. And that's why I'll take you away from God. I see. The seventh apostle, Sariel. How much do you have to make Kurono suffer? Her very existence is driving him insane, and I didn't know why. Why? I really don't understand. I can't believe it. That woman was sleeping on my bed. Contrary to Kurono, who was agonizing, she was quiet and expressionless. It can't be. That's my place. That bed next to Kurono is a place reserved for me. If I had been there, I'd snuggle up to him, take his hand, and pull him closer. It'll be fine. Don't cry. I'm with you. I'd have tried my best to console him. I give all of myself to you. Stop it, don't touch Kurono. Stop it, Kurono, don't touch her. She's our enemy. She has to be killed. You have to kill her. Chop her head off, rip out her heart, tear her limb from limb, then reduce her into ash. Kill that apostle. Such was my wish. Such was what should have happened. But why is Kurono touching her so gently? Powerless as he was, he somehow managed to stretch his bloodied limbs and embraced Sariel. With trembling fingertips, he removed the sweater that covered her body. Underneath that was the body of a broken doll. She was missing her limbs and was covered in blood. She was hideous and filthy. Yet, Kurono gently embraced that thing as if she was someone he cherished. Over ecstasy. Stop it. Thereupon, my vision was cut off. When I looked up, I no longer saw a dimly lit hut, but instead a wooden ceiling with a lamp that emitted brilliant light. I was in the dormitory lounge. Lily. Kurono was in front of me. He seemed desperate, as if he was in shock, no, as if he'd made an irrevocable mistake. Why are you making such an expression? Kurono, you haven't done anything. It wasn't your fault. I'm sorry, Kurono, I read your mind without permission. Therefore, no wonder you pushed me away. I'd see why anyone would get angry. Hence, it's only natural for Kurono to push me away. Kurono. I'm sorry, forgive me, it's my fault. Yet no words would come out, I couldn't muster any word. Kurono, I'm in pain, it hurts so much I can't breathe. Ah, I see, is that so? No matter how painful it is, Kurono won't help me anymore. Kurono had rejected me, he chose Sariel over me. Kurono, it hurts, My mind went blank, I couldn't comprehend anything. I couldn't accept it, unacceptable, I didn't want to admit it. However, no matter how much I rejected it, that scene wreaked havoc in my mind. The sight of Kurono embracing the bloody Sariel before sealing her lips using his. I wailed and screamed. Afterwards, I blindly ran away. After all, Kurono had abandoned me. He had pushed me away. After I saw something I shouldn't. Surely, Kurono would never touch me again. Never again would he hold my hand, pat my head, hug him, or sleep together in the same bed. Oh, I see, I was the one who left. Run, keep running. In the endless darkness anywhere. There's no escape. I couldn't live without Kurono. I wanted to go home right away. It's okay if you don't go home. But then I heard a voice. The mysterious voice, which I had heard for the first time, felt nostalgic to me. Who? My chest, it's about to burst. You don't have to run away anymore. The mysterious voice echoed once again. As soon as it reached my ears, something fell from my chest. Ah. Instinctively, I tried to catch it, to no avail. Then there was a high-pitched thump. It fell to the ground, creating a pool of bright red blood as if my heart had fallen. However, what was submerged in blood wasn't a pulsating organ, but a radiant crimson crystal, Queen Beryl. It's broken, even though Queen Beryl was unbreakable. It was a magical artifact that'd been blessed by the fairy queen, Iris. Unless it suffered from a tremendous blow or hit by an advanced magic circle dedicated to dismantlement, it wouldn't have broken. Yet the thing lying at my feet shattered as if it was made by glass, beautifully split in two from the middle. It should be a pure crystal, so why? Blood was gushing out endlessly from within the crack. Lily, it doesn't matter where you go. Because, from the fountain of blood that flowed ceaselessly, light suddenly poured out. The crimson light was both alluring and blinding. As long as Kurono is there, it's all right. I see, it's my own voice. After the crimson flash had subsided, I saw a figure in front of me, an adorable, kind, and innocent-looking girl. She was petite and small. The resemblance was uncanny. Least but not last, she was enveloped in a bright red glow. She looked similar to the guardian spirit who possessed Kurono and Excellion. You're me. Yes, it's me, Lily. That's why, Lily, I know everything about you. I know right away that it was a lie. I am me. Both the child and adult versions of myself were two sides of the same coin. Like a split personality, they were one and the same. Therefore, this spirit, this apparition, who took after my appearance was just a fake. An evil being who pretended to be me. You envy Sariel. When I was about to lunge at her, that single line stopped me. I'm not. For some reason, my voice was dull. You can't help but be jealous of Sariel, who was chosen by Kurono. No, even though Kurono's first time should have been yours. Stop. No, that's not it, I was just. You're jealous, so jealous. I was just about Kurono, Do you want Kurono to suffer? I always think about him. Do you want Kurono to be sad? Always, always, first and foremost, I always did it for his sake. Are you willing to do anything for Kurono? I am. For his sake, as long as it's for him, I'm willing to commit atrocity. For Kurono, I'll do anything, I can do anything, because I love him. Ahaha, you're lying. In truth, you just want to own him. You want him to become yours in the truest sense of the word. An obsessive desire that tainted the purity of love. A deadly, venomous emotion that defiled sincere thoughts. I love Kurono. That feeling was everything for me, the meaning of my life. As such, that sentence was akin to the greatest insult. I don't love Kurono. I just want to possess him. All this time, I only did it for my sake. That's right, Lily, you don't love him. I love him. You don't. I love Kurono. I love Kurono more than anyone else in this world. Then why didn't you forgive him? Did I refuse to forgive him? You were the one who refused him. So it wasn't Kurono but me. Hey, why? Why couldn't you forgive Kurono for embracing Sariel? That's not true. It couldn't be. I did it for his sake. I figured that Sariel is better off dead, hence why I did that. It's Sariel's fault. If not for her, none of this would have happened. It isn't Kurono's fault. Kurono hasn't been defiled. Kurono still cares about me. Yufufu, don't cry, Lily. Cry, am I crying? Ah, indeed. My tears wouldn't stop falling. Why, how pathetic. I'm currently in my woman form, yet I'm crying like a toddler, and being comforted by one. It's not your fault. No, it is my fault. It's not, it's only natural for you to get jealous. That's not true, I was just in pain. My chest hurt. When I got jealous, my chest would always burn. The first time I felt jealous was when Kurono met Simon. To be precise, when I saw how happy Kurono was because Simon had the knowledge of another world. His smile was unlike when he was talking with me. When I realized I wasn't the one behind that smile of his, for the first time in my life, I understood the meaning of jealousy. Yes, that's correct, Lily is jealous. Once that feeling sprouted, it started to torment me from time to time, even when I was unaware of it. For example, Fiona, my best friend and greatest love rival. We'd probably kill each other someday. I was really envious when Kurono gave her a ring. That ordinary silver ring sparked her love towards him. I'd received presents from Kurono before. This ancient velvet dress was one of them. Thus, it became my best armor and also my treasure. No, even if he hadn't given her that ring, I'd still be jealous whenever Kurono smiled or treated her nicely. I'd get jealous whenever he showed the side of him that I didn't know existed to someone else. Fiona's straightforwardness would fluster him. I knew that inside, he actually liked the feeling. Meanwhile, I couldn't do that. It's not just Fiona. Whenever Kurono looked at other women, Lily would be. The princess of Avalon, the receptionist of the elves. The sight of them was enough to fill me with jealousy. It was so obvious, even to this child. In fact, I also felt threatened by Nell despite how kind she was. Lily is always jealous, be it to that woman or that other woman to anyone. You are right, I am jealous. Yes, but that's only natural. If you're in love, it's only natural to be jealous, so it can't be helped. But that feeling is unsightly and wrong. It can't be helped because Lily loves Kurono. Contradiction, that logic is just inconsistent. Jealousy isn't love. It's a selfish feeling. It's basically resentment for not being yours. It's not selfless by any means. That's not love. No, it's not. You love him, that's why you're jealous. Lily is the most jealous in the world because she loves Kurono more than anyone else. With an innocent smile, Lily declared so. I'm jealous because I love him. That's right. No, that can't be. Even if I'm jealous, is it okay for me to love him? Of course. No way, it shouldn't be. I disapprove of that. Hey, do I love Kurono? Yes, you love Kurono. But once I admit that, I couldn't go back anymore. Love and jealousy were two sides of the same coin, just like me as a woman and as a girl. The two feelings combined gave birth to my love, Lily's love. Is this what they meant by being enlightened? Suddenly, the world seems entirely different. You love him more than anyone else in this world. A love that swallowed pain, sorrow, and everything else. Ah, so this is love. I'll never stop loving. That's why. Suddenly, my world was brimming with light, with love. Only a path of light laid in front of me. Surely, there was something at the end of that path, a place where the memories of that day would last forever. Kurono is mine. Congratulations, Lily. You've finally found true love. Thank you for opening my eyes. I've finally found love. The fairy queen, Iris, is also congratulating you. Ah, I see. My power began to surge. In my heart, from the depths of my soul, power overflowed endlessly, as if responding to my love. Come on, let's go, the final trial awaits. In order to take a step towards a happy future full of love, I raised my head. There was a black slate. Zero Chronicle. An ancient stone monument praising the Demon King created a path for me. Blood-red ancient letters danced on the jet-black surface. The undecipherable magic circle showed its effect at once. The surface of the stone slab swayed quietly like the surface of a lake at night. On the other side, I saw a magnificent gate. A jet-black, monumental gate that rose higher than the main gate of the Galahad fortress. Engraved on the black steel gate was the crest of a black dragon with outstretched wings. This is the entrance to Avalon. Yes, I could tell right away. I'd seen the main gate of the capital of Avalon before. There was a glorious white gate akin to a work of art. However, since the gate showed a black dragon crest, it probably led to the lost city of the true Demon King. After the emergence of Zero Chronicle, I was immediately teleported here. Hey, Lily, what do you see beyond this Avalon? The girl smiled and extended her hand as if to invite me in. Paradise. I laughed and took Lily's hand. Wait just a bit longer, Kurono. I'll take you to paradise soon. Surely it was a land of happiness, with no pain or sorrow. A world consisted of us two. A paradise that existed just for the two of us. End of Volume 14.